Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece chapter 1249 to chapter 1308. Having said that, Plazenus stood up, raised his palms to the sky, and bowed respectfully to the Devers. The Devers returned the same solemn bow. According to the law of Dionia, the king of Dionia was also the high priest of the temple of Hades. Then, he said half jokingly and half seriously, "My scepter priest, don't be mistaken. The Dionia sports meet is a grand ceremony for the gods, not just for the great Hades. Your Majesty, that is indeed what we claim to the public. However, as the leader of the entire priest adjudicator group and the host of the entire sports meet, the Temple of Hades will undoubtedly expand our influence in the Mediterranean Sea through this sports meet and strengthen our communication and management with the other temples." Plazenus said seriously, "According to the law of the kingdom and the alliance agreement, the Temple of Hades has the right to supervise the other temples. 10 years ago, with the approval of your Majesty, the Temple of Hades has officially begun to convene the annual priest assembly of the temples of the kingdom and the alliance. However, in recent years, other than the active cooperation of the priests of the kingdom, the priests of the other temples of the alliance have more or less been reluctant and perfunctory. The Olympia, Delphi, and the priests of Athens have been the least cooperative. During the annual temple assembly, they would either find all sorts of reasons to not attend, or only send candidates with low status. We can't punish them severely. After all, they are only under the supervision of the Temple of Hades in name, and they use forceful means to achieve their goals. This goes against the principles of mercy and freedom of belief of the Hades. This time, the rumor that the Olympia, Delphi, Corinth, and the priests of Athens refused to come to Turin as referees is true. I think it is understandable. After all, they have their own sports meet, and according to tradition, they rarely invite each other's priests to be referees in their own sports meet. On the other hand, our sports meet is open to the entire Mediterranean Sea, and we have even sent an invitation to our enemy country, Persia. Up until now, the range of athletes who have signed up for the sports meet is so wide, the number of participants is so high, the prize money for the champion is so generous, and the number of sports held is so many. The scale of the sports meet will definitely be much larger than all the other sports meet. That is why these priests are unwilling to see the sports meet of Dionia, fearing that it will take away the glory that these traditional sports meet enjoy. I can understand their concern, but their cowardly attitude of covering their eyes and pretending to be blind makes me feel both ridiculous and a little pitiful. Judging from the current situation, the number of tourists who will be coming to Turin to watch the sports meet will definitely far exceed the previous sports meet. Furthermore, they will come from all over the Mediterranean Sea, and the range is very wide. This means that the Dionia sports meet has become the focus of the entire Mediterranean Sea. The absence of the priests of these 4 factions doesn't affect us at all, because the other alliances have actively sent out their own priests from the Acropolis temple, such as Mandynia, Thebes, Argos, Euboea, and Crete. There are even high priests leading the teams. Currently, the priest referees of our sports meet have sufficient numbers. After training, they have familiarized themselves with the rules and punishments of the various sports meet. After discussion, the referees have formulated 2 main rules. The first rule is to draw lots to decide the referees for each event. The second rule is to announce the name of the referees and the god they serve to the contestants and spectators before the competition starts. The contestants must follow the referees and swear an oath to the god they serve to ensure the fairness of the competition. I believe that after the sports meet ends, some of the previously unknown gods of the Acropolis temple will begin to attract the attention of the people. Some of the previously famous gods of the Acropolis temple will transcend their own race and spread their fame to the entire Mediterranean Sea. The priests of the Olympia, Delphi, Athens, and Corinth temples will not be participating in the Dionia sports meet. It isn't our regret, but their regret. His Majesty once said, "The Dionia sports meet isn't just held once, but once every 4 years, just like the Olympia Games." I believe that perhaps when the 2nd or 3rd Dionia sports meet is held, they will take the initiative to request to participate without us taking the initiative to invite them. Well said, Prince Plazenus. The Devers patted the armrest of the chair with both hands and said with a slightly excited voice, "The Dionia sports meet will set off a new trend with a brand new competition format and an unprecedented scale. It will become the grandest celebration in the entire Mediterranean Sea, and the most dazzling poem to show the image and strength of Dionia. After that, the Devers calmed down a little and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Influenced by the entire report, everyone seemed a little excited, and they all whispered to each other. Suddenly, a voice sounded, "Your Majesty, we have no more questions. Now, we just hope that the sports meet will start soon." As soon as this was said, there was a burst of friendly laughter in the hall. Obviously, this was agreed with by everyone. The one who spoke was the assistant minister, Hacker. As a relative of Cloto Katax, he had always tried his best to help the consul. The Devers said, "Thank you, Cloto Katax, Pleasantness, Hacker, Terrace. All the members of the preparation team, you have done an outstanding job so far. The sports meet will start in less than a month. I hope that you will not slack off and continue to work hard until the sports meet is successfully completed. Then, we will celebrate your success." "Yes, Your Majesty." Cloto Katax and the others immediately bowed in response. Hosting the sports meet is the most important event in the kingdom. I hope that everyone will do their best to cooperate with the preparation team to ensure that it will be held successfully. The Devers looked around at everyone and tapped his fingers on the throne. After a while, he said, "Let's stop talking about the sports meet for now. Is there anything else?" "Your Majesty." Hacker, the assistant minister, said, "This year, the Ligurian region has been attacked by the Gauls from beyond the mountains twice. Although they did not cause any losses, we have to be vigilant. 3 days ago, the commander of the northern border, Hasdrubal, sent a letter requesting to lead the army to attack the neighboring Gauls through the narrow path along the coast to completely guarantee the safety of the northern border. However, until now, the Ministry of Military Affairs has not given a clear reply. Does Your Majesty have any special considerations regarding this matter? Ever since Dionia conquered Mountain Gaul and successfully suppressed a few Gauls' rebellions, their rule over the middle reaches of the Po River became more and more stable. The Veneti in the lower reaches of the Po River were afraid of Dionia's power, so they voluntarily submitted to Dionia and became their subordinate. Only the Ligurians in the upper reaches of the Po River showed strong hostility towards Dionia. They frequently stirred up disputes along the border, causing Dionia to go to war with them. However, unlike the conquest of Mountain Gaul, the war between Dionia and Liguria was a small-scale, long-term battle. Often, it was a battle between the border army stationed at the Po River and 1 or 2 Ligurian tribes. Later on, with the help of the Gaul reserve army, and the spies sent by the kingdom to divide and conquer the Ligurian tribes, Dionia always had the upper hand. Since Dionia fought in close quarters, they did not send out many troops each time, which did not put much pressure on their logistics. Therefore, the war against the Ligurians lasted as long as 7 years. Last year, they completely conquered the entire territory and sent a new border army to guard the Ligurian region. At the same time, Hasdrubal was appointed as the commander of the northern border of Italy. He was in charge of the 2 border armies in the north, and when necessary, he also had the temporary command of the 19th Legion, stationed at the Po River. This matter has been reported to me by the Ministry of Military Affairs, and I admire Commander Hasdrubal's determination to maintain the security of the northern border. The Devers replied solemnly, however, the 2 northern regions are very different from the other regions. The Ligurians and Mountain Gaul are very strong races. The Po River region has been annexed to the kingdom for more than 10 years, but the speed at which the Gaul assimilated into the kingdom is still very slow. This is why we are still stationed at the border. Liguria has just been annexed to the kingdom, and the situation is not yet stable. According to the report from the Ministry of Military Affairs, the invasion of the Mountain Gaul did not pose much of a threat to us. They can only invade through the narrow passageway by the sea. Our border army has built a strong fortress there, and we easily repelled their attack without causing any damage to the Ligurian region. Therefore, for a long time to come, the mission of the Northern Border Army is to defend the border and maintain the stability of the region. It is not advisable to take the risk to attack. In addition, according to the information we've received from the Massilians over the years, although the north of the Alps is densely forested, the terrain is flat and vast. The land is fertile, and there are tens of thousands of Gallic tribes living there. Without sufficient preparation, we shouldn't take the risk of crossing the Alps for the time being to avoid triggering a protracted war between the Gauls and the kingdom. Your Majesty, if that is the case, should we ask the Ministry of Intelligence to send people to investigate the Mountain Gaul region in detail, and then, split up the tribes that are friendly to our kingdom, and prepare for the possible war in the future. Hacker said after some deliberation. Also, can we ask the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to send messengers to the Mountain Gaul tribes that are adjacent to the Ligurian region and express the kingdom's goodwill? If we can open up trade with them, I believe that not only will the Mountain Gaul reduce their invasion of Liguria, but it will also be beneficial to the development of trade at the northern border. That's a good suggestion. The Devers nodded and praised. To Pyrrhus, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will send out ambassadors as soon as possible to the neighboring tribes of Liguria and Gaul for friendly negotiations. As for the Ministry of Intelligence, they have already started their operations in Gaul. Yes, Your Majesty. The Foreign Affairs Minister to Pyrrhus immediately stood up and responded. Is there anything else? The Devers continued to ask. Your Majesty. Cloto Katax coughed softly and said, yesterday, the organizing team received a clear reply from Egypt. They will be sending a delegation of nearly 100 people to this sports competition. The leader will be Pharaoh Tanub's son, Jiahao. Is it Jiahao who has been designated as the next pharaoh by Tanub? The Devers was slightly surprised. Yes, we have confirmed repeatedly that the delegation will be led by Egypt's vizier Jiahao. Your Majesty, the Pharaoh of Egypt has actually sent his heir to Turin to watch the sports competition. This will undoubtedly show the world the strength of the kingdom. At the same time, it will also show the strong friendship between Dionia and Egypt. Pyrrhus said excitedly, I suggest that we should welcome the Egyptian delegation with a grand ceremony to show our respect for Egypt. That's what we should do. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will be responsible for the arrangements. The Devers did not show any signs of joy. Instead, he said with a serious expression, according to the Ministry of Intelligence, Tanub has been bedridden for 3 months. I have written a letter to send the best doctor to Egypt to treat him, but he politely refused. Although we don't know the details of his current condition, his state is completely under Jiahao's control. It is obvious that his condition is very serious. Under such circumstances, Jiahao actually came to Turin in person, just for friendship? The ministers fell into deep thought. At this moment, Aristides, the director of intelligence who was sitting at the back of the group, stood up and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, the intelligence department has found out that Nectaneb, the cousin of Jiahao, has received the support of many Egyptian generals and monks. They have repeatedly objected to Jiahao's ruling of the country and even claimed that he is the most suitable successor to the pharaoh. This poses a great threat to Jiahao's succession. We also found out that this Nectaneb seems to have dealings with Persia. In the beginning, the chief of the Ministry of Intelligence was not allowed to attend the Council of the Kingdom. However, the information obtained by the Ministry of Intelligence was often the focus of discussion at the meeting, and when Aristides was required to give a detailed explanation, he was always invited to the meeting. In the end, the assistant ministers changed the rules and made Aristides a frequent visitor to the Council of the Kingdom. The news he revealed immediately caused a heated discussion among the ministers in the hall. Your Majesty, Jiahao has led the Egyptian emissaries to Turia at this crucial moment. It's obvious that he has felt threatened by Nectanebes and has no choice but to come to the kingdom to seek support. The assistant minister, Cypros, said loudly, in this regard, we should express our support to him without hesitation to strengthen his confidence. Now that the kingdom and Persia are mortal enemies, Egypt, which is adjacent to Persia, is the most important ally that the kingdom can use to contain Persia, and even attack Persia in the future. We must not lose Egypt. As soon as Cypros's voice trailed off, Antares stood up. But it's not enough for us to just verbally support Egypt. Tanibus has only been bedridden for a long time and has not passed away. However, as the heir of the pharaoh, and also the representative of the kingdom, Jiahao has come all the way to Turia to seek help. This means that neither Tanibus nor Jiahao can rely on their own power to eliminate the threat of Nectanebes. With the support of Persia, Nectanebes should have the ability to start a riot and finally seize the throne of Egypt. Therefore, we must take action, just like we did 5 years ago, and send troops to Egypt to strengthen Jiahao's rule. Egypt is only an ally of Dionia, not a subsidiary. If we want to send troops, we must first ask Jiahao, or an ally will become an enemy, Cypros reminded. According to diplomatic practice, this should be done. Antares then said, but we have to consider that Jiahao is only a young man less than 30 years old. It is said that when he was the representative of the kingdom, he resolutely changed the law that Pharaoh Tanibas had insisted on for many years in Egypt. Young people are often too confident to see the situation clearly. What if he can't invite us to send reinforcements in time? We must be prepared for this in advance. Ever since Lysias and Hegemon retired, Sidorum was also old and basically did not care much about the affairs of the kingdom. The title of chief assistant minister fell to Cypros and Antares. Therefore, such scenes were often seen in the executive council of the ministers. Of course, under normal circumstances, it was Antares who took the initiative. At this time, Oliver stood up and said loudly, "Your Majesty, since the beginning of last year, when Persia quelled the rebellion in Asia Minor, the army of Persia quickly retreated to the east of Mesopotamia. At that time, we all thought that because the Persia had been fighting nonstop for more than 3 years, their national strength was greatly depleted, and that the king of Persia had given up on the plan to conquer Egypt. But now it seems that the greedy Persia did not give up, but just changed their strategy. They used the method that they used to successfully quell the rebellion in Asia Minor on the Egyptians. They want to bribe the generals of Egypt and cause civil strife in Egypt, so that it will be easier to conquer Egypt. This must arouse our vigilance. This king of Persia is sinister, cunning, and vengeful. Back then, because your Majesty rejected the request of Persia's envoy to sue for peace on behalf of Carthage, he began to hate us, Dionia, and instigated the Greek city-states to go against us." The more Oliver spoke, the angrier he became. In the past 4 years, not only did we provide material aid to the rebels in Asia Minor, but we also allowed the Greek allies to actively accept employment from the governors of the various regions in Asia Minor, and to send their citizens to participate in the war. We have long been regarded as Artaxerxes' #1 enemy. I am afraid that this time, Persia did not only take action against Egypt, but also other plots against the kingdom. We can no longer respond passively, but should take the initiative. While the national strength of Persia has not recovered, send an army to attack Persia." As soon as this was said, many of the ministers were shocked. The original focus of the meeting was to discuss the holding of the sports competition. Why did they suddenly talk about waging war against Persia? Sidorum coughed a few times, and said in a hoarse voice, "I remember, we discussed this last year, but it was rejected without hesitation. Why are you mentioning this again today?" "Sir Sidorum." Oliver's bowed slightly to show his respect, but his tone was still firm. "The reason why this proposal was rejected last year was because we did not expect that the rebel army in Asia Minor would suddenly collapse, and the Persians were able to quickly pacify the riots in the west that had lasted for several years. In addition, the kingdom wanted to hold a sports meeting, so it was not approved. But after more than a year of investigation, we have found out that the rapid collapse of the rebels in Asia Minor was due to Artaxerxes bribing and roping in some of the rebel generals and nobles in Asia Minor. They assassinated Aleobazines and other rebel leaders, which allowed Persia to win. However, after more than a year of quelling the rebellion, Persia did not establish an effective rule in Asia Minor. The political situation there is still relatively chaotic, which will reduce the resistance of our attack on Persia. The Dionia sports competition will be held next month. Not only will it not take up most of the kingdom's energy, but it will also boost the confidence of the people because of the success of the competition. Moreover, after 5 years of rest, the kingdom has sufficient food, resources, and soldiers, and has complete control over the Greek alliance. Thessaly has also integrated into the kingdom, so our sphere of influence extends across the Aegean Sea to the east, all the way to the coast of Asia Minor. With such a great strategic advantage, we should seize this great opportunity to attack Persia. Persia is not Carthage or Greece. It is a vast kingdom with a large population. Even though its national power has declined due to the war, compared to it, Dionia is still like a wolf facing a sick cow. It is not easy to defeat such a kingdom. Has the Ministry of Military Affairs drawn up a detailed attack plan? Assist's question was more like an invitation for the military minister to explain further. Of course. Chief of Staff Printos took the opportunity to stand up and explained, "Your Majesty. My lords. Since the attack on Persia proposal was rejected last year, the Ministry of Military Affairs has been further exploring how to defeat Persia. Through intelligence collection and many simulated battlefield simulations, the Ministry of Military Affairs finally drew up an attack plan, and its general strategy is, Printos cleared his throat to make his pronunciation clearer. Take full advantage of the chaotic situation in Asia Minor and send an army of about 50,000 to attack the western part of Asia Minor. This army may not be made up of all the citizens of Ionia. The kingdom is the leader of the Greek alliance, so we can mobilize the Greek allies and form a coalition army under the slogan of Revenge on Persia to attack the western part of Asia Minor. Greece, especially the Ionian city-states, are very close to Asia Minor, which will make it easier for us to transport food. In addition, it will also help us to quickly gain the support of the Greek city-states along the coast of Asia Minor. During the battle against the rebels in Asia Minor a few years ago, the king of Persia had promised the Greek city-states along the coast of Asia Minor that he was willing to give them more autonomy, so these city-states basically remained neutral and did not support the rebels. Printos continued, but according to the latest intelligence, the king of Persia did not fulfill his promise. Therefore, these city-states have a lot of complaints. The Greek coalition army in Asia Minor will most likely receive their support. More than 20 years ago, Agesilaus led the Sparta coalition army, which consisted mainly of mercenaries, to conquer the western part of Asia Minor. Now, the situation in Asia Minor is more favorable to the kingdom. Our coalition army will be more invincible when we attack Asia Minor. Wait a minute, I think there's a problem here. Bagul could not help but interrupt. I've seen the map of Persia. The territory of Asia Minor is very vast, and most of it is mountainous. Even if we have the upper hand in the beginning, as the army advances eastward, the food supply will be a big problem. The land transportation line is too long, and the sea transportation, the Persia will not sit idly by. They also have a powerful fleet. They will definitely attack our transport team and cut off the sea transportation line. If that happens, our army will be in trouble. Lord Bagul is right. Printos replied with a serious expression, but in fact, attacking Asia Minor is only the first step of our military plan. The second step is also the most important step, which is to defeat and destroy the fleet of Persia. The kingdom and Persia are thousands of miles apart. In between them is the vast eastern Mediterranean Sea. If we want our army to fight in Persia's territory and not be troubled by logistics, we must control the eastern Mediterranean Sea, especially Persia's sea. Therefore, we need to gather the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th fleets, as well as the allied warships to form a large fleet stationed at the ports of Piraeus or Philai. Once the Persia fleet advances westward into the Aegean Sea, they will attack the Greek coalition army's transport fleet that landed in Asia Minor. Then, our coalition army can take the opportunity to launch a decisive battle with the Persia fleet. Once we defeat them, our coalition army can take advantage of the situation and advance eastward. Hacker coughed loudly and interrupted Printos. He then asked slowly, the Persia fleet is also powerful. May I ask, Lord Printos, why is the Ministry of Military Affairs so confident that our fleet can defeat them? Printos said confidently, Your Majesty. My lords. After repeated analysis and deduction, the Ministry of Military Affairs believes that the Dionysian army has the absolute advantage over Persia, not the Dionysian army. Hacker's words surprised some of the ministers. Printos answered confidently, Persia's main territory is inland. It has never been a nation that is good at sailing. Its fleet is mainly made up of warships and crews provided by Phoenicia, Cyprus, Syria, Asia Minor, and the Greek coastal city-states in Persia. Due to their complicated origins and great differences in language and culture, it is not easy to combine them into a unified fleet that is completely obedient and dares to fight to the death. This is why the Greek fleet led by the Athens fleet has always been able to win, even though it has far fewer warships than Persia's fleet. Our fleet, on the other hand, acts strictly according to military law. We have persisted in military training for a long time. Our tactics are flexible, and we fight bravely. Secondly, the Persia fleet has not participated in any major battles for decades. They are seriously lacking in naval warfare. In this aspect, they obviously cannot be compared to our fleet. Also, the main force of the Persia fleet is the Phoenicians. Printos glanced at Hacker, who was deep in thought, and continued, We had a naval battle with the Phoenician fleet more than 10 years ago. In the end, the Phoenician fleet that came to rescue Carthage was almost completely destroyed. But according to the information we received, the Persia fleet did not learn from this failure. For the past 10 years, their naval tactics have not changed much, and their warships have not improved much. On the other hand, several of our fleets had been using the Persians as an imaginary enemy for the past few years and had been conducting targeted training. Not only that, we had also worked together with the Dionysia Academy and the shipyards to improve our warships. Since we had about the same number of warships as the Persians, the well-prepared Royal Navy had the absolute advantage. The only shortcoming is that the main base of the Persia fleet is too far away from us. So, we have to rely on the Greek allied forces to attack in the west of Asia Minor to lure the Persia fleet into the Aegean Sea, and then completely defeat them. Printos waved his fist, and his voice became excited. The victorious Kingdom Navy can seize the opportunity when the strength of the Persia Navy is greatly weakened. They can continue to advance eastward, or use Egypt as a temporary naval base, or capture Cyprus with the support of Egypt. They can completely seal off the coast of Syria and Carthage. Egypt is very important to us. We must maintain its friendship with the kingdom and ensure the stability of its domestic order. Once we control the eastern Mediterranean, the kingdom can send its main force of more than 10 legions eastward without any worries. They can dock in Egypt or land in Canaan. They can conquer Phoenicia and Syria, enter Mesopotamia, and go straight to Babylon. If the Persia army is still fighting with the Greek allied forces in Asia Minor, it will not be able to make it back in time. Even if the main force of the Egyptian army is not sent to Asia Minor and can intercept it in time, we still have to worry about whether the Greek allied forces will circle to its rear from the north and form a pincer attack with the main force of the kingdom. Under such a disadvantageous situation, the Persia army basically has no chance of winning against our army in a decisive battle with the morale of our army. The Persia may also choose not to fight with our army and choose to defend Babylon. Assists reminded, I heard that Babylon is a huge city with unusually tall and strong walls, and the wide Euphrates River as a barrier. It is not a city that can be conquered in a short period of time. If the siege continues for too long, our food supplies will be tight, and the Persia may also recover, which will lead to a change in this situation that is not in our favor. Lord assists, you are right. If the Persia adopts a defensive strategy, it will indeed cause more trouble for us. After responding tactfully, Printos changed the topic. However, it will cause more trouble for the Persia. Although Persia is a large country with a vast land, it is not like a kingdom that can effectively govern various regions. Its rule is not too firm, and many regions rely on the local races to take care of themselves. Therefore, there was the independence of Egypt, the riots of the Dukia people, and then the rebellion of Asia Minor. Artaxerxes did not do a good job in suppressing them, so his prestige is not high, and the nobles and the people are not very convinced. Once our army enters the heart of Persia, the Mesopotamian plain, the Persia army will hide behind the high walls and watch us destroy villages and farmlands. This will definitely make the local people disappointed in Artaxerxes, which may lead to a new rebellion and division. Only by gathering his army and defeating us can he regain the trust of the Persia people. Therefore, I think a decisive battle is inevitable. Printos roughly explained the plan drawn up by the Ministry of Military Affairs. The hall was silent. The ministers looked at each other, silently communicating with their eyes, but no one spoke. After a while, the Dever spoke. Clotokatax, what do you think of the plan of the Ministry of Military Affairs? A few years ago, in Greece, Printos actively assisted Clotokatax and finally won the war. Since then, the two had established a friendship, and they often met after returning to Turin. But at this time, the consul of the kingdom glanced at Printos, then faced his father and said calmly, Your Majesty, the plan made by the Ministry of Military Affairs sounds very reasonable. We have a great advantage over Persia, and if we carry out this plan, it will be very easy for us to win. However, fighting a war thousands of miles away means a great risk in itself. Whether it is the transportation of military supplies or the transmission of information, it will be more difficult than before. Moreover, we are attacking a large country with a vast territory. Whether it is the generals or the soldiers, it is a completely unfamiliar land. The situation there is complicated, and accidents may happen at any time. Just like during the war in Greece, we initially hoped to minimize the hatred of the Greek city-states. Starting from Sparta, we will conquer the powerful city-states one by one, and finally control the whole of Greece. Unexpectedly, the Greek city-states quickly united and formed the Greek alliance to fight against us, forcing us to invest more troops, thus rapidly expanding the war. At that time, the kingdom was able to change the plan in time and make the right response because Greece was very close to us. But now, Persia is too far away from us. Perhaps by the time we receive the news and discuss the contingency plan, the army in Persia will encounter new difficulties, or even fail. And once they fail, they will face the danger of annihilation. Therefore, I think we should be cautious when using troops against Persia. In addition, although the political situation in the kingdom is relatively stable, Master Hacker has just said that the Gauls in the north are a threat to our territory, and the natives in the north of Iberia also occasionally attack our territory in the south. The natives in the mountains on the east coast of the Adriatic Sea are also threatening the safety of our Thessaly region and the Greek allies. There are still so many unsafe factors within the kingdom's sphere of influence. In other words, there are still so many lands near the kingdom that we need to conquer in order to ensure the peace and security of the people of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. We should first focus on doing this, and not be tempted by the wealth of Persia. Even if we defeat the army of Persia, it will be difficult to conquer the people there and integrate them into the kingdom, because they are a powerful race that is completely different from us. They have a culture and glory that does not belong to us. They will not be willing to be ruled by us. Perhaps we need to invest a lot of manpower and material resources to maintain our rule in Persia, but is it worth it? After all, the foundation of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia is in the Western Mediterranean, in Italy. Well said. The foundation of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia is in the Western Mediterranean, in Italy. The Devers did not show any dissatisfaction because of his son's opposition to launching a war against Persia. Instead, he laughed and looked at his son with relief in his eyes. Clotocatax, I hope you remember what you just said, and let your descendants remember it in the future. Focus on governing the Western Mediterranean, so that the Holy Kingdom of Dionia can be at peace for a long time. Yes, Your Majesty. Clotocatax responded respectfully. But if Dionia wants to attack Persia, it's not because of its wealth and land, but because it wants to take the initiative. It wants to seize the favorable opportunity when Persia's national strength is weak and completely defeat it. At that time, according to the situation, we can either support a few puppets in Persia, or split it into multiple countries to reduce the threat to the kingdom. Compared to directly annexing the land, these methods should be more effective and less laborious. The Devers said calmly, as for the difficulties you mentioned about attacking Persia, which war in the past that Dionia has experienced did not have difficulties and accidents. It's just that the difficulty of facing Persia is greater. Why is it that our Dionysia is able to win and defeat our opponents every single time? It's because we attach great importance to each opponent. We have meticulous planning and preparation, so we have more advantages. Since the establishment of the kingdom, Persia is the only strong enemy left in the entire Mediterranean. Artaxerxes and I both know that there will be a war between the two sides, so he instigated the Greek city-states to unite against us. When the rebellion broke out in Asia Minor, I had thought of sending troops to attack Persia. But at that time, the war in Greece had just ended, and we had consumed a lot of military supplies. The Greek alliance had just been established and needed to be consolidated, and Thessaly had just been conquered and needed time to digest. So I had to give up this idea. But the Ministry of Military Affairs has always been targeting Persia. In recent years, it has been conducting military training and improving weapons and equipment for Persia, which has accumulated many advantages over Persia today. Therefore, the plan to attack Persia can no longer be delayed. I believe that with Hades' blessing, we will definitely be victorious in the end. After hearing the Devers' words, Sitaram understood everything. Sure enough, it was His Majesty the Devers' idea to attack Persia. He just asked the Ministry of Military Affairs to propose it. He might have even discussed it with Bagul and the assists beforehand and put on a show in the palace hall. Sidoram glanced at Olivers and Printos, then at Bagul and assists. He then lowered his eyes and remained silent. At this moment, the Devers let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "Yesterday, I went to visit Amintas. Because of his old injuries, he could no longer sit up. He could only lie on the bed and talk to me. He told me a lot about the past, especially about his adventure in Persia. He said, from a refugee with nothing, he became an important minister of a powerful kingdom in the Mediterranean Sea. He doesn't have too many regrets in this life. The only regret is that he may not be able to see the Dionysian army attack Persia and retrieve the bodies of his mercenary companions who died in foreign lands. He will also be able to take revenge on the Persia who hunted us like cattle and sheep. Speaking of this, the Devers sighed again and said, Aminta's words touched me a lot. I still clearly remember that we spent a lot of effort to escape from Persia and rested in Byzantium. Burkos, do you still remember? You came all the way to Byzantium and wanted to hire us to fight against the Lucarians in Turii. I agreed. The Minister of Agriculture, Burkos, stood up shakily and said in excitement, Your Majesty, of course I remember. I heard that a group of Greek mercenaries fought for thousands of miles in Persia and successfully returned to the Aegean Sea. Therefore, I believed that as long as I could hire this group of mercenaries, we would definitely be able to defeat the Lucarians. However, the mercenary leaders all rejected my invitation. Just when I was feeling desperate, Your Majesty agreed to my request without hesitation and gave me hope. Who would have thought that this small invitation would create a powerful kingdom and change the power structure of the entire Mediterranean Sea? The Devers recalled the past and sighed with emotion. Yeah, no one can predict the future of the world. Therefore, the Sparta army and the Byzantines were afraid that we would accept the invitation from Turii and take the opportunity to rebel, so they made a harsh request. Unless we take off our armors, put down our weapons, and enter Byzantium naked, only then will we be allowed to leave by ship at the port. The former mercenary leaders blindly believed the words of the Persia generals and entered the Persia camp to negotiate with them. In the end, they were killed. Therefore, the mercenaries were very wary of them. I tried my best to convince them. That day, we put down our weapons and walked into Byzantium. However, we were humiliated by the Sparta and the Byzantines. The road to the port was really hard to walk. Your Majesty, I also remember what happened that day clearly. With tears in his eyes, Olivers gritted his teeth and said, They called us lowly bastards and told us to get out of Byzantium and not stain their land. Some of them even threatened that if we didn't run faster, they would chop our bodies into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Not only did they curse us, but they also threw all kinds of things at us. I was standing beside Your Majesty, and I saw with my own eyes that you were hit by a few rotten fruits. Your face was a little swollen, but you endured it. After we got on the ship, many of them were furious. They swore in the name of the gods that they would return the humiliation to the Byzantines one day. It was the first time that Clotho-Catax heard his father talk about the bitter past. He clenched his fists and was about to say something. Devers's eyes quickly glanced at Olivers and Alpines, who were both furious. Then, he looked at the others who had serious expressions on their faces and said in a heavy tone, It was these mercenaries who went through hardships and were despised by the people who came to Greece. They fought hard and created the powerful holy kingdom of Dionia. They are the founders of the kingdom, but we owe them an explanation, Mercis, Xpit, Xanthoparis. They have already left this world, and Amintas, Alexis, and Felicius. In a few years, they will probably follow in their footsteps. Do we want these heroes of the kingdom to go to Élysée with regrets? Moreover, among the Dionysian army, they are the most familiar with the combat characteristics of the Persia army, and they are also the most familiar with the geography and customs of Persia. Shouldn't we launch an attack on Persia while some of them are still barely able to put on their armor and go to battle? This way, we can solve the hidden danger of the kingdom and fulfill their wish. Elites of the kingdom, do you agree or disagree? Please tell us your opinion now. After a moment of silence in the palace, Clotho-Catax, Assists, Cypros, Antares, Hacker, Bagul, and the other ministers all responded loudly, Your Majesty, I agree that the kingdom will declare war on Persia after the sports meet. Good. 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 The Devers looked at the excited Olivers, Assists, and the others. He suddenly stood up and said loudly, Since everyone agrees, then the attack on Persia is decided. He paused for a moment and continued, I have read the report of the sports meet organizing team. The city-states of the Greek alliance that accepted the invitation will send their most important officials to participate. We can take this opportunity to convene a high-level meeting of the Greek alliance and reach an agreement with them to form an allied army to fight against Persia. I will leave this matter to you, to Pyrrhus, to arrange. Yes, Your Majesty. After deciding on the most important matter, the Devers looked at his son again and said in a deep voice, Clotho-Catax, the few problems you mentioned about the expedition to Persia, such as the distance is too far, the kingdom cannot receive the latest news from the front line in time, nor can they transmit new orders in time. In the face of complex situations, the generals do not dare to make decisions on their own, and so on. These problems are indeed worthy of our attention, but the solution to these problems is also very simple, and that is, I will personally lead the troops to battle. Everyone was taken aback. Sidorum blurted out, "Your Majesty, this absolutely cannot, why not? Ever since I came to Greece, I personally led the army and conquered Lucania, Crotone, Syracuse, Messapi and Puccetti, Rome and Carthage. I won one victory after another and helped the kingdom get through the most difficult period, gradually becoming stronger." Divers interrupted him with a stiff tone and said confidently, "Ever since I came to Greece, I personally led the army and conquered Lucania, Crotone, Syracuse, Messapi and Puccetti, Rome and Carthage. The upcoming war with Persia is undoubtedly important to the kingdom. It is related to the life and death of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and the rise and fall of the kingdom. Other than me, who else can undertake such an important mission and have the confidence to win the final victory?" Some shrewd ministers heard the hidden meaning in the Devers' words. Dionia was going to use all the forces of the kingdom to attack Persia, and there was some uneasiness in handing such a huge force to a general. What's more, after the victory, great glory would be added to the general, which increased the uneasiness. Therefore, it was the safest for the king to personally lead the troops to battle. Of course, Clotho-Catax was also aware of this problem, but he still suggested worriedly, "The environment and climate of Persia are different from that of the kingdom, and this is a 1,000-mile expedition, it will definitely be more tiring." "Your Majesty. Father, you are already old, and you should not undertake such a difficult expedition. Let me go on behalf of you." "Clotho." The Devers called his son's nickname and said with relief, "I'm happy that you're so filial. But I'm the same as Amintas and the others. I've been hoping for this for decades. Do you want me to go to Élysée with regret?" Clotho-Catax was stunned and did not know how to answer. The Devers smiled and said, "Don't worry. I led the mercenaries to fight in Persia for more than a year and never fell sick. I've completely adapted to the climate and food there. Although I'm old now, I've never stopped exercising and rarely get sick. My body is still in good shape, isn't it?" "Yes, Your Majesty. According to the comprehensive analysis of your previous physical examinations, the functions of your organs are almost the same as a healthy middle-aged man," Medical Minister Stesichotis said truthfully. "Clotho, did you hear that? Maybe my body is even better than yours." The Devers laughed and said in a determined tone, "Everyone, I'm already 60 years old. I've been in the army all my life and won countless victories. This will be my last battle. Let me eliminate this last strong enemy for the holy kingdom of Dionia that we've built together." Clotho-Catax wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he sighed helplessly. The ministers looked at each other and no one objected. At this time, Sidorum stood up and asked, "Your Majesty, you're going to lead the army on an expedition. How will the kingdom's affairs be arranged?" The Devers was prepared. He said slowly, "Consul Clotho-Catax will take charge of the affairs of the kingdom. You and the other ministers will do your best to help. In fact, this is how the kingdom's administrative office has been running for the past few years. I believe that after my expedition, you can do better." No one objected to the Devers' arrangement. Some even thought that 5 years ago, when His Majesty Devers appointed his son Clotho-Catax as consul and began to handle the affairs of the kingdom, he might have already had the intention to go to Persia. "Everyone, today's meeting has decided on the expedition to Persia. After this, we will have in-depth discussions on this and make some secret preparations." Devers looked around at the crowd and said solemnly, "But, in order to ensure that the sports meet goes smoothly, we won't announce it to the public for now. I hope that everyone will abide by the kingdom's laws and not leak this out." "Yes, Your Majesty." After the administrative meeting ended, the Devers returned to their office. Just as they sat down, Henoboris came in and reported, "Your Majesty, Aristyrus requests to see you." "Let him in." Aristors walked over slowly and bowed respectfully. "Aris, if you are here to ask me about the resignation you submitted last time," the Devers looked at him and said softly, "I will not agree to it for the time being. You have heard in the meeting just now that I will personally conquer Persia, so the stability of the kingdom still needs your help, and you still need to work hard for a while. What do you think? Your Majesty, I agree, Aristides answered straightforwardly. But I have one more thing to report to you. Very well, speak. Prince Phili of the Kingdom of Macedonia, whom you have asked the intelligence department to focus on, has been discovered by the intelligence officers in Thessaly to blend in with the Macedonian emissaries and is on his way to Thurii. Blend in with the Macedonian emissaries? The Devers' heart skipped a beat. You mean that he is not participating in the sports meet as a Macedonian prince? Even his mother and brother do not know that he has left Macedonia? They should know by now, Aristides explained. Aristides explained, then I received a secret report from Thessaly. Not long after the Macedonian emissary delegation left by ship, the Macedonian royal guards were searching for him in the city of Egi. I estimate that Macedonia will soon send another emissary to Thurii to find their emissaries and strengthen the protection of Phili. It is even possible that they will make Phili's identity public. The Devers understood that the reason why Aristides made such a detailed analysis of the whereabouts of a Macedonian prince was because he had some bad conjectures about the way he had asked the intelligence department to closely monitor this little Macedonian prince who had nothing to do with the kingdom of Dionia. In 369 BC, 25 years of the kingdom of Dionia, when the Dionysian army conquered Thessaly and established the new Hellenic Union, King Amyntas of Thessaly's northern neighbor, King Alexander of Macedonia, died of illness. His young eldest son, Alexander, succeeded to the throne. Soon after, a noble general in northern Macedonia launched a rebellion and occupied the area near Chalcidice. Alexander sent troops to quell the rebellion but suffered a defeat. The rebel army marched south and headed straight for the royal palace, Egi. The situation was so critical that King Alexander had to send a messenger to Athens for help. Macedonia and Sparta used to be allies. Alexander should have asked for help from Sparta, but he heard that Sparta was now under the control of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, and there were rumors in Macedonia that the king of Dionia had killed his father. The people were in a panic, and the young Macedonian king was also afraid. He had no choice but to ask for help from Iphicrates of Athens, because this famous general of Athens had a close relationship with Macedonia, and the former king Amyntas of Macedonia was his adoptive father. After Iphicrates received the request for help, he indeed made a suggestion to the General Executive Council of Athens. However, Callistratus reminded everyone that although the newly established New Greek alliance did not restrict its members from using troops against other countries, if Athens sent troops to Macedonia, which was adjacent to Thessaly, it would inevitably arouse the suspicions of Dionia. Therefore, it was best to get the permission of Dionia. Although everyone was unwilling, they finally agreed to Callistratus' suggestion and sent a messenger to the Council of New Greek Alliance in Thurii. When the Devers received the news, they immediately ordered the troops stationed in Thessaly to rescue the Macedonian royal family and repel the rebel army. However, during the time when the messenger went back and forth, the Macedonian rebel army broke through the city of Egi, and King Alexander died in battle. The queen, together with the king's two younger brothers, Paticus and Phili, fled to the south of the Gulf of Terma. The governor of Thessaly, Helos, sent a messenger to the queen of Macedonia to convey the goodwill of the king of Dionia towards Macedonia. The queen of Macedonia finally let down her guard and asked for help from Dionia, and was willing to let Macedonia join the new Greek alliance. However, the messenger of Dionia tactfully said that if Macedonia wanted to join the new Greek alliance, it had to obtain the consent of more than half of the city-states in the Greek alliance, which would take a lot of time. However, if Macedonia only formed an alliance with Dionia, just like the alliance with Sparta in the past, then the alliance could be signed immediately, and the Dionysian army in Thessaly could immediately send troops. The Queen of Macedonia had no choice but to agree to the messenger's request and sign an alliance with Dionia, acknowledging Dionia as her master. The border legions in Thessaly were immediately ordered to go north and defeat the rebel army near the city of Pera. After a series of pursuit, they finally captured and killed the Macedonian general who started the rebellion, and recaptured the towns that they had occupied. With the full support of Dionia, the Amyntas family regained their royal power, and Alexander's second brother, Particus, became the king of Macedonia. Throughout the process of putting down the rebellion, the queen of Alexander and the new king saw the strength of Dionia, and associated it with the enmity between the king of Dionia and Macedonia. So after a discussion, they decided to send their third brother, Philip, to Thurii as a hostage to show the loyalty of Macedonia to Dionia. When the Devers learned of this news, they very clearly expressed their rejection, and personally wrote a letter to comfort Perdiccas, saying, as long as Macedonia remains loyal to Dionia, then Dionia will always guarantee the long-term stability of the Amintas family in Macedonia, so there is no need for any hostage to maintain the friendship between the two countries. After reading the letter, Perdiccas was very touched, but he would never know that the main reason why the Devers did not accept the fact that Macedonia sent Philip to Thurii as a hostage was because he had some understanding of the history of the rise of Macedonia in his previous life. In his previous life, at this time, Athens and the Thebes had interfered with the political situation of Macedonia, and in the end, Macedonia surrendered to the more powerful Thebes. In order to ensure the loyalty of Macedonia, the Thebes forcibly took the Prince Philip as a hostage. It was said that after Philip arrived at the Thebes, he entered the military school established by Epaminondas to study, and he heard and witnessed the military reform carried out by Epaminondas in the Thebes, as well as the implementation of various resolutions in the process of the formation and integration of the Thebes led by Peropidas in the process of the formation and integration of the Piotia alliance. A few years later, because of the civil strife in Macedonia, this young man in his 20s returned to his homeland and usurped his nephew's throne. He used the knowledge he had learned in the Thebes to create a powerful new army. Not only did he achieve the unification of Macedonia, but he also made it stronger. After that, his son, Alexander, destroyed the Thebes who had once given Philip political and military enlightenment. The Devers were prepared for a rainy day. Of course, they would not give the talented Philip such an opportunity. As for the loyalty of Macedonia, it was not in the Devers' consideration at all. He even hoped that Macedonia would betray the alliance. In this way, after a few years of reorganization and integration with the Thessaly, Dionia could seize the opportunity to destroy Macedonia and expand its territory in Greece. This would also strengthen the kingdom's power in Greece. This Prince Philip is really worrisome. At this moment, the Devers said cautiously, regardless of whether the Macedonian emissary group wants to reveal his identity, since he is here to watch the sports competition, he is an important guest of Dionia. We must ensure his safety. Aristyrus stole a glance at the Devers and felt that his previous guess seemed to be wrong. He immediately said seriously, yes, Your Majesty, we will do our best to ensure Philip's safety. By the way, what has Ptolemy, the regent of Macedonia, who married the widow of Amintas, stepmother of Alexander, Perdiccas, and Philip, done recently? Your Majesty, I was about to report to you. Our spies in Agar have discovered that in the past 6 months, there have been merchants from Asia Minor entering and exiting Ptolemy's mansion from time to time. Merchants from Asia Minor. Devers pondered and asked, are you saying that Ptolemy may have colluded with Persia? Aristyrus said cautiously, in order to avoid alerting Ptolemy, the intelligence department did not further investigate the merchant from Asia Minor. However, the relationship between Perdiccas and Ptolemy has been very tense during this period. Perdiccas has publicly accused Ptolemy of taking too much power and wanting to be king, and Ptolemy has also publicly retorted, Perdiccas is childish, and his rewards and punishments are unfair. If it were not for his supervision, Macedonia would be in a mess. It is reported that when Philip sneaked to Thurii, Perdiccas once suspected that his brother was being held hostage by Ptolemy, and even sent his guards to inquire. I think if it were not for the protection of Dionia, the powerful Ptolemy might have rebelled. You are right. A few years ago, after our army helped Macedonia to quell the rebels, the intelligence department found evidence of Ptolemy's collusion with the rebels. This shows that he has long been ambitious for the throne of Macedonia, but he has been holding back because he is afraid of us. Now he dares to have a conflict with Perdiccas, and is no longer afraid of us, Dionia. Who gave him the courage? It can only be Persia. Devers said with certainty, and then reminded again, but your intelligence department only needs to send someone to monitor him, and you don't have to worry about anything else. As Devers said this, he was thinking in his heart, wouldn't it be great if we could solve the kingdom's only strong enemy and potential danger at the same time? Yes. After Aristyrus responded, he still had no intention of leaving. Devers could not help but ask, is there anything else? Aristyrus hesitated for a moment, and said softly, Your Majesty. I have a request. Speak. Devers was curious. The usually cautious intelligence chief rarely made requests of him. Your Majesty, I've never left Turai ever since I served you. This time, I hope that I can follow you on the expedition to Persia. Aristyrus said earnestly. Devers looked at him and was silent for a moment. He didn't know if Aristyrus's main purpose in making this request was to resign from his position as Director of Intelligence, especially since Devers had just rejected his resignation. Your Majesty, this is just a little selfish of mine. If I can follow you and share some of the glory of conquering Persia, the powerful eastern country, I can proudly tell my descendants when they ask me about it in the future. And if I go to Persia, it will be more convenient and faster to mobilize the personnel of the intelligence department, spy on Persia, and disrupt the domestic order. Aristyrus said earnestly again, you don't have to worry about the safety of the country. In fact, for the past 6 months, I have basically not cared about the specific affairs of the intelligence department. The specific affairs of the intelligence department have been specifically handled by Deputy Director Tratus, and with the full assistance of Secretary Maximus, the work efficiency of the intelligence department will only be stronger than before. Devers looked at him and suddenly laughed. Good Aristyrus, it's rare to see you speak so much from the bottom of your heart. In order to go out and relax, you don't hesitate to belittle yourself. You've already done this, how can I not agree? But during this period of time, you have to arrange the affairs of the intelligence department. Oh, and, when the expedition to Persia is announced to the people, you have to admit to Asuna that it was you who wanted to go, not me, ha ha ha. Looking at Aristyrus's back as he left, Devers was deep in thought. It seemed that Aristyrus had seen through his intention to replace the old minister and pave the way for Clotho-Catax. If I agree to let him go to Persia, then the important positions of the kingdom have basically been taken over by the young and strong ministers. Oh, there's also Sidorum, who has been reluctant to go. It seems that I have to find the right person to wake him up at the right time, perhaps because most of the residents of Crete were immigrants from Laconia. The political system of the city-states of Crete was somewhat similar to that of Sparta. For example, they all had the Council of Elders, the Assembly of Citizens, and the censor system. The boys of the city-states of Crete had to receive education, mainly military training, from an early age. Of course, due to Crete's narrow terrain and lack of resources, it was unable to unify Laconia like Sparta. Although the city-states had established an alliance, they still maintained their independence. Therefore, they did not have enough financial and material resources to develop heavy infantry. Instead, they focused on training archers according to the actual situation of the island. Read Web 5 years ago, after the Greek War broke out and Sparta was conquered by Dionia, the city-states of Crete were shocked. A few months later, when a large fleet of Dionia sailed around the coast of Crete, the Council of Elders of the city-states of Crete quickly made a decision: join the new Greek Union and surrender to Dionia. After the establishment of the new Greek Union, peace and tranquility were finally restored in Greece in the past few years. The citizens of Crete were no longer recruited by the city-states to be involved in the war in Greece. Many of the citizens of Crete were grateful to Dionia. The year before last, the king of Dionia announced to the public that a grand sports event was going to be held, and invitations were sent to the city-states and countries in the Mediterranean Sea. When the city-states of Crete received the invitation letter, the Cretans were surprised to find that archery was one of the events listed in the letter. In the past, the Cretans also participated in the sports held in Greece, but it was mostly the children of the nobles who participated. This was because their wealthy families could provide enough money for them to receive professional training in public fitness centers. The standard of the commoners was obviously far inferior to them. However, this time was different. Archery was a skill that the Cretans were good at. Since Dionia only gave a total of 5 archery spots to the city-states of Crete, the Crete Union held a grand archery competition. In the end, 5 of the best players were selected. Together with the players who participated in other events, they formed the Cretan team. In early June, they took a ship to Turai. As this time, some new rules would be implemented, and they needed to adapt to them first. Megachides, a 20-year-old young man from the city of Heraklion, Crete, won the championship of the archery competition. The people of Crete had high expectations of him, and he was full of confidence. However, when he arrived in Turiai and began to adapt to the venue, he discovered that the target used in the archery competition of the Dionia Games was not a human head target, but a novel circular target. The target was painted with 5 concentric circles, and the closer the arrow was to the center of the target, the higher the score. This required the players who wanted to win the championship to further improve the accuracy of their archery. When he first started practicing, Megakite's score was not high, and he was a little nervous. However, after 20 days of continuous practice, he began to adapt. At this moment, he took an arrow from his quiver and put it on the bowstring. He hooked the bowstring with 2 fingers of his right hand and slowly pulled back. At the same time, his left hand held the bow straight and slowly raised it. His eyes were fixed on the target 50 meters in front of him. When the bowstring was half full, his arm was motionless, and his breathing was steady. He unconsciously released his fingers, and the arrow flew out. 9 rings. The target reporting officer shouted in front of him. Megachide shook his head slightly with dissatisfaction, and his left hand rubbed his sore right arm. This time, I got a total of 26 rings with 3 arrows. After 4 rounds of shooting, it's already very good to be able to achieve such a training result. After listening to the target reporting officer's praise, Megachides did not feel happy. He unconsciously turned his head to look at the players who were seriously training on the other targets. Originally, he participated in the games with the mentality of winning. As a result, during these days of practice, he learned that many of the players who participated in the archery event were very good at archery, and most of them came from various regions of Dionia. As far as he knew, these Dionia players also participated in military training since childhood. Teenagers who performed well in archery would have special teachers to help them strengthen their training in this area. When they reached adulthood, the military camps in various regions of Dionia would conduct an archery test for them. Those who performed the best would be selected into the light infantry brigade, and the weaker ones would become members of the reserve team. Then, they would still go through military training year after year, day after day. Sometimes, they would follow the legion to the battlefield and participate in the battle. He once asked a player from the East Sicilian region of Dionia, and the player told him that the East Sicilian region had held an archery tryout 2 months ago. As there was no age limit for the archery competition, the number of participants exceeded 5,000. The whole tryout lasted for 10 days, and in the end, 3 players were selected after extra rounds. Each region of Dionia only had 3 places for archery. The number of people who participated in the archery tryout in one region of Dionia exceeded that of Crete, and there were dozens of regions in Dionia. The players selected from such a large number of people were naturally outstanding. Their performance on the training ground really made Megachides feel pressured. "One more round," he said in a deep voice. Although he was young, he had a firm mind and was not someone who could be easily persuaded. However, at this moment, he was a little hesitant. At this time, a shout came from behind him, "Megachides, we should go back." It was the official of the Crete delegation, the leader of their archery team. Speaking of which, it was interesting. In the past, in the various games held in Greece, the participants basically went to the venue on their own. Very few city-states organized teams to participate. But this time, when Dionia sent out the invitation, it requested in the letter that each participating city-state and region must have an official to lead the athletes to form a delegation and participate as a group. At the same time, Dionia would also make a medal table based on the number of awards won by each region and city-state delegation, which would be posted at the entrance and exit of each arena. At the end of the games, Dionia would give generous rewards to the top 3 regions and city-states with the total number of medals. This was not just a matter of money, but also involved the honor of the city-state and region. Therefore, the enthusiasm of the Crete city-state officials to participate in the games was greatly aroused. These Crete nobles, who had never cared much about the affairs of Greece, signed up to join the delegation and go to Turin. Due to the large number of people signing up, a running competition was held to select the leading officials. The person who made this suggestion had a good reason. The Crete officials who would lead the team to Turin were the role models of the athletes, and of course, they had to be in good physical condition. These selected officials could not perform their duties well at first. They only cared about themselves and did not take care of the athletes' daily food and daily life. When they arrived at the training ground, they even participated in the training themselves. Sometimes, they even had conflicts with the athletes. However, whether it was the training ground or the athletes' hotel, athletes and officials from other regions and city-states could be seen everywhere. Under the pressure, the Crete officials gradually completed their identity change and began to devote themselves to serving the athletes. The leader who was shouting was also from Megakides' home country. As a noble, he didn't pay much attention to Megakides, who was born as a commoner. But now, he was willing to help Megakides and the other Crete archers on the training ground. This was already a very big change. Of course, Megakides would not be ungrateful. He returned the bow to the target reporting officer with some reluctance. According to the rules of the sports meeting, for the sake of fairness, the sports meeting would provide bows and arrows during the competition, which was the set they used in training. The quality of the bows and arrows was obviously much better than Mecha's own bows and arrows. The more he used them, the more comfortable he was, and he wished he could take a set home. But he knew that a bow of high quality and exquisite workmanship like this was definitely not cheap. It was not something he could afford unless he could win the championship and obtain the generous prize. May the Hades bless you and let you get a good ranking in the competition. The target reporting officer smiled and expressed his blessing to him. Thank you. Megakides' heart warmed. Since he arrived in Turin, the Dionia people he met were friendly to him, which made him feel very close to them. He even had a good impression of the patron saint of the kingdom of Dionia, Hades. So he replied, "May the Hades bless you for a lifetime of peace." When he returned to the Crete team, the leader, Flax, said impatiently, "We have to hurry back to the hotel. I just heard from the management here that the Turin City Hall will implement a curfew in the entire city from this evening to ensure a smooth start of tomorrow's sports meeting. To avoid trouble, we have to hurry back to the hotel." Under his urging, the Crete athletes quickly packed their bags, left the archery range, and hurried east. Although the archery range was newly built to host the archery competition of this sports meeting, it did not cost as much money and time as the swimming pool and the racetrack. Because archery was an open-air competition, they only needed to build a wall around the archery range and place long wooden benches behind the athletes for the audience to sit and watch. It was built in the west of Turin, next to the Turin barracks. It was a bit remote from the city, but the roads nearby were bustling with traffic every day. Many people often entered the archery range to watch the training. But when the Crete archery team set foot on the road back, they clearly felt that there were fewer pedestrians on the road, and after entering the outer city, they frequently encountered patrols, which delayed them a lot of time. When they returned to the athletes' hotel, the sky was already dark, and the hotel lobby was lit with candles. Megakides, who was already sweating profusely, did not go to dinner immediately. Instead, they went to the hotel's bathing area. The athletes' hotel in the western outer city was built next to the La Mara Savone Arena. It was composed of a total of 4 large 6-story buildings, and in the middle of these buildings was the bathing area. When they first checked in and entered the bathing area for the first time, they were confused by the tedious procedures, but now they had completely adapted to it and enjoyed it. When Megakides came out of the bathing area, he felt refreshed and tired. Even the soreness in his arms had disappeared without a trace. If only there was such a bathing place in Heraklion. Such a thought came to Megakides' mind, but then he thought about it again. If that was the case, there must be a lot of people going to bathe there, and the cost would not be low. It would not be free like here. Sigh, the people of Dionia are so lucky. His envy lasted until they entered the restaurant. There was a row of tables neatly placed on one side of the restaurant. On each table was a large, wide-mouthed clay pot filled with steaming food: stewed chicken, egg soup, roasted beef, fried fish, roasted lamb leg, haggis soup, honey bread, sweet oatmeal. There were even wine, beer, and fruit juice. Every day, the hotel's dinner was so rich and delicious, and they could eat and drink at will without any restrictions. When the dishes in the clay pot were finished, the waiters in the restaurant would add more at any time. Many civilian contestants like Megakides had never enjoyed such food and such treatment in their lives. When they walked into the restaurant for the first time and heard the waiter say that they could eat and drink at will for free, they thought they had heard wrong. It was not until they confirmed that it was true that some people began to eat and drink like crazy. As a result, their stomachs were bloated, and they had to urgently call a doctor for treatment. Some contestants had guessed that this was a welcome banquet, so it was so special, and they would not be so generous in the future. Who knew that every breakfast and dinner after that was the same? The athletes' restaurant did not provide lunch, but the athletes were allowed to take some breakfast out of the restaurant for lunch during training, which shocked all the contestants. They almost suspected that they had come to the Elysium that the people of Dionia often mentioned. Dionia is so powerful and rich. It must be a blessing to be a citizen of this kingdom. It's so lucky to be able to participate in this sports meeting. After seeing the prosperity of the giant city of Turin and enjoying the various benefits that Turin provided to the athletes recalled the bitterness they had experienced when they participated in other sports meetings and felt that the Dionia Games were more valuable, especially when they learned from the waiters in the athletes' hotel that the Turin City Hall did not deliberately do this to please them. In fact, the athletes who came to Turin to participate in the rugby and football finals every year also enjoyed the same treatment, so they were more certain that Dionia was a paradise for athletes. Before the sports meeting was held, Dionia had captured the hearts of almost all the athletes. Everything that Turin had done was worth it, because it had achieved one of the purposes of the Devers hosting of the sports meeting. Athletes continued to enter the restaurant, and when Megakides came back with a wooden plate filled with the food he wanted to eat, the restaurant was almost full. "Here, Megakides." Someone waved to him. Megakides hurried over and said, "Sirithaus, you're back early." Sirithaus was also a young nobleman from the city of Heraklion in Crete. He had signed up to participate in the running competition of the sports meeting. After more than 20 days of getting along, the two of them, who came from the same city, had become friends. "I didn't train much today. I just wore the shorts they provided. I tried to run a few times, and it felt okay. The starting, arm swinging, striding, and sprinting were not affected." As soon as Sirithaus finished speaking, another runner next to him immediately complained, "I feel very affected. When I run, the fabric rubs against my thighs, and it's very uncomfortable." The sports meeting has always been naked, but Dionia insisted on changing the tradition and making everyone wear this thing. "This is blasphemy to the gods." Sirithaus glanced at him and said, "Since you are not satisfied with this sports meeting, you can withdraw from the competition." The runner said, "The competition starts tomorrow. It's not good to withdraw at this time. Come on, I think you are just reluctant to give up the free food and comfortable service here." Sirithaus saw through his thoughts and said half jokingly and half seriously, "Dionia is now the overlord of the entire Greek world, much more powerful than Sparta in the past. Even Olympia and Delphi have no choice but to submit to it. Not to mention wearing shorts, I don't think any city-state would dare to openly oppose it even if they asked everyone to wear Bolton's attire during the competition. And, think about it, Dionia allows women to watch the competition. It is said that the Princess and Princess of Dionia will be sitting in the audience during the competition ceremony tomorrow, so it is understandable that they want us to compete in shorts. I think you are hoping to be chosen by a Dionia princess so that you can become the son-in-law of the king of Dionia." His teammates snorted with dissatisfaction. Not only did Sirithaus not refute, but he also whispered seriously, "Unfortunately, according to the news I heard, several princesses of the royal family of Dionia have already been married. There is no chance. However, it would be good if you could be chosen by the daughter of a minister of Dionia. I say you should also work hard and try to stay in the kingdom of Dionia." Although women were forbidden to watch the Greek games in the past, anecdotes of choosing husbands through the games still happened occasionally, and it became a popular story. For example, the former tyrant of the Athens Games, Pisistratus, once asked his daughter to disguise herself and enter the games to choose an ideal husband. Sirithaus was handsome, tall and well-proportioned, and it was indeed very likely that he would be favored by the women of Dionia. The people next to him were also a little tempted and fell into a fantasy for a while. "It seems that you are ready to perform well in tomorrow's race." Megachides put the plate on the table and sat opposite Sirithaus. "Of course I will perform well, but I am not sure if I can advance to the next round." Sirithaus said these words in frustration, but his expression was very calm. "I have been observing in the training room these few days. The athletes sent by Athens Games, Thebes, Corinth, and Elis are very strong this time. Fortunately, this time Dionia has completely changed the way of the games, and everyone is not used to it. I still have a little chance. And even if I am eliminated in the 100M race, I still have the 200M and 400M races. If I show my face in the field a few more times, the chances of being chosen by the ladies of Dionia will be much higher. Megachides was a little dissatisfied with Sirothao's attitude of not trying his best to win, but focusing on how to win the hearts of the ladies of Dionia. However, Sirothao's was a noble after all, and he did not dare to criticize him, so he just buried his head in eating. I heard from the management of the stadium that Dionia will hold a grand ceremony tomorrow. It will be completely different from the previous opening ceremonies. I really want to see it as soon as possible. Sirothao's exclamation stunned Megachides. Yes, Dionia can provide such comfortable accommodation and sumptuous food for the athletes. What kind of surprise will it bring to all the athletes and the city-state representatives at tomorrow's ceremony? Megachides was also full of hope. The Hades Arena was the first arena built by Dionia. It was located in the center of the inner city of Turii and was the venue for the final of the kingdom's rugby and football finals every year. To meet the growing demand of spectators, it had undergone several large-scale renovations and expansions, the most recent of which happened 2 years after the King of Devers announced the holding of the games. Now, its architectural structure and appearance were very different from when it was first built decades ago. The entire arena was almost a huge circle, with a height of about 42 meters and an area of more than 15,000 square meters. It could usually accommodate nearly 60,000 spectators. It was not only a sacred place in the eyes of the athletes and fans, but also one of the architectural wonders of the Turii region. In the early morning of July 2, 365 BC, the 29th year of the Kingdom of Dionia, a bustling crowd gathered from all directions to the Hades Arena. At the same time, 69 entrances to the Hades Arena opened at the same time. Only one entrance was temporarily closed, and that was the passage for the members of the royal family. Ticket inspectors and patrols were in place. Even the Turii City Hall had applied to the Ministry of Military Affairs for the transfer of 4 reserve brigades from the Turii barracks to help maintain order outside the arena. Under the guidance of volunteers and guides, tens of thousands of spectators turned into a trickle and went to every entrance. Many spectators from all over Greece handed the tickets in their hands to the ticket checkers nervously. In the past, they never had to pay to watch the games held in Greece. This was the first time they had to buy tickets. They were both curious and nervous. With such a strange piece of paperwork, but for the spectators of Dionia, buying tickets to watch the games was a natural thing. They had been doing this for decades. Every year, Turii and other regions of the kingdom depended on the ticket money alone to bring a lot of income to the city hall. The tickets this time were made with a thick, fine, blue paper newly developed by the Kristoia Chamber of Commerce. It was almost impossible for anyone to forge the tickets. It took dozens of scribes of the Chamber of Commerce nearly a month just to write down the game, venue, date, and seat number on all the tickets. The ticket inspector mainly checked the authenticity of the tickets and whether the information on the tickets had been altered. After everything was confirmed, he would invite the spectators to enter the arena with a smile. After the spectators passed through the entrance, they had to go to the designated floor on the ticket, and then hand the ticket inspector at the entrance of the floor again before they could enter the auditorium. There were 4 floors in the Hades Arena, and the price of each floor was different. The first floor was mainly provided for the elders, ministers, VIPs, and citizens and heroes who had made outstanding contributions to the kingdom. There were no seats on the 4th floor, and it was the cheapest. Why is it so troublesome to enter the auditorium? Iphicrates found his seat according to the seat number on the ticket. As soon as he sat down, he began to complain. I thought the people of Athens were very calculative, but I didn't expect the people of Dionia to be even more stingy than us. I've never heard of charging fees to watch the games. Callistratus, who sat next to him, said a few words of justice for Dionia. It's understandable. They provide free accommodation and food to all the emissary delegations and athletes. It costs a lot of money, so it's understandable that they want to earn some money by selling tickets. I've asked the ticket inspector when I entered the arena, and the price of the tickets is not high. The cheapest one is only 3 drachmas, and the most expensive one is only 10 drachmas. The tickets for the emissary delegations are given by the City Hall of Turii, so there's no need to pay. Even the poor should be able to afford it. It's cheap, but look at how many people can sit here. After this game, Dionia can earn at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of drachmas, and how many games do they have to hold in the entire Olympic Games? Dionia can earn a huge fortune just by hosting the games. Iphicrates counted with his fingers, estimating the income of Dionia's games. Why, are you tempted? Callistratus said jokingly, do you want to suggest in the council to learn from Dionia and start charging fees in the future Pan-Athens Games? Iphicrates thought about it carefully, then shook his head and said, I'm afraid that won't work. Let's not talk about the fact that the Pan-Athens Games don't have a tradition of charging fees, and the people won't be able to accept it. Not to mention that our arena is open to the public, and it's difficult to restrict people from entering and leaving. If we want to build such a huge and complicated arena in Athens, the funds and manpower alone are already unbearable, not to mention the construction technology it requires is probably something we don't have now. Callistratus scanned the entire venue with a cautious gaze, and finally sighed, even if we build such an arena, the number of spectators it can accommodate far exceeds the number of citizens in Athens. The number of citizens in Athens is generally maintained at 4,000 to 5,000, and I'm afraid it'll take a long time to earn back the profits. Therefore, such a huge building, such a charging method. Only a big country with a strong national power and a huge population like Dionia can implement it. Iphicrates was silent. He was previously dissatisfied with Dionia. As the adopted son of the former king of Macedonia, Amyntas, he wanted to lead troops to help during the Macedonian rebellion 4 years ago. However, he was dissuaded by the General Executive Committee of Athens, and had no choice but to seek help from the leader of the Greek alliance, Dionia. In the end, when Dionia sent troops, his sworn brother, Alexander, had already died in battle. Moreover, after Dionia quelled the rebellion, they did not allow Macedonia to join the Greek alliance. Instead, they formed an alliance with Macedonia alone. Iphicrates believed that the people of Dionia had selfish motives. Neither he nor Callistratus had been to Thurii before. This time, as a member of the emissary delegation from Athens, they had truly witnessed the power and prosperity of Dionia, which was far from what Athens could compare to. Some of the thoughts hidden in their hearts had basically been dispelled. At this moment, he still said with some dissatisfaction, the key still depends on whether Dionia can organize the sports meeting well. Otherwise, no matter how good the arena is, it's useless. Callistratus more or less understood the mentality of his colleague. For a period of time after the end of the Greek War, he was also dissatisfied. However, as Dionia's position as the hegemon of Greece became more and more stable, more and more Ionian city-states, islands in the Aegean Sea, joined the Greek alliance, and Athens's path of expansion from the sea had been blocked. Due to the alliance with Dionia, Athens's trade channels had been greatly expanded. The domestic market was more prosperous, and the commercial taxes had increased significantly. The treasury was also richer, and the citizens were enjoying the peace and comfort. The situation had changed, and Callistratus had also given up on the idea of going against Dionia. He did not continue on this topic. Instead, he pointed to the side and said in surprise, "Look, Agesilaus is here too. I thought he would not participate in this sports meeting." Iphicrates looked in the direction he was pointing, and a look of sympathy appeared on his face. "He must have arrived in Thurii yesterday, that's why we didn't see him in the hotel. Speaking of which, he is quite pitiful. His son, who was seriously injured in the Greek War, died of illness last year. The Sparta people are all brawn and no brains. In the new Sparta government, they are no match for the cunning Pariasus and the Hercules who have the support of Massiria and Arcadia. Some of the Hercules of Sparta had migrated to the Tigia territory belonging to Mandinia, so they have a good relationship with Mandinia, the leader of Arcadia. That's why he still insists on attending the new Sparta parliament even though he's almost 80 years old. If it weren't for his constant travel, we would have almost forgotten about the Sparta people." Callistratus sighed. What a respectable old man. Agesilaus did not know that 2 acquaintances were talking about him behind his back. The reason he only arrived yesterday was because he was sick. As soon as he recovered, he ignored the doctor's advice and rushed to Thurii. How could he give up such a good opportunity to meet the king of Devers and fight for some benefits for the Sparta people? It was also to fulfill his long-cherished wish to visit Dionia, which he had been trying to deal with for decades, before he died. It was already dusk when the passenger ship arrived at the port of Turiai yesterday. Exhausted, Agesilaus boarded the carriage sent by the Turiai City Hall to the port to pick up the VIPs. He fell asleep the moment he got on the carriage and did not enjoy the scenery of the city of Turiai. Early this morning, when he was brought into the main arena of Hades by the guide, even though he had seen many grand scenes in his life, he was still shocked by the huge building. When he looked up, he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. He could only see the small circular sky above the tall building, but the boiling sound of the audience that was gradually filling up made him feel insignificant. He had participated in all 4 major sports in Greece, and he had even led troops to interfere in the holding of sports several times. However, this was the first time he had seen such a grand competition venue. While he was seriously looking at this special venue, a voice came from beside him. "Agesilaus, it's nice to meet you." Agesilaus turned around and saw the current military commander of Pyotia, Peropidas. The person standing beside him was also an acquaintance that left a deep impression on Agesilaus, Epaminondas. Peropidas was smiling. Although Epaminondas looked calm, he nodded to greet Agesilaus. Agesilaus' face twitched a few times. With a sullen face, he said coldly, "I'm not happy to see you." After that, he turned around and ignored the two of them. Agesilaus' reaction was not surprising. For the past few years, he had been regretting that Sparta should not have started the war with the Thebes. Otherwise, they would not have fallen into such a terrible situation today. Moreover, the 2 Thebes who led the Thebes to fight against Sparta for many years and even defeated the Sparta army in the Battle of Leuctra were the 2 Thebes in front of him. How could he be nice to them? Agesilaus' response made Peropidas feel slightly awkward. He laughed at himself and shrugged at Epaminondas. He deliberately said loudly, "I didn't expect him to still hold a grudge against the past now that we are in the same alliance." Comparing the current situation of the Thebes and Sparta, it would be strange if he could accept it, Epaminondas said softly. Before the war with the Thebes, Sparta was the overlord of Greece. There were garrisons in many cities in central Greece, including the Thebes. When the government officials of the Thebes met the general of the Sparta garrisons, they would bow and scrape like slaves to their masters, let alone the ordinary people. Who knew that after more than 20 years, the real Sparta had fallen to the point of extinction, while the Thebes, with the strong support of Dionia, not only completely unified the entire Pyotia region, but also vigorously developed Oropus and the port at Corinth Bay, promoting the maritime trade with Dionia, which greatly improved the shortcomings of the Pyotia region, making it the second largest power in the Greek alliance. The first was the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. After Athens dissolved the maritime alliance and lost the vassal states, it fell behind the Pyotia alliance in terms of land area and number of citizens. However, the number of population and the degree of development of commerce were still higher than that of Pyotia. However, because the Thebes had a closer relationship with Dionia, most of the Greek people believed that Pyotia was stronger than Athens. This greatly increased the power of the Thebes in the alliance, and also caused the status of the Thebes in Greece to rise rapidly. Now, the positions of Sparta and Thebes were completely reversed. Indeed. Peropidas laughed heartily. Agesilaus, who was sitting in the front row, heard the laughter and found it harsh, but he could only pretend that he did not hear it. "Sit down, don't block the audience at the back," Epaminondas reminded Agesilaus. He felt that it was completely unnecessary for his good friend to take revenge on Agesilaus. Since the establishment of the new Hellenic alliance and the Thebes unified the Pyotia region, he had voluntarily resigned from all his posts. If it wasn't for the invitation letter from Dionia to the Pyotia alliance that specifically requested Epaminondas to attend, he would probably still be living in seclusion at home. After Peropidas sat down, he looked around with interest and said excitedly, "In the invitation letter that Dionia gave us, they will hold a different sports event. I think this arena is very different. At least, the Greek city-states, including us, Thebes, are not capable of building it." "Yes." Epaminondas also sighed. "Do you remember when we were young and watched the sports event in Corinth, only to see the Dionia contestants being expelled? At that time, who would have thought that the Dionia that was humiliated by the audience would become the hegemon of Greece after only 20 years? They even invited all the city-states and countries in the Mediterranean to participate in their sports event. Now that you mentioned it, I remember." Peropidas said half-jokingly, I heard that even after Dionia became the leader of the Hellenic alliance, the foreign athletes from Dionia who participated in various sports events were still discriminated against by the Greek people. Therefore, King Dionia organized this sports event in a fit of anger, allowing all the races in the Mediterranean to participate. This is the magnanimity of a great country. Unlike our Greek city-states who are stubborn, conservative, and petty. Does the Greek city-states that you mentioned include us, Thebes, and the Pyotia alliance? Epaminondas asked calmly. Peropidas did not respond. He pointed to a spot not far away and said gloatingly, "Look, General Cleonion of Corinth is over there. I'm wondering what kind of mood he will be in when he sits in this arena. Is he worried that the Dionia sports event will surpass the Corinth sports event and become the most popular sports event in Greece? Not only Corinth, I think Elis and Delphi will be worried too. Look, aren't there messengers sitting there?" A voice came from beside them. Epaminondas immediately stood up. "Good morning, Lycomedes." "Good morning, Peropidas, Epaminondas. It's a pleasure to sit with you." Lycomedes waved the ticket in his hand and pointed to the serial number on the stone bench. He said with a sigh, "What amazed me the most when I came to Thurii was not the size and prosperity of the city, but the fact that there are so many people here, yet they are managed in such an orderly manner. Now, it seems that it's because the officials of Dionia are very serious and meticulous in governing the country. Think about it, even the entrances of the arena, each entrance has a number corresponding to the number written on the ticket, the stone stairs, there are wooden railings on the sides of the stairs to prevent them from falling, and the seats are carefully designed so that there will be no chaos when so many spectators enter the arena. This shows that their meticulous management has penetrated into every aspect of the people's lives. Yes, think about all the previous sports events where there were no conflicts because of spectators fighting for seats. As the motherland, we should not only feel ashamed, but we should also learn from Dionia with humility." Peropidas said seriously, then politely made an inviting gesture, "Lycomedes, please take a seat." After the Greek War, the Greek city-states did not benefit the most from the Thebes, but Mandinia. Not only did they obtain the fertile land of Tegea, but they also established the Arcadia Union with Mandinia as the main body with the strong support of Dionia, becoming a major force in Greece. Peropidas once said to Epaminondas in private in envy, "In order to establish the Pyotia Union, we, the Thebes, fought hard with Sparta for many years and sacrificed so many people." Mandinia, on the other hand, was only lucky enough to follow Dionia in the Greek War, and finally achieved this goal easily. Apollo is really biased. However, Peropidas, who was lively and cheerful on the outside but very proud on the inside, showed sincere respect for Lycomedes, because not only did Lycomedes propose the establishment of the Arcadia Union for the first time, but he had also worked tirelessly for many years, and because of this, he served as the chairman of the Arcadia Union for 5 consecutive years. The highest position in the Arcadia Union Parliament could only be held by a Mandinian. I just heard that Dionia is going to hold a different sports event. After Lycomedes sat down, he said with a sigh, "It's really quite different." On the first day of the games held in Greece, the athletes and spectators would gather in front of the temple and pray to the gods with the priests. Then, the athletes would stand in front of the altar, and under the guidance of the priests, they would swear in the name of the gods. But now we're sitting in the arena, waiting for the games to begin. Yes, that's what I'm confused about. Peropidas asked curiously, "Lycomedes, do you know what the people of Dionia will do next?" "I met the chief general of Myrcenia, Tisias, on the way here, and asked him the same question." "If he doesn't know, how would I know?" Lycomedes said with a smile, "It's good that you don't know. This way, whatever Dionia does next will be a surprise." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire arena suddenly boiled over with cheers and shouts. The two people who were talking still did not know what was going on. Epaminondas, who had been silently observing the surroundings, said loudly in their ears, "The king of Devers has arrived." The spectator stand for the royal family was not far to their right. It was a 20-meter-long, 5-meter-high marble platform with golden-laid iron poles. Above it was a blue and white drapery, and it was surrounded by majestic palace guards. At this moment, the Devers brought the 2 concubines, Christoia and Agnes, as well as all the children to the viewing platform. The sharp-eyed citizens of Dionia immediately noticed this situation, and they all cheered and saluted their beloved king and concubine. The Devers, who wore a golden crown and black littleton embroidered with gold and silver, smiled and raised their right hands, waving them gently to salute the audience. The cheers in the arena became even more enthusiastic. Suddenly, the audience opposite the royal viewing platform stood up, raised their arms above their heads, and then sat down again. Soon after, the audience on their right did the same. Human wave. Human wave. I want to play too. The second son of Crotocatax, the 6-year-old Cremedes, ran forward excitedly, but was quickly pulled back by Christoia, who said softly, "Don't rush, let's play together later." Sure enough, when the human wave reached the royal viewing platform, the Devers and their families all raised their hands, stood up from the soft couch, and then sat down again. Although there were members of the royal family personally participating, there were many non-Dionia spectators, so the human wave became intermittent. The Dionia spectators continued patiently. The second round, the third round. Finally, all the spectators were roused, and the entire viewing platform rose and fell like rolling waves. It was a spectacular scene. When the human wave was over, Parapatas still wanted to continue. He said repeatedly, "Not bad. This is a good surprise." While the VIPs in the audience were discussing the human wave, the Devers had already sat down on the couch, and said to Christoia with a smile, "From the situation of the human wave just now, at least 2/3 of the spectators are not from Dionia. It seems that the Turii City Hall has seriously implemented the decision of the royal palace." Christoia rolled her eyes at him. "It's not just the City Hall, the Chamber of Commerce has also contributed a lot." "Don't be anxious, I'm not finished yet, I'll give you a lot of praise." The Devers' face was drooling, and he reached out to touch Christoia's hand, but she slapped him hard, and warned, "This is a public place, don't mess around, it won't be good if the people see." The Devers said righteously, "What's wrong with that? To show the people our love, is to remind them to respect their own marriages, and love their wives. Don't you think so, Agnes?" As he said this, he took the opportunity to hold Agnes's hand. Agnes smiled slightly, but she struggled with all her strength, but she couldn't break free, and could only let her husband touch her. Eunice, who was sitting in the back, made a face as she whispered to her siblings, "Father is really thick-skinned." "Eunice, what are you talking about?" The Devers didn't turn around, but shouted as if he had seen it with his own eyes. "Ah, nothing, I was just telling sister-in-law that the human wave just now was very fun." Eunice hurriedly winked at Dido, who was next to her. "Isn't that right, sister-in-law?" Dido held back his laughter. "Yes. You're lying through your teeth, your daughter is like you." Christoia laughed and scolded. The Devers coughed a few times. "If my daughter doesn't look like me, who else would she look like?" "Eunice, I'll give you a task, go tell the people in front that the opening ceremony can begin, don't let the audience wait too long." "This kind of occasion should be announced by Big Brother," Eunice said hesitantly. However, Clotocatax understood the Devers' intentions, and said with a smile, "Eunice, you're the most popular member of the royal family in this arena, if you don't go, who else will? Moreover, your appearance will be a great encouragement to the women who are not from Dionia who are sitting in the audience for the first time." Hearing this, Eunice stood up and said mischievously, "Father, then I'll go, don't be jealous that I'm more popular than you when the time comes." "Cheeky, hurry up and go." The Devers looked impatient, but he couldn't help but tease, "Erex, what's wrong with you, didn't you discipline your wife properly?" Before Erex could reply, Eunice's almond-shaped eyes widened. How dare he? Avia finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Eunice gracefully walked out of the curtain and walked to the front of the royal stand, and as expected, there were even more enthusiastic cheers around. In the main arena of Hades, Eunice was more popular than the King Devers, and this was not an empty statement. As a member of the royal family, Eunice, who loved sports, would come to this arena to watch rugby and soccer matches whenever she was free, cheering for the players with the audience. In addition, Christoia's Chamber of Commerce had once taken the lead in donating money to the reconstruction of Hades' main arena in her name. She had also taken the place of Divers and Clotocatax, who were too busy to leave, to present awards to the champion rugby and soccer teams. Therefore, many spectators and players called her the goddess of the arena. Among the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, there were indeed a few women from the native Greek city-states. More than half of them were the wives of ordinary commoners. Because of their family circumstances, they had to work hard in the market to buy and sell goods or farm. Therefore, their status and power at home were much higher than that of the women from noble families. However, even so, they couldn't go to the various sports venues to watch the exciting games, and the games of Dionia gave them this opportunity. Therefore, they came with trepidation, and the eye-catching princess of Dionia standing in the royal stand was undoubtedly the greatest encouragement to them. There were also a few young Greek girls in the audience. As businessmen, their fathers brought them here to watch the games. Their purpose was to hook up with a rich husband and provide assistance to their future business development in the kingdom of Dionia. When these young girls first sat in the audience, they were very reserved, lowering their heads and not daring to look around. However, when they saw the women of Dionia shouting, they gradually let go of themselves. On the side of the royal stand, there was a lower platform on which sat the 5 hosts of the arena. After receiving the order from Eunice, they immediately raised a red flag and waved it in the air. When the spectators of Dionia saw this, not only did they stop their clamor, they also persuaded the audience next to them to keep quiet. After the entire arena quietened down a little, the 5 hosts picked up their copper-wrapped microphones and spoke in unison with the loud voices and tacit understanding that they had honed from hosting competitions for many years. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Hades main arena. By the order of the great king of Devers, we announce the official start of the games of Dionia. First of all, let's welcome the band. As the voice of the host sounded, the gate leading to the entrance of the arena opened. Nearly 100 musicians with various musical instruments lined up neatly and entered the arena. They marched along the edge of the track, playing the March of the Armies as they marched. Their entrance was immediately met with warm applause from the audience. Among them, the citizens of Dionia even clapped and hummed along with the familiar melody. The entire arena became lively again. Just as the band entered the arena, the king's stand also welcomed 2 distinguished guests, Plato and Xenophon. Since the surrender of Athens and the end of the Greek War, Plato refused the invitation of the Devers to stay and returned to Athens to continue managing his academy. Not only was he no longer reprimanded by the people of Athens, but the General Executive Committee also consulted him from time to time about the kingdom of Dionia. He also occasionally wrote to the Devers to discuss political issues and had always kept in touch with the Devers. After the conquest of Sparta, the Devers wrote several letters to invite Xenophon to teach at the Academy of Arts of Dionia, but he refused on the grounds that he was working hard on his writing and did not want to be disturbed and had been living in seclusion in Peloponnesus. This time, the Devers invited them in the name of the games, and the 2 of them gladly came. The reason was very simple: the 2 of them were not only sports enthusiasts but also participants. Plato was a good wrestler when he was young, and Xenophon was good at running when he was young. Later, after settling in Peloponnesus, because it was very close to the Olympia Games were always held, and he also participated in horse racing. In fact, in this era, Greece advocated strength and beauty, so Greek celebrities liked sports. Otherwise, no matter how knowledgeable they were, if they were weak, they would be despised by the people. The 2 of them were moved by what the Devers had said in the letter that they would hold a grand and unique sports meet, so they came. In order to show their respect for the 2 of them, the Devers invited them to the stands reserved for the royal family. As soon as they came in, they were attracted by the band that had entered the arena. What's the name of this music? It sounds like a good melody. Xenophon, like many of the Dionia's allies, was moved by the light and powerful melody and asked curiously. Before the Devers could answer, Plato took over the conversation. The Marching March. This is the song that the Dionysian army must play on the march. It was composed by the king of the Devers. Xenophon was surprised. I didn't expect the Devers to be so talented in this area. When Xenophon spoke to the Devers in private, he was still used to using the common title he used in Persia, and the Devers never minded. At this moment, he said humbly, "These are all inspirations from the great Hades, and it is the credit of the royal musicians that they were finally completed. The music is very nice. But to be able to gather so many different instruments and musicians together and play such a harmonious and beautiful melody instead of creating chaotic and noisy sounds, how did they do it?" Xenophon was not the only one who was surprised. Almost all the Greek people in the audience were surprised. Traditional Greek music was mostly played by a single instrument, and occasionally there was an ensemble, but it was performed by a few instruments and a few musicians. Such a large band and so many instruments, some of which were from other races that the Greeks did not know, played together was completely beyond their understanding of music. They were all curious, how did the Dionia people control such a large band and make it produce a grand, thick, and layered melody? Do you know Philoxenus? Plato asked Xenophon. Of course I do. He used to be the music poet of Syracuse. Xenophon hesitated and did not continue. Philoxenus was quite creative in the format and melody of musical poems, so he was quite famous in Greece. He had even published poems in the Greek sports meet. After he joined the Dionia, he made a greater breakthrough in musical poems. However, because some of his poems praised Hades and the king of the Devers, he was once publicly condemned by the priests of several holy lands and was not well received by the higher-ups of the Greek city-states. However, many Greek scholars privately collected his poems and carefully experienced his improvements in the format and rhythm of musical poems. Philoxenus is a teacher in the Faculty of Arts of the Dionia Academy. In addition to teaching students how to write poems, he also studies how to make different instruments play a harmonious melody together. I have seen him organize students to play music with my own eyes, just like this. Look, the old man standing at the front of the band is Philoxenus. The reason why Plato was so familiar with Philoxenus was that after he was expelled by the people of Athens during the Greek War, he took his students to Thurii and accepted the invitation of the Devers to become a teacher in the Dionia Academy for a short period of time. In addition to teaching, he also seriously visited other teachers and students to study the operating mechanism of the entire academy, hoping to learn from them to improve the teaching of the Dionia Academy. At this time, the band had already circled the arena and entered the center of the arena near the royal stand. They lined up, but the music continued. So that's how it is. Although Xenophon also had a collection of Philoxenus's poems, he had never seen him in person. He stared at the old man in front of the band who kept pointing at them with a wooden stick and said with sudden realization, to make such a huge band play a harmonious melody, we need a commander, just like the commander of an army, who is responsible for arranging the formation of the troops and arranging who attacks first and who attacks later. Only in this way can the strength of the soldiers be fully exerted and win. Xenophon was indeed a scholar who wrote on cavalry and was proficient in both literature and martial arts. He used war as a metaphor. However, it was not so easy to be the conductor of the band. Philoxenus had only achieved a small success after years of research. However, the Devers were not going to give any more explanation to dampen Xenophon's mood. Although the Olympia did not send a priest to participate in the training and selection of the referees of the Dionia Games, the Olympia accepted the invitation and sent a priest as a representative to watch the games because Dionia had promised that the games would not be dedicated to Hades. The Olympia's priest, Perseus, sat in the VIP seats with a critical and cautious attitude. When the other VIPs were amazed by the grandeur and liveliness of the main arena of Hades and moved by the performance of the band, he sneered at it. The games were the Greeks' respect for the gods and their love for sports. These sensationalist things were useless. At this time, he heard the host shout, "Next, let's invite the referees of this games into the arena." He immediately perked up. The band's performance also changed from the marching march to the hymn to Hades. Along with the quiet and solemn melody, more than 200 priests in white robes entered the arena in a loose column. The one walking at the front was a young man from Tulii school. He had a solemn expression on his face as he held up a wooden plate engraved with the words referee group. Behind the teenager was an old priest with a smile. When he looked at the audience, the Dionia audience in the arena suddenly became excited, its high priest Chaldas. 10 years ago, Chaldas was transferred back to the Thurii region as the priest in charge because of his outstanding performance in preaching in Rome. In recent years, because of his old age and lack of energy, Plazinas handed over all the affairs of the Temple of Hades in the Thurii region to him. Plazinas also recommended him as his successor. With the consent of the Devers, he would be promoted to a scepter priest at the end of the year. At this time, as the chief judge of the entire referees, he walked in front of the team. As the referees marched forward, the Dionia audience loudly sang the hymn of the various gods, because more and more priests were recognized by the audience outside the arena. The Greek audience was surprised that there were many priests who were obviously different from the Greeks among the referees. Through the hymn of the nearby Dionia audience, they learned that some of these foreigners came from the Temple of Hades, and some from other foreign temples, such as the Temple of Savone in Samari, the Temple of Mahala in Brudi, the Temple of Balaman in Carthage, the Temple of Diana in Rome. Although the Olympia had received a notice from the Dionia about the formation of the referees, at this moment, when Persia saw so many priests of different gods and races walking quietly and obediently in the same team, he could not help but gasp in his heart. He suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness of being isolated. Was it only the Olympia and the Delphi priests who did not participate? At this moment, he suddenly heard a Dionia elder next to him say in surprise, "That young man holding the sign seems to be the grandson of His Majesty the Devers, Christode?" "No, it doesn't seem to be him, he is. My youngest son is his classmate." This time, he was not selected to participate in the opening ceremony of the sports meet. He even cried when he got home. The heated discussion among the Dionia officials in the VIP seats naturally attracted the attention of the messengers from the Greek city-states. After Dionia became the overlord of the Greek world, they certainly had a detailed understanding of the royal family of Dionia. Hades Christode, the grandson of the king of Dionia Devers and the son of Crown Prince Cloto Katax. According to the primogeniture system of the royal family of Dionia, he was likely to be the next king. In the early days of the establishment of Dionia, when the royal family of Cynthia and Cloto Katax studied in the inner city school of Turin, the school was located at the easternmost part of the Krati River Delta, next to the Academy of Dionia. The population of Turin was not large at that time. The children of the citizens of the inner city and the outer city all studied in the inner city school of Turin. Therefore, most of the Turin people knew the royal family. When Christode was in school, due to the expansion of the population of Turin and the complete establishment of the royal family's prestige, not only was it difficult for the children of the outer city of Turin to enter the inner city school, but Christode was also protected by the palace guards when he went to school. Therefore, it was normal that most of the audience in Dionia did not know him when he first entered the stadium. When his identity was exposed and the eyes of thousands of people were focused on him, the young Christode inevitably felt nervous. Fortunately, Chalcidas behind him comforted him gently, "Child, don't be afraid." The audience did not mean any harm. On the contrary, they were happy that the royal family of Hades had a successor. "Listen, they are cheering for you. You should give them a smile and thank them." Christode's personality was more like his father's. In addition, his grandmother had taught him carefully since he was very young, so he was very particular when it came to treating people. Therefore, even though he was still a little nervous, he still held the wooden sign tightly and turned his head to the audience and forced a smile. The cheers of the audience became louder. Soon, he walked to the front of the grandstand reserved for the royal family. He could clearly see his family standing in front of the railing at the front of the grandstand. His kind grandparents, gentle father, strict mother, gentle aunt, Cynthia, relatively unsociable second uncle, Apox, childish uncle, beautiful aunt. They were all waving at him and smiling at him. Christide's second brother, Crimda, grabbed the railing with both hands and shouted excitedly. His lively second aunt, Eunice, even waved her fist and kept shouting, "Good job, Crimda. You're such a brave boy." Christide smiled. This time, his smile came from the bottom of his heart. This smile also took away the tension in his heart. He held his head high, chest out, and led the referees around the field, then stood in the center of the field. Just now, all the audience was curious about why the referees were pushing a wooden cart at the back of the field. On the wooden cart, there was a large bronze basin supported by a golden copper pillar. Now, the answer was revealed. The priests pushing the cart pushed the wooden cart to the center of the field, quickly dismantled it, and reassembled it into a small wooden platform. The bronze basin was placed on the wooden platform, which looked like a simple altar. At this time, the host's podium flashed a red flag again, and the audience gradually returned to silence. Now, let's welcome the athletes' delegations of the various regions of the kingdom and the participating city-states. With the host's excited shout, the band immediately played the victory march. The cheerful and joyful melody sounded in the field. The audience was refreshed, and they all raised their heads to look at the entrance of the field. The athletes who had been waiting outside the main arena for a long time finally entered the field under the command of the Dionia soldiers. Through the entrance of the band and the referees, the audience had begun to adapt to the novel opening ceremony of the Dionia Games. They began to excitedly guess who would be the first athlete to enter the field, and some even made bets. The answer in many people's minds was, the Turii region of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, because it was the center of this powerful kingdom in the western Mediterranean, and it was also the host of the games. It deserved to be the first sheep. But when the Turii youth walked into the field first, holding a wooden sign, and the audience could see the words on the wooden sign, they were all surprised. Arcadia Union? Why the Arcadia Union? Only some of the VIPs near the grandstand of the royal family could barely hear the host's voice through the noise. In order to demonstrate the principle of equality and justice advocated by the great god Hades in this sports meeting, the wise His Majesty Divers has proposed to the organizing team of the games to arrange the entry order of each sports delegation according to the order of the Greek letters of the names of the participating regions and city-states. The representatives of the Greek city-states suddenly realized that Dionia had actually implemented their promise in the invitation letter that all participating city-states, regardless of their size, will be treated equally. This made them more or less moved. Lycomedes, who was talking to Peropidas in a low voice, immediately jumped to his feet when he learned that the athletes of the Arcadia Union were entering the field. Completely disregarding his noble status in the Arcadia Union, he waved his arms at the athletes like the other spectators from the Arcadia Union, shouting and cheering for them. The city-states of the Arcadia Union did not have a large population and were not very strong. However, they were all Greek city-states with a long history, and they were very close to the 4 traditional games. Influenced by them, they had always been good at traditional sports. Coupled with the close relationship between Mandynia and Dionia, under the strong promotion of Lycomedes, the Arcadia Union had sent more than 50 athletes to participate in other competitive events besides swimming, horse racing, car racing, and archery. As soon as the athletes of the Arcadia Union entered the field, they were immediately shrouded in deafening cheers, which really shocked them. These athletes had participated in at least 1 games, but they had never seen such a large audience or such a glorious field. The cheers were like muffled thunder, rolling and echoing in the circular space. It not only shocked them, but also ignited their blood. The gloominess of waiting outside the arena was quickly forgotten. They also warmly waved to the audience, forming a good interaction inside and outside the arena, which made the atmosphere even more lively. When the Arcadia Union delegation approached the stand reserved for the royal family, the Devers and their family members still had not returned to their seats. There was another person beside the railing, and that was Edu, the wife of the late Adoris. They smiled and waved at the young man who was holding the wooden sign, and cheered him on loudly. The young man did not stop and continued to move forward, but his eyes were a little moist. The young man, who looked to be 2 years older than Christos, was called Enon, and he was Adoris' only son. After Adoris died in the battle, both Clotocatax and the Devers felt guilty, so they took extra care of Edu and her son. When the Arcadia Union delegation walked past the royal family's stand, the second team entered the arena. The word Argos was clearly engraved on the wooden sign, which made the VIPs of the league completely believe what the host said. Dionia did arrange the entry of the sports teams according to the alphabetical order, and there was no bias. Argos was not in a good situation now. In the past, it had been working hard to bring the fertile Argos triangle plain in the northeast corner of Peloponnesus into its territory to fight against the powerful Sparta. However, several city-states in this area, such as Mycenae and Tyrrhenes, were secretly supported by Sparta, and they had always had conflicts of interest with it. Even Creona, which was under its control, the host of the Nemean Games, wanted to be independent from time to time. After the Greek War, Argos surrendered in time and made some contributions during the siege of Athens. After many requests, it finally received the support of Dionia, and the unification of the Argos plain was completed. It was known as the Argos Plain Union. However, Argos was an oligarchy, similar to Sparta, and it lacked excellent political leaders like Peropidas and Lycomedes. In the past few years, the integration of the entire plain had been carried out in a simple and crude manner, which caused dissatisfaction among the other city-states in the area, and conflicts broke out. Therefore, this time Argos actively responded to Dionia's invitation and sent a team of more than 40 athletes, hoping to get the support of Dionia when they discussed the conflict in the Argos Triangle Plain in the upcoming meeting of the Greek Union. Although there were only a few Argos spectators in the arena, the passionate Dionia audience cheered for the athletes of the Argos Alliance like they did for the Arcadia delegation. However, the formation of the Argos Alliance was a little strange. The athletes of Argos with more people gathered together and walked in front, while the athletes of the Argos Alliance with fewer people gathered together and walked behind. There was quite a distance between the two groups, and anyone could tell what was going on. Plato, who knew the inside story, asked directly, "How does Dionia plan to deal with the conflict in the Argos plain?" This will be an important topic in the meeting of the Greek Union at the beginning of next month. When the time comes, we will gather all the main councillors of the city-states in the Argos plain for a discussion. Not only will we listen to the opinions of Argos, but we will also listen to the reasonable demands of the other city-states. The Devers looked solemn, and said implicitly, "We will strive to come up with a plan that is acceptable to all parties, and resolve this conflict peacefully." The people of Argos are similar to the people of Sparta. They are conservative and stubborn, and have a long and deep-rooted tradition of dominating the Argos plain. "I'm afraid they won't give in easily," Plato reminded. Originally, Argos wasn't strong enough. Although there were some small battles with the other city-states in the Argos plain, they could still maintain peace. Now that Argos has received strong support from Dionia, it has intensified the conflict in the region, causing the current tense situation. Dionia should be largely responsible for this. Xenophon criticized bluntly. "It's just some conflicts, not a war. The situation is much better than before, when there were frequent battles." "How can you say that it has intensified the conflict?" Plato defended Dionia. "That's just because the Greek Union has decreed that city-states that start a war will be severely punished, so they have been restraining themselves," Xenophon retorted. "Isn't this all thanks to Dionia? It's because of Dionia's establishment and leadership of the Greek Union that the Greek mainland has been peaceful for a long time. I'm not denying Dionia's achievements in this regard. I just think that Dionia's handling of the problem of Argos and the other city-states in the Argos plain is a little inappropriate. You have to know that Argos did provide some help when Dionia pacified the Greek mainland. Since Dionia could help Mandinia and the Thebes integrate their respective regions, it's understandable that they supported Argos. After all, Mycenae and the other city-states didn't provide any help to Dionia throughout the entire Greek war. But it turns out that Dionia made the wrong choice back then. You can't deny the rationality of the original decision just because the result is wrong. Besides, it's not a bad thing to make mistakes. Dionia can use this to make improvements. But I think that in the current situation, Argos still adopts the same oligarchic system as the old Sparta, and it's almost impossible for them to lead the other city-states on the Argos plain. The old Sparta was not an oligarchic system at all. On the contrary, it was a hybrid system of monarchy and democracy that had more classical traditional virtues than the other Greek city-states. This is the first time I've heard this, but I don't agree. First, let's see, is Sparta a monarchy? Alright, both of you, please pause the discussion. I assure you that Dionia will do its utmost to resolve the conflict in the Argos plains. Any individual or city-state that obstructs or tries to sabotage the peace process will be severely punished. Dives said solemnly, "I assure you that Dionia will do its utmost to resolve the conflict in the Argos plains." The Devers paused and continued, "Now is not the time to discuss political affairs. Let's continue to watch the opening ceremony of the sports meeting. Look, the third delegation has entered the stadium." Plato and Xenophon looked at each other calmly and did not speak again. They both turned their attention to the field. Although both of them were students of Socrates and citizens of Athens, they had both written articles about Socrates, reminiscing and promoting some of Socrates' ideas. During their studies in Athens, they had a good relationship. However, with their different experiences, their ideas and pursuits were very different. Coupled with the fact that they had not seen each other for decades, there was now a considerable distance between them. At this moment, the Devers felt a little regretful. It seemed that they should not have invited both of them at the same time. The third delegation that entered the stadium held up a wooden sign that clearly read, "The Holy Kingdom of Dionia, Africa region." Some of the spectators who came from northern Italy and rarely went out might be confused. When did the kingdom have another region? In fact, this region was only established last year. There were many Phoenician city-states along the coast of the Africa continent. They were originally transfer stations established by the East Phoenicians when they exploited the commercial resources of the Western Mediterranean. Their original intention was not to colonize. It was not until the rise of Carthage that these transfer stations gradually developed into towns. However, due to their original economic base, they were extremely dependent on Carthage's support. However, when Daionia defeated Carthage and took away several important commercial resources of Carthage, most of the Phoenician city-states had to turn to the Holy Kingdom of Daionia, which was more powerful and had a wider market. As time went on, the trade links between Phoenicia and Daionia became closer. With the prosperity of the former Phoenician city-state, Hadrumetum, as an example, some Phoenician city-states began to ask to join the Holy Kingdom of Daionia. After the Greek War ended, Daionia's strength grew by the day. Those with a discerning eye even believed that it would not be too much of a problem for Daionia to dominate the entire Mediterranean Sea. Under such circumstances, other than Phoenicia, Utica, and a few other major city-states that were still barely holding on, the other Phoenician city-states on the Afrikaans began to request to join Daionia. Therefore, under the instructions of the Devers, the Holy Kingdom of Daionia had one more region, Africa region, with Hadrumetum as its center for the time being. More than half of the athletes of the African delegation who appeared in the arena were Phoenicians. They had long heard of the Greek games, but it was their first time participating. Therefore, they were very excited about the novelty and were particularly active when marching on the track. Carthage's Sophocrates attended the opening ceremony. Sitting in the VIP seat and watching the scene in the arena, he had mixed feelings. Since Carthage became a subsidiary of Daionia, its trade had not declined but had become more prosperous. After all, Daionia had provided it with a wider market. However, Carthage's agriculture was shrinking rapidly. One of the important reasons for this was that Carthage had lost the inland land of Namibia that it originally occupied, and Daionia could provide it with sufficient food at a more reasonable price. This caused most of the people of Carthage to be involved in trade activities. It was no longer possible for Carthage to survive independently from Daionia. Influenced by the nearby towns, in recent years, there were also people in the city of Carthage who called for full integration into the Holy Kingdom of Daionia like the other Phoenician city-states. The Senate headed by him and the Court of Hundred had long reached a tacit understanding and did not respond to this. However, this kind of pressure was always there. He did not know how long Carthage's independence could hold on. The fourth to enter the arena was the delegation of athletes from the Wave River region of the Holy Kingdom of Daionia. After Daionia conquered Mountain Gaul, the entire area occupied by Mountain Gaul was designated as the Wave River region. It could be said that this was the most fertile and vast plain in the Holy Kingdom of Daionia, but it was also one of the most difficult areas to stabilize. It took Daionia nearly 10 years to gradually make the Gauls accept Daonia's rule. Among them, the governor of the Wave River region, Capys, deserved the most credit. Since the army of Daionia conquered Mountain Gaul, Capys was transferred to the Wave River region by the king of Devers. He had been in office for nearly 10 years, working hard for the stability of the Wave River region and the integration of the Mountain Gaul into the kingdom. Now, he sat in the VIP seat, staring at the delegation of the Wave River region in the arena, his eyes full of gratification. As Daionia had only begun to migrate to the Wave River region in recent years, the proportion of Greeks in the region was still very small. Therefore, most of the delegation were Gauls. They were tall and had messy hair, some had oil paint on their faces, and some were even bare-chested. Facing the audience, they would roar angrily from time to time, showing off their muscles. In the eyes of some of the Greek VIPs, this was a barbaric and untamed performance, but in the eyes of the Daionia spectators who were used to intense rugby matches, it was a performance of character, and so the cheers became even louder. The athletes from the Wave River region mainly participated in horse racing and car racing, and the next delegation was likely to be their competitors, because the athletes came from the famous pastoral region of the Kingdom of Daionia, Bruttii. After the Bruttii delegation, it was the delegation from the Campanian alliance that entered the arena. Today, the Campanian alliance only had Naples and a few neighboring towns left. The other city-states in the alliance had gradually joined the Kingdom of Daionia, and Naples' situation was somewhat similar to that of Carthage. The next delegation to enter the arena was the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, the eastern plains of Campania. This delegation was made up of a mixture of Greeks, Etruscans, and Samnites, and their strongest event was the javelin throw. Of course, they had to compete with the Samnite delegation. The next delegation to enter the arena was the Corinth delegation. But when they appeared on the field, most of the spectators were stunned, because there were only 2 athletes behind the young man who was holding up the placard. Compared to the previous delegations that had at least a dozen people, and at most 100 people, the disparity was too great. Although Corinth was just a city-state compared to the previous regions and alliances, it was the host of the Corinth Games. The citizens in the country advocated sports and were very strong in traditional competitions. Therefore, the invitation letter that Dionia sent to Corinth had given them quite a number of participants. It seems that the people of Corinth still have a problem with Dionia holding the games. I think if it weren't for the fact that Dionia is powerful and the leader of the Greek alliance, the people of Corinth probably wouldn't even send a single athlete, Xenophon commented gloatingly. The Devers smiled and said confidently, if the people of Corinth don't participate, it won't affect the games, but it will be the biggest loss for Corinth and Corinth athletes. Because the Dionia Games will become the grandest celebration in the Mediterranean Sea, and it will become a grand theater for the city-states, regions, and athletes to show themselves to the countries of the Mediterranean Sea. Am I right? Xenophon and Plato looked around at the thousands of spectators from different places and races, as well as the athletes who came from different places and races, and fell into deep thought at the same time. The polite Dionia spectators still cheered for the 2 athletes of Corinth, but the cheers were mixed with a lot of laughter. General Corinth, sitting in the VIP seats, was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Not only did Corinth send only 2 athletes perfunctorily, but he also deliberately came late. As a result, when they learned that the other city-states had sent many athletes, it was too late to inform Corinth to make changes. At this time, General Corinth still clearly remembered that when Member of Parliament Corinth, who was originally stationed in the Greek Alliance Parliament in Turin, heard the news, he scolded the Corinth Parliament in front of General Corinth for being a bunch of short-sighted idiots, saying that Corinth's efforts over the years would be in vain. What efforts had Corinth made? After the Greek War, Corinth saw that Dionia supported Thebes in unifying Piotia, Mandinia in establishing the Arcadia Union, Ales in unifying the northwest of Peloponnesus, and Agos in unifying the northeast of Peloponnesus. Therefore, it also asked Dionia to unify the Isthmus of Corinth. The Devers reluctantly agreed, but requested that Thebes must discuss it with Megara. There were only 2 city-states in the entire isthmus, Corinth in the south, and Megara in the middle and north. Although Megara was slightly weaker than Corinth, it was still a city-state with a long history and a good reputation in Greece. Of course, it was unwilling to be unified by Corinth. Since these 2 city-states had surrendered to Dionia in time during the Corinth War, Dionia did not favor either side, and the matter was put aside. However, Corinth still did not give up. Corinth, who were good at business, was indeed more quick-witted than Agos. When Megara firmly opposed to being unified by Corinth, Corinth quickly changed its plan and proposed to form an isthmus alliance with Megara on an equal footing. In order to gain the favor of the Megarans, the Corinth people also proposed, when merchants from other city-states transport goods through the isthmus, the taxes and fees collected will be divided equally between the 2 city-states, and the merchants from Megaran can use the towpath first, and the fees can be discounted. The towpath was a famous infrastructure project built by the Corinth people 200 years ago. It was a stone-paved road with 2 parallel grooves on the Isthmus of Corinth. There were special cars running on this road, and the wheel tracks corresponded to the grooves. This road connected the Gulf of Corinth and the Gulf of Saron. The Corinth people could first load the goods from the big ships on one side of the gulf onto the small boats, then lift the small boats onto the towpath cars, transport them to the other side of the isthmus, and then move the goods on the ships onto another big ship. This greatly shortened the voyage and saved time. The sincerity shown by the Corinth people gradually moved Mecca's heart. The 2 sides had already begun to discuss the establishment of an alliance. However, in today's Greece, it was not easy to establish an alliance if one wanted to. One must first obtain the consent of the Greek alliance. Member of the Greek Parliament, Corinth, was worried that the stupid performance of the Corinth Council at this sports meeting would anger the king of Dionia, causing him to no longer agree to the proposal of Corinth to establish an isthmus alliance. Just as General Corinth was regretting his decision, Megachides, who was standing at the entrance of the stadium, heard the thunderous cheers inside. He was already a little eager, because it was their turn to enter the stadium. When the Dionia official in front of the entrance saw the Corinth athletes walk past the royal stand, he shouted, "The Crete athletes delegation, enter the stadium." The Dionia soldiers in front of them immediately made way for them. The impatient Cretan athletes immediately followed the teenager who was holding the placard. When they passed by the Dionia official who was in charge of the entrance order, he encouraged them as friendly as before, "Warriors of Crete, hold your heads high and welcome the enthusiastic cheers of the audience." As soon as Megachides stepped into the stadium, the earth-shattering cheers immediately came from all directions. It was like the howling wind on the sea in bad conditions. The towering spectator stands surrounding them were like monstrous waves. How could they not be shocked when they were in the eye of the storm? No wonder the Dionia official called them warriors. It really took courage to be in such an environment. Even Megachides, who had always been determined in the Crete qualifiers, felt nervous at this moment. After all, the grandeur and scale of the Hades main arena were far from comparable to the previous qualifiers. Moreover, there were very few spectators from Crete here. Cerathis, who was relatively insensitive, did not seem to be affected much. He kept looking around and sighed from time to time. Wow, it seems that the rumors are true. Some of the spectators are really women. Look. The young woman wearing a white hat who is very close to us looks good. That woman in purple must be from a noble family. Cerathis' words gradually dispelled the reservations of his teammates. They began to learn from Cerathis, smiling and waving to the audience, and at the same time, commenting on each other. As they approached the royal grandstand, Megachides also jokingly whispered, "Look, Cerathis, the Dionia princess you want to marry is up there." Cerathis suddenly stopped talking, and his expression became solemn. When he walked to the front of the royal grandstand, he stopped and bowed respectfully toward the royal grandstand. It was not that none of the delegations that had entered the stadium saluted the royal grandstand, but they were all Dionia athletes, and they all did a chest-beating salute. Most of them were citizens serving in the Dionysian army, and the king of Devers was their supreme commander. Now, it was an athlete from a Greek city-state who was saluting the Dionia royal family with traditional Greek respect. Not only were the spectators surprised, but even the Devers and their families were surprised. "Your Majesty, it seems that your games have not officially begun, but it has already been recognized by some athletes," Plato said with a smile. "I think these athletes recognize the high prize money," Xenophon sneered. The Devers replied with emotion, "Since the establishment of the Olympia Games, the four major competitions have not only been popular in the Greek world for hundreds of years, but also widely spread among other races in the Mediterranean. Unfortunately, they have never been able to participate in it. Now, Dionia has provided such an opportunity for races other than Greece to participate in such a grand ceremony, and at the same time, it allows the excellent athletes of Greece to show their superb competitive skills to the whole Mediterranean. I think, this is probably the fundamental reason why the Greek athlete just now recognized the Dionia Games. I think the significance of the establishment of the Dionia Games is probably more than that," Plato said thoughtfully. "I remember that in the invitation letter that Dionia sent to various city-states, it solemnly mentioned, the Dionia Games will follow the fine traditions of the major competitions in Greece and request the participating countries to stop all acts of war during the Games and maintain a peaceful competition environment. Look at the athletes on the field. They are not only from Greece, but also from most of the city-states and countries in the Mediterranean. What does this request of Dionia mean?" Plato emphasized and said excitedly, "It means that Dionia wants to expand the peace of Greece to the whole Mediterranean Sea. What a great spirit! If it can be realized, it will be an unprecedented great achievement." "Plato, you are too excited," Xenophon said flatly. Xenophon said calmly, "Over the past few decades, there have been many conflicts during the sports meet. Not to mention that the Dionia Games is being held for the first time. To want to expand this Greek tradition to the whole Mediterranean Sea? It's just a saying, if you want to realize it, hee." The Devers' expression was calm, but his tone was forceful. "Dionia has always kept its promises. Since it dares to say this, it naturally has the determination to fulfill this promise. If any participating city-state or race violates this requirement in the letter, no matter how far the distance is, Dionia will send troops to punish them to ensure the prestige of the Dionia Games. Looking at the deep gaze of the Devers, Xenophon's heart trembled slightly. He still stubbornly said, expanding peace to the Mediterranean Sea. This is indeed a good wish, but don't forget Persia. Yes, and Persia. When the Devers heard this, he did not show any embarrassment on his face. Instead, he sighed thoughtfully. After Ceiretheos saluted, the Dionia audience cheered even louder for the Cretan athletes. Ceiretheos looked a little proud and said to his teammates, "Did you see that? The audience is cheering for me." Megakites curled his lips. He felt that the reason why this guy saluted just now was purely to attract attention. After the Cretan athletes' delegation entered the stadium, the athletes' delegations from the Crotone region, the Dauni region, the Thebes, Egypt. One by one, the athletes' delegations entered the stadium. The enthusiasm of the audience remained high, and the cheers continued. The entrance ceremony lasted for an hour. Finally, 79 delegations and nearly 3,000 athletes stood in the center of the stadium. A few envoys from the Greek city-states, led by the Olympia representative, looked at the densely packed athletes in the stadium. Their expressions were ugly. They had previously despised the idea of Dionia hosting the games. From the bottom of their hearts, they thought that it was impossible for an unorthodox Greek country, Dionia, to host the games. However, when they saw such a large number of athletes in the stadium, they could not help but change their expressions. This was because the number of participants in the stadium was obviously several times more than any previous games. This meant that the influence of the Dionia Games was much greater than they had thought. At this moment, the red flag was raised on the host's platform, and the host's powerful voice echoed in the stadium. Distinguished athletes, distinguished guests, we all know that in ancient times, Prometheus stole the sacred fire from Olympus and descended to the earth. From then on, we humans began to break away from barbarism and ignorance and gradually move towards prosperity and civilization. Fire also became a sacred object respected by every family and city. Even if people were forced to leave their homes for the sake of survival, they would take a cluster of sacred fire from the temple of their mother country and do their best to ensure that it burned on the way. Finally, it would be reignited on the altar in the temple of their new home thousands of miles away. Only in this way would they believe that the new home they built was blessed by the gods, and the civilization of their mother country would continue to be passed on here. This was the fundamental reason why the priests of the Greek city-states were spread all over the Mediterranean Sea like the stars in the sky, and they were still closely connected. Today, the Dionia Games will also be holding a sacred ceremony. The sacred fire in the main temple of the Hades of the Kingdom of Dionia will ignite the altar in the stadium. During the games, the sacred fire on the altar will burn continuously. The Hades will lead the gods to bless the games to be held in a fair and just manner, bless the athletes to achieve excellent results, and severely punish any hostile behavior that disrupts the games. Now, everyone, please remain silent and wait for the heroes of the Kingdom of Dionia to bring the sacred fire to the arena. When the Olympia representative heard this, he was stunned at first, and then immediately felt angry. Dionia had promised in the invitation letter that the purpose of this games would not be to please the Hades, but the upcoming ceremony to invite the sacred fire from the main temple of the Hades was a disguised use of the games as a sacrifice to the Hades. This was a lie. However, the Olympia representative did not dare to raise his voice. He could not forget the terrible scene of the Dionysian army surrounding the city of Olympia a few years ago. He was afraid of angering Dionia in public and bringing disaster to the Olympia again. He could only remind the representatives of the surrounding city-states in a low voice, hoping to attract their attention and protest against Dionia together. However, these representatives either said that the ceremony was very meaningful and worth watching, or they pretended not to hear it. Even if some agreed with his statement, they did not explicitly say that they would protest against Dionia. The entire venue gradually quietened down under the supervision and reminders of the Dionia spectators and athletes. Not long after. Dong. 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 The vigorous and heavy sound of the bell spread to the main arena, making the Dionia people look even more solemn. At the place where the bell rang, the Hill of the Gods was now surrounded by many devout believers of the Hades. When the ninth bell rang, the senile Plesinus walked out of the main temple shakily, holding the torch lit by the sacred fire in his hand. All of them devoutly sang the hymn of the Hades. The entire inner city was immediately immersed in the light and melodious hymn. At this moment, Sicarion, who was wearing a pure white unlined shirt, came forward with a solemn expression. Plesinus said gently, "General, please take it." Sicarion did not say much. He just nodded his head and solemnly took the burning torch with both hands. Then, he turned and ran down the mountain. The tourists stood densely on both sides of the road, forming a human corridor that led directly to the main arena. As they sang, they excitedly watched Sicarion run forward with the torch in his hand. Soon, Sicarion reached the foot of the mountain and handed the torch to Tegetus, who was waiting for him. Tegetus then continued to run to the next torchbearer. The main temple of the Hades was about 6 miles away from the main arena. Even if the torchbearers ran at full speed, it would still take them some time to get there. The hosts in the arena used this time to introduce the heroic deeds of the torchbearers to the audience who could not see the torch relay. The heroic deeds of the torchbearers were, in fact, the history of Dionia's rise from a weak to a strong one. The Dionia audience who were reliving the history of Dionia felt their blood boiling. It also made the foreign people, ambassadors, and athletes who heard the story for the first time sigh. The last hero to enter the arena with a torch was Brutus Marx. He had been a native of Rome and had become a citizen of Dionia. In the Greek war that broke out in 24 BC, 370 BC, the Dionysian army and the Sparta-allied forces fought a decisive battle on the Tegea plain. Due to the sudden rebellion of the Tegeans, the First Legion, as the main attacking force, was attacked by the Sparta-allied forces from both the front and the back. The situation was very critical, but the soldiers of the First Legion fought bravely and withstood the fierce attacks of the Sparta warriors. They held on until the arrival of reinforcements and finally reversed the situation. However, the First Legion suffered heavy losses. When the battlefield was cleaned up after the battle, the medical staff unexpectedly found that Marx was still breathing. The platoon leader of the First Legion was at the forefront of the battle. All the soldiers of the platoon had died bravely in battle, and the platoon leader had fallen in the center of the phalanx, next to the platoon flag. Around him lay a circle of Sparta warriors. He was bathed in blood and had fallen into a coma. Even his limbs were incomplete. After many rescues by the doctors, and with the blessing of Hades, he finally came back to life. When His Majesty the Devers heard of his deeds, he was very moved and immediately appointed him as the hero of the kingdom. However, his injuries were too serious. Even if the triumphant return of the war was held a year later, he could not attend. But today, he will hold the torch in his hand and use the holy fire to light the altar in the arena. This is to remind the audience not to forget that it was the blood and sacrifice of the Dionia soldiers on the battlefield that gave rise to the establishment of the Greek Union. That gave rise to peace in Greece. That gave rise to today's grand sports celebration. Therefore, we should sincerely thank brave warriors like Max. Having rehearsed several times in advance, the experienced hosts controlled the time very well. So not long after they finished speaking, a figure appeared at the entrance of the arena. Brutus Marques used to be a handsome young man in Rome. He was only in his 30s now, but he looked nothing like he did in the past. The left side of his face looked like it had been bitten by something. A large part of it was missing. Even his left eye was gone. His right hand was missing from his shoulder. His left leg seemed to be shorter. He limped a lot when he ran. He looked quite scary. But the audience of Dionia all stood up and applauded him with all their might. Nearly half of the audience of Dionia were Turii. Almost all of them burst into tears. When they saw Marx, they could not help but think of their loved ones who had died or been injured in the Greek war. This scene moved the emissaries of the Greek city-states. They stood up and applauded. Epaminondas sighed. The kingdom of Dionia admires its citizens who fight bravely. How can their citizens not fight bravely? This is the fundamental reason why the Dionysian army is so strong. After seeing this, we should feel more at ease. Lycomedes also sighed. Because as long as Dionia remains strong, the Greek Union can survive for a long time. Among the few who did not stand up to applaud, the most obvious was Agesilaus. That was because the Spartan warriors seemed to have become evil beings in the host's speech. However, Agesilaus, who was already 70 years old, did not feel any anger. He was very clear that the rise and fall of a city-state had always been determined by the victors. If the Battle of Tegea was said to be won by Sparta, it might be a different situation today. However, it was precisely because there were countless Delian soldiers like Max who fought bravely that the military plan that he had drawn up with all his might ultimately failed. Therefore, he silently looked at the figure staggering on the racetrack. His emotions were rather complicated. The Devers and their families stood up as well. They all looked solemn as they applauded silently. Christoia, Cynthia, and a few other women had tears in their eyes. Even Dui's voice was choked with emotion. Plato and Xenophon, who had been debating incessantly, tactfully remained silent. They had long known that the Devers' adopted son, Adorus, had died in the Battle of Tegea. Clearly, this torchbearer who entered the racetrack had caused the Dionia royal family to recall that painful past. At this moment, Marx was in a terrible state. Not only was his body crippled, his body was also riddled with scars under his white shirt. The two most important injuries were that his left and right lungs had been pierced by the spears of the Sparta warriors, greatly reducing the function of his lungs. If he moved for a long period of time, he would feel a lack of air and find it hard to support himself. When the preparatory team discovered this problem, they had considered changing the candidate, but Marx had repeatedly promised Clotho-Catax that he would definitely complete the task. After several rehearsals, he had indeed persevered. Be it due to political or personal reasons, Clotho-Catax would not change the candidate to light the sacred flame on the altar. But today was different from the usual rehearsals. Tens of thousands of spectators were watching him, accompanied by thunderous applause. Max, who had been living a life worse than death for the past few years, felt the passion in his heart ignite. Yes, he carried the hopes of the families of the hundreds and thousands of comrades who died at Tegea. He ignited the sacred fire and let their brave souls be praised by the people of the Mediterranean Sea. His heart was beating violently, and his footsteps unconsciously quickened. The exhaustion in his body had clearly exceeded the usual rehearsals. Marx was a little out of breath. His vision was dark, and his body was swaying uncontrollably as if he would fall with every step. Hold on, Marx, you must hold on. Your comrades are watching you from the Élysée, waiting for the great moment when you light the sacred flame. There are only a few dozen meters left, hold on. Marx kept cheering himself on, suppressing the nervousness in his heart. At this time, the whole venue suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the swaying torchbearer on the track. The distance of a few dozen meters seemed short, but it felt like a long time to him. Even the Devers could not help but grab the railing of the stands. Clotho-Catax's worry was written all over his face. So far, everything had been going smoothly for the opening ceremony, but if Marx fell or the sacred flame was extinguished, all the previous efforts would be in vain, and the innovative opening ceremony of the Dionia Games would become a laughingstock. However, at this moment, Clotho-Catax didn't regret his choice of Max as the candidate to ignite the altar. In order to encourage him and himself, he even cursed from the bottom of his heart, for the fallen brothers of the First Legion. For my big brother. Marx, you better *King hold on. The prayers of the tens of thousands of Dionia spectators did not seem to have any effect. Marx's body swayed even more violently. Just when everyone could not bear to watch any more, the young man who was standing at the front of the referees suddenly handed the wooden sign to Chalcidas, who was behind him, and then quickly ran towards Marx. Then, another young man who was not far from him also ran over. Two unblemished youths supported a disabled but determined veteran as they jogged towards the altar in the center of the arena. This harmonious scene immediately caused the audience outside the arena to applaud enthusiastically, and it also made the dark hearts of a very small number of spectators vanish. The bronze basin on the altar had been filled with olive oil. When the torch came into contact with it, it immediately ignited into flames, emitting heat waves in all directions. Amid the cheers of the audience, Marquez seemed to see familiar faces through the hot flames. They were all smiling at him, shouting loudly and forcefully, "Yes, Captain." Then, under his lead, they shouted the name of Hades and charged toward the fleeing enemies. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down Marquez's cheeks. With the help of the 2 teenagers, Marquez walked to the exit of the arena. Only then did his mood recover, and he quickly thanked the two teenagers. However, he heard one of the teenagers wave his hand and say, "Uncle, you're welcome. My name is Christos, and Clodocatax is my father." The other teenager then said, I'm Enon, and Adoris is my father." "Commander? Captain?" Marquez was stunned. It was as if God's will had once again brought his thoughts back to that bloody battle. Overwhelmed with emotions, he hugged the two teenagers and cried loudly. At this time, in the arena, the head of the referee team, Calcidus, walked through the team of athletes and came to the front of the altar. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the athletes, he solemnly said in a loud voice, "In the name of the gods, I, Calcidus, as a referee of this games, am willing to swear to you, in front of thousands of spectators, that I will always treat every athlete fairly in the games, strictly manage every event according to the rules of the games, and handle every dispute seriously and responsibly. If I violate this oath, please punish me." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire referee team of more than 200 priests also began to swear in unison. The voices of more than 200 people gathered together could basically be heard by the spectators in the nearby stands. Many spectators from the Greek city-states were stunned after hearing the oath. Although the Dionia Games had an oath like the previous Greek Games, there were obvious differences. First of all, whether it was the Olympia Games, the Pythian Games, the Corinth Games, or the Nemean Games, they all swore in front of one god. How could they swear to the gods like this? It seemed like child's play. If something really went wrong, which god would punish them? Secondly, in the previous games, it was the athletes who swore. As the referees, the priests did not need to swear, because they were the spokespersons of the gods in the world and were respected. How could they cheat in the games? In fact, the priests were bribed by the athletes and even the city-states to publicly tamper with the results of the games. However, the Dionia Games were made by the priests first, which showed the importance the kingdom of Dionia attached to the games, as well as its determination to rectify cheating in the games. Thirdly, in the previous games, the athletes swore to the statue of the gods in the temple under the guidance of the priests, which was relatively private to the spectators. This time, however, the oath was made in the middle of the arena, and the oath clearly mentioned that the spectators outside the arena would be the witness. This was more pleasing to the people. After all, the punishment of the gods was illusory, but the anger of the people could be expressed directly. In any case, the new oath of the Dionia Games successfully aroused a heated discussion among the spectators. At this time, the tourist athlete representative once again led all the athletes to solemnly swear with a similar oath. The powerful sound wave formed by thousands of people spread throughout the venue, causing an even greater sensation. Amidst the heated discussion among the spectators, the opening ceremony of the Dionia Games finally came to an end. The teams of judges and athletes began to leave the arena in order. In this regard, most of the audience felt that it was not enough. Even the most picky representatives of Olympia, Delphi, and Corinth had to admit that the opening ceremony of their games was too short, not lively enough, and too private. Compared to the opening ceremony of the Dionysian Games, the opening ceremony of their games was too short, not lively enough, and too private. The opening ceremony of the Dionysian Games attracted the attention of the shallow audience. "Your Majesty, just like what you said in the invitation letter, the opening ceremony of this games is indeed grand and novel. It's an eye-opener for me. I feel like I haven't seen enough." Plato praised sincerely. Xenophon wanted to refute but did not say anything in the end. The Devers laughed and said, "The opening ceremony has been going on for a few hours. It's already noon. According to the customs of the people of Dionia, it's time for lunch. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen enough, the best is yet to come. Let's have lunch and continue to watch the later games." On the first day of the Dionia Games, there was not only the opening ceremony, but also the 100-meter race. This was the suggestion of the Devers. He was going to use this combination to clearly tell those who were doubtful about the success of the Dionia Games that the Dionia Games not only had a good opening ceremony, but the games were also very exciting. So as to stimulate the enthusiasm of all the people and tourists to watch the games. During lunch, Xenophon raised the doubt in his heart, "Devers, when I entered the arena, I saw the notice you posted on the wall at the entrance. In addition to this opening ceremony, there will be a 100-meter preliminary race next. Does this refer to the 100-meter race? Did the Dionia Games also change the distance of the traditional Greek running games? When the Kingdom of Dionia was first founded, the weights and measures implemented were very different from those of other Greek city-states. As the country grew stronger and trade with other city-states became more frequent, the weights and measures of Dionia were gradually accepted by foreign merchants because they were more systematic, more detailed and easier to operate. When the Greek Union was established and Dionia became the overlord of Greece, in these few years, the weights and measures of Dionia had gradually replaced the more chaotic traditional weights and measures of the Greek city-states. So Xenophon and Plato were familiar with the concept of meter. Devers took a sip of the cold syrup and explained unhurriedly, according to the research of the Dionia school, the distance that we humans can sprint with all our strength is about 100 meters. As the distance gradually increases, endurance will replace explosive force, so the 100-meter race is to test the speed limit that we adults can reach when sprinting with all our strength. In that case, the shortest distance of the previous running games, about 192 meters, is a test to show the physical endurance of the athletes after sprinting with all their strength? Plato said thoughtfully. That's right. Devers nodded and responded, the 200-meter race of the Dionia Games and the shortest distance of the previous games are all for this purpose, while the 400-meter and 800-meter races are more focused on endurance. What about the marathon? Xenophon interrupted him and asked, is it to completely test the speed endurance of adults? Devers, how did you come up with the idea of using it as a race? Although Xenophon and Plato were not interested in the current Athens government, they were both people of Athens after all, and they were equally proud of the glorious history of Athens. Devers knew this very well, so he said solemnly, the Battle of the Marathon is of great significance to all Greeks. Holding a race in its name will undoubtedly make the Greek people, and even the people of the entire Mediterranean Sea, cherish that distant history for a long time. In terms of competition itself, the marathon is not only a test of the athlete's maximum endurance, but also their willpower. Not to mention winning the championship, it's not easy to persist to the end of the race. Yes, even the fleet-footed Phidippides, who was in high spirits after winning the battle and ran the whole distance without stopping, died of exhaustion in the end. It can be seen that the marathon is a very dangerous event. Xenophon said with a somewhat solemn expression. But even so, there are still many people from Athens who have signed up for this event. They obviously want to bring the glory of the marathon champion back to Athens, said Plato. Then they will face the competition of the best long-distance runners in Dionia. Devers smiled and said seriously, however, you don't have to worry too much. We have taken the danger of this race into account, so we have specially arranged medical personnel along the entire route of the marathon. Once they find any abnormalities, they will immediately rescue them. Moreover, we have also made special rules for this race. The athletes who participate in this race must act according to their abilities. If their physical condition is not good, they are allowed to withdraw halfway through the race. While Devers and his two friends were chatting about the sports games in the royal stands, the spectators were not idle either. The people of Dionia had been watching ball games all year round and were very experienced. Since they knew that they would be staying in the arena for the whole day today, most of them had brought lunch in advance. At this moment, they were already eating in their seats with their families. Although the foreign spectators did not have the habit of eating lunch, they had been cheering and applauding non-stop all morning, which had consumed a lot of energy. When they saw the Dionia spectators next to them munching on their food, they all felt hungry. At this moment, many hawkers appeared in the aisle between the spectators in time to sell bread, salted fish, cured meat, dried fruits, milk. They were quickly sold out. The spectators ate while excitedly talking about the opening ceremony just now, while curiously watching the scene in the field and guessing how the next race would be carried out. Because there were dozens of athletes left on the field, all of whom were going to participate in the 100-meter sprint. Although the organizing team had prepared lunch for them, most of the athletes didn't eat right away. Instead, they warmed up and adapted to the field on the track. On the side near the royal stand, the staff of the games inserted wooden poles at the two ends of the track that had been measured. Then, they tied long ropes to the poles and straightened them out on the ground. Then, the referees used the iron ladles on the poles to draw straight white lines that were hundreds of meters long on the solid ground along the ropes, I thought it was strange that there were neither starting slabs nor finishing pillars in the stadium. How could the race be held? Now I know that the white lines drawn with white powder are the starting line, the finishing line, and the running tracks. It's very clear. But, I counted. They only drew 6 running tracks with white lines. Are they only going to let 6 athletes participate in the race at a time? I remember that in other games, there were more than a dozen finishing pillars, and more than a dozen athletes competed at the same time. That's not a big deal. Just run a few more rounds. The key is that there are fewer athletes this time, which can avoid confusion and make it easier for the referees to supervise. It seems that the people of Dionia have seriously studied the shortcomings of other games. And they really want to do a good job in this games. The speaker was a middle-aged citizen from the city of Oconus in the Arcadia Union, Halpias. He had participated in many running competitions in various games when he was young. Later, he could not participate because of his old age, but he was keen to watch the games. His biggest regret was not being able to win the championship. There was once when he was very close to winning the championship, but because a competitor next to him swung his arm and hit him in the face, his final result was affected. He had also appealed to the referee, but to no avail. Therefore, he deeply hated some of the Greek game's shortcomings. Halpias was a veteran sports fan. When he learned that Dionia, the hegemon of the Greek world, was going to hold a sports game, he came to watch without hesitation. He was lucky enough to buy a ticket for the opening ceremony. Before entering the arena, he was very critical of the Dionia games, but after the opening ceremony, he had a much better impression of the Dionia games. The unprecedented novelty of the opening ceremony was secondary, and more importantly, he felt that the Dionia games respected the athletes. As someone who had been through it, he knew the hardships of being an athlete. In addition to the hard training, he had to go to the stadium alone before the games began, pay for his own accommodation, sign up at the temple in time, and be questioned by the priest. The tedious preparation, nervousness, and irritation before the start of the games were all given to the champions. After the games, no one would care about the other injuries of the losers. But this time, the Dionia games were obviously different. He had talked to the athletes of the Arcadia Union before. Dionia not only provided all the athletes with free and comfortable accommodation and food, but also required the participating city-states to send officials to take care of all the chores of the athletes. This meant that the athletes could devote themselves to the games and did not have to worry about other problems. At the opening ceremony, the Dionia Games arranged for the athletes to circle the stadium and receive the greetings and cheers of so many spectators. Halpias regretted that he was born a few years earlier and did not enjoy such a special honor. Therefore, Halpias, who had a good impression of the Dionia Games, certainly hoped that the Dionia Games could also be outstanding after entering the competition stage. With his experienced competitive vision, he carefully observed the layout of the stadium and soon found some clues that were different from the previous games. I heard that the Dionia Games will not only hold a 100-meter race, but also a 200-meter, 400-meter, and 800-meter race. After I entered the stadium, I found that there were no stone pillars in the stadium, so I have been wondering how they will carry out a long-distance race. In the Greek games, in a long-distance race, the athletes will run from the starting stone slab to the finishing stone pillar, then run around the stone pillar and back again. This cycle will repeat until they have run the full distance, similar to the current shuttle run. Now I understand. Look. The Dionia Games built a large circle with small stone bricks. Then, just like now, they drew tracks with lime powder outside the circle. The athletes will run around the entire circle. Not to mention a few hundred meters, they can even run a few thousand meters easily. This is much easier than running around the stone pillars. Halpias had a deep understanding of the long-distance race in the previous games. With his decades of experience in the games, his explanation was both logical and infectious. Naturally, it attracted a group of spectators. With him as the leader, they discussed seriously. At this moment, someone shouted, "Look up! Oh my God, the Dionia Games are going to cover the sky." The foreign spectators looked up one after another. Then, all of them opened their mouths wide in surprise. In the sky above the main arena, long strips of white cloth were slowly gathering toward the center of the stadium, piecing together to form a thin white cloth cover. It covered the sky above the arena, blocking the noon sun and bringing shade to the spectators. Xenophon, who had come to the Dionia arena for the first time, was as surprised as the other foreign spectators. He could not help but ask, "How is this done?" Devers replied calmly, "Actually, it's very simple. There are 200 wooden poles erected at the edge of the top of the arena. Each wooden pole is connected to a wooden pole on the opposite side of the center of the circle with pulleys and ropes. When it's sunny and there's a competition, the management of the arena will tie special strips of cloth to the ropes of each wooden pole. Then, they will turn the pulleys and push the strips of cloth to the center of the sky. However, while we're enjoying all of this, don't forget that there are hundreds of management personnel at the top of the arena serving us under the scorching sun. Although it sounds very simple, the design is very ingenious." Plato, who was at the side, sighed sincerely. The key is that this kind of spirit is not willing to endure when encountering difficulties, but to try their best to solve the difficulties and strive to do their best is very rare. We Greeks are relatively careless and not very particular about life, but the people of Dionia are different. They have very high requirements for life, so their spirit of striving to do their best permeates all aspects of the kingdom. So, I'm full of confidence in Dionia sports games. It will not only be a success, but it will also give all Greeks a new understanding of sports games. Ha ha ha. Devers laughed heartily. Well done, Plato. You can even make such a big point out of such a small matter. Xenophon did not speak. He looked up into the sky, deep in thought. Just as the foreign spectators were marveling at the ingenious design of the main arena, the athletes began to leave the field. This caused some spectators to be puzzled. Is the race not going to be held? Some spectators who were as experienced as Helpius said with certainty, "No, the race is going to start soon." Just as they said, the athletes came to the lounge next to the entrance of the arena. As the Dionia Games were held every year, the lounge specially for the players to rest in was decorated very comfortably. However, the athletes were not in the mood to care about such things. They took off the fancy clothes they wore for the entrance ceremony and put on the shorts specially provided by Dionia. Then, they began to carefully and evenly apply olive oil on their bodies. After all this was done, everyone began to pray to Apollo devoutly to soothe their nervous hearts. After a while, a priest walked in and said loudly, "Contestants, it's time for the competition. Please enter the arena." Cerathos, who had already calmed down, heard this, and his heart began to beat faster again. Dozens of athletes returned to the field again, and the priest gathered them together. As this was the first race of the Dionia Games, Chalcidas, who was in charge of the referees, personally presided over the competition in order to ensure that it went smoothly. The old priest, who had always been amiable, looked very serious at the moment. He said in a forceful tone, "Contestants, I think after this period of practice, you should be very familiar with the rules of the Dionia Games. However, before the competition starts, only the contestants whose names are called can participate in the race. The other contestants must stay away from the track and not interfere with the race. The contestants can only start after the referee gives the order to start the race. Before the race starts, the contestants cannot step on the starting line. After the race starts, the contestants cannot deviate from their track, interfere with other contestants, or deliberately obstruct or injure others. If any of these rules are violated, the contestants will be disqualified from the competition. If the contestants deliberately violate the rules and the circumstances are extremely serious, the referees will report the contestants' situation to the organizing team of the games. They will decide whether to carve the contestants' appearance on the disciplinary wall of the Dionia Games Museum that will be built soon. This will serve as a warning to the contestants who will participate in the Dionia Games in the future. Did you hear that? Yes. The contestants nodded in response. Only then did Chalcidas reveal a smile. He raised his palms to the sky and said gently, "May Hades bless you." Then, a priest took the athlete's name list and said loudly, "Attention, everyone. The contestant whose name I called will participate in the first round of the race, Cerathos. Track 1. Cericius was stunned. "I'm the first one to be called, isn't my luck a little too good?" Sirius did not respond in time because he was in a daze, so the priest had to call him again. He quickly responded, "Yes." The priest glared at him but did not reprimand him. Then, he called out the names of the other contestants. After the 6 contestants were confirmed, the priest led them to the track. When the audience saw the contestants walking to the track, they realized that the race was about to begin and immediately began to cheer. Sirius, who was walking at the front, even heard someone shouting from the audience closest to him, "Look, isn't that the athlete who saluted His Majesty?" Xylite immediately felt countless gazes focusing on him, and his sharp eyes even noticed that there were young women among the crowd that were paying attention to him. While Sirius sighed that the Dionia women were indeed as bold as the rumors said, he suddenly felt that it was necessary for the Dionia people to require them to wear shorts. At least, he would not feel embarrassed when facing the women's gazes. Sirius, who was outgoing, not only did not feel nervous, but he also became excited. He strode forward with his head held high. The sun shone down from the center of the arena, shining on him. Although Sirius was not very tall, he was handsome. His muscles were strong and well-proportioned, and the olive oil covering his skin reflected the sunlight. His whole body shone brightly, as if he was a god. Especially when he was running on his track to warm up, the strength and beauty of his muscles contracted and relaxed. Many male spectators could not help but admire him, and the eyes of a few female spectators lit up. After the contestants got used to the track, they returned to the starting line, took a small shovel from the referee, and began to dig 2 small holes on the track. What are they doing? Some spectators were puzzled. Helpius looked at it for a while before saying, in the past, there were starting slabs for running competitions. Not only was it used as a starting marker, but the dents on the slabs could also help the runners get off to a good start and prevent them from slipping. Although there are no starting slabs on this track, I think these small holes have the same effect. The spectators suddenly understood. At this time, the contestants stepped their bare feet into the small holes in front and behind them to make them firm so that they could exert their strength at the start. 2 referees stood at both ends of the starting line. One was in charge of giving orders, while the other was in charge of monitoring whether any contestants committed a foul. At the end of the 100m race, a red ribbon was drawn, and the atmosphere on the field became heavy. Feeling nervous again, Sirithaios looked at the contestant next to him. This was a foreign race contestant. He was not allowed to participate in other games, but he could openly appear in the sports field of Dionia. Moreover, the Dionia referees had specially stipulated that no discrimination was allowed between contestants. Otherwise, they would be disqualified from the competition. That was why Sirithaios smiled at this contestant. However, it was clearly the first time that this contestant from the Samanai Mountains had participated in such a competition. He was obviously a little nervous and did not pay attention to the goodwill that Sirithaios had conveyed. Siltaios cursed under his breath as he asked for a snub. He then refocused his attention on the match that was about to begin. At that moment, the referee shouted, "Attention, contestants!" Sirithaios immediately tensed up. He bent his waist and leaned forward. Ready, as the referee was about to give the order to start the race, a figure suddenly dashed out, causing the other contestants to follow closely behind. The referees finally stopped the match and called the contestant who had violated the rules to the front of them. This contestant was contestant number 2, who was next to Sirius. Despite his pleas, the referees did not hesitate to send him off the field. The referees of the Dionia Games were so strict with the contestants who had violated the rules. Not only did the contestants on the field feel terrified, but it also made the spectators who were waiting to see them make a fool of themselves realize that the Dionia people were serious when they announced that they would severely punish the athletes who had violated the rules during the games. Sirithaios and the others returned to the starting line. They were a little dispirited. Not only was their physical strength depleted, but the contestant being sent off the field was also a big blow to them. At that moment, there was a loud cheer from the spectators, cheering them on and cheering them on. Ready, the referee raised his right hand again. All the spectators' eyes were focused on the contestants on the starting line. They all had the same thought in their minds: the opening ceremony of the Dionia Games was exciting, but would the real race be just as exciting? They could immediately see the clues. The referee waved his hand down forcefully. Run. The contestants were worried that they would be sent off the field again. They did not rush out of the starting line until they heard the order clearly. They were almost half a beat slower. However, after the race started, almost all the contestants immediately sprinted with all their might. That was because after some practice, many contestants like Sirothaus who had participated in previous sports games knew that the 100m race in the Dionysian Games was half as long as the shortest distance race in other sports games. If they did not give it their all at the start, they would not stand a chance of winning. Sirothaus quickly waved his arms and moved forward quickly with his feet alternating with each other. The huge wind pressure that came from the front wrinkled the skin on his face. From the corner of his eyes, he could see the ferocious faces of the contestants who were running alongside him. The rapid breathing was like a sword that kept stabbing at his back, urging him to move forward with all his might. Before he was halfway through the race, he felt a suffocating pain in his chest. It was as if a ball of fire was burning every part of his lungs. He could not help but roar, "Ah!" In previous games, it was rare to see such a scene. All the contestants were roaring at the top of their lungs, and as they continued to roar, their speed became faster and faster. Almost all of the spectators were so excited by this blood-boiling scene that they all stood up and shouted. The sound waves that erupted from the arena resounded throughout the entire Tulii city, causing the Dionians outside the arena who were unable to buy tickets to feel an unbearable itch. Erex, who had been sitting at the back of the royal stand, suddenly rushed to the front. He grabbed the railing with both hands and widened his eyes, staring at the contestants who were running with all their might. It was as if he wanted to engrave their figures in his mind. He muttered to himself, "Great. That's awesome. This is exactly what I want." Xenophon and Plato also showed a look of amazement. It was too fast. He was even faster than the runners they had seen in the past. As the Devers said, the 100m race could fully display the sprinting ability of the contestants. This display of the limit of human speed shocked the spectators in the arena. They did not even dare to blink their eyes as they stared at the sprinting contestants. The spectators suddenly let out a cry of surprise. It turned out that when he was about to reach the finish line, Sirothaus, who had exhausted all his strength, suddenly lost his footing. Under the push of the huge inertia, he hit the line first and his whole body fell forward to the ground. The doctor who had been paying close attention to the situation on the field quickly rushed over and helped him up. After confirming that Sirothaus only had some minor abrasions and nothing serious, the referee on duty, Chalcidas, walked over and raised his right hand, indicating that the winner of the first round of qualifiers was Sirothaus. As there were no accurate timekeeping tools in this era, it was impossible to accurately measure the time needed for each contestant to finish the 100m race. Then, according to their results in the qualifiers, the top few contestants would advance to the finals. The only way that the Dionia Games could ensure fairness was to only allow the winners of each round of qualifiers to enter the semifinals or finals. This was because there would only be one champion in the end, and there would be no runners-up or third-place contestants. This was in line with the tradition of sparse games. When the other contestants who had been eliminated walked to the exit of the arena dejectedly, the spectators gave them a warm round of applause, thanking them for giving such a wonderful game. Sirothaus, who was walking at the back, had a face covered in dust and a few bloodstains on his body. He looked a little disheveled, but the spectators gave him a warm round of applause. The young man from Crete had won the recognition of the people of Dionia through this game. When dusk came, the competition for the day finally ended. When he saw that many spectators were still enthusiastically discussing the opening ceremony and the running race, the envoy from the Olympia had mixed feelings. Although he was picky, he had to admit that both the opening ceremony and the running race were novel and exciting to him. The Dionia Games had indeed made a good start. When many of the spectators from Dionia walked out of the arena, they were surrounded by other tourists who were familiar with them. They asked them about everything that happened in the arena, and these spectators were happy to share their stories with them. Therefore, when night fell, candlelight illuminated the entire city of tourists. The restaurants and pubs on the streets were crowded with guests. They drank wine, ate delicious food, and talked non-stop about the interesting things that happened in the main arena of Hades. Laughter filled the air. Such a lively scene also happened in the royal family of Dionia. The Devers held a family banquet in their mansion on the hill to celebrate the success of the opening ceremony of the Dionia Games. But the most talked about thing at the banquet was the sensible performance of the two grandchildren, Christos and Enon. Faced with the constant praise from their families, The two teenagers were so shy that they wanted to escape from the banquet. At this moment, the chief of the palace, Ribazot, quietly entered the dining hall. He came to the side of the Devers, who was sitting in the main seat, and whispered a few words in his ear. The Devers' smile did not change, but he stood up. Kristoya could not help but ask with concern, "What's the matter?" "There's an important administrative matter that needs to be dealt with. I'll be back soon. I'll leave this to you and Agnes. Let the children eat happily." Whether it was the two princesses, Clotho-Catax, or Eunice, they were all used to the Devers leaving midway. The banquet was still lively. The Devers went straight to the front yard, where Aristyras was already waiting in the study. "What's going on?" Although the Devers' tone was calm, he knew in his heart that it was not a small matter for the head of intelligence to come here when the people of Turii were celebrating the victory of the Dionia Games. "Your Majesty, I have just received news from the Africa region," Aristyras said with a solemn expression. "The fleet of the Egyptian emissaries is on its way to Tilii, but it encountered a storm in the sea between Cyrenaica and Hadrumetum, and it may have been destroyed." "They may have been destroyed?" The Devers raised his eyebrows, clearly dissatisfied with such an ambiguous statement. Aristyras hurriedly explained, "The storm happened at dusk, and there were no other ships nearby to witness it. It was not until the next day that a Phoenician merchant ship rescued the Egyptian sailors who had been drifting at sea for most of the day that they learned of the situation and immediately reported to Hadrumetum. Just as the intelligence personnel of the Grumentum sent out this report, the entire Africa region has sent out a large number of ships to search the entire sea. They have also sent out the Numidian light cavalry to search along the coast. I believe there will be more detailed reports soon. There's always an unexpected storm. No wonder the Egyptian delegation has not been able to reach the port of Turii in time." The Devers tapped his fingers on the wooden chair and pondered for a moment before sighing helplessly, "May Hades protect Giheo." Aristyras stood quietly with his hands behind his back. The Devers glanced at him and asked with a smile, "Asuna and the children went to the arena to watch the opening ceremony today, right? Did they think it was good?" "Very exciting." Aristyras replied without hesitation. "Boris, his youngest son, has been talking excitedly ever since he got home. Asuna has decided to take them to the game tomorrow. There will be matches in several arenas tomorrow. Making a choice is a headache." Devers said seriously, "If you can't buy a ticket, you can go to Ribazot. He will prepare one for you." "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty," Aristyras said gratefully. "All right, I won't keep you any longer. Today is a joyous day for all the tourists. Hurry back and celebrate with your children." Devers smiled as he watched Aristyras leave. Then, he sat alone in his study. His deep eyes gazed at the hazy night through the wooden window. After a long time, he muttered in Mandarin with a thoughtful expression, "Bring the power of heaven and earth together." He walked to the door of the study and asked Ribazot to call Clotho-Catax over. When Clotho-Catax came to the study, Devers told him about the storm that had befallen the Egyptian emissaries. Clotho-Catax was taken aback. "This is bad. If Giheo dies in the storm, Egypt will be in chaos." "Why do you say that?" Devers asked calmly. "Father, you're testing me again." Clotho-Catax smiled bitterly, but he still said, "The political situation in Egypt is complicated. Pharaoh Tanib is bedridden and can't do anything, so Giheo is basically in charge of the country." After Giheo took office, he quickly changed Egypt's national policy. He started suppressing the religious forces in the country. This has caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the monks. Pharaoh Tanib's relative, Nikitani Persia, is dissatisfied with Giheo's rule and has ambitions for the throne. There are even rumors of him colluding with the Egyptians. It's because Giheo's rule in Egypt is unstable that he is willing to take the risk and personally lead a delegation to tourists to participate in our sports event to gain our full support. But if Giheo dies in the storm, and Pharaoh Tanib is too sick to do anything, and there's no second heir to the throne who can stabilize the situation, both the monks and Nikitani Persia might take the opportunity to rebel. Devers nodded and asked, "So, how do you think we should deal with this?" Clotho-Catax thought about it seriously for a while, then said, "I think we should first send more people to search for Giheo's traces and determine whether he's dead or alive as soon as possible. If he's still alive with the blessing of Hades, then everyone will be happy. We should bring him to Turis as soon as possible and arrange for doctors to treat him and ensure his health. At the same time, send messengers to Memphis to inform Pharaoh Tanib and the Egyptian officials that Xianxia is safe and sound, to prevent rumors from spreading and causing unrest in Egypt. After the sports event, send an elite army to escort Xianxia back to Egypt to show the Egyptian people Dionysia's support for Xianxia and help stabilize the political situation in Egypt. But if Xianxia dies? Clotho Katax paused for a while, then said with a solemn expression, "Not only do we have to send Xianxia's body back to Egypt as soon as possible, but we also have to send messengers to discuss with Pharaoh Tanib to appoint a successor as soon as possible and establish contact with the successor to re-establish the friendship and alliance between the two countries. We also have to promise to fully support the successor's rule in Egypt. At the same time, we have to start mobilizing some armies and fleets. Once there's a rebellion in Egypt and we receive a request for help, we will immediately send troops to Egypt to help quell the rebellion." Devers listened carefully and said in a gentle tone, "You've thought it through. This is indeed the most standard way to deal with this crisis." Clotho Katax was stunned and asked in confusion, "Father, what do you mean?" Devers stared at him and said in a low voice, "Back then, Dionysia was still very weak and faced great pressure from Syracuse and Carthage. Egypt formed an alliance with us and could be said to have given us a lot of help, especially in terms of food. But times have changed. As the kingdom grew stronger, Egypt became more and more of a burden. In the war 5 years ago, we did our best to conquer Greece and had to divide part of our forces to help defend against Egypt. In the following years, we also sent many troops to Egypt to defend." Devers tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, his eyes becoming more and more profound. As Greece became part of the kingdom's sphere of influence, Egypt has become the front line of the struggle between the kingdom and Persia. Moreover, the king of Persia seems to be very persistent in conquering Egypt again and again. Egypt's situation is getting more and more unstable. Even if Xianxia is still alive and has our support, judging from his previous governance style and methods, the conflict between him and the Egyptian monks will only intensify. I'm afraid that Egypt's political situation will continue to be unstable in the future. Moreover, there's still a foreign enemy like Persia. Do we, Dionysia, have to send reinforcements again and again to help him maintain his rule in the country? Don't forget, Dionysia and Egypt are only brothers. We are not parents who only ask for help without asking for anything in return." Hearing this, Clotho Katax's heart skipped a beat. He immediately tried to persuade his father, "Father, didn't the council decide to launch an attack on Persia? We need Egypt's support. Once we defeat Persia, Egypt will naturally stabilize. Even if the conflict between the pharaoh and the monks intensifies in the future, it will be easy for us to solve. So, I don't think it's a good idea to break the alliance with Egypt. It's not in line with the kingdom's tradition." Devers smiled. "If Xianxia is still alive, the kingdom will naturally support him. But if he had died, and Tanibus was about to die, and according to the intelligence they had received so far, would Dionysia and Egypt still be allies? But if he had died, and Tanibus was not long gone, and according to the intelligence they had received so far, Nicotathnepos was so powerful that he might succeed in usurping the throne. Nikotani Persia will only be our enemy if he is supported by Persia. Father, as long as we send reinforcements in time, we can stop Nikotani Persia's rebellion." Clotho Katax reminded, "Even if Nikotani Persia is one step ahead of us and succeeds in usurping the throne, we have the ability to completely defeat them and support Tanibus's other descendants as pharaohs." Devers did not comment. Instead, he said faintly, "A bird in the hand is better than 10 birds in the bush. Allies are allies, after all. There are many things to do, and it's more convenient to use it ourselves." Clotho Katax's eyes suddenly widened. After a moment, he asked in surprise, "Father, are you planning to conquer Egypt?" Devers looked at him and said in a low voice, "Owning Egypt is of great strategic importance to the kingdom's future development. You must have a deep understanding of the kingdom's food production and supply in the past few years. Although there have been no droughts in the past few years, and the harvest is still relatively sufficient, the population of Turia and its neighboring regions is growing rapidly. The local people cannot produce enough food for themselves. We have to import large amounts of food from Sicily, Rome, Africana, and other regions, and the amount is increasing year by year. However, the food production in these regions is almost constant. If this continues, there will be a day when the consumption will exceed the supply. The River region is filled with water and dense forests. It will take a long time to fully develop it. Egypt, on the other hand, has been the granary of the Mediterranean since ancient times. Owning it is equivalent to having a long-term food supply. Furthermore, once we defeat Persia, we will occupy some territories along the Asian coast of the eastern Mediterranean. With Egypt providing security, the kingdom's rule over there will be more stable. Cloto Katax was no longer the naive young man who had graduated from the Turii school. From an ordinary civil guard in Rome to the governor of Rome, from an ignorant recruit to commanding the army, finally winning the Greek War, and serving as a consul. For the past 5 years, he had actively participated in the administration of the kingdom's government. Under the intentional training of Devers, Cloto Katax had grown into a qualified leader with both civil and military skills. Of course, he would no longer consider problems based on personal preferences, but more from the perspective of the kingdom to consider the gains and losses of the overall interests. Therefore, after contemplating for a while, he did not explicitly object, but reminded with some concern, "Father, we are about to launch an attack on Persia. If we go to conquer Egypt at this time, will it affect the original military plan? After all, Egypt is an ancient kingdom with its own unique civilization, a large population, and a complicated political situation. I'm afraid it will not be easy to conquer it. If the Egyptians continue to resist and cause the war to drag on, it will be troublesome. We can't rule out this possibility." Devers nodded slightly and said, "So we have to try our best to avoid such a situation from happening. In the past 100 years, they have been invaded and ruled by the Ethiopians and Persia. Now, the dynasty established by Tanib and the others is mainly composed of Libyans. Most of the time, the Egyptian people have been relatively obedient, so why can't they be ruled by us, Dionia? After all, in recent years, Dionia and Egypt have close trade contacts. Our cheap and good goods have flooded the Egyptian people, and the Egyptian merchants and civilians have a good impression of us. Also, because the two countries are allies, the troops we have sent to Egypt over the past few years have been strictly disciplined, not harassing the local people, and not forcing them to buy or sell. They have always fought bravely and performed far better than Egypt's own army, winning a good reputation in Egypt. This has laid a good foundation for us to conquer Egypt in the future." Devers paused and pondered for a while. He rearranged his thoughts, and then with a confident and firm tone, he slowly said the idea that he had been thinking about for a long time. "As long as we can do the following, I believe that the situation that you are worried about will not happen, and our rule over Egypt will be very stable. First, you are right. Egypt is indeed a kingdom with a unique civilization and a long history. We cannot rule Egypt the way we rule other regions. We must first treat it as a unique region of the kingdom and rule it in the way of the Egyptian pharaohs, using the Egyptian pharaohs' method." Cloto Katax was deep in thought. Although we, the people of Dionia, believe in Hades and other gods, the Egyptians are far more devout than we are. They have dedicated their life and death to God, and God dominates everything about them. Therefore, we must get the support of the Egyptian monks, like Tanib, and recognize the rights they once had. We can recognize their autonomy in the upper reaches of the Nile, and even prevent the spread of the faith of Hades in Egypt. In this way, we can get their full cooperation and help us consolidate our rule in Egypt." Hearing this, Cloto Katax wanted to say something, but stopped. Devers knew what his son was thinking. He patted him on the shoulder and said gently, "As the descendants of Hades, we have done a lot for him. I think he will forgive us. After all, it is a very ancient land, and the gods there are older than him. He probably never expected to get the recognition of the Egyptians." Cloto Katax was silent for a moment, and finally nodded slightly. "Secondly, I have read the information about Egypt collected by the intelligence department in detail. In the past, when these foreign races ruled Egypt, Persia faced the fiercest resistance. Why? Because the king of Persia gave all the land in the Egyptian delta to the nobles of Persia. Those Persian nobles treated the Egyptians in their fiefdom as slaves, and oppressed them severely. Of course, the Egyptians would resist fiercely. Why did Artaxerxes attack Egypt several times? I'm afraid that the Egyptian nobles are behind this, because they are not willing to give up this land that will make them richer. If we conquer Egypt, we must learn from this lesson. We cannot colonize a large number of territories like we have conquered in the past. Instead, we must try not to colonize Egypt and fight with the Egyptians for land. Devers stretched out 2 fingers and said solemnly, theocracy and land. As long as we basically maintain the status quo in Egypt and do not make any major changes, I think Dionia will be able to conquer Egypt quickly and stabilize it quickly. Theocracy and land. Clotho-Katax murmured and asked hesitantly, Father, are we making too big of a concession? Will it leave a huge hidden danger for us to rule Egypt in the future? Look, you didn't want to conquer Egypt just now, but now you are worried about the issue of power, Devers said jokingly. Father, Clotho-Katax was a little embarrassed and wanted to explain. Devers smiled and waved his hand, saying, we have made a lot of concessions, but as long as we can quickly stabilize Egypt, we will get a large granary and a stable territory in the eastern Mediterranean. After all, we are outsiders. If we want to get the approval of the Egyptians, we have to make big concessions at the beginning. But as time goes by, the Egyptians will fully accept the rule of Dionia and fully recognize the royal family of Hades Devers as the supreme ruler of Egypt. At that time, we will gradually make some changes to the governance of Egypt. Egypt's unique culture is gradually formed over a long period of time. We need to be patient, we can't rush it. Clotho-Katax pondered for a moment and agreed with this. Well, now we have reached a consensus on the problem of Egypt. Devers patted the chair and asked, if we really want to send troops to conquer Egypt first, who do you think is the most suitable person to lead the troops? Persosus. Clotho-Katax said without hesitation, his military command ability is one of the best in the kingdom. His political adaptability is not weak either. He is also very loyal to the kingdom. More importantly, he has experience fighting in Egypt. He is the most suitable candidate. Persosus is indeed a very suitable candidate, but using him to conquer Egypt is too much of a waste. Devers shook his head and said a name. Let Chalcidas lead the troops. The commander of the 7th Legion, Chalcidas. Now that Clotho-Katax was very familiar with the kingdom's army and generals, he immediately recalled the history of this general. Devers continued, when Persosus was the commander of the 8th Legion, Chalcidas, as a Catanai, was the first captain of the 8th Legion. He performed very well in the war against Carthage and was promoted to commander after the war. In the Greek War, when Persosus led the army to rescue Egypt, Chalcidas's 8th Legion was the main force. He contributed the most in the defensive battle against Persia and performed the best. This shows that he has strong military ability and is also familiar with Egypt. And unlike Persosus, his communication skills are not weak. He is good at dealing with the relationship between the army and the people. In the battle report of the 8th Legion in Egypt submitted by the Ministry of Military Affairs, it was specifically mentioned that all the towns where the 8th Legion was stationed, the Egyptian officials and people actively cooperated. We want to conquer Egypt and reduce the Egyptian people's resentment towards Dionia. We need a commander who can handle the relationship between the two sides. After listening to Devers's explanation, Clotho-Katax had no objections to Chalcidas becoming the commander of the army to attack Egypt. He only reminded softly, Father, all of our plans are based on the possibility that Xianxia might be dead. If Xianxia is lucky enough to be alive, the alliance between the kingdom and Egypt should continue, of course. However, it is best to prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard when accidents happen. After everything is prepared, everything depends on whether Hades is protecting us. Devers said calmly, but there was a hint of undetectable glint in his eyes. Then, he said in a more serious tone, but if Xianxia is really dead, other than letting Chalcidas lead the army to attack Egypt, I'm afraid the Ministry of Military Affairs' plan to attack Persia will have to be carried out quickly. The Greek coalition army to attack Persia needs to be formed as soon as possible. I plan to let Persosus be the commander of the coalition army and launch an attack on Asia Minor as soon as possible to contain Persia and prevent them from attacking Egypt, which would seriously affect our conquest of Egypt. After the sports event, the kingdom will immediately mobilize the military. I will lead the main force of the kingdom's army to Egypt and stabilize the situation there as soon as possible. Once the war starts, the kingdom will definitely have a lot of work to do. And the pressure on all sides will increase. Moreover, the kingdom's elite troops will be deployed to the eastern Mediterranean Sea, and the defense in the country will be significantly reduced. However, in terms of administration, Ciprilos, Antares, and Hacker will help you. In terms of military affairs, Olivers and Printos will also help you. I also plan to let your brother-in-law, Patroclus, stay in Turiae to protect the safety of the kingdom. However, the burden on your shoulders is still not light. Father, don't worry. I will do my best to maintain the stability and prosperity of the kingdom, and wait for your triumphant return. Clotho-Katax said in a low voice. Divers used a gentle gaze to scrutinize his son, who was in the prime of his life, but his expression was a little complicated. After a long time, the Devers' expression became resolute. When I defeat Persia and return in triumph, I will abdicate, and you will take over as the second king of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. Clotho-Katax was shocked when he heard this. Father, you are hale and hearty, healthy, and have never been seriously ill. The doctor said that you can live for more than 100 years. Why do you suddenly say that you want to abdicate? Please dispel this absurd idea. I will never agree to it. He was very emotional and even a little frightened. He almost knelt down to the Devers. The Devers looked at him kindly and comforted him. My son, I know you are very filial, but this idea of mine is not a spur of the moment. I have been thinking about it for a long time. The Devers reached out again and gently pressed his son's broad shoulders. He said with emotion, I went from a poor mercenary to the king of the powerful Mediterranean kingdom. In addition to the protection of Hades, I relied on hard work, persistent hard work. From being afraid of battle to personally leading the soldiers to charge, from not knowing about war to knowing about war, from being unfamiliar with political affairs to being familiar with the big and small problems of the kingdom. For more than 30 years, I did not dare to relax for even a moment. I always reminded myself that I must work hard. I must work hard. Otherwise, everything I have achieved before will be for naught. Now that the political situation of the kingdom is stable, and the great cause of unifying the Mediterranean Sea is about to be completed, I have nothing to worry about. The Devers used his other hand to massage his thigh and said softly, You think that I am in good health, but that is all an illusion. In the past few years, I often can't eat because of stomach pain, and the joints of my shoulders and knees often hurt. These are all problems left from the previous battles. I am old. Not only do I lack energy, but my memory is also declining. I often fall asleep when I am reviewing documents, and sometimes I forget some important things. As Clotho-Katax listened, he felt sad. With red eyes, he said eagerly, Father, you don't have to work as hard as before. I have grown up, and I can share a lot of things with you. You just need to continue to control the direction of the kingdom. There's no need, Devers interrupted him with a smile. Clotho, I have worked hard for most of my life, and I really want to live a simple and leisurely life. I want to chat and laugh with my old friends without any worries, and I want to travel around the world without any worries. I want to see Athens, Sparta, Carthage, Byzantium. Of course, I want to bring your 2 mothers with me. After so many years, how can I not know that your mothers worry about me day and night every time I go to war? How could I not know that I've been dealing with political affairs in the palace until late at night? Your mothers have been waiting for me. Devers said emotionally, I owe them a lot. I want to use the rest of my life to make it up to them. Clotho, will you give me this opportunity? Father. Clotho-Katax hesitated. Devers smiled freely and said seriously, the reason why I want to abdicate is also to set an example for our Hades Devers family. When people get old, their thoughts tend to become rigid, conservative, and stubborn. This is nothing for ordinary people, but for a kingdom, this is not conducive to the development of the kingdom. Let the heir ascend the throne earlier and accumulate more experience. If there are any problems, the father and son can still discuss it. This is beneficial to the whole kingdom. There has never been a kingdom that has never been prosperous. Let the successor have more experience, and there will be fewer muddle-headed people. Our Hades Devers family may be able to persist longer. Perhaps this is just a naive idea of mine. Divers smiled again and said earnestly, it's better for us to focus on what's in front of us. Even if Persia is defeated by us in the future and the kingdom controls the entire Mediterranean Sea, there will still be a lot of problems that Dionia will face. Just like how you've always been worried about how to change Dionia's national policy of establishing a kingdom through military force, how to make the kingdom develop more stably, how to make the forces of the entire Mediterranean Sea more and more integrated into the kingdom without splitting up. Also, even without Persia and Carthage as opponents, the kingdom will have many enemies in the future, such as the Gauls living in the vast territory north of the Alps, and the more savage and fierce Germanic living in the jungle north of the Gauls. These problems need to be faced by you. Some of these problems will even continue to the next generation of Chris, or even further. So don't worry, take it slow. Father, Cloto Catax was so excited that he wanted to say something. Devers waved his hand again to interrupt him. Well, we've been out long enough. It's time to go back to the banquet. Don't let everyone worry. Remember, this matter must be kept a secret. Cloto Catax's heart was filled with all kinds of emotions. In the end, he could only squeeze out a cry of grievance. Yes, Devers stood up and pushed the door of the study open. Looking at the dark night outside, he seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden. He said in a relaxed tone, "For the next few days, let's enjoy the sports while waiting for the news from Africa." The exciting performance on the first day of the Dionysian Games had ignited the passion of the participants and spectators. The following matches were in full swing. To the people of Tilii, it was as if they were participating in a celebration every day. They would cheer crazily at the sight of the arena, and after the matches, they would drink and celebrate in the restaurants, but in this festive atmosphere, the ordinary people had no idea that the Egyptian emissary delegation had encountered a storm at sea. No one knew that on the second morning of the opening ceremony, the king of Devers had called Aristides, the director of the intelligence department, to the study of his mansion for a secret meeting. On the fifth day of the competition, the individual archery final was being held in the archery stadium in the west of Turin. The finalists were Megakides of Crete and Stesippus of the Turin region of Dionia. Both sides had completed the required 3 rounds, a total of 9 arrows, and were waiting for the referee to calculate the results. In fact, after every round, the target announcer would bring over the round wooden board with the arrows and show it to the contestants and the audience to show the fairness of the competition. Therefore, both the contestants and the audience had a rough idea of the results of the competition. But when the referee announced loudly, Megakides of Crete, 86 points, Stesippus of Turin, 86 points, the audience sighed with regret, but then they applauded enthusiastically. When the archery competition had just started, there were not many spectators. More than half of the audience came to watch the event out of curiosity, which had never been seen in other games. Many of them even had no choice but to buy tickets to the archery stadium to experience the real atmosphere of the games because they could not buy tickets to other games. However, the ingenious setting of the archery competition scheduled by the preparatory team, as well as the unique quiet and exciting competition style of archery compared to other competitive sports, gradually attracted a large number of fans. By the time the final round came, it was already difficult to get a ticket. The 2 sides are tied, so there will be an extra round. As soon as the referee's voice trailed off, the audience began to cheer. Of course, they were happy to have more games, and most of the audience were cheering for Stesippus. After all, Stesippus was a Turin. Among the few who were cheering for Megakides, Ciritheos cheered the loudest. Ciritheos was eliminated in the semi-final of the 100-meter sprint the day before yesterday. He did not have much confidence in winning the championship, but he was not too depressed. On the contrary, because of his eye-catching performance a few days ago, there were people who approached him in private, expressing their desire to marry their daughters to him. However, none of these people were citizens of Dionia. The reason was simple: most of the young women of Dionia had received orthodox education from Dionia schools since childhood. Most of them were knowledgeable, intelligent, and open-minded women. Handsome faces and strong bodies were not enough to fully attract them. Moreover, the current trend in Dionia was to revere heroes on the battlefield, honest and capable officials, and knowledgeable scholars. Ciritheos was not even a citizen of Dionia. He was just a Greek from a barren island. The young women of Dionia had become the overlord of the Greek world, so they were extremely proud. Therefore, they would not consider this aspect at all. Ciritheos was jumping and shouting in the audience, but it did not affect Megakides at all. His attention was on his opponent. He was an elderly citizen of Dionia, but he did not look fat at all. Instead, he was burly and well-proportioned, with short hair and a pair of sharp eyes. He looked calm and capable. Noticing that Megakides was looking at him, the Tauran player named Stysippus turned his head and smiled at him. There was a kind of grace in his gestures, which made Megakides a little impressed. The extra round begins. Both contestants, please get ready. The referee's voice brought Megakides back to his senses. He took an arrow from the staff next to him and put it on the bowstring. Then, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The distracting thoughts in his mind were expelled along with his breath. He slowly raised the bow and pulled the bowstring. When his right arm was slightly above his shoulder, and his left hand pulled the bowstring to his ear, he stopped all his movements, like a statue, completely still. The experienced audience held their breath at this moment, and the entire archery stadium became unusually quiet. After a while, they heard whoosh. Whoosh. 2 bowstrings sounded one after another, and 2 arrows were shot out. Megakides didn't pay attention to the situation of the hit. Instead, he calmly took another arrow and knocked it on the bowstring. After a while, after the 3 arrows were shot, the audience became lively again and enthusiastically speculated about the outcome of the match. Soon, the target announcers held up 2 round wooden boards and came to the contestants and the audience, and the referee's voice sounded again, 26, 26, both sides are tied, 1 more round. After looking at the arrows on the target and confirming that the referee's decision was correct, the audience was excited. The match is so exciting. The 2 contestants are of similar levels, and it's difficult to determine the winner in a short time, causing the match to be prolonged. The ticket price is definitely worth it. Megadus looked at Stysippus again, and Stysippus smiled back, which further aroused Megadus' competitive spirit. Another round of the match began, and the audience became even quieter. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 contestants. However, the goddess of fortune once again played a joke on them. Both contestants were tied again, but the result was a little lower, 22-22. The audience was as lively as boiling water, especially those Dionia spectators who had bought Tino's blessing, who were extremely nervous, eagerly hoping that the contestant they had chosen would win. On the other hand, the referee and the staff gathered together and discussed something with a serious expression on their faces. Only the 2 contestants sat quietly on the wooden chairs, closing their eyes to recover some physical strength. The referee walked up to the 2 contestants and said loudly, considering that the 2 contestants have already competed for 5 rounds and shot 15 arrows, they must have exhausted a lot of physical strength. Therefore, after discussion, the referee team has decided to use 1 arrow to determine the winner. Indeed, in a normal battle, an archer's arm would be sore and swollen after shooting 6 arrows in a row, and it would be difficult to pull the bowstring. Although the contestants could continuously rest and recover in the archery competition, so the match lasted for almost 3 hours, shooting 15 arrows had almost exhausted the physical strength of the 2 contestants, causing their accuracy to gradually decline. What if they tie again with the next arrow? Many spectators asked loudly. The referee replied without hesitation, then shoot 1 more arrow until the winner is decided. There was a commotion in the audience. After sitting for a while, Megakides stood up expressionlessly and put the bowstring on the bow. But when he pulled the bowstring, he clearly felt a burst of pain in his arm. He gritted his teeth and barely pulled the bowstring to his ear. His left hand that was holding the bow was trembling slightly. It was impossible for him to hold the bowstring for a long time like he did in the beginning. As soon as he shot the arrow, he had a bad feeling. He thought to himself, oh no. At this time, he saw that his opponent's arrow had also shot out. With his rich experience, the moment he saw the arrow's power and direction, his heart immediately calmed down. Sure enough, when the target announcer brought the wooden board closer, the audience was in an uproar. The arrow shot by Megadeth struck at an angle at the very bottom of the round board, and was just inside the target. But there was nothing above the plank Stysippus was shooting at. He had missed the mark. The audience was in an uproar. Megadeth looked at Stysippus, but his expression was calm. At this time, the referee walked in front of the contestant and said loudly, according to the results of the competition, in the name of the gods, I announce that Megadeth is the champion of the archery competition of the Dionia Games. After that, he grabbed Megadeth's hand and raised it high. The audience burst into enthusiastic cheers. Of course, there were quite a few sighs mixed in with them. Stathippus smiled graciously and applauded him. Next was the award ceremony. The staff led Megadeth to the center of the front of the audience. Under the gaze of thousands of spectators, the referee solemnly put on a crown made of poplar branches for him and handed him a small cloth bag woven with gold thread. In the cloth bag were 20 gold coins engraved with the words Dionia Games. The most exciting moment for the Crete audience came. 2 staff unfolded a flag of the city of Crete and handed it to the champion Megadeth. Like other previous champions, he held the flag high and slowly circled the field, accepting the cheers of the audience from all over the Mediterranean Sea. The officials of the Crete athletes delegation were in the audience, and they were all very excited at this time. Judging from the situation in the past few days, the Dionia Games had many strong players, and the competition was very fierce. Especially in the individual archery promotion competition a few days ago, all the other Crete athletes except Megadeth were eliminated. What made them depressed was that even in the archery event that Crete was most confident in, they did not have the confidence to win the championship. However, today, Megadeth finally defended the reputation of Crete's rich archers. How could they not be surprised? So when Megakites left the stage, they immediately greeted him. While praising him loudly, they also asked about his well-being with concern. Megadeth, who was born as a commoner, was surrounded by these Crete aristocratic officials, and he was a little overwhelmed. At this time, a voice sounded in his ear, "Congratulations, champion Megadeth." Megadeth turned around and saw his opponent named Stathippus standing behind him with a smile. This made him suddenly feel a little ashamed, and he said apologetically, "I just beat you by luck because of my good physical strength." Stathippus looked at him and said seriously, "There are very few people who have such excellent archery skills at your age." Stathippus' words were far more exciting than the praise of the Crete officials, but then he heard Stathippus say, "Are you interested in joining our Dionia? An excellent archer like you is what the Dionysian army urgently needs." Megadeth was stunned. Before he could answer, the person in charge of the Crete delegation immediately retorted loudly, "Megadeth is a citizen of Heraklion. He is the glory of our Crete. He will only stay in Crete, and will never join Dionia." "Oh?" Stathippus glanced at him and asked with a sneer, "If he stays in Crete, will he be able to get a lot of land? Can he enter the city-state's parliament like you, hold an important position, and discuss and make any decisions?" "Megadeth, I have seen your information. You are a commoner, and even if you are the champion, you will not have a chance in Crete where the nobles are in power. But as long as you come to Dionia, with your talent, you can get land, wealth, and status. Don't lie. Do you think I don't know that it is not so easy to become a citizen of Dionia? It is said that you have to live here for more than 10 years before you can get it." Ciritheos reminded Megadeth loudly from behind. Stathippus glanced at him and said seriously to Megadeth, "That is a decree made by the kingdom for ordinary refugees. For a talented person like you, the Ministry of Military Affairs will definitely pay more attention to you and apply to His Majesty. Although it is impossible to immediately make you a citizen of Dionia, it can shorten the period of time for you to become a citizen. As long as you apply, you will soon be called into the barracks by the Ministry of Military Affairs. After a period of training, you should soon become a captain or company captain of the Light Infantry Battalion of the Dionia Reserve Legion. After 2 or 3 years of service, you can become a citizen of Dionia, and you may even become a team officer of the official legion, enjoying the respect of the people. As the former captain of the Light Infantry Battalion of the 1st Legion of Dionia, what I said is the truth. Go back and think about it. If you are willing, you can find me at the Ministry of Military Affairs in Turii. I am a military training officer there, and I can take you directly to the Minister of Military Affairs, Oliver's." After Stathippus finished speaking, he patted Megadeth's shoulder encouragingly, then turned and left. Perhaps the words 1st Legion of Dionia and Turii Ministry of Military Affairs frightened the person in charge of the Crete delegation. He did not dare to interrupt Stathippus during the conversation. It was only after Stathippus had gone far away that he waved his fist and shouted, "I want to protest against the Dionia Games." "You are." Megadeth had never thought about this issue, and when he heard Stathippus's words, his mind was in a mess for a while. Beside him, Sirathais was very envious. He did not expect that after trying so hard to attract attention in the games these days, he would not be able to achieve his beautiful dream. Instead, this poor civilian who only knew how to train every day had been recognized by the officers of Dionia. Seeing the officials of the delegation surrounding Megadeth and painstakingly persuading him, "Don't listen to Stathippus. He is now the hero of Crete, and the city of Crete will never mistreat him." Sirathais could not help but twitch his mouth. Megadeth and his entourage left the stadium and were on their way back to the station. Because he was wearing a laurel crown and a flag, which was the standard attire of the Dionia Games champion, he immediately attracted the attention of the people along the way. They greeted him with reverence and actively inquired about his victory from others. Some even took the initiative to make way for him. Along the way, there were constant cheers, and countless envious eyes gathered on him. However, Megadeth seemed a little preoccupied, and he was not in the mood to enjoy such glory. When they arrived at the athletes' hotel, the officials of the delegation separated from Megadeth. Sirathais immediately approached him and whispered, "Hey, Megadeth, what do you think about what the Dionia officer said?" Megadeth, who was calm on the field, seemed hesitant at the moment. I haven't thought about it yet. What are you thinking about?" "What a good opportunity. If you miss it, it will be gone forever." Siratheos said angrily, "Think about everything we've enjoyed since we arrived here. This is simply an Elysium for athletes. Think about this city, the prosperity of Turiai and the wealth of the citizens of Dionia are far greater than the Athens I have been to. Compared to this, Heraklion of Crete is simply a remote village. If I were you, I would immediately go to the Ministry of Military Affairs in Turiai, find the officer, and ask him to help me join Dionia." Megakides was a little tempted by his words, but he still had some concerns in his heart. "But I'm afraid the officials of Crete will not allow me to leave. What's there to worry about?" Sirathais reminded him disapprovingly. "With the support of the Dionia Ministry of Military Affairs, even if those officials are dissatisfied, they will not dare to do anything to you." With Sirathais' reminder, Megakides finally made up his mind. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Sirathais." "It's not enough to just thank you verbally." Sirathais said half jokingly and half seriously, "When you become a citizen of Dionia and a military officer of Dionia in the future, don't kick me out when I need your help." "Don't worry, I will definitely help you when the time comes." Megakides said affirmatively. On the 7th day of the Dionic Games, most of the events had been presented to the audience. The traditional events of the Greek games had been redesigned and arranged by the Dionians. Not only had the competition schedule become fairer, but it had also become more exciting, such as running and boxing. Traditional boxing matches were held in a relatively large field. Only when the opponent was knocked down or admitted defeat would it be considered a victory. Contestants were often seriously injured or even killed. In the boxing matches of the Dionia Games, contestants on both sides had to wear thick gloves and win by hitting the opponent or knocking the opponent down within a specified time. The contestants were safer, and the matches were less bloody. However, the matches had to be held in a 5-meter square field surrounded by ropes and wooden stakes, which made it impossible for the contestants to dodge at will. The matches became more intense, longer, and more confrontational, which also won a lot of praise from the audience. Because the death rate of the contestants had decreased significantly, women and children were also allowed to watch the matches. The same was true for the wrestling matches. Under the circumstances of ensuring the safety of the contestants and the fairness of the matches, the intensity and confrontation of the matches were increased. Some interesting segments were even added, such as the beautiful female slaves of the kingdom holding the number plate at the start of the next match and walking around the field to attract the attention of the male spectators. Even the representatives of the Olympia and Delphi fell into deep thought when they saw these novel arrangements and designs in the competition. Of course, a traditional sports event like melee was too chaotic and bloody, which was not in line with the aesthetics of Devers. Therefore, it was completely excluded from the Dionia Games. The newly established events of the Dionia Games gave the audience a huge surprise, such as archery and swimming. The Greeks were a seafaring people. Most of them had been playing in the sea since they were young. Paddling in the water had almost become an instinct. However, there had never been a Greek Games that included swimming as a competition event. Perhaps it was because they felt that it was too difficult to compete in the competition. However, the Dionia Games had set the standard for swimming competitions. The organizing team of the games had demarcated an area by the Kreti River in the west of Turiai and built an open stadium. A large rectangular pit 50 meters long, 25 meters wide, and 2 meters deep was dug in the center of the stadium. Devers cement and smooth marble were applied to the pit. This way, when the water from the Kreti River was channeled into the pool, there would be no obvious leakage. Then, ropes were pulled up at the two ends of the wide pool every 3 meters, forming 8 swimming courses. The conditions for swimming competitions were fully met. Although the first Dionia Games allowed the contestants to use all kinds of swimming styles, there was no standard swimming style at that time, and only different swimming events were set according to the distance. The entire stadium was still packed with spectators. Cheers and shouts echoed along the Kreti River every day. Even though the participants of the swimming competition were not allowed to use olive oil, under the sunlight and in the rippling blue water, the vigorous movements of the swimmers when they swung their arms and kicked their legs also displayed their strength and beauty. It also stimulated the audience's longing and love for the sea. It was the same for the rowing competitions. The Greeks had the means to set up rowing competitions, but the reason why they never held them was probably because most of the Greeks relied on the sea for a living. Sailing, fishing, and trading were very common. It was precisely because they were too common that they lost interest in the competitions. However, the rowing competitions of the Dionia Games were designed to be fun and competitive. There were 2 types of rowing competitions in Dionia. The first type was the rowing competition, which used a wooden boat specially made by the Turiai shipyard for the competition. It was narrow but very slender, and could accommodate 4 to 8 oarsmen. There were no sails, and they had to row their oars to move forward. The competition venue was set in the Kreti River. Just like the races on land, there were preliminaries and finals. There were also several events according to the course of the competition and the number of oarsmen. The shortest course was 1 mile. At the beginning of the competition, the contestants paddled quickly, and the speed of the boat could reach a maximum of 10 knots. It was like the charge of the 3-oared warship in the sea, which made the audience on the shore excited. The other type of rowing competition was the sailing boat, which was modified by the Turiai shipyard based on a small cargo ship. It could only seat 1 person, and it could not use oars. It could only move forward by controlling the sails. Therefore, it was held in the Bay of Turiai. There was no preliminaries, and all the contestants participated together. They set off from the port of Turiai to the port of Tarentum. The competition lasted for a whole day, and many observation boats were set up along the way to prevent the contestants from cheating. This competition tested the contestants' ability to steer a boat in the sea, so the contestants were all experienced boat owners and fishermen from various regions and city-states. At the same time, it attracted a large number of boat owners and fishermen from the Kingdom of Dionia and various city-states to watch and learn. On the 7th day of the Dionia Games, a very traditional competition that the people of Dionia were unfamiliar with began. It was the racing competition. In all the Greek games, the racing competition was the most popular. After all, humans were always passionate about the ultimate pursuit of speed. Among the speed events such as running and rowing, the racing competition was the longest, most intense, and most exciting. It was also the most popular among the Greek nobles. According to the traditional rules of the games, the title of the champion of the racing competition did not belong to the driver of the carriage, but to the person who provided and owned the carriage. This gave the Greek nobles, who did not have time to train and could not compete in person, a chance to win the championship. Therefore, many famous nobles in Greece had won the championship of this competition, such as Alcibid of Athens, the king of Sparta, and the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius. However, the Dionia Games had changed the tradition of this competition. In the invitation letter sent to all the city-states, when describing the rules of each event in the Dionia Games, it was emphasized that the glory of the champion of the racing competition would be shared between the driver of the race car and the owner of the race car. The prize money would also be divided equally between the two. In the traditional racing competition of the Greek games, many of the drivers were slaves. It was a humiliation to the Greek nobles that the master and the slave would share the glory of the champion. Even so, many nobles from the Greek city-states still signed up for the competition. This was because Dionia was now powerful. dominating most of the Mediterranean Sea and controlling the Greek world. This was a great opportunity for them to show their names to the king of Dionia, which would greatly benefit their future development in the political arena. These Greek nobles were not the only ones who were passionate about the racing competition of the Dionia Games. The people of Dionia, who loved exciting competitive sports, also flocked to the racing competition that had been rumored for a long time. Therefore, on the day of the competition, thousands of spectators flocked to the competition venue located in the northern part of the Sabari Plain from all directions. As the venue had just been built, it did not even have an official name yet. It was simply called the Turii Racing Arena. When the preparatory team for the games decided on racing as the event, the city hall of Turii, which had never held a racing competition before, sent a delegation to visit Olympia, Delphi, and other places to learn from them. The delegation included officials and engineers from the construction supervision department. However, when they returned, the design and construction of the arena was very different from the racing arenas in Greece. Just as the Greeks believed that any competition could be watched for free, the people of Dionia were used to paying to watch the competition. Therefore, the arena was closed. Due to the hasty construction time, it was not as magnificent as the main arena of Hades. It was only 20 meters high, and there were only 2 levels of spectator seats. However, its length was longer than any other arena in the kingdom, reaching more than 500 meters. Its appearance was long and oval, so it could accommodate more than 30,000 spectators. It was still early, but the entire auditorium was almost full. The noisy arena suddenly burst into thunderous cheers. It turned out that the king of the Devers and his family had appeared in the grandstand dedicated to the royal family. Like the main arena of Hades, the racing arena also had a grandstand dedicated to the royal family. However, unlike the main arena of Hades, it was not built in the auditorium, but on 2 levels of the auditorium, becoming the highest point of the entire arena. This was considerate consideration by the engineers for the royal family. Because the track of the arena was too long, only by sitting at a higher point could one see the entire track clearly. After waving to the audience, the Devers returned to their seats. Christoia, Dido, and the others restrained the children beside them, forbidding them from running around. Although there were railings around them, it was not a joke to fall from a height of more than 20 meters. The Devers ignored the noise of the women and children, looking down at the huge yellow arena paved with a mixture of fine sand and clay, and the long strip of isolation belt in the center of the arena. He asked, "Clotho, how many racing races are there today?" As the leader of the sports preparation team, Clotho Katax knew the entire schedule of all the races like the back of his hand. He immediately replied, "There are 3 racing races today." At this time, there was another round of cheers from the audience. It turned out that the racers were driving their racing cars into their respective starting gates. The Devers looked at the row of starting gates at the south end of the arena with great interest and asked, "Which regions and city-states are the contestants from in the first race?" "There are from the Kingdom of the Periver region, West Namibia, Thebes, the Kingdom of the Bruttii region, Macedonia, Cyrenaica, and our Turii region," Clotho Katax said with great familiarity. "It seems that the first round of the race is very competitive." The Devers listened and said excitedly, "The racers from the Periver region should be Gaul citizens. They are originally good at driving chariots on battlefields with complex terrain. Now that they have switched to the arena, they should be even more at home. The Bruttii region is originally a famous pastoral area of the kingdom. Although in the past, Bruttii horses were more suitable as Toma horses because they were short and good at climbing mountains, they have imported a batch of Lusitanian horses from the Iberian Peninsula and bred them in large numbers. I heard that they are not inferior to Gaul horses. The Cyrenaica Bay horses are also very famous. It is said that they used to sell a large number of them to the nobles of the city-state of Peloponnesus. Macedonian cavalry, I believe you have experienced their strength in the Battle of Tegea a few years ago. And West Namibia, this is also a region rich in horses. Our light cavalry legion is made up of West Namibians. These contestants are all from famous horse-producing areas. Whether it is the horses or the racers, they should be the best of the best. I believe that the competition in the race will be very fierce." The Devers commented with great interest while stroking his chin. "Grandpa, what about Thebes?" Christod interrupted from behind. "Thebes? I don't think their car has the ability to compete with the other racers, Devers said with certainty. Father, Thebes have won many championships in the Greek games in the past, and this time, the Thebes are owned by Peropidas, Clotho-Catax reminded him. The past is the past. In the past, the Greeks did not allow foreigners to participate in the games. The Macedonians who were related to them did not have the opportunity to participate. But in today's sports meeting, the Greeks will see that there are many races in the Mediterranean world who are better at driving carriages than them. Devers still insisted on his own judgment. Therefore, no matter if it's an individual or a country, we must never be complacent. Instead, we must face the world bravely and dare to compete with the strong. Only then can we improve even more. Chris, do you think Grandpa is right? Grandpa is absolutely right. Christopher nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Holding him by her side, Christoya could not help but laugh and scold, "Little bootlicker." Devers smiled kindly. Chris, Grandpa has a question for you. Who is Peropidas? The military commander of the Pyotia Alliance. Christopher blurted out. Great. Devers gave a thumbs up and then patted the couch beside him. Come to Grandpa and sit down. Although Christoph was eager to try, he looked at his grandmother first. Go, go. Christoya waved her hand and then reminded Devers, don't let him go near the railing in front. Devers nodded. Christopher excitedly scurried to sit beside Devers and then asked, Grandpa, you haven't told me about the tourist racer yet. Ah. Devers slapped his forehead. How could I forget about our racer? Clotho, who is the tourist racer? Who is the owner of the racer? The driver's name is Procris. He's the youngest son of the former cavalry hero, Sobkos. He won first place in the racing event held in the Turii region. The racing car he's driving today should be provided by the Turii Carriage Chamber of Commerce. Soberkos. Devers could not help but feel a little disappointed when he heard this name that had been covered for a long time. I seem to remember that the current president of the Tourist Carriage Association is also Soberkos' son? Yes, father. The president of Tali's Carriage Chamber of Commerce is called Paparisius. He's the eldest son of Sobers. He used to be an officer of the 1st Cavalry Legion, but more than 10 years ago, when the kingdom rescued Wolsey and fought against Rome, his leg was seriously injured. In the end, he had no choice but to retire and run the carriage business that his father left behind. Clotho Catechus introduced. This family has made a great contribution to the kingdom. Devers sighed. Uncle Clotho, I see that there are 8 gates down there, but why did you only say there are 7 racers? Epox's son, Tisiphonus, suddenly asked. He was 3 years younger than Christos, but he inherited his father's intelligence and steadiness, and had excellent results in school. Clotho Catax was stunned. He quickly counted with his fingers and immediately apologized, I missed one. The other racer should be, from Egypt. Oh, Egypt. Devers exchanged glances with Clotho Catax without batting an eyelid. 5 days after his conversation with his son that night, he received accurate news from the Africa region. Giheo had been found. His ship had crashed under a cliff 100 miles away from Cyrenaica after a storm. His body and that of his entourage had been found among the rocks. According to the Africa region's governor, they had all died of drowning. For this reason, the Devers had called for an emergency meeting of the kingdom the day before to convince the ministers to follow his plan to deal with this unexpected incident. On one hand, Dionia would send an emissary and a fleet to Africa to transport the bodies of Giheo and his entourage back to Egypt. On the other hand, the kingdom would temporarily block the news that the Egyptian emissary delegation had been destroyed by the storm. At the same time, the Ministry of Military Affairs would inform Chalcidius to quietly gather a few legions of soldiers in Sicily to observe the situation. Therefore, although the Egyptian delegation in Turis was confused about why their emissary delegation had not arrived yet, they could still participate in the various competitions calmly. It is said that Egypt was the first country to use chariots among the Mediterranean countries. Chariot archers are still an important part of Egypt's army. It looks like the first competition will be very intense. Devers sighed and immediately complained to his eldest son, you are not as attentive as our little Tishi. Tishi, come and watch the competition with Grandpa. As he spoke, he patted the couch on the other side. Oh, Tisiphonus replied and stood up to walk forward. I want to sit with Grandpa too. I want to sit too. Seeing this, the other children started shouting one after another. No matter how much their parents tried to dissuade them, they would not listen. All right, move a couch beside me and let the children sit over here, Devers said with a smile. After seeing that the children had sat down again, he pretended to be serious and said, if you want to watch the competition with Grandpa, you must agree to a few of Grandpa's requests. First, you must watch quietly and not make any noise. Second, you must actively answer Grandpa's questions. If you answer correctly, you will be rewarded at home. Grandpa, what is the reward? You will know when the time comes. Can you fulfill my requests? Yes. Good child, then let's watch the competition together. Seeing that Devers was happily teasing the children, Christoia spat softly, this old fellow. Agnes's leisurely voice rang in her ears, if only it was like this every day. Christoia was stunned. Looking at the happy scene between Devers and the children, she could not help but sigh softly, yes. While the Devers were enjoying the joy of their family in the royal stands, in the VIP seats not far below, the president of the Turii Chamber of Commerce, Sostatus, saw a familiar face. Hey, Pebericius, I didn't expect you to come to watch the competition. Nonsense. If I don't come, who will cheer for my brother? Pebericius was born in the military, so he was more direct with his words. I know that your brother won the right to participate in the Turii region's competition, Sostatus immediately asked curiously, but is his competition today? He's in the first competition today. There's a notice of the competition posted at the entrance of the arena. Didn't you see it? I don't have time to look at it. Sostatus pointed at the group behind him and complained softly, look, I have to take care of so many friends. I'm so busy, I don't have time to care about other things. Pebericius glanced at the crowd behind him and said with slight mockery, Lord Sostatus, you really have a lot of friends. No wonder you can become one of the top merchants in the kingdom. You should be able to earn a lot during the competition. Sigh, forget about earning money, it's good enough that I don't lose money. Sostatus sighed and said, it's not like you don't know that there was a riot in the big market outside the main port of Turii the day before yesterday. Many foreign merchants couldn't rent shops, so they banded together and put their goods on the side of the road to sell. As a result, 2 streets were blocked. The patrol team went to drive them away and even got into a conflict with them. You know, these days, all the markets in Turii are full of tourists. At that time, there was almost a riot, resulting in casualties among the tourists due to panic and trampling. Fortunately, a large group of soldiers arrived in time and calmed the situation. After the incident, an official from the Ministry of Commerce came to me, hoping that the Turii Chamber of Commerce could set an example by temporarily renting out part of the market to these foreign merchants to ensure the smooth progress of the competition. He even said something like, this will also be beneficial to the further expansion of the kingdom's trade to the Eastern Mediterranean in the future, which will be beneficial to our merchants. I'm in this trade myself, what an unnecessary move. That's why you refused? Impossible. Sostatus' eyes widened. Those officials from the Ministry of Commerce were ordered by the consul to negotiate with me. Cloto Catax, he's the next king. How could I refuse? I've been busy convincing those unreasonable fellows in the Turin Chamber of Commerce for the past 2 days. My mouth is dry, but I've finally managed to get them to make some concessions. Even though you've suffered some losses, you've made the consul remember you. Furthermore, the Ministry of Commerce owes you a huge favor. I think it'll be more beneficial to your business in the future. Pebericius said enviously. Who knows what will happen in the future? His Majesty the Devers has known about me for a long time, but I still have to work hard to develop myself. Sostatus shrugged and mocked himself. He then looked at Pebericius. I'm envious of your Chamber of Commerce. Unlike us, you don't have to deal with so many troubles. Not only will your profits increase greatly during the sports meet, but you'll also receive good reviews from everyone. Our profits increase greatly? Pebericius shook his head. I'm afraid you haven't ridden in our Chamber of Commerce's carriage recently. Don't you know that the demand for carriages is extremely high? We're charging the same fees as usual, but it's more tiring than usual, especially for athletes and foreign VIPs. We have to work from dawn to dusk to pick them up in time. This is what we agreed upon with the Ministry of Commerce beforehand. At this point, Pepericious' expression became extremely solemn. However, as citizens of Turin and Ionia, we should contribute at this crucial time. As long as the kingdom can successfully host the sports meet, it'll be our pride. That's right. That's right. He knew very well that many officers who had been in the regular army for a long time, even if they were retired, would speak in a similar manner. He quickly changed the topic and called Hesklaus over. Let me introduce you to a friend, Hesklaus. He's a merchant from Peleus who's been working with me for a long time. Then, he introduced Hesklaus to Hesklaus. You're talking about an important person. His father was one of the founders of the Dionia Cavalry Regiment, a famous hero of the kingdom. He used to be an officer of the 1st Cavalry Legion of Dionia and has made great achievements in battle. Now, he's in charge of the huge Turin Carriage Chamber of Commerce. All of you will have to listen to his commands when you're in Turin. Hesklaus immediately bowed respectfully. Lord Pepericious, it is my honor to meet you. Upon hearing the word Peleus, Pepericious' heart skipped a beat. Ever since the Greek War, many of the upper class in Thurii knew that King Divers was born in Peleus of Thessaly. So, he hurriedly supported Hesklaus and asked with interest, don't listen to Sostatus's bragging. I'm just a merchant like you. What do you do? Hesklaus and I are partners in the pottery business. The Athens pottery shop in the Thurii market is his property. Sostatus continued, before the sports competition, His Majesty even personally sent someone to the shop to order pottery. Did His Majesty receive you? Pepericious looked at Hesklaus, his eyes shining with desire. No. Not yet. Hesklaus lowered his eyes guiltily. Although he didn't, His Majesty knows everything. That's why he sent Lord Ribazot to personally deliver the order to the shop, Sostatus interrupted with a smile. Pepericious pondered for a moment and smiled as well, since His Majesty has taken a fancy to your pottery, it means that the quality of your pottery is very good. If there's time, I'll introduce the members of our Chamber of Commerce to buy your pottery. Hesklaus thanked him profusely. Although Sostatus's expression was calm, he was actually quite happy. Over the past few days, he had successfully promoted Hesklaus' pottery to many of the upper class through this method in various arenas. Father, the competition is about to begin. Lyria's urging voice came from behind. Amidst the noise of the audience, the three of them, like the rest of the audience, soon saw that King Divers, who was wearing a golden crown, was standing on the railing of the royal stand. His right hand, which was stretched out in the air, was holding a red cloth, which was unusually eye-catching. Suddenly, he let go of his right hand, and the red cloth fluttered to the ground. The 8 starting gates on the east side of the arena sprang open at the same time under the effect of a mechanism, and 8 chariots dashed out. The entire arena immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. The 32 horses, who had been impatient for a long time, raised their hooves with all their might. The wheels spun rapidly, and the chariots rumbled forward. 8 fully equipped drivers pulled the reins tightly with one hand and raised the whip with the other. They shouted loudly and whipped the horses at the same time. The reason why they let the horses gallop forward from the beginning was mainly to get a good position. The 8 starting gates were distributed in a fan shape, and their positions had a greater impact on the starting position of the racing cars. The position closest to the middle of the arena, the strip of separation, was the most advantageous, and the position closest to the audience was the worst. Although the Dionia Games emphasized fair competition, it was inevitable that there would be favoritism. This was human nature. For example, the racing cars of the Thurii region were arranged in the starting gate closest to the middle of the arena. Based on their relationship with the kingdom, they were Brudi, Periver, Western Namibia, Egypt, Thebes, and Macedonia. Cyrenaica was the outermost. After all, it and Dionia were only friendly neighbors, not allies. Therefore, as soon as the race began, the 8 racing cars rushed to the track at lightning speed. Soon, the front and back were separated, and the Thurii contestant, Procris, took the lead. When Soberks died in battle, Procris was only a child, but Soberks had laid a solid foundation for his family. His carriage shop had more than a dozen carriages and dozens of employees. He was already the president of the newly established Turii Carriage Chamber of Commerce and had a good reputation throughout Daionia. At that time, the kingdom had not been established, it was just an alliance, and the territory included was not large. After his death, his eldest son, Pebericius, did not pay much attention to the carriage business at first. Instead, he dedicated his passion to cavalry, so he was promoted to the captain of the 1st Cavalry Regiment at a young age. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. During the Battle of Wolsey, he was injured and fell off his horse. Unfortunately, his leg was trampled by the horse, causing him to be permanently disabled. He had no choice but to retire and devote all his energy to the carriage business. Since he was a retired veteran and had meritorious deeds, coupled with his father's influence, he received support and help from many parties. His career grew along with the expansion of the kingdom. Not only did the family's carriage business expand from Turii to other towns, but they also began to dabble in the carriage manufacturing industry. This gave Pebericius quite a reputation in the carriage business of the kingdom. Compared to his brother, who had experienced many hardships and was smart and capable, Procris naturally paled in comparison. Under the protection of his father and brother, he lived a carefree life and did not have any outstanding performances. Instead, because he inherited his father's hobby of driving, he would secretly act as a coachman for the Turii people from time to time, and he became a joke among the young people of the Turii. After the Devers announced that the Daionia Games would be held, Procris decided to participate in the racing competition and prove himself with the glory of being the champion. Because of this, he received strong support from his brother. Not only did he search for the most suitable horses from the entire Mediterranean Sea, but he also hired a coachman who was once the champion of the racing competition to be his coach. Procris had been training tirelessly for 2 years just for this day. At the moment when the door of the starting point sprang open and the carriage dashed out, countless thoughts flashed through Procris' mind. Soon, they turned into a firm and loud shout, "Go! Go! Go!" A moment later, his carriage was already charging ahead. From the corner of his eyes, he swept a glance at the field staff standing on the platform with buckets in their hands. His excited mood cooled down a little, and he immediately remembered his coach's advice. He began to pull the reins back a little bit, letting the equally excited horse slow down a little. After all, this was not a single short race, but a long race of more than 14 miles, which required continuous endurance. He could not go all out at the beginning, otherwise, he would not be able to accelerate in the second half of the race. Just when he was trying his best to control the horse's speed, he suddenly heard a wah-wah sound from the outside. He turned his head to look and saw that a carriage had caught up with him. The coachman was wearing a helmet with horns on his head, and he was baring his teeth at him with a ferocious expression. "Damn Gauls!" Procris shouted back at him, not to be outdone. He did not have to worry that the other party would attack him out of anger. Not to mention that both parties were citizens of Daionia, the referees had repeatedly emphasized to the participants of the race, ensure the safety of the race. Do not maliciously attack or harm your opponent during the race, or you will be disqualified. The Gauls' approach was nothing more than a psychological tactic. Procris was not moved by it, and he focused on driving the carriage. The statue of Poseidon on the platform and the statue of the King of Devers on horseback flashed past the corner of his eyes. There were 3 pillars in front of him, and he knew that it was time to turn. The distance of 500 meters on this straight track would take some time for a runner to finish, but for a 4-horse carriage running at full speed, it was only a matter of a few blinks of the eye. However, turning at high speed was an extreme test of the driver's driving ability. Procris did not dare to relax at all. He held the reins tightly, keeping the carriage close to the platform. The 4 white horses galloped side by side, bypassing the stone pillars almost at the same time. Then, Procris felt his racecar suddenly swinging to the outside. He heard a loud bang, and the violent vibration almost caused him to fall off his racecar. Fortunately, he held on to the reins. The Gaul cursed angrily beside him. His racecar had collided with his opponent's racecar. All the racers wanted to regain their leading position at the turn, so they sped up and attempted to overtake the racecar from the outside. The 8 racecars were almost squeezed together, and many collisions occurred. Such an exciting scene caused the spectators to gasp in surprise, and at the same time, their enthusiasm to watch the race increased. Their cheers grew louder and louder. Unlike a certain epic movie in his past life, where race cars had saws on their axles that could damage other racers' race cars, such cheating was not allowed in the Greek games. Race cars had to go through strict inspection before they were allowed to enter the venue. This was even more so in the Dionia games. Bad behavior such as hitting an opponent with a whip would only result in a forfeit. Therefore, this collision between the race cars did not result in a tragic crash, but it did affect the speed of the race cars. Just as Procris' race car slowed down due to the collision, another race car quickly overtook it from the outside and rushed to the front. The race car was shining with a golden light. The driver was tanned, and his clothes were also shining with the same golden light. The 4 black horses were also equipped with gorgeous headdresses, making the entire race car look magnificent. It turned out that this was a race car from Egypt. He was not a slave like the Greek race cars, but a minor Egyptian nobleman who specialized in driving for the heir to the pharaoh, Jeho. Jeho had sent him to the race to curry favor with Dionia, and to show Dionia and the other cities of the Mediterranean see the ability and image of Egypt. However, when the race began, the Egyptian emissary delegation led by Jeho still had not reached Turiai. This disappointed the Egyptian race car, but it did not affect his performance in the race. Although he was lagging behind at the start, he was not overly anxious. Unlike the other racers, he did not accelerate at the turn. Instead, he calmly drove his race car to the outermost edge. With his superb driving skills, not only did he not lose time due to the detour, he even took advantage of the other race cars colliding with each other to rush to the front. Seeing this, the Gaul racer panicked. He whipped his horse, trying to get his car to catch up. In the end, it collided with the cars on the outside, and the birdie racer cursed. Procris was still rather calm. He did not wave his whip, but shook the reins lightly. At the same time, he whistled and shouted, "Ephila! Run, run!" According to Coach Procris, adding Maras to the horses pulling the race car might slow them down a little, but it can ensure the stability of the race car. At the same time, it can stimulate the horses to compete with each other and speed up the horses at critical moments. Procris accepted his suggestion, and in the end, he realized that the results were very good during the training. In the end, the mare named Ephila even became the stabilizer of the entire race car. At this moment, the clever young mare seemed to understand the meaning of her master. She neighed a few times and directly moved forward. The 3 young stallions also followed closely behind her and exerted their strength. Procris's car instantly accelerated and broke away from the crowded race car pile. If the horse's running had been slightly off course, it might have collided with the anxious Gaul race car next to it. A moment later, the race cars on the field were divided again. The Egyptian race car charged in front, followed by Procris, Gaul, Brudi, and Thebes, while Cyrenaica and West Namibia were slightly behind. Everyone was chasing each other, each showing their abilities, stirring up clouds of dust. The scene was very intense. The cheers of the audience continued to be explosive. Although the Dionysian engineers had used a method of mixing fine sand and clay to lay out the racetrack, it was still impossible to prevent dust from flying into the air. Procris, who was following closely behind the Egyptian racer, naturally tasted the pain of eating dust. Through the fog of dust, he saw the staff on the middle ridge platform picking up the iron hook and hooking one of the silver dolphin statues erected high in the row. His heart skipped a beat, it was already 1 lap. He immediately focused because in front of these dolphins was the stone pillar that had to turn. He saw the Egyptian race car in front of him sticking close to the middle ridge line, obviously intending to hold the inner circle. He turned his head to look to the side and saw that no other race car had caught up, so he did not hesitate to pull the reins to the outside while whistling urgently. The 4 horses immediately rushed to the outer circle, still maintaining high speed when turning. Due to inertia, Procris's car once again swung outward and tilted to the right, looking like it was about to overturn. The nearby audience cried out in concern. However, Procris did not panic. He grabbed the reins, stood firmly on his legs, and controlled his center of gravity. The car's left wheel was suspended in the air, and only after the right wheel rolled for a moment did the left wheel land safely. The Dionia audience breathed a huge sigh of relief, followed by thunderous cheers for Procris's wonderful performance. This was the fast cornering technique that Procris had been practicing for the past 2 years. Successfully displaying it in a real race also doubled his confidence. He shouted excitedly, "Good job, Eftera! Good job, lads!" The 4 horses responded with a high-pitched neigh. Their 4 hooves ran even more vigorously, dragging the car and giving chase. The Egyptian racecar saw that Procris had caught up to his side and felt a little nervous. He immediately waved his whip and shouted, "Brace! Brace!" The racecars learned their lesson and tried to widen the gap between them when turning, but tragedy still happened. The Macedonian racecar, who was lagging behind, was eager to catch up. He still maintained high speed when turning, but he did not have the superb driving skills of Procris. After the collision with the Western Namibian racecar in front, the car overturned and the racecar driver was thrown out. The audience cried out in alarm. The paramedics immediately ran to the scene of the accident, lifted the injured racecar driver on a stretcher, and led the car to the exit of the venue. Fortunately, the Macedonian racecar was the last to arrive, so all the cleanup work was relatively quick and did not affect the race. The doctor arrived quickly and carefully examined the racecar driver's injuries. He found that apart from a dislocated arm, head concussion, and a little faint, there were no external injuries. He was considered lucky. Of course, this was also related to some safety measures adopted by the Dionia Games for racing. The racing referee team of the Dionia Games required the racecars to wear helmets with soft cotton lining, as well as thick leather jackets and trousers. They even reduced the starting point to avoid collisions due to too many cars in the race. Even so, accidents still occurred. Racing was indeed the most dangerous event in the Games. Disgrace, this was a disgrace to Macedonia. In the VIP seats, Prince Philly of Macedonia was furious. The Macedonian ambassador next to him comforted him. "You don't have to be angry. Although Macedonia is rich in horses, people like to ride horses and rarely drive cars. Furthermore, he has never participated in any racing competitions before. The native Greek city-states see Macedonia as barbarians and do not allow them to participate in the various games in Greece. He has no racing experience at all. He only signed up for this event because of Dionia's hospitality. It is inevitable that he would suffer such a failure." Philly obviously could not accept such an explanation. He said sternly, "Since he has participated in the competition, he must have the ambition to win. If he has no experience, he can learn from those who have. Seize the time to train." Dionia sent out the invitation letter a year ago. What has he been doing for the past year? His performance in the race is so clumsy, causing the spectators to look down on us. How can we accept this? The Macedonian ambassador was a little embarrassed. His face darkened and he simply ignored Philly. He stared at the race and thought to himself, "Although you are a prince, you do not have any rights. You have come to Dionia without permission and have already caused me a lot of trouble. Now, you actually dare to yell at me. You really don't know what's good for you." The Macedonian ambassador's disdainful attitude made Philly clench his teeth. Although he was young, he was more experienced in the ways of the world. He knew very well why the other party dared to do this. It was not only because he was insignificant in Macedonia. Even his elder brother, King Perdiccas of Macedonia, did not have much influence in the country. Most of the power was controlled by Ptolemy and a few other ministers. He even suspected that if it were not for the support of Dionia, the shameless Ptolemy, who claimed to be Perdiccas and his stepfather, would have long usurped the throne. The royal power in the country had declined, and in the eyes of many city-states and countries, Macedonia was a poor and backward country. Compared to the neighboring kingdom of Dionia and the Thessaly region, it was a world of difference. The main reason why Philly secretly came to Dionia was not to watch the sports meet. Instead, he wanted to find out the real reason why a small city-state like Dionia had become such a powerful kingdom in just a short period of 20 to 30 years. However, the population of Turin was so huge that he was just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, no one paid any attention to him. He was shocked by the prosperity of this huge city. Lacking administrative experience, he could not see through this prosperity and see the real secret that caused this prosperity. Sometimes, he could not help but feel depressed. Was the Macedonian royal family going to be under the protection of Dionia forever? Could it be that Macedonia would never be able to create miracles like Dionia? The race was still intense. 2 laps, 3 laps, 4 laps. The first 2 racers were always the Egyptian and Turan racers. The 2 racers were closely chasing each other, and the gap between them was at most a horse's body length. The 3rd to 5th positions were constantly changing. Sometimes it was Gaul, sometimes it was Brutty, and sometimes it was Corinth. They were chasing each other, and it was very lively. The audience outside the stadium cheered. At this time, the staff on the platform began to get busy. They used buckets to scoop water from the pools on the platform, and then splashed it on the horses that passed by them. Why are we splashing water on the horses? That's because the temperature of the horse's body will gradually rise when it runs strenuously. If its body temperature is too high for a long time, the horse will get sick and even die. So splashing water on the horses to help them cool down can protect them from getting sick after the race. Oh, so that's how it is. Why is the animal in the middle that represents the number of laps, and not other animals? I like elephants and hippos. No, I like Aunt Eunice's black cat better. That's because this arena is holding car racing or horse racing. The main object of the competition is the horses, and Poseidon is the patron saint of horses. Can anyone tell me what Poseidon's animal messenger is? I know, it's a dolphin. Yes, it's a dolphin. The silver statue of a dolphin is used to mark the number of laps run by the racing horses. It's a beautiful wish to get Poseidon's blessing to protect the participating horses. Oh, so that's how it is. Uncle Apox, is the statue of Poseidon placed in the middle of the arena also to protect the horses? Yes, that's right. Is Grandpa's statue also placed there for this reason? Apox, who patiently answered all kinds of questions from the children like an encyclopedia, was stumped. He cleverly threw the question to his father. Chris, shouldn't you ask your grandpa this question? Devers listened to the chatter of his children while watching the race. At this moment, he did not have the majesty of a king at all. Instead, he was like an old man enjoying the happiness of his family. He said with a smile, I don't know why, Chris. You have to ask your father. He is responsible for the construction of this arena. Cloto Katax saw his father's intention and said jokingly, I don't know why either. The whole pattern of the middle of the arena was designed by your Uncle Erex, so of course I approved the construction. When the children looked at Erex, who was sitting beside Eunice, with questions in their eyes, the sculptor master, who was usually taciturn but always straightforward, said perfunctorily, Kids, don't you think this design is beautiful? When the children nodded in agreement, Antibus burst into laughter and could not help but say, Brother-in-law, you're usually so honest, but now you've learned to lie. You might as well just say that you're trying to suck up to Daddy by doing this. Indeed, the composition and construction of the middle ridge of the arena looked very imposing. However, the statue of Divers wielding a sword on a horse was obviously bigger than the statue of Poseidon, and its position was also higher. It gave the audience a feeling that the descendant of Hades was more powerful than Poseidon, one of the 3 main gods. It gave the audience a feeling that the descendants of Hades were more powerful than Poseidon. Mother, did you see that? Eunice actually hit me. Antres immediately complained to Christoia. How old are you? Why are you still acting like a child? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by your children? Christoia scolded jokingly. Father, mother, and everyone. It's almost noon. You must be hungry. Drink some water and eat something. Axicus smiled as he walked into the royal stand, followed by 4 slaves, each holding a silver plate filled with sumptuous food. I say, Axicus, Ribazad is in charge of preparing lunch. You don't have to be so busy. Quickly sit down and watch the competition as a family, Christoia advised kindly. Axicus smiled and said, I can't stay idle, so I'll help Ribazat. Sit down. Agnes looked at him impatiently. Axicus hurriedly nodded and sat down. He was always a little nervous in front of this mother-in-law of few words. When he sat down, he immediately picked up a jar of water and handed it over. Avia, this is for you. Avia took it with a smile. Everyone, pay attention. There's only half a lap left. Antres's shout drew the attention of the royal family back to the race. After the last turn, the Egyptian racer was still in the lead, followed by Procris. The two racers had pulled away from the rest. The 500-meter straight was in front, and the staff had already pulled up the red cloth at the finish line. The winner of this round would definitely be one of them. Procris was anxious. He looked at the Egyptian racer in the inner circle. His own racer was still a horse's head behind. The Egyptian racer was too stable. He had been in first place since the first lap and had never been overtaken. However, Procris was unwilling to admit defeat. There was only half a lap left. If he didn't fight now, when would he? He raised his whip and hit the mare in the middle with a moderate amount of force. At the same time, he shouted, "Efila! Efila! Run! Run for your life! Run! Run!" As if she understood Procris's words, the beautiful mare shook her slender neck and let out a crisp and melodious neigh. Her tired four hooves moved even faster, and the already decaying speed suddenly increased again. The stallions also sped up at the same time and whinnied, all wanting to show off their strength in front of their beloved girl. Under their hard work, Procris's racer not only caught up with the Egyptian racer in an instant, but also slightly surpassed it. Seeing this, the Egyptian racer also did his best to speed up his racer. The two racers ran side by side on the wide track, galloping at high speed. The enthusiasm of the audience had also reached its peak. Almost all of them stood up and danced. The eruption of cheers was louder and louder. This enthusiastic atmosphere not only injected great strength into the racers, but also into the horses. The horses' four hooves were in the air, and the originally soft mane and ponytail were actually floating straight in the air. The sweat on their bodies scattered around as their muscles contracted and relaxed. So beautiful. It's so beautiful. Erex once again reveled in front of the railing. The distance of 500 meters was just a short moment for a racer running at full speed. It was too fast. When the two racecars crossed the finish line, many spectators could not even tell who was the winner. It was not until the race staff handed the flag of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia to Procris, who draped it over his shoulders and drove his carriage around the track slowly, that the spectators applauded with all their might. How could they not be excited? Because the winner was the Turii racer, a true member of their own team, Procris waved at the spectators around him and smiled happily. Even though the race was not over, and he would still be participating in the next few days, and he might not even be able to win the championship, at this moment, he was completely enjoying the glory that belonged to him alone. July 15th, the last day of the Dionia Games. According to the latest medal table released by the preparatory team, Athens ranked first, Arcadia Union led by Mandinia tied with Elise in second place, and Turii of the Kingdom of Dionia tied with Pyotia Union led by Thebes in third place. According to the rules of the Dionia Games, the champion of each event in the final would get 3 points, the second would get 2 points, and the third would get 1 point. The difference between the points of the top three in the medal table was only 1 or 2 points, which showed how fierce the competition was. The fact that Athens ranked first was within the expectations of many spectators. After all, it had a long sports culture, enough population, and abundant financial resources to cultivate excellent sports talents. In previous games, there had never been a lack of champions from Athens. It was a veritable sports powerhouse. It was not surprising that Athens performed so well in the traditional events of the Dionia Games. However, the performance of Sparta, another Greek powerhouse in sports, was disappointing. They had only scored a pitiful 2 points so far, and they did not even get a place in the event that they used to excel in, the heavy armor race. Of course, this was understandable. Ever since Dionia conquered Sparta and established a new government, the new Sparta government had long discarded the government that the original Sparta people were proud of, and implemented by Lekugu's reforms for hundreds of years. Naturally, the military tradition of survival of the fittest, which the Sparta citizens adhered to for a long time, was naturally abolished. The former Sparta warriors were either farming in the fields or learning how to sail ships and do business at the port. Their physical strength and skills had been neglected, and they could not compete with the strong ones at all. Naturally, the contestants from the Kingdom of Dionia had replaced Sparta and monopolized the heavy armor race. Not only in the heavy armor race, these Dionia contestants also included the top 8 in the 5 newly established military events. They also showed their strong advantages in archery, javelin throwing, horse riding, car racing, and rowing races, which attracted the attention of the ambassadors from friendly city-states and forces. Because these events were closely related to the military, one could see the strength of the military forces of Dionia. Now, there was only one event left in the Dionia Games, the marathon. There was a lot of controversy when the preparation team for the games set the marathon route. Some people suggested that the race should start near the Turii barracks and go to the hot spring swamps. This would be of great significance. The Great Swamp War was the founding battle of Dionia, and it would give full play to the abilities of the Turii runners. The Turii runners who participated in the marathon were all young soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions. They trained near the Turii barracks all year round and were fully adapted to the terrain there. Others suggested that the race should start near the port of Turii and go all the way to the inner city of Turii. This was also of great significance. The Devers led the mercenaries to land in the port of Turii and finally established the kingdom of Dionia in the inner city of Turii, and it was also good for the final awards ceremony. Others suggested that the starting point of the long-distance race should be near the port of Turii and the finishing point at the foot of Mount Amendolara. This was also of great significance. After all, the king of Devers led his army to land in Greece from the port of Turii and first established a foothold in Mount Amendolara. This route was also good for the performance of all the runners. After repeated consideration, Cloto Katax led the preparation team and finally adopted the third suggestion. The main reason was that this route was flat and open, and it could help all the runners finish the race smoothly. After all, it was the first time the marathon was held. If the race was too difficult, many runners would not be able to complete it, and it would not be good for the promotion of the marathon in the future. Since the start of the games, the marathon had always been very popular among the people of Dionia and foreign tourists. Like the boat race, it was impossible to charge tickets due to the wide range of the race. Therefore, on the day of the race, the people of Turii and its vicinity, including tourists, rushed to both sides of the track, surrounding the port of Turii and the foot of Mount Amendolara. In order to prevent interference in the race, Cloto Katax even mobilized the army to maintain the order of the race. The crowd was loud, and so was the lineup of the runners. 2 years ago, after the preparation team of the Dionia Games announced the establishment of the marathon, there was a saying that gradually spread in the Greek world: athletes who can complete the marathon are real athletes. Under the influence of such public opinion, more than 200 contestants signed up for this event. There were no qualifiers, no semifinals, just a single match to determine the winner. After the loud whistle for the start of the race, the contestants rushed onto the track like a swarm of bees and slowly ran towards the finish line amidst the cheers of the audience. At the end of the long-distance race, there was also a sea of people. After careful consideration, the organizing team of the sports meet had set up a VIP seat on a small hill nearby, where they could overlook the last part of the race. Now, the representatives of the various regions and city-states of the kingdom were sitting in the VIP seats one after another. Pelopidas found his seat and found that the envoy from Athens was sitting right next to him. He immediately smiled and said, "General Callistratus, congratulations. Congratulations to Athens for taking the lead in the Dionia Games. It's only temporary." Callistratus waved his hand modestly. "The games haven't ended yet, so it's hard to say. Besides, we all know that the so-called first and second place don't mean much. The sum of the points obtained by each region of Dionia far exceeds the sum of all the city-states. Dionia is just comparing its regions with our city-states as a whole. So what? Since Dionia chose to use this method to compare the strength of the sports competition of each city-state, we have to admit our loss," Pelopidas said confidently. "What's more, the Turii region of Dionia surpasses our city-states in terms of population, land area, and prosperity. Therefore, winning is a reflection of strength. What you said makes sense." Callistratus' response seemed a little perfunctory, but in fact, that was what he was thinking. Currently, Athens was far behind Turii in terms of military strength, population, land area, and trade level. However, at least Athens still had the advantage in sports competition. "Listening to you two, it sounds like the first place is already in the bag. But let me tell you, our Arcadia is only 2 points behind Athens. Maybe when the marathon is over, Arcadia will be able to overtake us because we have several long-distance runners." Lycomedes suddenly interrupted. The preparatory team had arranged for the top few envoys of the city-states to sit together. It was really thoughtful of them. When it comes to long-distance runners, we, the Pyotia Alliance, also have several. Among them, Pantagruel has even won the championship in the 3,000-meter long-distance race. This time, he has also signed up for the marathon. The final champion will definitely be him. Peropidas said proudly. Just now, he had congratulated Callistratus, but now he had a smug look on his face, as if he was going to seize the first place on the medal table. How can a 3,000-meter race be compared to a marathon? That's a super long distance of nearly 10 miles. Callistratus, who had been modest just now, was not to be outdone. He said, the reason why the Dionia Games has this event is because of the glorious battle in Athens, the marathon. We have more than 15 runners who have signed up for the competition. For more than a year, they have been training tirelessly every day, just to bring the glory that should have belonged to Athens back to Athens. You're thinking too much, Callistratus. Lycomedes sneered. Although the long-distance marathon was indeed started because of the Athens Games, can the current runners in Athens get a good ranking in this competition? I wasn't optimistic about it. Running a marathon required not only a lot of stamina, but also a strong will to run such a long distance. Would the Athenians, who were used to enjoying themselves, be able to endure this kind of hardship? I think it's very difficult. On the other hand, we, the Arcadia people, who trudge between the mountains every day, are more able to endure hardships. The most able to endure hardships are the farmers. You mean that as long as we send a farmer, we can win this event? Epaminondas watched from the side as these three, who could be said to be the most powerful people in the Greek city-states, argued about whether their city-states could win the final standings of the games. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Thinking back to the opening ceremony of the games, all of them were relaxed, full of curiosity, and had the mentality of watching a joke. Now, they were completely immersed in it. Not only them, looking at the envoys of the other city-states around them, it was the same. Although it was the first time that the Dionia people hosted the games, it should be a great success, just like everything else they do. Epaminondas thought to himself. He said, you guys don't have to argue anymore. I think the champion of this marathon is likely to be won by the athletes of Dionia. Why? Pelopidas knew that his best friend usually did not like to talk, but every time he spoke, he would always have something to say. Epaminondas said seriously, based on my understanding of the Dionysian army, the Holy Kingdom of Dioria conducts long-term military training for its citizens year after year, and one of the most important training programs is the armed long-distance running. Almost every 7 days, they have to run a distance of more than 5 miles. Therefore, the Dionysian army's marching speed is very fast in the war, and they can fight continuously. This characteristic has been reflected in many battles where the Dionysian army participated. Callistratus, Pelopidas, and Lycomedes looked at each other and suddenly stopped talking. Although what Epaminondas said was reasonable, Callistratus and the others still hoped that they would get lucky. After more than an hour of waiting, the contestants finally appeared in their field of vision. However, no matter how hard they stared and focused, they did not find any familiar figures among the contestants running at the front. Instead, the spectators on both sides of the track cheered thunderously, and some even shouted the names of the contestants in unison. Callistratus and the others were frustrated because the vast majority of the Dionia spectators would do such a thing. The contestants running at the front could only be from Dionia, or even Turin. Their inference was not wrong. The contestants running at the front were all from the Turin region, and the contestant in the lead was named Arsines. After running for a long time, not only did he not feel tired, but he was also getting more and more excited. Compared to the immature boy he was 5 years ago, Arsines was now the main force of the 1st Legion, and at the beginning of the year, he was promoted to a platoon leader and married the daughter of an elder in the army. This year was a joyous year for him. 2 days later, it would be the anniversary of his biological father's death. He decided to win the marathon, and then offer this glory to his biological father's grave, to pay tribute to the father who died in battle before he was born. He had grown into a man of indomitable spirit, and he could rest assured in Elysium. The weather today was unusually cool. The sea breeze mixed with humidity blew on his face. Listening to the spectators shouting his name, which was the same as his biological father's, his steps became bigger and faster. The first 3 places in the marathon were won by the contestants from Dionia, and all 3 contestants were from the 1st and 2nd legions of Dionia. As a result, the total points of the Dionia-Turin region surpassed that of Athens in one fell swoop, and they won 1st place in the standings. This disappointed Callistratus and the others, but also made the envoys of the other city-states breathe a sigh of relief. After all, under the influence of Dionia's powerful national strength over the past few years, it was normal for them to have such thoughts. It was natural for Dionia to win 1st place in the games, so why should Athens overtake them? In the marathon, almost half of the runners failed to finish the race. There were even many runners who fainted in the middle of the race and were sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. This made the audience sigh. That night, a celebratory banquet was held in the palace of Dionia. It was the final arrangement for the games. It also followed the tradition of the various games in Greece. However, Dionia made it extraordinarily grand. Not only did they invite the champions of all the events, but they also invited all the important ambassadors of the friendly city-states who participated in the games. The king of Devers personally hosted the banquet. The atmosphere was very warm. At the banquet, he clinked glasses with Callistratus, Iphicrates, Epaminondas, Agesilaus, and others. Now, he, who was high above and had the power of the entire Greek world, treated these historical figures like he treated other people. He was not too curious about them, and he did not talk too much with them to avoid misunderstandings from the ambassadors of the other city-states. This made Agesilaus' idea of making some requests to the king of Devers, whom he had finally met with, fall through. At the end of the banquet, the Devers announced 2 things. First, in view of the success of the games, the Holy Kingdom of Dionia would hold a games in the summer every 4 years. They would try their best to make it the grandest celebration in the entire Mediterranean world. Second, the Greek parliament would hold an important enlarged meeting the next day. Not only were the ambassadors of the Greek city-states who participated in the games invited to participate, but the ambassadors of other allied states were also invited to participate. There were important matters to discuss. Important matters? The ambassadors returned to the hotel where they stayed with all kinds of speculations. Some of them did not even sleep well the whole night. On the 2nd day, the Greek Union Conference, the Devers also attended and hosted the meeting. In front of the messengers and counselors from various cities, he solemnly proposed to declare war on Persia and form an allied army to attack Asia Minor. Everyone was shocked. As a matter of fact, the king of Devers was not the first person to make such a suggestion in front of the messengers of the Greek city-states. 10 years ago, the orator of Athens, Isocrates, declared many times in the Greek games and other public occasions, the Greek city-states should stop all conflicts and internal friction, unite and defend against the threat of Dionia in the west while bravely launch an attack on their arch-enemy Persia in the east. They should completely annihilate the main culprit of the civil strife in Greece and obtain enough land for the Greeks to support more people. Although Isocrates' speech was scoffed at by the higher-ups of the Greek city-states, it had a certain impact on the Greek people. After the Greek War, this advocate was expelled by the citizens with potsherds a few years ago and went into exile in Asia Minor because there were rumors in the city of Athens that without Isocrates' incitement, Athens would not have joined the anti-Dionia alliance, which led to the current predicament. Now, after the king of Devers made this suggestion, he immediately announced that regardless of whether the Greek conference agreed or not, the Holy Kingdom of Dionia would send more than 100,000 troops to attack Persia. This shocked the messengers greatly. At the same time, the Devers also proposed that as long as the allied states sent their troops to form an allied army, Dionia would equally share the spoils of war with the allied states after each victory. After defeating Persia, according to the contributions of the allied states in the entire war, a part of the conquered Persia territory would be divided as the overseas territories of the allied states in Asia Minor. As everyone knew, Persia was a rich kingdom, and the king of Persia was the wealthiest in the world. For the Greek city-states, which were small, poor, and financially strapped, it was of course a good thing to earn wealth from Persia and nourish themselves. For Athens, Thebes, and other powerful Greek states, Dionia's control of the Greek Union had left them with no room to expand their power. If they could defeat Persia and obtain the territories of Asia Minor, it would give them another way to develop their national power. Therefore, most of the allied states of Dionia were moved by the Devers' proposal. Moreover, Dionia had some unwavering supporters in the Greek parliament, such as Messenia, Arcadia, and Zakynthos. Therefore, the resolution of declaring war on Persia was finally passed. The next step was to discuss the formation of the Greek coalition army and formulate a plan to attack Persia. A few days later, the news of Dionia declaring war on Persia spread throughout the kingdom. The enthusiasm of the people, which had not completely faded because of the successful sports held by the kingdom, was reignited. While the people were discussing this major event in the streets and alleys of various cities and towns, the Devers summoned Leotychides to the office of the palace. "Did you watch the sports meet? Because many of the games were held at the same time, I only watched a part of them. What do you think?" Although the Greek city-states have achieved some good results in traditional sports, almost all the first, second, and third place in the games closely related to the military were won by the athletes of our kingdom. This shows that the military quality of the citizens of Dionia is far better than that of other allied states. You. The Devers could not help but laugh. "You always talk about the military." "Your Majesty, you didn't ask me to come here just to chat with me, did you?" Leotychides asked calmly. "I can hear the resentment in your words. Are you still dissatisfied with the fact that I transferred you from the 1st Legion to the tourist barracks to serve as the chief instructor of the Reserve Legion commanders?" The Devers said half jokingly and half seriously. Leotychides remained silent. 2 years ago, the Devers issued a new instruction to the Ministry of Military Affairs. The position of commander would be established above the Legion commander. As the highest rank among the frontline officers, the Legion commander who had commanded multiple legions or allied forces and won many victories could be promoted to this position after passing the examination of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Not only was it a great promotion in terms of salary and position for the military officers of the Kingdom of Dionia, but it also gave them the honor of entering the Senate without being elected. In times of war, the kingdom could directly appoint these commanders as the commander-in-chief of the army. This was a great incentive for all the military officers of the Kingdom of Dionia. However, the Devers knew that transferring those generals with outstanding military achievements and high prestige away from the army during times of peace would definitely displease those generals like Leotychides who did not care much about their positions and devoted themselves to the army. However, in order to maintain the stability of the royal family and the kingdom in the future, the Devers must try his best to perfect the system of the Kingdom of Dionia's army while he was still on the throne. This would reduce the burden on Clotocatax and his descendants. Of course, the Devers would not reveal his secret thoughts at this time. He just coughed a few times and said in a gentle tone, "Have you heard the news that the Kingdom of Dionia has officially declared war on Persia?" "I already know." "I'm afraid it has something to do with this, Your Majesty," said Leotychides calmly. The Devers said slowly, after discussing with the Ministry of Military Affairs, "I think you are the best candidate to be the commander-in-chief of the allied forces that is about to be formed. What do you think?" The wooden expression on Leotychides' face suddenly changed. He immediately said, "Your Majesty, I'm willing to take on this responsibility." The Devers smiled. He picked up a booklet on the table and said, "If that's the case, the candidate for the commander-in-chief of the Greek allied forces will be you. These are some of the preliminary matters that have been decided during the Greek alliance meeting. Take a look first." Leotychides immediately took the booklet and carefully flipped through it. Suddenly, his expression changed. He asked, "Your Majesty, why is there a separate line behind the line that Sparta will send 3,500 soldiers and 40 tons of wheat? Agesilaus will send 500 soldiers to Sparta?" The Devers looked at him and said meaningfully, "That was added after Agesilaus talked to me alone. Agesilaus will personally lead all the Sparta soldiers in the land of Ligonia to participate in this military operation. He hopes that after defeating Persia, the kingdom will give the real Sparta a good territory in the western part of Asia Minor. Agesilaus wants all the people of Sparta to move out of Ligonia and colonize Asia Minor?" The usually calm Leotychides showed a hint of surprise. "Yes." The Devers nodded and said softly, "After the new government was formed in Ligonia, the political situation was relatively stable at first. However, when the original Helos gradually got used to their new citizenship and eliminated their fear of Sparta, their hatred for Sparta also increased day by day. Sigh, this is also where I didn't think it through. After all, after so many years of persecution by Sparta, countless heroes died in their hands. This kind of hatred cannot be easily erased. Although the heroes do not dare to openly clash with Sparta due to the kingdom's rules, they can still suppress Sparta through the citizens' assembly or other political means. After all, more than half of their citizens are in Legania, and the Piraeasi also have a grudge against Sparta. So, for the past year or so, Sparta's life has not been good. Colonizing Asia Minor may be a better choice for them. In the past few years, Leotychides had deliberately blocked the news from Sparta, so he did not know that the people of Sparta were living in poverty. After listening to the Devers, he could not help but feel a little guilty, but at the same time, he was also very disappointed. After all, Legania was the homeland of Sparta for hundreds of years. After a while, he refocused his attention on the name list and raised his question. The Spartan warriors are very strong, and I have no objections if they want to go out alone. But why did they let Agesilaus lead the troops? He is almost 80 years old, can he fight? He's the one who insisted on it. I'm afraid that he wants to protect the few remaining citizens of Sparta. Besides, I can see that although he's old, he's still in good health. If it's just to lead the army, it shouldn't be a problem. Devers said seriously, besides, he's been fighting in Asia Minor for many years. He's very familiar with the situation there. He can provide valuable reference for you to lead the coalition army to attack the western part of Asia Minor. So I suggest that you communicate with him as much as possible during the war. Upon hearing this, Leotychides' stiff expression changed a little. He was silent for a moment before he asked, Your Majesty, this booklet records the soldiers, food, and ships provided by the allies, but it doesn't say how many soldiers the kingdom is going to send. Devers smiled and said in an understanding tone, The Greek allies will send a total of 30,000 soldiers. If you don't have enough troops around you, it won't be good for you to command the battle. So I've discussed with the Ministry of Military Affairs and decided to send the 10th Legion, the 11th Legion, the 20th Legion, the Thessaly Legion, and the 6th Cavalry Legion, composed of the Thessaly Cavalry. Also, the allies of central Greece, such as Wolsey, Helniki, Sabine, and Equi, are willing to send troops. They've been allies with us for a long time, and they're all on the Italian peninsula. Their relationship is closer, and they can be considered as one of us. I'll also hand over their army to you. In this way, the number of troops provided by the kingdom has exceeded 30,000, and the total number of the coalition army is more than 60,000. Are you satisfied with such an army? Leotychides did not respond directly. Instead, he asked, Your Majesty, what about the navy? During the period when the coalition army is landing in Asia Minor, the 4th Fleet will temporarily be under your command. The 4th Fleet is mainly formed from the Thessaly warships captured by Dionia. It has a total of 100 warships. After Dionia annexed Thessaly, they drained the Almyros wetlands and built the Almyros military port, which became the base of the 4th Fleet. After that, the 4th Fleet will be merged with other fleets to carry out important missions. In addition, more than 100 Greek warships provided by the allies of Athens will also be under your command, Devers briefly explained. Leotychides' heart skipped a beat. He then asked, Other than letting me lead the Greek coalition army to attack Persia, the kingdom should have other plans, right? Of course, even if you didn't ask, I was going to tell you so that you can understand the entire military plan of the Ministry of Military Affairs to attack Persia in detail. Once you are familiar with the upcoming battle, it will be beneficial for you to make the right decision. Devers asked Teneboris to bring a map of the eastern Mediterranean Sea. He then pointed at the map and explained seriously, The kingdom has received news that ever since Egypt's successor Pharaoh Jeho passed away in a storm on his way to Turai, the Egyptian general Nikitani Persia started a rebellion. The bedridden Tanib was so angry that he fell into a coma. The city of Memphis has fallen into chaos. Perhaps during the time I am talking to you, Nikitani Persia has already led his army to attack Memphis. In order to fulfill the covenant and punish the rebellion, I have appointed Chalcidas as the commander of the reinforcements. He is to gather a few legions from Sicily and rush to Egypt as soon as possible to defeat the rebels and restore stability to Egypt's political situation. At the same time, the Ministry of Military Affairs has informed the First and Second Fleets to complete the mobilization as soon as possible and rush to the southern Gulf of Peloponnesus to be stationed there for wartime consolidation. The Sicarian will be the commander of the navy and search for opportunities to fight the Persia's fleet at sea. The Ministry of Military Affairs will also mobilize the other main forces in the kingdom's territory. I will personally lead them to the eastern Mediterranean Sea. The initial plan is to land in Egypt, but whether there will be any changes at that time will depend on the development of the war. In the end, the three armies will meet in the Near East of Persia and march to the heart of Persia to fight the Persia's army. Dever spoke calmly, but Leotychides could already feel the magnificent scene of war from his words. He could not help but feel a little excited. This was an unprecedented war. He tried to calm himself down and asked, "How long do you give these allies to gather their troops?" 2 months. Because they need to finish harvesting the farmland before they can go out to fight. Dever said calmly, although it is a little slow, it is also a good thing from another point of view. At least after the Allied forces land in Asia Minor, they can gather food on the spot and reduce their dependence on logistics. Then they will rush to Philai in Thessaly within 15 days and complete the final assembly of the Allied forces. This is my request to all the allies who participated in the war in Persia, and they have all agreed. You can first assemble the 10th and 11th legions, and rush to Larissa in Thessaly as soon as possible. Be prepared to attack Asia Minor in advance. At this point, Dever stood up and looked expectantly at the commander with outstanding military achievements. He said solemnly, "Persia is vast, and Asia Minor is even more complicated. I and the Ministry of Military Affairs will not give specific instructions. After all, 3 years ago, you led some officers and staff to Asia Minor to support and observe the battle of the Persia rebel army. You are more familiar with the situation there. All military operations will be decided by you. I believe that you will do better than Agesilaus back then." Leotychides' spirit was lifted, and he immediately replied, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I will complete the conquest of the western part of Asia Minor as soon as possible, and join the main forces led by you as soon as possible." After sending off Leotychides, Dever said to Henipolis, "Go and call Chalcidas, the commander of the 8th Legion, in." After spending several years to quell the rebellion in Asia Minor, Persia had consumed too much of its national power. It could no longer conquer Egypt and had to retreat. This caused Artaxerxes' second military operation to attack Egypt to fail, causing his prestige to decline further. In order to intimidate his subjects, he followed the advice of Tribasus and wantonly dealt with the rebellion in Asia Minor. Many officials and local nobles in Asia Minor were implicated because of this. They were punished at best, and beheaded at worst. A large amount of wealth and land were confiscated, and then transferred to the eastern and central nobles of Persia who supported Artaxerxes. He also transferred many noble officials of Persia centered around Susa to the western part of Asia Minor and appointed them to important positions. Artaxerxes' successive actions won the praise of the nobles of Persia. They no longer urged the king of Persia to continue preparing for the war against Egypt. Instead, they spent all their energy fighting for the western part of Asia Minor, which was a fat piece of meat. On the other hand, Artaxerxes, who had suffered several setbacks in his personal expeditions, completely gave up on the idea of obtaining military honors. He decided to stay in Babylon and enjoy the rest of his life. However, when it rains, it pours. Not long after, another problem arose in the harem. Artaxerxes was already old. A few years ago, he began to look for a successor for this huge empire. He had many children, but without hesitation, he decided to pass the throne to his eldest son, Darius, just like how his father had passed the throne to him. He had also allowed Darius to wear the crown that symbolized the king of Persia in public. According to the tradition and customs of Persia, the heir could ask his parents to grant him a favor in public. As long as it was within the scope of the authority of the parents, the heir had to agree and could not refuse. Darius, on the other hand, made a request to grant Aspasia. Aspasia used to be one of Cyrus the Younger's favorite concubines. Later, she was brought into the palace by Artaxerxes. Of course, Artaxerxes was reluctant to let her go. However, due to the customs, he said perfunctorily that Aspasia was already free and could not be forced to go against her will. If she was willing to obey Darius, he would be happy to do so. To his surprise, Aspasia publicly chose Darius as her lifelong support. Artaxerxes had no choice but to follow the law of Persia and hand her over to his son. However, his heart was filled with anger. Not long after, he took Aspasia away from Darius and sent her to the temple of Anatis in Ecbatana. She was dedicated to the goddess and became a priestess. For the rest of her life, she had to follow strict chastity. Artaxerxes was very proud that he had punished the woman who had betrayed him in such a gentle way and taught his son a lesson. However, he did not know that the heir of the kingdom was furious and began to plot a rebellion. Not long after, many people participated in Darius's rebellion. Just when he was about to take action, a eunuch who participated in the rebellion reported it to Artaxerxes out of fear. The king of Persia was furious. He not only killed Darius with his own hands, but also executed many Persia officials who were involved in the rebellion. For a time, Babylon was flooded with blood. A spy reported to the king of Persia that Darius had also sent someone to persuade Tarabasis. He might have also participated in the rebellion. However, the intelligence department could not come up with any solid evidence. The only reason they could come up with was that Tarabasis and Darius were in the same situation. It turned out that many years ago, in order to win over his trusted ministers, Artaxerxes had promised to marry his daughter, Amestris, to Tarabasis, just as he had married his other two daughters to the sons of Orontes and Phanabatzos. However, the king of Persia quickly reneged on his promise because he had married Amestris himself. So he changed his promise and wanted to marry his youngest daughter, Atassa, to Tarabasis. But later, he was so obsessed with Atassa that he did not fulfill his promise. This incident made Tarabasis a joke in the court of Persia. However, he had always behaved calmly and never complained. However, the intelligence department believed that he was still dissatisfied, so Darius had to contact him. Considering the great threat that Dionia posed to Persia, Artaxerxes had a lot to rely on Tarabasis, who was good at fighting. Therefore, he pondered for a long time and finally ordered the intelligence department not to investigate this matter anymore, but to strengthen the surveillance on Tarabasis. One day, when Artaxerxes was still fretting over the instability of the Babylonian government, the minister Trabasis hurried into the palace with a message sent by a messenger from Egypt, and asked for an audience with Artaxerxes. Jeho died in a storm on his way to Dionia. Nikotani Persia has started a rebellion and is marching towards Memphis. When Artaxerxes saw this, the gloominess in his heart was swept away, and he shouted excitedly, "There's a civil war in Egypt. This is a rare opportunity. We should take this opportunity to send our troops and reclaim Egypt in the name of helping Nikotani Persia." Tarabasis reminded him tactfully, "Your Majesty is wise. This is indeed a great opportunity to reclaim Egypt. However, Nikotani Persia suddenly raised their troops without informing us. Obviously, they have other intentions. I'm afraid they are taking precautions against us. Once Egypt is in a civil war, he will no longer be of any use to us." Artaxerxes curled his lips in disdain, then said solemnly, "What we need to worry about is the reinforcements from Dionia. We must send our army before they reach Egypt. As long as the army crosses the Nile and captures Memphis, Egypt will be in our hands." Artaxerxes paused for a moment, then said in a serious tone, "So I have decided to appoint you as the military commander of the attack on Egypt. I hope you can successfully fulfill the kingdom's long-lasting regret." Tarabasis looked at the king of Persia, who was full of expectations. He immediately bowed and said in a clear voice, "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I will do my best to complete the mission and present Egypt to Your Majesty. I will wait for your good news." Artaxerxes thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "If you successfully reclaim Egypt, I will marry Atassa to you." Tarabasis was stunned. After a while, he thanked Artaxerxes and left with a complicated feeling. Artaxerxes wanted to take advantage of the civil strife in Egypt to quickly send troops to conquer Egypt. The fastest way was to mobilize the undead army stationed in the Babylonian royal court. However, in order to maintain his own safety, it was impossible for him to send out this loyal elite force. Instead, he mobilized the troops near Babylon. In this way, it would take a lot of time to gather the army, not to mention the long journey from Babylon to Egypt, which would take a lot of time. Trabasis felt that he had done his best to urge the army to assemble, but he did not know that the Holy Kingdom of Dionia had already made plans before the civil war broke out in Egypt. When the king of Persia gave him the order, the king of Dionia had already officially appointed the 8th Legion commander, Chalcidas, as the wartime commander of the Egyptian reinforcements. Just 2 days later, the 4 Sicilian legions and the light cavalry legions, which had long been assembled and on standby, boarded ships at the ports of Lily Bay and Hadrumetum respectively and headed for Egypt. Perhaps it was the blessing of Hades, but the Dionysian army did not encounter any storms during the voyage. After 5 days, they successfully entered the mouth of the Nile River. At this time, Nicotanni Persia had just conquered Memphis and publicly announced that Pharaoh Tanub had died of illness. Before his death, he had issued a letter of invitation for Nicotanni to take over the position of pharaoh. However, while he was appointing himself as pharaoh and forcefully marrying the queen, he also sent people to kill members of the royal family and the former pharaoh's trusted aides. The people of Memphis were in a state of panic, and the entire Nile Delta was in turmoil. Some of the mayors announced that they would support Nicotanni Persia as the new pharaoh, while some of the mayors mobilized their troops to eradicate the rebels. Some of the mayors decided to wait and see how the situation would develop. Naucratis, located at the mouth of the Nile Delta, was an Egyptian town with the largest population of Greek descendants. It was also the town that benefited the most from the alliance between Egypt and Dionia over the past 20 years. Not only did the residents have a favorable impression of Dionia, but many Dionia had also settled there for a long period of time. Among them were the intelligence agents of the Kingdom of Dionia. They had already convinced the officials of Naucratis beforehand. Therefore, when the fleet of Dionia's soldiers approached the outpost at the mouth of the river, the officials and citizens of Naucratis opened the city gates wide under the instigation of the intelligence agents of Dionia. When they saw the well-groomed and imposing Dionia soldiers entering Naucratis, the citizens did not feel worried. Instead, they felt relieved. Only a strong army could ensure the safety of the people in this period of turmoil. With the protection of the Dionysian army, Naucratis would naturally be able to stay away from the chaos of war. After resting for a night in Naucratis, Chalcidas's army quickly advanced south the next day. The route they took was exactly the same as the Dionysian army that had come to reinforce Persia's invasion a few years ago. However, their goal was completely different. With the help of the intelligence agents, the slogan, "The Dionia Army will eliminate the rebels and help the Egyptians regain peace and tranquility," quickly spread throughout the entire Nile Delta. After all, the Dionysian army had left a very good impression in the hearts of the Egyptians. Their military discipline was strict, they fought bravely, and they did not offend the people. In addition, the 40,000-strong army led by Chalcidas was very powerful. Therefore, the Egyptian towns and cities that they passed through did not put up any resistance and all opened their doors to welcome them. The Dionysian army had a smooth journey and quickly approached the walls of Memphis. Nicotanni had originally colluded with Persia to strengthen his own forces and usurp the throne in the future. However, he knew very well that compared to Persia, which was bent on annexing Egypt, Dionia, which had been allied with Egypt for more than 10 years and had saved Egypt several times in times of crisis, was a better partner to work with. Therefore, he had originally made up his mind. After usurping the throne and the situation had stabilized, he would immediately send messengers to Dionia to express his goodwill and continue to ally with them. He would then borrow their strength to defend against the Persia. However, he did not expect Dionia's reinforcements to arrive so quickly. However, he did not panic too much. He believed that he was the only member of the Egyptian royal bloodline and that it was a fact that he had succeeded the pharaoh. If he showed his goodwill, Dionia could only acknowledge him as the next pharaoh and form an alliance with him. That would be the best outcome. Therefore, he sent messengers to the Dionysian army, which was marching towards Memphis. However, Chalcidas, who had received instructions from the king of Devers, did not see the messengers he sent and detained them. At first, when Nicotanni did not receive a reply from Persia, he thought that the messengers had met with an accident on the way. However, many of the messengers he sent never returned, and he began to feel uneasy. During the previous invasion of Egypt by Persia, he had fought alongside the Dionia and had a deep understanding of the Dionysian army's combat strength. He did not have much confidence that his army could defeat the Dionia. Moreover, he had just occupied Memphis, and the officials appointed by the former pharaoh had not completely submitted to him yet. If he were to start a war with the Dionysian army, he would most likely be in big trouble. On the other hand, he had deliberately waited for so many years and finally made use of this great opportunity to sit on the throne of the pharaoh. However, if he were to give up on Memphis and lead his army back to his own territory, it would be equivalent to admitting that he was a traitor. Not only would he lose a lot of his prestige, but the throne would also be usurped by others. Just as Nicotanni Persia was hesitating, the Dionysian army was rapidly approaching the walls of Memphis. He wanted to make one last effort, so he stood on top of the walls and shouted at the commander of the Dionysian army, Chalcidas, who he knew. He sincerely expressed his willingness to form an eternal alliance with Dionia. Only then did Chalcidas give a clear response. Pharaoh Tanabu is the hero of Egypt, referring to him overthrowing the rule of Persia in Egypt, and also the best friend of the kingdom of Dionia. The king of Devers has ordered that the traitor must be severely punished and the murderer of Pharaoh Tanabu must be executed. Only then will the people of Egypt be at ease and peace will be restored to Egypt. At this time, Chalcidas finally understood that war between them and Dionia was unavoidable. At this time, an Egyptian river fleet that was originally stationed at Naucratis and a dozen small warships from the first Dionia fleet also arrived at the river near Memphis. This way, the Dionysian army had basically surrounded the city of Memphis. It was impossible for Nicotanni Persia to lead his army out of Memphis. He could only hurriedly strengthen the city's defenses and send messengers to take the risk of breaking out of the encirclement. He rushed to the city of Paramesus, built by Pharaoh Ramesses II, now Nicotanni Persia's base, to ask for reinforcements and support from the Persia. Chalcidas did not give Nicotanni Persia any time to prepare. On the second day, he launched an attack on the city of Memphis. Although the continuous siege caused the Dionysian army many casualties, the unprepared Egyptian rebel army found it even more difficult to hold on. The former pharaoh Tanub had been on the throne for 20 years, and the officials and citizens of Memphis were deeply affected by him. Nicotanni Persia's usurpation of the throne had already made them unhappy, and the massacre of the royal family and the cruel persecution of Tanub's officials made everyone hate him even more. When Tanub put all his efforts into defending the city against the Dionysian army, he had no choice but to weaken his control over the city. Some of the Memphis officials strengthened their private contacts and even convinced the monks of Ptah sanctuary in the city. In the early morning of the 6th day of the siege, while the exhausted rebel soldiers were still asleep, these officials led an army of a few hundred guards and slaves to attack the west gate of the main city of Memphis. As there were some monks from Ptah Sanctum mixed in with the army, the rebel soldiers guarding the gate were at a loss for a moment, and the gate was quickly seized. When Nicotanni Persia learned of the change in the city and angrily led his army to reinforce the city gate, the Dionysian army had already rushed into the city under the leadership of the Memphis officials. After a day of fierce fighting in the city, the rebels were defeated. Nicotanni Persia was also captured, and the Dionysian army entered the city. On the second day, Topyrus, the foreign minister who followed the army to Egypt under the instructions of the Devers, began to frequently meet with the Memphis officials and the priests of the several temples in the city. It was already the middle of August. The news that the Holy Kingdom of Dionia had officially declared war on Persia and was forming the Greek coalition army to attack Asia Minor had reached Babylon, shocking Artaxerxes. The king of Persia, who had suffered many military setbacks and was incapable of achieving anything, had developed a sense of fear towards the kingdom of Dionia in the far west that continued to win and expand despite encountering any obstacles. He could not help but say in front of everyone, "It's finally here." Then he stood up abruptly and shouted, "Go and get Teribazus. Your Majesty, Lord Tribasus has been sent to conquer Egypt by you." A minister reminded. Artaxerxes seemed to have woken up from a dream. He stood there for a moment, then asked, "Where is he now?" "He is still gathering troops in Syria." Artaxerxes sat down again, clenched his fist, and pondered for a moment. He then said nervously, "The order to attack Egypt is temporarily cancelled. Let him come back first. The most important thing now is to defend against the invasion of the Dionysian army. Send out all the secret spies to monitor the movements of the Greek mainland at all times. At the same time, inform the governors of the various regions to immediately mobilize the troops. Gather the garrisons in the various regions and wait for my orders." "Yes, Your Majesty." Artaxerxes knew that although Dionia had officially declared war on Persia, it would still take some time for the Greek coalition army to finish forming and invade Persia's territory. But he did not expect that Leotychides had already led the 10th Legion and the 11th Legion to Thessaly. Moreover, after the Dionia commander had a detailed understanding of the enemy's situation on the other side of the Aegean Sea, he decided not to wait for the Greek armies to converge before attacking Asia Minor. Instead, he would send a vanguard to land in Asia Minor before the Persia army could complete their defensive preparations. The vanguard would occupy a foothold and provide protection for the subsequent landing of the main army. The commander of the 10th Legion, Stephos, was the adopted son of Amyntas, a famous figure in the Dionysian army, a good friend of Patroclus, and an old subordinate of Leotychides. Stephos had a deep understanding of Stephos' abilities, so he gave him this task. Stephos, who was in his prime and eager to make another contribution, did not hesitate to take over this important task. After discussing with Leotychides, they set the landing target at the beach of the Mysia region in the western part of Asia Minor. The reason why they chose this place was simple: from the port of Philai in Thessaly to the east, across the Aegean Sea, to the western part of Asia Minor, the closest place in a straight line was Mysia. It was also the westernmost region of Persia today. Naturally, Persia's rule here was the weakest. As Mysia was relatively close to the Greek mainland, there were many colonized towns built by the Greeks in the area. All along, Persia's rule here was not very stable. In the tide of rebellion against Persia's rule in Asia Minor, Mysia was one of them. Because Artaxerxes issued some decrees that were beneficial to the Greek colonized city-states in Asia Minor, such as giving them more autonomy, lower taxes, and more freedom in their religious beliefs. Therefore, most of the Greek city-states in Asia Minor did not participate in that rebellion, nor did they support the rebels. On the contrary, they cooperated with the Persia's army to suppress the rebels. However, after the rebellion was quelled and the new governors in the western part of Asia Minor took office, many of them did not implement the decrees announced by the king of Persia. The governor of Mysia, Theopompus, was one of them. This caused dissatisfaction among the Greek city-states within his territory. The Persian noble from Susa obviously did not expect that the Greeks within his territory would dare to oppose his decision. The other local races, including the Persia, mostly looked on coldly from the sidelines. Very few people were willing to get close to this outsider. As a result, Theopompus's rule over Mysia remained very weak for more than a year. The political situation in Mysia was very chaotic. A few days later, the well-prepared 10th Legion of Dionia, with a total of more than 8,000 soldiers, boarded a troopship at the port of Philai. Under the escort of the 4th Fleet, they sailed straight east. 2 days later, they successfully landed on the beach of Mysia. At the same time, they quickly captured the defenseless island of Tenedos, which was not far from the beach. In September, the news that King Devers will personally lead the army to attack Persia had just been officially announced to the public. A few guests had already arrived at the office of the palace. When the Devers saw these guests, he pretended to be surprised and asked, "What's the occasion today for all of you to come and visit me?" "Your Majesty." Felicius, who had been retired for many years, replied respectfully. "We heard that you will personally lead the army to attack Persia, so everyone was very excited. We made an appointment to come and see you. We hope that you will allow us to go with you to the land where we once fought side by side." "Yes, Your Majesty. After so many years, I can't forget those comrades who died in Persia. Back then, because we were in a hurry to escape, we hurriedly buried their bodies. We didn't even put a copper coin in their mouths. This time, when we go to Persia, I must transport their bodies back home and bury them properly, so that their wandering souls can smoothly return to underworld purgatory." Alexis, who had always been relatively calm, also said emotionally. "And Crocus, Persecenus, Menon, and the others. I heard that their heads were sent to Babylon, and the people of Persia simply threw them in the garbage. Even if we spend a lot of effort, we may not be able to find them. But, collecting their bodies and bringing them back home is everyone's common wish." Then, when Hieronymus finished speaking seriously, Tormid, Agathia, and the others immediately echoed loudly. "Everyone's common wish?" Devers heard something from these words. "Your Majesty, we are here on behalf of most of the old mercenaries who are still alive and idle at home. We hope to follow you back to Persia." Epitenes said loudly. Devers's eyes swept across the faces of Felicius, Alexis, Hieronymus, Tormid, Marigi, Agathia, Epitenes, Marcius, Georges, and the others. Finally, their eyes fell on Amyntas. This once outstanding and exceptionally brave general of Dionia could not stand at all now. He could only sit paralyzed in a wooden wheelchair and be pushed into the palace by his trusted servants. Since he could not walk for a long time, his burly body had become very fat. When everyone was talking, he actually closed his eyes and began to snore. Devers could not help but say softly, Amyntas. Phew, Amyntas. Huh? Are you going to Persia too? Amyntas finally woke up after being pushed by the servants. He put his hands on the armrests of the wooden chair and tried to sit up. Panting, he said, Your Majesty. Even if I die, I will die on the way to Babylon. Devers looked around at the crowd again and asked solemnly, Do you all think the same? Felicius looked back at the others. After getting a nod, he replied with a serious expression, Your Majesty, we have followed you for decades and won countless victories. Our only regret is that we were chased back by the Persia like dogs in Persia. This time, we want to follow you to make up for this regret. Even if we die on the way, it will be the glory of our lives. Your Majesty, I have another request. Epicthenes shouted from behind. If I really die on the way, please allow my servants to carry my body into Babylon so that I can see with my own eyes what the Babylonians boast of the Hanging Garden looks like. Marcius immediately complained to him in a low voice. We discussed it in advance. You have gone too far by suddenly making such a request to His Majesty in violation of the agreement. What can you see when you are dead? Quickly apologize to His Majesty and take back your unreasonable request. I'm happy. I don't think His Majesty will blame me. Epicthenes looked so indifferent that Marcius grabbed his clothes and wanted to hit him. All right. Devers waved his hand and looked at the crowd. He said seriously, I can allow you to follow me to Persia, but, you are all veterans who have followed me for many years and are familiar with the military laws of Dionia. You should understand that this war against Persia will decide the fate of the entire Mediterranean Sea. It is related to the rise and fall of both countries, so there is no room for neglect. Therefore, you must have the mentality that you are going to fight, not to play. You must obey all orders and commands. If anyone can't do it, then it is best that you withdraw now. Otherwise, if someone violates the military laws, I will not show mercy. Rest assured, Your Majesty. We have fought for our entire lives. We will not ruin our reputation at the last moment, nor will we let the younger generation look down on us. Felicius, Alexis, and the others said in unison. All right, then it's settled. When the time comes, all of you will follow me to Persia. Only then did the Devers smile. He looked at the former Minister of Commerce and said, Marigi, you're about to return to your hometown. You should be very happy, right? Marigi replied calmly, Your Majesty, I've lived here for most of my life. I've long since become a citizen of Dionia. The reason why I want to follow you to Persia is because I'm more familiar with the place. I hope to be able to provide you with some good advice during the campaign. You don't mean what you say, Epicthenes mocked. Marigi's words reminded the Devers. He immediately asked, Is Ism also part of the group that's going to Persia? Yes, Your Majesty. He's the most eager to sign up. After all, he'll be able to return to his hometown, Felicius replied with a smile. Alexis immediately understood the meaning behind the Devers' words. She continued, He should be at home now. Should we call him over immediately? No need to rush. There'll be time in the future. The Devers looked at the crowd and sighed. It's been a long time since we've gathered together. Don't be in a hurry to go back today. I'll send someone to call Matones, Olivers, Alpines, and the other former mercenaries from Turin. I'll arrange a banquet in the palace. Let's have a good chat, all right? That's great. Thank you, Your Majesty. Late at night, the Devers returned to his mansion in the Hill of Kings after the banquet. When he arrived at the backyard, he found that the main hall in front of him was brightly lit. He found it strange. Walking in, he saw the two queens, Christoia and Agnes, sitting in the large hall. He asked drunkenly, It's so late. You too, why aren't you going to bed yet? Your Majesty, we're waiting for you, Kristoya said in a reproachful tone. Waiting for me? What's the matter? Devers burped. Agnes immediately helped him sit down and brought him a cup of hot honey water that she had prepared earlier. She asked with concern, we heard that your Majesty is personally leading an army to attack Persia. Is this true? Devers held her hand and comforted her softly, you two don't have to worry. Persia is obviously weak now. We are fully capable of defeating it completely, so that it will no longer be a threat to the kingdom. Besides, this is a war between Dionia and Persia. Almost all the legions of the kingdom will be deployed. If I don't go there myself, I won't feel at ease. Devers gently squeezed Agnes's hand and looked at Crystal, his tone becoming even more gentle. Don't worry, this is the last time I'll lead troops into battle. Once this war is over, I'll be by your side and won't let you worry anymore. Your Majesty. Crystal was moved, but her expression quickly became serious. In the past, when you led troops into battle, my sister and I could only wait at home. But this time, you're going to Persia. We've already discussed it, and we'll go with you. What? Devers immediately sobered up. He looked at Crystal, then at Agnes, and asked in disbelief, you're not joking, are you? Your Majesty. Crystal straightened her chest and said in a serious tone, Agnes and I have discussed this all day, and we're now making this request very seriously. I hope you'll take it seriously. All right. Devers let go of Agnes's hand and sat up straight. He coughed lightly and said in a low voice, I don't agree. Seeing Crystal pull a long face, Devers continued to explain, I was the one who made the military law of Dionia. It's precisely because the army has strictly enforced it that we've been able to win time and time again, and have the powerful kingdom we have today. Article 91 of the military law specifically states that generals and soldiers are not allowed to bring their families into battle, nor are they allowed to abduct women. Violators will be punished by beheading. Do you want me to be beheaded even if no one dares to do so? As the one who made the military law and the commander of the entire army, will the soldiers seriously abide by it if I break it? Once this bad precedent is set, it will eventually lead to the corruption of military discipline. Will the army still be able to win? Agnes was a little convinced, and she looked at Kristoya. Crystal was unmoved. The military law states that women are not allowed to follow the army into battle? Then aren't the nurses in the medical camps women? Devers retorted without hesitation, they're not women, they're soldiers. Over the past few decades, the soldiers have long since stopped treating them as women. They've already become a part of the various armies. Crystal said with a smile, come to think of it, the nurses in the medical camp were originally established by me according to your Majesty's suggestion. I was still the captain of the nurses at the time, and now I can take on that role again, absolutely not. Devers said firmly, both of you are now the princesses of the kingdom of Dionia, the mothers of the nation in the hearts of the people. You can't be compared to how you were a few decades ago. If you take up a post in the medical camp, it will only disrupt the order of the medical camp and affect their efficiency. More importantly, your safety cannot be guaranteed. If something happens to you, how can I command the battle with peace of mind? Your Majesty. Crystal's eyes suddenly turned red, and she choked a little as she said, I followed you from Persia to Greece, and I haven't returned home for decades. I've heard merchants in Asia Minor say that ever since Persia saw the kingdom as an enemy, they somehow found out that I was born in Miletus. Although my father was punished by the Persia because of Cyrus's rebellion, he passed away 10 years ago. But this time, the Persia killed my father's family. Hundreds of people, including our neighbors. They were either killed or enslaved. Crystal clear tears flowed down her well-maintained white cheeks, but her voice became a little shrill. Your Majesty, I swear in the name of Hades, this time I will go to Miletus personally. All the Persia people who participated in the murder of my family and all the accomplices of Miletus must be punished. I will also try my best to find all the surviving people, so that they can settle down again and live a prosperous life. This is what I owe them. The Devers was silent. In fact, he had already learned about the massacre of Kristoya's family from Aristyras 5 years ago. In order to not let his wife be sad, he hid it. He did not expect Kristoya to have known about it long ago, but to bear it silently. If her father was involved in Cyrus's rebellion and suffered the revenge of the king of Persia, it could be said that it had nothing to do with Dionia, but the destruction of her family was the real cause of the Devers. Now that Christoia swore in the name of God, it showed that she was determined. If the Devers still objected, it would undoubtedly cause a rift in the decades of relationship between husband and wife, so he hesitated. At this time, Agnes spoke up to smooth things over. Your Majesty, what do you think? My sister and I will not go with the army to Persia, to avoid making things difficult for you. When the war is smooth, we will go with the supply fleet. This is still a little dangerous. The Devers looked at his two wives' expectant and pleading eyes, and finally compromised. All right, I will arrange this. But, Christoia, who will be in charge of your Chamber of Commerce when you are gone? And Agnes, who will be in charge of the Temple of Hera? Eunice is now able to take charge of things on her own. When I am gone, of course she will be in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. Cynthia will be in charge of the Temple of Hera for me. What about little Christoia and the others? Are you willing to leave them behind? The Devers tentatively made one last effort. Christoia said firmly, I am not their mother, what is there to be reluctant about? Seeing the determination of his two wives, the Devers lowered his head and slowly drank a mouthful of honey water, then said, How about this? After the whole of Western Asia Minor is conquered, I will inform the Ministry of Military Affairs to send troops to escort you to Miletus. After you are done with Miletus, you two will return, okay? No. Christoia immediately objected, If you conquer Persia this time, Agnes and I will go with you to Babylon. The Devers was stunned, Why are you going to Babylon? Agnes stammered and did not speak, but Christoia was quite direct, I heard that the king of Persia has many women, we are afraid that you will marry another one, so we have to keep an eye on him. The Devers were stunned, What nonsense are you thinking? How could I do such a thing that violates military law? Besides, I am already so old, how can I still have such thoughts? Christoia curled her lips, Who knows, I heard that the king of Persia is already old, and has married his own daughter. If my sister and I follow you, we can prevent you from making mistakes. The Devers shook their heads helplessly. Although the people of Persia and Asia Minor received the news that Dionia declared war on Persia and formed a Greek coalition to attack Persia, at the same time they also noticed that the people of the Greek city-states were preparing to harvest the fields that were about to be harvested, and had not begun to mobilize, so they all believed that the Greek coalition's attack would not come too soon. As a result, the 10th Legion of Dioria successfully landed on the beach of Mysia in Persia on the east coast of the Hellespont. Of course, even if the governor of Mysia, Theopolos, was prepared, he would not be able to stop the Dionysian army from landing, and at most cause some trouble for the 10th Legion. This was because Mysia was a relatively wealthy region in the western part of Asia Minor. It had the fertile Alispi plains and controlled the shipping trade through the Hellespont Strait. It had enough financial resources and materials to form a powerful army to resist the invasion of the Dionysian army. However, Theopolos, who had been in office for more than a year, had obviously not unified the entire region. Many towns did not respond to his orders at all. As a result, he only managed to gather less than 6,000 soldiers 4 days after the Dionysian army landed. Even though Theopolos had received intelligence that the number of Dionysia's soldiers who landed was more than his own army, as a noble from the central region of Persia, he did not hesitate to lead his army westward in the face of the Greeks whom they regarded as barbarians. Persia and Dionia had been officially hostile for more than 5 years, but many Persian nobles still disdained to understand Dionia, and even regarded it as part of Greece. A few days later, he approached the camp built by the 10th Legion near the coast. He was soon surprised to find that the camp built by the Dionia army in just a few days did not seem to be easy to attack. While he was hesitating whether to camp on the spot and make plans later, the 10th Legion of Dionia, which had long been prepared, suddenly rushed out of the camp. The two sides launched a small battle, and the outcome of the battle was decided after half an hour. Because the light infantry of the 10th Legion disrupted the long-range attacks of the Persia archers, they did not cause any casualties to the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. And without the heavy infantry, the Persia infantry formation could not withstand the impact of the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. The Persia cavalry that attacked from the flanks were attacked by the 2 heavy infantry battalions that Theopolos had deliberately placed on the flanks. The casualties were not small, and in the end, the Persia army was defeated. After Theopolos fled back to Zaria, the capital of the Mysia region, he did not dare to act rashly. While strengthening the defense of the city, he urgently sent messengers to ask for help. Since Daionia officially declared war on Persia, Daionia's intelligence agents began to proclaim in the Greek city-states of Asia Minor that the great king of the Devers would carry out the oracle of Hades and return to Persia the 100 years of Persia's oppression of the Greeks. He would also rescue his compatriots in Asia Minor from Persia's rule and restore their freedom and independence. Many of the Greek city-states of Asia Minor were unhappy about the breach of the treaty by the Persia. Although this rumor excited them, it also made them uneasy. Agesilaus' campaign in the western part of Asia Minor had brought several years of turmoil and war to these Greek city-states. Therefore, even though the Dionysian army had won this battle, these city-states still adopted a wait-and-see attitude and did not take the initiative to approach the Dionysian army that had already established a foothold in Mysia. Stephos had sent messengers to visit the nearest city-states to the encampment, Ilion and Apidos. Both city-states were located on the east side of the Hellespont Strait, but they both closed their doors. Stephos did not become angry because of this, nor did he send troops to attack the city or destroy the villages and towns outside the city. On the contrary, he followed the instructions of the king of the Devers and held a grand sacrificial ceremony on the beach near the city of Ilion. The sacrificial objects were the heroes of the ancient Trojan War. Not only Agamemnon and Achilles, but also Hector and Paris. After the sacrificial ceremony, there was also a sports competition. The whole sacrificial ceremony was very grand and attracted many nearby Greek people to watch, causing a lot of heated discussion. The Devers' goal was achieved. He wanted to spread the news of this sacrificial ceremony to the Greek city-states in the western part of Asia Minor through the Greeks of Asia Minor. Daionia treated the Greek city-states on both sides of the Aegean Sea equally. But why did they choose to hold the sacrificial ceremony near the city of Ilion? Because it was said that the city of Ilion was built on the ruins of Troy. Messengers from Mysia arrived in Babylon. When Artaxerxes learned that the vanguard of the Greek coalition had landed in Asia Minor, he immediately felt nervous. At the same time, the messengers mentioned that the local forces of Mysia did not actively respond to the conscription and were suspected of rebelling. Thus, Tarabasus suggested that he appoint Phanabazos, the son-in-law of the king of Persia and the former governor of Phrygia, as the temporary military commander of the western part of Asia Minor. With his former prestige, he might be able to integrate the military forces in the western part of Asia Minor and repel the invading Greek coalition. The king of Persia hesitated for several days. When he learned that Theopompus had suffered a defeat in the battle, he finally issued a decree: Phanabazos, who was transferred to Babylon by him more than 10 years ago, should be sent to the western part of Asia Minor. When Phanabazos, who was already in his 60s, learned of the crisis in the western part of Asia Minor, he traveled day and night to the western part of Asia Minor. At the same time, he sent messengers in the name of the military commander of the western part of Asia Minor, asking the governors of the western part of Asia Minor to lead their troops to Gedium, the capital of Phrygia, as soon as possible. Phanabazos, who was familiar with the situation in Asia Minor, wrote letters to the Greek city-states along the western coast of Asia Minor. In the letters, he argued that the king of Persia was very angry that some of the governors of the western part of Asia Minor did not fulfill the promise he made to the Greek city-states. This time, one of the main tasks of sending him to Asia Minor was to urge these governors to fulfill the promise made to the king of Persia. At the end of the letter, he also swore in the name of the god Ahura Mazda. Phanabazos' reputation in the western part of Asia Minor allowed his letter to play an important role. Some city-states that were dissatisfied with the new governor's actions wavered. Some city-states that were originally close to Persia firmly supported Persia against the strange kingdom of Daionia from the western Mediterranean. This eventually led to the formation of the Persia's Asia Minor coalition fleet advocated by Phanabazos. It had about 400 warships and nearly 60,000 crew members. After the 10th Legion of Daionia successfully landed in Asia Minor and defeated the Persia army of Mysia, Leotychides was worried that the failure of this small battle would provoke the Persia to step up their reinforcements to Mysia. He was afraid that a single legion would not be able to support the landing force for a long period of time. Once they were defeated, the Greek coalition would lose a favorable landing ground. So, he decided to send more troops to Mysia. Therefore, when the harvest ended in September and the Greek city-states began to gather their troops, Leotychides personally led the 11th Legion, the 20th Legion, and the Thessaly Cavalry Legion to Mysia by ship to rendezvous with the 10th Legion. At this time, he had already keenly sensed that the nearby city-states of Ilion, Abydos, Tenedos, and other cities were further alienating the Dionysian army. For example, they refused to allow the ships of the Dionysian army to use their ports to load and unload supplies, and forbade their merchants from selling supplies to the Dionysian army. The hostility shown by the Greek city-states of Asia Minor had raised Leotychides' vigilance. In order to reduce the pressure on his logistical supplies and to allow the Greek coalition forces to land more smoothly, he decided to change the strategy formulated by the kingdom. When the emissary of the Dionysian army once again requested Ilion to open its ports but was rejected, Leotychides brazenly led his army to surround Ilion and demanded that it submit to Dionia. However, his request was rejected. So, he issued an order: attack the city. Legend had it that hundreds of years ago, the walls of Troy were so high and thick that the Greek coalition forces could not break through it even after 10 years of siege. However, Troy was not only a large city, but also one of the hegemons in the western part of Asia Minor. It had the support of many allied states, which was why it could defend for so long. Today, although Ilion was considered a medium-sized town, it was far from being comparable to its predecessor, Troy. Under Leotychides' command were 3 infantry legions and 1 cavalry legion, totaling 26,000 to 27,000 people. He also had the 4th Fleet under his command for the time being. From the sea to the land, the city of Ilion was tightly surrounded. What's more, the siege technology of the Dionysian army was far superior to that of the Greek coalition forces hundreds of years ago. Therefore, on the 5th day after the siege, the people of Ilion could no longer withstand the siege and had no choice but to surrender to the Dionysian army. Leotychides accepted their surrender and sent part of his army to Ilion, thus controlling this important hub at the Strait of Hellespont. The news of the capture of Ilion quickly spread to the surrounding areas, causing the nearby Greek city-states to be alarmed. They had no choice but to send messengers to express their goodwill to the Dionysian army. Leotychides took the opportunity to propose that they provide a certain amount of military provisions and supplies in exchange for a promise to ensure the safety of their city-states. He was accepted. At the same time, Leotychides also sent troops to the inland areas of Mysia to survey the terrain and understand the enemy's situation. At the same time, they seized the wheat fields and increased their food reserves. The governor of Mysia, Theophampus, was unable to stop the Dionysian army. He had to send messengers to Phanabatzos for help many times. At this time, Phanabatzos, who was staying in Gerdium, was still waiting for the armies of the various regions of Asia Minor to converge. He could only issue orders to the already formed Asia Minor coalition fleet, hoping that they would take action to attack or harass the supporting fleets of the Dionysian army to relieve the pressure on the land. Before Leotychides landed in Asia Minor, he specially sent messengers to inform the allied states of the Greek mainland, requesting that they no longer lead their troops to Thessaly. Instead, they should directly take ships to the landing land opened by the Dionysian army in Mysia. Therefore, since the end of September, the armies formed by the Greek mainland city-states had taken ships to Asia Minor. Therefore, every few days, there would be a troop transport fleet crossing the Aegean Sea, not to mention that there were fleets transporting supplies between the 2 continents every day. The Asia Minor allied fleet stationed at the port of Halicarnassus was well aware of this. They even knew that there were hundreds of Dionia warships escorting these fleets, and that there were also hundreds of warships from the Greek city-states. Other than that, there were no other enemy fleets in the Aegean Sea. The number of warships of the Asia Minor allied fleet was twice that of the enemy. Therefore, after some discussion, the Asia Minor fleet decided to head north to the Mysia Sea to seize the opportunity. At the beginning of November, the Asia Minor fleet sailed north. By the time they arrived at the waters near the entrance of the Hellespont, the Greek allied fleets had already fled. Unwilling to return empty-handed, the Asia Minor fleet pretended to head south at dusk, but in fact, they quietly docked at the port of Hellespont on the island of Lesbos, which was not far south of the Dionysian army's landing place. The 2 pincers of Lesbos resembled that of a crab. The 2 pincers were not completely closed, forming a bay in the center. The entrance of the bay was facing south, away from the Hellespont Strait. Therefore, the Greek allied forces were not able to detect it for a while. As a result, on the second day, when a transport fleet of 70 cargo ships of the Greek allied forces sailed to the waters near Ilion without any warning, the fleet of Asia Minor suddenly appeared and attacked it, almost destroying the entire fleet. When the Asia Minor fleet's attack was about to end, the fourth fleet of Dionia arrived in a hurry. The Persia-Asia Minor fleet immediately gathered their warships and got into position, ready to fight the enemy. Due to the huge disparity in the number of warships, the fourth fleet of Dionia chose to retreat. Meanwhile, the sailors of the Persia-Asia Minor fleet were a little tired after chasing the fleeing Greek cargo ships back and forth. They were not in the mood to fight anymore, so they returned to the port of Hellespont. On the second day, the Asia Minor fleet reappeared in the waters near the entrance of the Hellespont, but they did not find any trace of the Greek allied fleets. They patrolled for half a day but found nothing. In the end, they returned to the port of Hellespont. In the evening, the senior commanders of the Asia Minor fleet held a military meeting to discuss whether the fleet should return to Halicarnassus as soon as possible. Most of the admirals from the Greek city-states of Asia Minor thought, the Greek allied forces have learned their lesson from yesterday's failure. As long as we are here, I'm afraid that their fleet will not appear. The Asia Minor fleet had a large number of crew members. Obviously, Lesbos Island could not provide enough supplies, and it was troublesome to obtain supplies from the nearby coastal city-states of Asia Minor. More importantly, the Asia Minor fleet has alerted the enemy, and the logistics are very important to the Greek coalition army. The Kingdom of Dionia will definitely not give up and send reinforcements. Don't forget that the Dionians have thousands of warships. On the other hand, the admirals of Persia believed, although the Asia Minor fleet has made some achievements, it is not enough to boast about in front of Phanabatsos, let alone attract the attention of the king of Persia. Even if the Greek coalition army was evading the attack of the Asia Minor fleet, the fleet might not be able to achieve any significant achievements in the future. But as long as the Asia Minor fleet remained in this sea, it would cut off the supply of the Greek coalition army for another day. This would make the Greek coalition army fearful, and provide assistance to the Asia Minor army that was still forming. As for the logistics, they did not have to worry about it. As long as they ask for help from Phanabatsos, he will naturally write a letter to the nearby regions to provide assistance to the entire fleet. So far, we have not received any news of the other Dionia fleets appearing in the Aegean Sea. Even if they really intend to attack, they will not be able to do so in a short period of time. The Asia Minor fleet can rest assured and stay here for a few more days to gain more military achievements. Although most of the warships of the Asia Minor fleet were provided by the Greek city-states, the command was in the hands of the Persia. Since the Persians insisted, the admirals of the Greek city-states naturally could not object. So the next day, the Asia Minor fleet continued to cruise in the sea, but when they returned to the station at dusk, they received a shocking news. A Dionysian fleet with an astonishing number of warships had appeared near the waters of Kos, and was heading north along the coastal waters of the western part of Asia Minor. It turned out that after receiving the order from the Ministry of Military Affairs, the three commanders of the Dionia fleets, Cecilia, Mytilades, and Stephakas, decided not to let the fleets go to Crete for the time being. After all, it would be difficult to not attract attention when thousands of warships were dispatched. It would inevitably arouse the enemy's vigilance, and they would not be able to achieve the effect of luring the snake out of its hole. In addition, the conditions of the port in Crete would be difficult to support the long-term stationing of the three fleets, so they decided to station the three fleets in Messenia and Ligonia first. As the most important relay station between the Holy Kingdom of Dionia and the mainland of Greece, the two kingdoms had been vigorously building port facilities in the past few years, fully able to meet the needs of the fleets and the crew. The fleets were stationed on the southern coast of Peloponnesus, and at the same time, they kept a close eye on the movements on the western coast of Asia Minor. Once a fighter appeared, they would quickly attack. After the Devers agreed to their proposal, the three fleets were stationed in Messenia and Ligonia, and they rarely moved. Occasionally, they had to train to cultivate the tacit understanding between the fleets, and only a few warships were dispatched, and the training was carried out in the bay. As the southern coast of Peloponnesus was now the heart of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia's sphere of influence in the eastern Mediterranean, it was impossible for merchant ships from Persia and Asia Minor to enter. Therefore, the people of Persia had no idea that all the Dionysian fleet in the western Mediterranean had moved east. Compared to the strict control of the western coast of eastern Mediterranean by Ionia, Persia's management of the eastern coast was relatively lax, especially on the western coast of Asia Minor, where Ionia had planted many spies. Therefore, when the Persia's Asia Minor fleet was established, the Dionysian fleet soon knew about it. A few days after the Asia Minor fleet moved north, the three fleets of Ionia departed the port together and headed east. Thanks to Ionia's vigorous promotion and funding for the Greek allies to improve the port facilities and maintain the sea routes, the Dionysian fleet could not only replenish their food and water supplies in time when crossing the Aegean Sea, they could even travel at night when the weather was good. Therefore, when the Dionysian fleet arrived near the coast of Asia Minor, the Asia Minor fleet was still cruising in the waters of the Hellespont. When the generals of the Asia Minor fleet heard the news, they did not have the confidence to fight against the three fleets of Ionia, which far outnumbered them in number. They did not have the time to provide assistance to the ground forces, and immediately led the fleet back south. In order to avoid a head-on collision with the Dionysian fleet, after passing the island of Chios, the Asia Minor fleet began to move away from the coast, attempting to sail southwest in a big circle to avoid the Dionysian fleet. However, to prevent missing the enemy, the commanders of the Dionysian fleet specially arranged for the second fleet to approach the sea, the first fleet to stay away from the sea, and the third fleet to connect in the middle. All the fleets widened their front lines, like a huge net, to catch the big fish, the Asia Minor fleet. To be more precise, the Asia Minor fleet was somewhat lucky. A merchant ship passing by from a western city-state of Asia Minor kindly reminded the Asia Minor fleet that there was a Dionysian fleet heading towards them. Upon hearing the news, the generals of Persia panicked. Faced with the Dionysian fleet, the Asia Minor fleet could no longer continue to make a detour to the west. Otherwise, the fleet would enter the sphere of influence of Ionia in the Aegean Sea. Without any supplies, the fleet would soon collapse without a fight. Therefore, there was only one way in front of them, and that was to get the fleet close to the coast of Asia Minor as soon as possible and hide in the port of a town to avoid the fate of destruction. Therefore, the Asia Minor fleet made an emergency turn and headed straight east. They passed by the island of Samos and attempted to enter the port of Ephesus before the Dionysian fleet could catch up. Ephesus was a large city on the western coast of Asia Minor. Not only was the city wall high and thick, but it was also rich in supplies. The Asia Minor fleet could hide in the city for a long time until the Dionysian fleet had to leave. Unfortunately, the Dionysian fleet was prepared. The second fleet led by Mytilades quickly passed through the narrow strait of Samos. The warships spread out in the waters near Ephesus in a straight line to intercept the Asia Minor fleet's eastward escape. The generals of the Asia Minor fleet learned about the situation in front of them through the clippers. Faced with the danger of being intercepted in front and being chased from behind, they panicked like ants on a hot pan. They had no choice but to lead the fleet to flee to the port of Samos, which was closest to them. The island of Samos was only separated from the western mainland of Asia Minor by a narrow strait. Like Bosworth Island, it was actually one of the Ionian Islands. It used to be one of the important members of the Delian League established by Athens. Later, after the Corinth War, Athens gradually recovered its strength, and it once again joined the Sea League of Athens. However, Athens was defeated by Dionysia. Compared to Ionia, which was far away in the western Mediterranean Sea, the people of Samos were closer to Persia. Later, it was attracted by some decrees issued by the king of Persia in order to win over the Greeks in western Asia Minor and quell the rebellion faster. In the end, it completely sided with Persia. When the Asia Minor fleet fled into the port, the three fleets of Ionia soon arrived. The sentries in the port lighthouse and the sentry tower looked at the endless number of Ionia warships spread out on the sea outside the port. All of them felt a chill down their spines. However, Samos, who once provided more than a dozen warships to the Asia Minor fleet, was still holding on to hope. Although the Dionysian fleet was strong, they could not launch an attack on land, nor could they stay here for long. They would have to leave soon. However, the people of Samos did not expect that under the command of Sicarion and the other fleet commanders, about 80% of the Dionysian fleet's Raven warships docked at the nearby beach. The fleet's infantrymen disembarked from the warships and gathered nearly 15,000 soldiers to surround the city of Samos. The people of Samos on the city wall were shocked to see the densely packed and fully equipped Ionia soldiers outside the city. At this time, Xianxia sent a messenger into the city of Samos. In the council, he threatened the people of Samos immediately surrender to Dionia. If they dared to let go of the Asia Minor fleet, they would be punished even if they surrendered. The messenger's threat scared the councillors of Samos, reminding them of the rumor that Dionia had destroyed Tegea in the Greek War. Therefore, they did not dare to retaliate against the messenger's arrogance. Instead, they politely said that the council needed time to discuss this important issue before they could make a decision. After Xianxia learned about the performance of the Samos council from the messenger, he discussed with the Middleades and Stephakas and reached an agreement. He would lead the first fleet and the 15,000 infantrymen to continue to surround the city of Samos. The second fleet and the third fleet would immediately head north to Milia. Before nightfall, Xianxia even made another decision: drag all the warships to the beach, and only send speedboats to take turns to keep watch on the port of Samos. This was a very bold decision. The Asia Minor fleet could take advantage of this favorable opportunity to rush out of the port and quickly escape back to Halicarnassus. In fact, the commanders of the Asia Minor fleet did request Samos to leave the port. However, the Council of Samos was still debating about the request made by the messenger of Dionia during the day and did not reach a consensus. How could they dare to let the Asia Minor fleet leave and bring disaster to themselves? Therefore, they found all sorts of reasons to evade the request. The commanders of the Asia Minor fleet also had different opinions and did not strongly request to leave at night. Therefore, the matter was left unsettled for the time being. On the morning of the second day, Xianxia led the warships of the first fleet to blockade the port again. Meanwhile, the troops on the shore, under the leadership of the infantry commander of the first fleet, Sesaphitorus, cut down the trees on the island. Some of them were used to build camps, while others were used to build siege weapons. They assumed a posture of being ready to attack the city at any time. When the Samos militia saw this, they felt even more uneasy. The commanders of the Asia Minor fleet were also uneasy. Once again, they requested to leave the port quietly at night, and they were very determined. Therefore, after the Samoans tried to brush them off but failed, their attitude became tough. They refused to open the port's water gate and let them go. The two sides almost clashed because of this. Compared to the riots that almost broke out in the city, the Xianxia outside the city was not having it easy either. This was because the rations carried by the crew had run out. Their dinner was the fish that the fleet's crew had spent a lot of effort to catch from the coastal waters for the past 2 days. However, Xianxia was full of confidence in victory. Not only did he trust the Middleades and Stephakas, but he had also fought side by side with Leotychites. He firmly believed that the current commander of the Greek coalition forces would seize this opportunity to help in time. For this reason, he visited various tents throughout the evening, encouraging the crew and the infantry of the fleet to persevere. On the morning of the third day, the starving Dionia crew still drove the warships out to sea and blockaded the port of Samos. If the Asia Minor fleet rushed out of the port and fought with the first fleet of Dionia, the outcome was still unknown. However, the Asia Minor fleet was afraid that the enemy's warships outnumbered theirs, so they chose to continue to hide in the port. The Samosians' delay was more like handing their fate over to the gods. Of course, they hoped that the reinforcements from Persia would arrive in time. However, at noon, a huge fleet sailed from the north, and the Samosians' expectations were completely dashed. Not only did Leotychides send a fleet to transport food, but he also sent the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th fleets to transport the soldiers of the entire 10th Legion. For a time, thousands of warships gathered in the waters near Samos. Not only did they intimidate the Asia Minor fleet in the port of Samos, but they also demonstrated their powerful naval strength to the nearby coastal city-states such as Ephesus. 8,000 soldiers of the 10th Legion and the remaining infantrymen of the fleet had all landed on Samos Island. Almost 30,000 Dionians were lined up outside the city, covering most of the mountains and fields of Samos Island, not to mention the ballistic cannons that were so powerful. The Samosians were completely in despair. Since their establishment, they had never faced such a powerful enemy. Athens, which had once attacked them, could not be compared to them at all. Therefore, before the Dionia soldiers even started to attack the city, they quickly made a decision to surrender. When the generals of the Asia Minor fleet at the port learned that the Samosians had betrayed Persia, they immediately led the crew to start a riot in the port, attempting to seize the water gate so that the warships of the fleet could rush out of the port. This was a last-ditch effort, and it was better than being captured without even fighting a battle. Who knew that after the Samosians surrendered to the Dionysian army, they immediately invited the Dionysian army to enter the city, and asked them to personally deal with the tens of thousands of Asia Minor fleet's crew who were entrenched in the port. Not long after, the riot launched by the Asia Minor fleet was crushed by the 10th Legion of Dionia. So far, the Dionysian army and fleet barely suffered any losses, and they captured the entire Asia Minor fleet of Persia. This was an exciting victory. It not only meant that Dionia had temporarily gained the dominance of the sea in the western part of Asia Minor, but it also caused a change in the naval strength of Persia and Dionia, which were roughly equal to each other, as Dionia and its allies began to gain the upper hand. The destruction of the Persia-Asia Minor fleet and the surrender of Samos had a great impact on the Greek states in the western part of Asia Minor. They suddenly realized that without the protection of their navy, and with most of the Persia garrisons heading to Phrygia, the powerful Dionysian fleet could land and attack any western coastal city-state at will. Therefore, Ephesus, Miletus, Chios, and even Lesbos and many other Greek city-states in Asia Minor changed their previous estranged attitude and sent messengers to the Dionysian fleet and the landed Dionysian army to express their goodwill. Some even asked them to release part of the Asia Minor fleet's crew. After all, most of the crew of the Asia Minor fleet came from these Greek city-states. Leotychides led the generals of the allied army to hold a military conference with several commanders of the Dionysian fleet, including Sicarion, and the admiral of the Athens navy, Caprias. After discussion, they decided that as long as the Greek city-states in Asia Minor regularly provided a certain amount of military supplies to Dionia and the Greek allied army, and opened their ports to the allied army, then Dionia and its allies would promise not to attack these cities and release the crew from these cities. In the notice given to the messengers of the Greek city-states in Asia Minor, there was no requirement for them to surrender to Dionia. This was because Leotychides and Sicarion knew very well that only by completely defeating the land army of Asia Minor could these fence-sitters completely submit to Dionia. In the early morning of January 364 BC, year 30 of the kingdom of Dionia, the people of Thurii, who had just celebrated the new year, woke up early to clean the roads in front of their houses. After breakfast, some people rushed to the river port in the city, while others waited by the road near their houses. When the sun rose, both sides of the road from the foot of the Hill of the Kings to the inner city port were crowded with people of all ages. Just when everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the King's Hill, a loud shout came from the front. "They're here! They're here!" The cheers made the people excited. Everyone pushed and shoved each other. If it were not for the soldiers maintaining order on the road, it would have caused quite a commotion. After a while, in the middle of the road, a team of palace cavalry appeared. They wore black breastplates, purple cloaks, and red helmets. They rode majestic horses, and each of them looked imposing. They marched forward in an orderly formation. Behind them, the king of Dionia, the Devers, appeared in front of the people. He wore a golden crown on his head, a gorgeous armor engraved with the image of Hades waving a fork, and a thick woolen robe. He rode on a black horse. Although his hair was gray, his back was still straight, and his eyes were sharp. He looked hale and hearty. Beside him was his eldest son, Clotocatax, the current consul of the kingdom. The achievements he had made in Thurii over the past few years were obvious to all, especially the successful holding of the Dionia Games last year. His ability to govern had been fully recognized by the people of Thurii. This was why they were not too worried when they learned that the king of Devers was going to personally conquer Persia, a big country in the east. Behind them was Apox, the second son of the king of Devers. He was already a famous scholar in the kingdom, and he was promoted to the deputy dean of the School of Mathematics in Dionia last year. He was famous for his wisdom among the people of Dionia, but because he stayed in the school for a long time, he was mysterious in the eyes of ordinary people. Next to Apox was Antibris, the third son of the king of Devers. Among the children of the Devers, he was the most popular one among the people of Thurii, not only because he was a football star, but also because he was active, willing to interact with the people, and very down-to-earth. Next to Antibris was Eunice, the second daughter of the king of Devers. Although Cynthia was only the adopted daughter of the Devers, her gentle and virtuous character was recognized by the people of Thurii as the eldest daughter of the Devers. As a woman, she should have traveled in a carriage like her mother and sisters, but she insisted on riding a horse. She loved sports and competitions, and her character was similar to that of a man. She was also loved by the people of Turii, especially the merchants of Turii. She had taken over the Kristoya Chamber of Commerce in recent years, and her capable and decisive style was even more sought after by them. The king of Devers' other biological daughter, Avia, sat in the royal carriage that followed, not showing herself in front of the people. This made the tourist by the roadside feel slightly regretful. As the Dionia princess was introverted and shy, and did not like to appear in public, the tourist didn't know much about her at first. It was only when she became the director of the zoo, and because she had to take care of the animals, she came into contact with the tourists and children visiting the zoo. Only then did everyone understand her kindness and innocence, and thus she was loved by the people. Kristoya, Agnes, Cynthia, Avia, and the children rode in 2 royal carriages, followed closely by 2 groups of palace cavalry. Compared to their enemy, Persia, the Dionia royal family's procession could be said to be very simple, but the people's support for them was far greater than that of the Persia royal family. Long live the Devers king! Long live the Devers royal family of Hades! The people used continuous cheers to express their support for the king of Devers and his family, as well as to express their good wishes for the upcoming war. Among these more formal cheers, there were some personal hobbies. May Hades bless the beautiful Princess Eunice. May Hades bless the kind Princess Avia. Prince Antibris, I love you. Eunice giggled and teased, Antibris, did you hear that? Be careful, or I'll tell Ronia. I don't even know that woman. She might be a rugby fan like you. Don't talk nonsense. Antibris hurriedly defended himself. Ronia was his wife. She was once the daughter of a tourist rugby team owner. She had a cheerful and generous personality, and loved sports. She had never accepted Antibris's courtship, worried that she would be restricted after marrying into the royal family. Antibris persistently pursued her, and the two only got married after last year's sports competition. This made him the latest among the Devers children to get married, and it could be said that he had settled one of the Devers' worries. It was precisely because this marriage had not come easily that Antibris treasured it. Don't worry, Auntie. Eunice won't say anything. She can't bear to lose a good friend like Ronia. Apoc said plainly. Apostle, you talk too much. Eunice rolled her eyes at him. It was true that Eunice and Ronia had similar personalities and interests. Ever since Ronia married into the royal family, the two quickly became good friends. In last year's rugby and soccer competitions, the two often appeared together in the stands of the stadium, becoming a beautiful scene in the competition. The Devers looked around with a smile on their faces, waving to the people cheering on the side of the road. However, the horses under them did not slow down at all. Soon, the team arrived at the inner city pier. The kingdom's administrative office, the ministers of various departments, and the senators of the Senate were already waiting there. When they saw the arrival of the king of Devers, they stepped forward in an orderly manner and bowed respectfully. The Devers dismounted and looked at the 5 assistant ministers who walked up to him. He said seriously, after I go to the Eastern Mediterranean, the affairs of the kingdom will be in your hands. Your Majesty, don't worry. His Highness Cloto Catax is outstanding. We will do our best to assist him. Hacker said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, we will do our best to maintain the stability of the kingdom, and patiently wait for your triumphant return. Cypros said sincerely. Your Majesty, we will do our best to ensure the logistics of the army. You can attack the Persia with peace of mind. Antares said immediately. The Devers smiled and nodded. He patted the shoulders of Bugul and Adrianx, who did not speak but looked determined. A lot of things had been arranged beforehand, so there was no need for him to say anything more. He smiled at the ministers and senators who came forward to greet him as he slowly walked to the pier. When he walked to the side of the docked royal airship, only his family followed him. He stopped and swept his gentle eyes across the faces of each of his family members. Finally, his eyes fell on Patroclus, who he had called out from the crowd. He said solemnly, Patroclus, the safety of the kingdom and the royal family is in your hands. Your Majesty, Patroclus saw the unhappy look on the Devers' face as soon as he said that. He quickly changed his words and said, "Father, I will do my best to assist Clotho to maintain the stability of the kingdom." Previously, the Devers had ordered the Ministry of Military Affairs to transfer Hasdrubal to be the commander of the 14th Legion and follow him to Persia. Sextus would take over as the commander of the northern border of the kingdom. He then appointed his most trusted son-in-law, Patroclus, as the commander of the reserve legion of the kingdom, stationed in the barracks of Thurii. The most important mission of this temporary position was that if there was any unrest in the kingdom, especially in the Italian peninsula, he had the right to mobilize reserve troops from any region to quell the unrest. Patroclus was reluctant at first. He wanted to participate in the large-scale war between Daionia and Persia, but after the Devers' detailed discussion with him and his wife, Cynthia, he finally accepted the appointment. The Devers had personally led the army to war many times in the past, but they had never made such an arrangement. Why did they have to do this time? It was because the Devers believed that the war in Persia would last for a long time due to the distance and vastness of its territory. The kingdom of Daionia had sent almost all of its regular legions, so the internal defense would be inadequate. In case of an emergency, the army would not be able to come back in time. Therefore, they needed the most trustworthy general to stay in the kingdom and gather the remaining military resources to maintain the security of the kingdom. Of course, there was another important reason that the Devers could not say. Patroclus was still young, but he had already made great achievements in the military. If he was allowed to return from the war in Persia, his prestige in the army would be further enhanced, which would be detrimental to Clotho Catax's rule of the kingdom. Even though the Devers had carefully observed Patroclus for many years and believed that his character was completely trustworthy, he still needed to prepare for a rainy day to prevent a rift in the royal family in the future so that the family could always maintain harmony. The Devers nodded, then looked at his son, the future king, and said in a deep voice, "Take good care of your two mothers and siblings. After I leave, the kingdom will be handed over to you. Do it well." After the conversation between the father and son that night, Clotho Catax certainly understood the true meaning of the Devers' words. Feeling the weight of this heavy responsibility, he took a deep breath and replied with an unprecedented solemn expression, "Yes, father. Your Majesty, don't forget to inform me and Agnes to go to Miletus when the time comes." Just then, Christoia suddenly reminded him loudly. The Devers gazed at the charming faces of his two wives and smiled gently. "Both of you wait for my good news. Grandpa, I also want to go to Persia with you." Christod could not help but say. Divers bent down with a kind look on his face. "You're still too young now. When you've learned all the knowledge in school and grown taller and stronger, not only will I bring you to Persia, but I'll also bring you to Egypt and Greece. What do you think?" "Yes." Christod nodded vigorously. The Dever smiled and gently pinched his little face. Finally, under the watchful eyes of his relatives, they boarded the twin-headed dragon ship. "Your Majesty." The palace clerk Henoboris and the former head of intelligence, Aristiras, who were waiting at the entrance, bowed. "Your Majesty, you are too slow. Cough cough. We have been waiting on this ship for so long that our feet are going to rot." The one who spoke was Amintas, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Alexis, Felicius, and the other old people also stepped forward and bowed to the Devers. "Amintas, you are already so old, but your temperament still hasn't changed. You should know that you can't rush a war with a big country like Persia," the Devers said jokingly as he gestured to Henoboris. "Let's go." Amidst the cheers and farewells, the twin-headed dragon ship slowly left the dock. As soon as it entered the Kratai River, there were even louder cheers. It turned out that both sides of the Kratai River were also filled with people, who were excitedly waving and shouting at the unique warship in the kingdom. "Your Majesty, it seems that the people are very enthusiastic about this war," Felicia said happily. "All these years, the tourists have sacrificed a lot for the kingdom. I'm afraid they are hoping that the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions can return smoothly and triumphantly," the Devers said with a sigh. As soon as he finished speaking, Amintas suddenly coughed loudly. As the twin-headed dragon ship sailed down the river, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions were boarding the ships at the port of Turis. At the mouth of the Kratai River, thousands of warships of the 1st and 2nd fleets were waiting there. They had only been ordered to return to the kingdom last month, and had been going back and forth between the Italian peninsula and the southern bay of Peloponnesus. They were responsible for the safety of the transport routes of the various legions in the kingdom. Protecting the transport ships of the first and second legions, as well as the warship of the King of Devers, was the last and most important mission for these two fleets. The huge fleet sailed out of the Bay of Turris, crossed the Adriatic estuary, passed by the coastal islands of Kerkyra, Kephallonia, and Zacynthus, and entered the Bay of Messenia. Although Messenia was now a vassal of the Kingdom of Dionia, most of the members of its council were citizens of Dionia, and the citizens of Messenia who were born in Helots were full of gratitude and respect for Dionia. The relationship between the two sides was very close, and in fact, it was not much different from the territory of the kingdom itself. At the same time, it was a maritime trade relay station between the kingdom and the mainland of Greece, which greatly boosted the development of its trade. In recent years, the port had been constantly expanding, and was no longer simple and crude. It could accommodate the huge fleet and meet the needs of the soldiers of the two legions. The Devers stayed for 2 days and met with the members of the Messenian Council and a few Messenian citizens, causing a sensation in the whole territory. The leaders of the nearby cities of Sparta, Arcadia Union, Elis, Agos, Corinth, and other cities also came to see them, causing the Devers to stay for another 2 days. 5 days later, the Devers bid farewell to the people of Peloponnesus, and the fleet sailed southeast, passing by Crete. After replenishing their food and water supplies, they sailed straight south. The next 500-kilometer-long sea voyage was slightly risky, but under the leadership of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, it had become one of the most prosperous sea routes between the western Mediterranean, Greece, Cyrenaica, and Egypt. The other route was through Sicily to Carthage, and then along the coast of Africa to Egypt. Due to the storm that happened in the African Sea last year, which destroyed the fleet of the Egyptian emissary delegation, the Dionia fleet chose this route for the safety of the king. The fleet sailed smoothly and did not encounter any trouble, and successfully arrived at the coast of Cyrenaica. Although Cyrenaica was once known as a child of Sparta, Dionia and Cyrenaica had established friendly relations since the time when Dionysius crossed the sea to conquer Dionia, and this friendly relationship continued to strengthen over time. Of course, Cyrenaica had also consciously changed from the initial equal status of both sides to a respectful attitude of a small country serving a large country. Since last year, several waves of the Dionysian army had passed through Cyrenaica. The people of Cyrenaica were not alarmed, and were even somewhat used to it. However, when the emissary of the Dionysian army informed the Cyrenaican leaders that the king of Devers is in the army, these Cyrenaican oligarchs hurriedly prepared a large amount of gold, silver, and military supplies, and then rushed to the temporary camp by the port to pay their respects. The Devers had a friendly conversation with them and made it clear that Dionia would do its best to ensure the political stability of Egypt during the war with Persia. For the people of Cyrenaica, who had never been invaded by foreign enemies, the war between Dionia and Persia had no effect on them. The only things that could affect the safety of Cyrenaica were civil strife and famine. The unrest in Egypt would cause a large number of Libyans living in Egypt to flee to the west, which would inevitably destabilize the political situation in Cyrenaica. Although the Dionysian army had helped Egypt to quell the rebellion last year, a new pharaoh had not been elected, which made the oligarchs of Cyrenaica feel uneasy. Now that they had the assurance of the king of Dionia, they could go back in peace. The fleet of Dionia rested for 2 days at the port of Cyrenaica, then continued to sail eastward along the coast of Africa. By the middle of February, they finally reached the coast of Egypt. While the Devers led the fleet on their journey, the messenger ship that had set off from Turai had arrived in Egypt 8 days ago. Whether it was the Assists and Topyrus in Memphis, or Chalcidius and Per Ramesses, they had all led their officials to the city of Naucratis. When the Devers ship successfully passed through the checkpoint at the mouth of the Pelusia River, a tributary of the Nile, and slowly sailed into the port, the Egyptians who came to welcome them let out deafening cheers. This surprised the Devers who had yet to disembark. When he stepped onto the dock, the Assists and the others immediately went up to him and bowed respectfully. "You have all worked hard during this period. On behalf of the people of the kingdom, I would like to express my gratitude for your contributions to the kingdom." The Devers returned the salute solemnly, then looked around at the densely packed Egyptians and asked curiously, "Did you arrange this?" "Due to concerns about safety, we did not announce it to the public. This was all done on their own initiative," the Assists quickly explained. Oh. The Devers looked at the excited faces in the distance and asked with interest, "Are they from all over Egypt?" "No, Your Majesty," Assists answered frankly. "Most of them come from this city and the surrounding villages and towns," Assists answered honestly. Naucratis was a stronghold provided by the Egyptian pharaohs for Greek mercenaries hundreds of years ago. Later, it gradually developed into the only Hellenistic Egyptian town that often traded with the Greeks. Most of the residents of the city were of Greek descent, not to mention that in the past 20 years, most of the diplomatic and trade contacts between Dionia and Egypt were conducted through this town, causing some Dionia citizens to settle here for a long time. It was precisely because of the uniqueness of Naucratis that it was ostracized and suppressed by the conservative Egyptian society. Like an isolated island in the middle of the ocean, it had no political influence on Egypt. This time, after the reinforcements from Dionia quelled the rebellion in Egypt, they stayed for a long time and did not leave. Even the recent decrees from Memphis to the cities and towns in the Nile Delta contained faint traces of Dionia. This made the sensitive people of Naucratis realize that the political situation in Egypt had probably changed drastically. This might be a great opportunity for them to make a comeback, hence the grand welcome today. This was the people of Naucratis showing their loyalty to the king of Dionia. Of course, Devers had thought of this, and he felt a little disappointed. At this time, a voice rang in his ear, "Your Majesty, in fact, the people of other cities and towns in Egypt are also very happy about your arrival. However, due to the long journey and lack of time, they were unable to come here in time to welcome you. When Your Majesty is on your way to Memphis, I believe you will be able to see the enthusiasm of the other Egyptians." The person who spoke was standing next to Assists. He had dark skin and a slightly chubby body. His face was wrinkled, and he had a gray goatee on his chin. His upper body was slightly bowed, and he looked at Devers with a flattering smile. Devers saw that he was wearing a pure white short-sleeved linen robe, a golden crown on his head, and a slender staff in his hand. He had a rough idea of who this person was, but he still asked in surprise, "This is?" "Your Majesty, this is the high priest appointed by Pharaoh Tanib during his reign, Ammonius-Hotep from the Kerak temple. We have received a lot of help from him since we came to Egypt." Assists quickly introduced him. Devers smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Assists has mentioned you many times in his letters to me. You have given us great support. Your Majesty, it is my honor to meet you." Ammonius-Hotep bowed respectfully and said in slightly stiff Greek, "You are the son of Ammonius, the lord of Upper and Lower Egypt. It is my honor to serve you, and it is also the honor of the Egyptian people. So you do not have to be surprised that they have gathered here, because from now on, all the people of Egypt will listen to your teachings devoutly." Although Devers had already learned from Assist's letters that this noble high priest had completely sided with Dionia, his overly flattering attitude still surprised Devers. They could not help but wonder if the power of Dionia had frightened these pampered Egyptian priests, making them so weak at the knees. After all, 3 months ago, the vanguard led by Chalcidius had not only destroyed the usurping Miqatani Persia, but also quickly put down the rebellions in other towns in the Nile Delta. This scared the Thebes, not the Greek city-states, but the Thebes, the religious center of Upper Egypt, a little restless. Since last December, other legions of Dionia had arrived in Egypt one after another. Including the first and second legions that had arrived today, the number of legion of Dionysia in Egypt had reached close to 20, including the cavalry legions. A huge force of more than 100,000 people, coupled with their powerful combat power, was enough to destroy the whole of Egypt. How could Ammonius-Hotep not tremble? Most of the people in the port of Naucratis understood Greek. When they heard High Priest Ammonius-Hotep say the title of son of Ammon, king of Upper and Lower Egypt, there was an uproar at first, followed by a burst of cheers. Then, everyone knelt down and shouted the name of the great and noble Pharaoh Devers. In the face of the cheers of the Egyptian people, the Devers did not forget himself. He knew very well that Ammonius-Hotep was actually a test for him, so he smiled and said, "I am very grateful to the great Ammon for giving me such an important mission. However, the territory of Dionia is vast, and my energy is limited. I hope that the servants of God Ammon can assist me in managing this ancient kingdom, so that the people of Egypt can once again bask in the light of God Ammon's mercy." Such a direct and clear answer from the Devers greatly relieved Ammonius-Hotep. He immediately declared loudly, all the servants of Amon are willing to devote all their loyalty to you, the great pharaoh. In the past few months, Topyrus and the eminent monks of Egypt had negotiated many times to reach an agreement. At this moment, with the commitment of the Devers and Ammonius-Hotep, the cooperation between the two sides was officially established. Then, the Devers came to the front of the kneeling people, motioned for them to get up, and said loudly, "Subjects of Egypt, these years, Persia in the north has repeatedly sent troops to attack Egypt, in vain to occupy the land of the Nile, and then turn you into slaves, forcing you to give up your faith in Amon, and turning you into Ahura Mazda. The rebellion of Nicotanni Persia was instigated by the Persia, and Egypt is already in a very dangerous situation, so the great god Amon has made me the new master of this land, and I have brought brave and fearless soldiers. They will guard Egypt, defeat Persia, and let you enjoy a long period of peace and tranquility. Ensure that Egypt will always be Egypt's Egypt." Amidst the cheers of the Egyptian people, the Devers boarded the carriage and drove into the governor's palace in Naucratis. The next day, Divers led the 2nd and 1st legions to the north. Under the suggestion of Assists and Ammonius-Hetipu, he did not take the warships. Instead, he took the land route. He took a luxurious carriage, and under the lead of a group of Egyptian priests led by Ammonius-Hetipu, they advanced along the southern bank of the Nile in a grand manner. For other parts of the Mediterranean, it was the season of sowing, but in Egypt, sowing had already ended. When the Nile's flood waters receded in August and September last year, the huge pools that the farmers had built to prevent the water from flowing away too quickly were almost dried up. Instead, green wheat seedlings grew along the banks of the Nile. In addition, the banks of the Nile and its tributaries were also lush with green papyrus, causing the entire Nile delta to look like a green sea. In this refreshing green sea, small patches of yellow could occasionally be seen. Those were the villages that the Egyptians had built with mud bricks. However, outside of this huge oasis was an extremely dry and dusty, boundless desert. The Devers sat in the carriage and traveled between the yellow and green worlds. He was also quite amazed. While he was leading the army to Memphis, his speech at the port of Naucratis had already been spread by those who were interested in it. As if it had grown wings, it quickly spread to both sides of the Nile. The Egyptians heard 3 main meanings from his words. First, the Devers wanted to be the new pharaohs of Egypt. Second, the huge army that Dionia had stationed in Egypt was not to continue the war in Egypt, but to attack Persia and protect the peace of Egypt. Third, Dionia would not come to snatch the land of the Egyptians. Egypt would still be managed by the Egyptians. The Egyptians knew that Dionia had always kept its promises. Back then, when there was a war with Greece, it still sent a large number of troops to help Egypt defend against Persia. Moreover, this was a speech made by the king of Dionia in front of the Egyptian people. It was very unlikely that they would break their promise. After the Dionysian army had put down the rebellion in Egypt, they had remained in the country. Over the past month, there had been rumors that Dionia wanted to annex Egypt. Now that the king of Dionia had personally admitted that he wanted to be the pharaoh of Egypt and had even received the support of the priests of the Temple of Ammon, many Egyptian officials and local forces had mixed feelings. At the same time, they were also relieved. They personally went to visit the new pharaoh, hoping to leave a good impression. For ordinary Egyptians, land, faith, and peace were what they craved the most. Since the Devers had made a promise in public, most of the people were not angry that an outsider was about to become the pharaoh of Egypt. Instead, they showed a certain amount of enthusiasm. Instead, they wanted to know what the king of the Dionysian army who could fight against the fierce Persia looked like. This season was temporarily a slack period for the Egyptians. In the past, when they had nothing to do, they would go make mud bricks, catch birds, and fish. At this time, they brought the old and the young to the roadside to welcome the arrival of the new pharaoh. At the suggestion of Amenhotep, the Devers changed his appearance in the city of Naucratis. He officially put on the red and white crown that represented the rule of Upper and Lower Egypt, as well as the fake beard that represented the identity of the pharaoh. Then, he put on a golden one-piece armor and sat in a magnificent carriage. Along the way, he looked solemn and did not pretend to speak. The Egyptians, who had always worshipped the gods and feared power, saw the new pharaoh sitting in a magnificent carriage from afar. They were in awe and cheered loudly. The towns and cities they passed by also opened their gates to welcome them, and the officials competed to show their loyalty. The Devers comforted the people along the way. The whole team did not move very fast, and they even took a brief tour of the pyramids of Giza. Finally, after 10 days, they arrived in Memphis. Memphis was located south of the Nile Delta and north of Upper Egypt. It happened to be in between Upper and Lower Egypt, so it was called the balance of the two countries. In the early days of Egypt, the capital was in Thebes. From the beginning of the Middle Dynasty to the present day, more pharaohs set the capital in Memphis because it was more conducive to ruling over Upper and Lower Egypt. When the Devers entered the city of Memphis, he immediately understood why Chalcidius had been able to easily capture the capital of Egypt, which was occupied by the rebel army. It was different from other Mediterranean city-states. It did not surround the entire city with thick walls, but only built walls in 3 places. One was the Temple of Ptah, one was the Temple of Osiris, and the last was the pharaoh's palace and the residential area of the nobles. It was almost impossible to resist the siege of the Dionysian army with such a small city area and a lack of soldiers, not to mention that the internal situation was very unstable. The handicrafts and metalworking industry of Memphis were famous throughout Egypt. Half of the city area was occupied by handicrafts and residential areas. Therefore, the patron gods of these two industries, Ptah and Osiris, were highly respected here. Not only did the people worship the 3 pillar gods of Memphis, Ptah, Sekhmet, and Nephilim, but they also worshipped the god of the underworld, Osiris. Even the monks worshipped the Apis bull as a sacred object in the temple. In fact, the Devers had also imagined that Osiris would be the incarnation of Hades in Egypt, replacing Amon and becoming the highest faith of the people of Egypt, but it would obviously take a very long time. Among the officials who came to greet them, of course, were the priests of the Temple of Ptah and Osiris. The Devers promised them that they would make time to worship and leave with satisfaction. After appeasing the officials of Memphis, the Devers did not immediately go to the palace. Instead, he went to the Dionia barracks outside the city to greet the soldiers. For this, he specially took off his fake beard, took off his red and white crown, and put on a golden crown, entering the barracks as the king of Dionia. At dusk, he drove into the palace of Memphis. The palace guards quickly took up the task of protecting the palace, while Henoboris took over the internal affairs of the entire palace. He also asked the royal chefs who came with him to prepare a safe and delicious dinner. The Devers invited assists, Topyrus, Chalcidius, and the various army commanders who had arrived in Egypt one after another to thank them for their efforts during this time. The atmosphere of the banquet was not very warm, because the Devers were not allowed to drink. After the banquet ended, the Devers asked them to stay and held a meeting. Now, all of our troops have entered Egypt. With such a large number of soldiers, I'm afraid it will be difficult to fully meet the needs of the logistics provided by the faraway kingdom. Does Egypt have the ability to provide long-term and sufficient logistical support for the army? Assists, you have been in charge of the administrative affairs of Egypt for the past few months, and you have a sufficient understanding of the situation in Egypt. What do you think? The Devers raised the question that he was most concerned about. After all, the real purpose of his personally leading the army this time was to defeat Persia. Annexing Egypt was just a matter of convenience. Your Majesty. The assists was already prepared for this. He answered seriously, if we only rely on the food reserves in the Nile Delta, it will indeed be difficult to meet the needs of the entire army. You have to know that just the provisions provided to the army led by Commander Chalcidius have already emptied the granaries of the towns in the Nile Delta, and there are still 2 to 3 months before the harvest. Isn't Egypt known as the granary of the Mediterranean? Isn't there an endless supply of food? Matones, the commander of the First Legion, interrupted. This is because Nikitani Persia started a rebellion a few months ago, which caused the situation in Lower Egypt to become unstable. In order to protect themselves, the various towns had to urgently recruit troops, which led to a huge increase in the consumption of food. If it weren't for Commander Chalcidius's quick actions and quelling the unrest in Egypt in a short period of time, I'm afraid the army that arrived later would have completely relied on the logistical support of the kingdom. While explaining, the assists also praised Chalcidius. As the head of the military and government of Dionia in Egypt, the two of them had been working well together for the past few months. Chalcidius smiled at the assists to show his gratitude. The Devers saw this, but he did not feel too disgusted. When fighting outside, only by working together could they win. This was the philosophy that he had always emphasized. He asked calmly, "Assists, although you make it sound like it's very difficult, you don't feel nervous at all. It seems that there must be a way to solve the food supply problem. Your Majesty is wise." The assist smiled and said unhurriedly, "Egypt has always been mainly agricultural, so it attaches great importance to the cultivation and storage of food. Like the kingdom, it has granaries in the big cities to store the food they collect in case of famine. The famine referred to by the Egyptians is when the Nile floods in June and July are too small, so when the floods recede, the area of arable land will obviously decrease, resulting in a significant decrease in food production, or they can wait for the price of food in the Mediterranean to rise before selling it. Other than that, there is another force in Egypt that stores a lot of food, and that is the temples. The monks of the Egyptian temples owned a lot of land and slaves, especially in Upper Egypt. These monks did not take on administrative responsibilities. They only took out a small amount of food to share with the believers during temple celebrations. Therefore, their food reserves were far greater than the granaries of the towns. It is precisely because the monks of Egypt are too rich and have too much power that when Jeho was in power, he issued a decree to suppress the power of the monks. Although in order for Dionia to smoothly annex Egypt, the assists had no choice but to cooperate with the Egyptian monks, led by Amenhotep. As an administrative official, he could not bear to see these monks being so arrogant in Egypt, so he could not help but say something more. Of course, the assists knew very well that the kingdom's focus was still on the smooth handover of power in Egypt and the war against Persia, so he continued, "It's precisely because the Egyptian monks have suffered a lot over the past year that when we expressed our goodwill to them, they quickly approached us. Not only did they proactively help us promote the legitimacy of the kingdom's rule over Egypt, but they also took out part of their food reserves to help us solve the food supply problem. In addition, Amenhotep also proposed on behalf of the monks that they are willing to continue to provide food for the kingdom's army attacking Persia. As long as we give them part of the spoils of war, we can't agree to this request." Matonis objected loudly. "The spoils of war obtained by the army are exchanged with the soldiers' blood. 1/3 of it has to go to the national treasury, 1/3 to the Ministry of Military Affairs, and 1/3 to the soldiers themselves. The soldiers didn't get much in the first place. It's already good enough that we didn't kill these fat Egyptian priests. How dare they snatch food from us?" Silence. The Devers saw that most of the commanders were angry under Matonis' lead. They had no choice but to put on a stern face and warn in a low voice, "Don't say such things carelessly in the future. Persia is the richest in the world. The wealth accumulated over the past 100 years is incalculable. As long as we defeat Persia, the soldiers can obtain far more spoils of war than before. It's not a big loss to give some to the Egyptian temples. On the contrary, you should know very well that the most important thing for a kingdom's army fighting a foreign country far away from home is not the spoils of war, but the food. During war, food is more precious than gold. You can't buy it even if you have money. If there's a lack of food, even the bravest soldiers will be easily defeated. We only need to give up some spoils of war that we might obtain in the future, but we can exchange it for sufficient food that the Egyptian temples can provide immediately. This is a great deal for us." At this point, the Devers looked at the assists and asked, "If I agree to their request, how long can the food they provide supply all our troops?" "According to what Amenhotep told me, it can probably protect the royal army in Egypt for more than 2 months. After more than 2 months, Egypt will enter the harvest season, and the food harvested in the Nile Delta can continue to provide security for the army." Assists made a serious calculation and replied, "According to the situation Amenhotep told me, it can probably guarantee the royal army in Egypt for more than 2 months. After 2 months, Egypt will enter the harvest season, and the food harvested in the Nile Delta can continue to provide security for the army." Devers looked around at the generals. "Everyone, did you hear that? Now, it's up to you to decide if we should accept the Egyptian monk's request." Martoni's face was slightly red, but his tone was firm. "As long as it can reduce the burden on the kingdom and benefit the army, it's worth it for the soldiers to lose some spoils of war." "Of course, we'll agree." Matonis' words were immediately agreed by the other generals. Devers smiled and nodded. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Chalcidius was hesitating to speak. He immediately asked, Chalcidius, do you have anything to add? Your Majesty. Chalcidius could only tell the truth. According to what I know, the Egyptian monks' request isn't because they're greedy. It's because of their tradition. In the past, after the Egyptian army won a battle, they would offer the spoils of war to the temple, and the temple would also donate food to the army during the battle. I'm thinking, after we defeat Persia, the kingdom may station troops in Egypt or nearby areas to consolidate the conquered areas. If these troops follow Egypt's tradition, then when they go out to war, they may be able to rely on Egypt to solve their food supply. This will greatly reduce the burden on the kingdom. That's a good idea. Devers was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the temporary commander of the Egyptian army he'd appointed to be so focused on the battle. As he looked at Chalcidius with approval, he said, Henny, write down this suggestion. We'll discuss it after the battle. Yes, Your Majesty. Devers didn't praise Chalcidius anymore. After all, he wasn't the most senior among the generals present, and he was from Sicily. If he showed too much importance to him, it might cause some generals to be jealous. So, Devers immediately changed the topic. Assists, since Amenhotep is so sincere in cooperating with you and supporting the kingdom's rule in Egypt, I'll follow your suggestion in the letter and appoint him as the regional governor of Egypt. What do the Egyptians call it? Vizier, which means prime minister, Assists replied. Yes, appoint Amenhotep as vizier, in charge of the administration of Upper Egypt, Devers said seriously. Divers said seriously, and you are also a vizier, responsible for governing Lower Egypt. I won't appoint a minister. The kingdom's Ministry of Finance will soon send tax officials to centralize the management of Egypt's finances and taxes. In addition, although Amenhotep is Upper Egypt's vizier, his office must be in Memphis. To Pyrrhus, you must clarify these matters with Amenhotep. Yes, Your Majesty, Pyrrhus replied. Pyrrhus replied, this was what they did during the reign of Pharaoh Tanib. Now that our kingdom is stronger, we only need to make these requests to Amungo Pyrrhus, and he will definitely be happy to agree. As the founding monarch of Dionia, letting a surrendered subject of Egypt gather the high priest and vizier of Egypt at the same time was, in fact, equivalent to giving up control over Upper Egypt. Although this was only temporary, it still made Devers, who had always been tough, a little unwilling. He said in a serious tone, although I promised not to migrate to Egypt, the assimilation and integration of Egypt is still the most important thing for you, Assists, to govern Egypt. I hope you can think of a good way. I understand, Your Majesty. The Assists, who had rich experience in governing foreign tribes, replied confidently, there is a special feature in Egypt. After the governor of a town becomes a pharaoh, the people of this town will be promoted and put in important positions. Many Egyptians believe that the reason why Dionia was able to occupy Egypt was that Naucrates played a big role in it, so we can naturally put a large number of Naucrates who are similar to us in blood and culture, and are more willing to be close to us, so as to speed up the consolidation of our rule in Lower Egypt. I have appointed the former governor of Naucrates, Eulilicus, as my assistant. I have also transferred a number of young officials from Naucrates to Memphis to serve as translators and scribes. After confirming their ability and loyalty, they will be sent to various towns to take up important positions. I have decided to open all the towns along the coast of Egypt to strengthen trade with the kingdom, so as to break the closed state of Egypt and allow the Egyptians to have more exchanges with the people of Dionia. I hope to be able to send the children of the nobles of Lower Egypt to study in Turai. I also want to build many schools in Egypt, so that the kingdom can send enough teachers to teach, so that the next generation of Egyptians can understand the strength and prosperity of the kingdom, identify with the kingdom's culture, and gradually see themselves as citizens of Dionia, and feel proud of it. The Devers listened carefully and thought for a while before nodding with satisfaction and said, very good. Write down all your ideas. I want to read them carefully. ACI, I can rest assured that you will rule Egypt. But you have to pay attention. Not only will Naucrates be of great help to us in governing Lower Egypt, but its strategic position is also very important to the kingdom. Once there is turmoil in Egypt, as long as Naucrates is still loyal to the kingdom, reinforcements from the kingdom can easily land on the western coast of Egypt and quickly quell the rebellion. So in the future, there must be a garrison of the kingdom in Naucrates. "I will remember, Your Majesty," Assists replied solemnly. The Devers glanced at the drowsy generals and said loudly, "Chalcidius, you know the Egyptian army better. Tell me, how is their combat power?" Chalcidius quickly replied, "Your Majesty, the combat power of the Egyptian army is not strong. Although their soldiers do not lack the courage to fight, most of them do not wear armor. There are no heavy infantry, and there are not many cavalry. The only slightly better ones are the archers, but their archers do not have good offensive awareness and tactics like our light infantry. They usually hide behind the infantry's shield wall and attack the enemy from afar. It is said that this tactic was learned from the Persia. It is rather rigid, and the only advantage is that they can run fast." The generals burst into laughter. "What about their chariots?" The Devers' tone was still calm. "The Egyptian chariots are used to carry the archers. They look scary, but they are not as strong as the Gauls' chariots. Instead, they are too big of a target for our light infantry to attack." The Devers listened thoughtfully. "It seems that the Egyptian army will not be of any help to us when we attack Persia. Instead, they will be a burden, Your Majesty. The Egyptians are not completely useless to us. They are hardworking and easy to obey. They are very suitable to be the servants of the army," Chalcidius suggested. "Ever since you led the army to Egypt, has there been any movement from the Persia in the north?" the Devers asked again. This question swept away the sleepiness of the generals and lifted their spirits. "I think it might be because the Persia did not expect us to attack Egypt so soon. They were not prepared, so they did not gather their troops in time to threaten the Egyptian border, nor did they directly lead the army to invade Egypt. Until last month, when I led the main force of the army to the east of the Nile Delta, Ramesses, and even moved some of the troops to the city of Daphne, which is closest to the eastern border. That attracted the attention of the Egyptians, and they increased their troops to Gaza City." Chalcidius thought for a while and said, "In addition, I heard from the merchants from Naucrates who went to Cyprus for trade. They were recently expelled by the Delusions, and their merchant ships were forbidden from entering the waters of Cyprus. Some time ago, a large number of warships were seen in the eastern waters of the Delusions. After our analysis, we believe that most of the warships of the Persia fleet are concentrated in the eastern ports of Cyprus." While the Devers were still pondering, Matoni said loudly, "It seems like the Persia are gathering their land and sea forces to deal with our attack from Egypt." The Devers did not respond. Instead, he looked at Chalcidius again. "We will be attacking Persia next. Do you have any suggestions?" Chalcidius' expression became solemn. He deliberated for a while before saying softly, "Your Majesty, the military plan that the Ministry of Military Affairs made to attack Persia from Egypt. I think we need to make some changes." "Oh?" The Devers looked at the slightly nervous Chalcidius and tapped on the wooden chair with his hand. He said in an encouraging tone, "We have no experience in fighting in Egypt. You have the most say. Can you tell us in detail why we need to change the plan?" The other generals became serious after the Devers said this. When the Devers signaled Henoboris to place the wooden maps of Egypt and Persia in the middle of the hall, they all gathered around. "Your Majesty, all the army commanders." Chalcidius looked at everyone and took a deep breath. He pointed at the icon of Daphne on the map. Although his voice was trembling slightly, he said firmly, "Daphne is the fortress that the Egyptians built on the easternmost side of the Nile Delta to defend against the invasion of the Persia. The distance from Daphne to the east to the Egyptian border is about 200 miles. There are no signs of human habitation or supply points. Based on the marching speed of the kingdom's army in this kind of terrain, it will take at least 3 to 4 days to pass through." As he spoke, Chalcidius became fluent. He used his finger to draw the marching route on the map and finally stopped at a circular icon with the word Gaza on it. Less than 20 miles from the Egyptian border is the fortress built by the Persia, Gaza City. It is said that there are usually 1,500 Persia soldiers stationed in the city. Now, there may be 4,000. 4,000 is not a lot. If our army goes north, it should be easy to take it down, right? 2nd Legion Commander Lazaru interrupted. "I'm afraid that won't be easy. Originally, Gaza City was only a frontline supply town for the Persia to invade Egypt. However, after we reinforced Egypt and repelled the Persia were probably worried that we would attack them through Egypt. Thus, 2 years ago, they recruited the Jews and Phoenicians to build a fortress in Gaza City. According to the information we received, although the city is not large, its walls are high and thick, and it has sufficient supplies. It will not be easy to take it down. Moreover, the name Gaza comes from the Canaanite language. It means that it is surrounded by sand. It is a fortress built on top of gravel. The nearest Canaanite oasis is at least 20 to 30 miles away. This means that we cannot obtain any resources from the vicinity of Gaza City to build siege towers, mobile towers, siege vehicles, and other large siege weapons. It is even difficult to build siege platforms and causeways because there is only sand there and no soil. It is not easy to solidify, but these are not the biggest difficulties. Chalcidius looked around at the generals and finally looked at the Devers. He said in a serious tone, "The biggest impact on us is the desert. I once led the army from Daphne to the east, and I suffered a lot. Marching in the desert is very hot during the day, and the sand is very strong. The ground is soft, and the soldiers are wearing armor. It is very tiring to walk, and it is very easy for them to get tired. Normally, the army can march at least 50 miles a day, but in the desert, they might not even cover half of the distance. At night, the desert becomes very cold. If the soldiers do not wrap themselves in blankets, they will not be able to sleep." The guide said that it is spring. If it was summer, the entire desert would be like a big furnace, and very few people would dare to walk on it. There are only 3 months left before summer arrives. I've led the division here for 10 days. I can feel that the weather in Egypt is much hotter than in Greece. Is it because the weather is too hot that the soldiers in Egypt aren't wearing armor? Melisande, the commander of the 4th Division, asked curiously. "I have never asked the Egyptians this question," Chalcidius said in a low voice. "Your Majesty and all the commanders, please pay attention. If we want to lead the army through the desert and take over Gaza City, the biggest threat to us is water. There is no water source during this 400-mile-long march, and the soldiers are very thirsty while marching in the desert. They need to drink a lot of water. Even if we brought a lot of water when we set off, if we cannot successfully take over Gaza City in a short period of time, we will still face the danger of water shortage." After hearing Chalcidius' words, the expressions of the generals became serious. The Devers gasped. He suddenly remembered the Kingdom of Jerusalem that was established by the Crusades in the Middle Ages of Western Europe in his previous life. They rashly gathered their army and entered the desert to attack Saladin, the king of Egypt. In the end, because of the lack of water, they almost collapsed without a fight. Gaza City is also built in the desert. Don't the people of Persia lack water? Legio III Commander Trotiras asked. There should be wells in Gaza City, and there are not many soldiers in Persia, unlike us, which has as many as 200,000 people. There is also a lot of labor, horses, and livestock. Digging a few wells will not be enough to meet the demand. Moreover, it is very difficult to dig underground water in the desert, and there is no guarantee of success. Maybe we can march eastward along the coast and let the fleet follow us. They can dock at any time and provide us with water and other supplies." Matoni said hesitantly. "I once had this idea, but after careful consideration, I realized that this method is not very appropriate. To provide supplies for such a large army, we also need a large fleet. Egypt, which is not very developed in the sea trade, is unable to meet the needs. We can only recruit from the mainland of Greece and the Kingdom of England. This will take a lot of time and the more ships we have, the more crew members we need. This will consume more resources. In addition, the fleet docks every day to load and unload food and water, which will take a lot of time. This will seriously delay the speed of the army and extend the time we need to pass through the desert." At this point, Chalcidius moved his finger up on the map. "You should have noticed that the coast where our army is marching is not too far from the coast of Cyprus and Phoenicia. These two areas are the main naval bases of Persia, and they have many warships. As I said before, the Persia fleet is likely to be gathering at the naval port in Cyprus. They are likely to attack our fleet. If we let the navy escort us, there will be no port to dock and replenish supplies along the long coast from Naucratis to Gaza. The fleet will not be able to rest well, and the warships will not be able to be maintained. When the Persia fleet attacks, we will also have to consider protecting the fleet. The entire battle situation is not very favorable for our navy." Chalcidius had obviously thought about it seriously. He patiently listed out the difficulties one by one. The commanders frowned and fell into deep thought. Devers sighed and said, "It seems that the Ministry of Military Affairs and I have made the mistake of talking on paper and underestimating the difficulty of fighting in the desert. If not for your timely discovery, Calcidus, we might have been in big trouble. Since you can discover the problem, you must have thought of a way to solve it. Tell us in detail how you want to modify the battle plan." Facing Devers' encouraging gaze, Calcidus pulled himself together and said loudly, "I think that our first target is not Gaza, but here, Cyprus." Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the icon on his finger. There are 3 purposes for attacking it. Calcidus revealed the plan he had thought of. First, Cyprus is a large island with large lakes and rivers. There are also large plains in the north. It has a large population and sufficient food and material reserves. It also has several well-equipped naval ports. It is also easy to land and fight. As long as we capture it, we can use it to anchor our fleet and support our army in battle. Secondly, Cyprus is the barrier of the Near East coast of Persia. If we capture it, we can land in the north and attack the Gulf of Issus. To the east, we can attack Syria and Phoenicia. To the southeast, we can threaten Canaan. The entire Near East coast is under our threat. This will give us more of the initiative in the war. Since Cyprus is so important to Persia, the Persia must also place great importance on it. You mentioned just now that Phoenicia and Cyprus are the main sources of the Persian navy. They are also gathering their warships. Looking at this map, Phoenicia is very close to Cyprus. They can definitely send their fleet in time to intercept our transport fleet. Lazaro interrupted Calcidus and asked a question. Calcidus said unhurriedly, "This is the 3rd purpose I want to mention. We will travel thousands of miles to attack Persia. The long transport line is our biggest weakness. However, as long as we control the eastern Mediterranean, this will not be a problem. Therefore, the military plan formulated by His Majesty and the Ministry of Military Affairs considered destroying the Persia fleet first. Therefore, the Greek allied forces first landed in Asia Minor and wanted to lure the Persia fleet north. However, the effect was not ideal. In the end, they only destroyed the Persia's Asia Minor fleet. The main force of the Persia fleet is still in the Near East. However, if we attack Cyprus, the Persia fleet will have no choice but to turn out in full force. I think this should be what we are looking forward to." Saying this, Calcidus looked at Devers. Devers crossed his arms and stared at the map, still deep in thought. At this time, Melissander asked, "I see on this map that the distance from Egypt to Cyprus seems to be further than the distance from Crete to Cyrenaica. It's such a long distance by sea, and there's no way to stop to rest and replenish food and water. Can the troop transport fleet really reach there smoothly? After our fleet reaches the waters near Cyprus, will we still have the ability to fight?" Calcidus replied seriously, "I've asked the Greek merchants in Naucratis who often trade with Cyprus. They all told me that there won't be any storms in the Near East at this time of year. As long as we have enough food and water on board, and sail day and night, we can reach Cyprus in 3 to 4 days. One of the reasons why ships travel faster than land troops is because they can sail 24 hours a day without stopping. We can also hire these Naucratis merchants as guides to guide us. As for the navy, I still remember that they once attacked Carthage from Sicily and finally defeated the Carthage fleet. They should be very experienced in this area. Of course, we still need them to make a judgment. How is the defense on Cyprus? How many troops do they have?" Martones was a little moved, and his tone became anxious. A few decades ago, Cyprus was only a subsidiary of Persia. The king of Cyprus had allied with the Greek city-states in Asia Minor several times to gain independence. Persia had a hard time suppressing them. Since then, the Persia learned their lesson and abolished the king of Cyprus. They divided Cyprus into many city-states and forbade them from building tall and thick walls. Otherwise, they would be considered disloyal to Persia. Although I'm not sure how many troops Cyprus can gather to fight against us, it's obvious that their defense is not strong. Their largest city-state, Nicosia, is located in the middle of the plains, so it's easy to attack. Also, just now, you all felt that it's difficult to attack Cyprus from the sea. We all have this thought, and the Cypriots will definitely not think of this. Our surprise attack will definitely be successful. After Chalcidius finished speaking, the eyes of the commanders lit up. Devers coughed lightly to attract the attention of the generals. He then said, attacking Cyprus from the sea is indeed a good idea, but this is more to gain the dominance of the sea. It is not the main way for us to attack the eastern region of Persia. After all, except for the Issus Gulf, other areas do not have the conditions for a large-scale landing. According to intelligence, the Persia has gathered a large number of troops in the two rivers. Once we capture Cyprus, it will inevitably arouse the Persia's vigilance. They will definitely strengthen their defense on the coast of Issus. If our main forces want to land in the Near East, it will undoubtedly be very risky. Therefore, our attack focus should still be on the land. So long as we occupy Cyprus and destroy the Persia fleet, the transport fleet will be able to sail boldly along the coast, ready to supply the land troops at any time. Even with the guarantee of sea transportation, our army can completely not attack Gaza and directly advance north. Devers looked down at the small and narrow coastal area north of Gaza City on the map. His expression was somewhat complicated. Chalcidius, do you know anything about the Jerusalem of Canaan? Your Majesty, I have inquired about it. The Jews living in Jerusalem are a weak nation. They were once massacred by the Assyrians and imprisoned the survivors in Babylon. Although the Persians later released them and allowed them to return to their homeland, their numbers are still small after a few decades. Hauran said. I heard that a few years ago, they sent people to beg the king of Persia, hoping to allocate some money to rebuild their dilapidated temple. The king of Persia agreed to their request, and even appointed his trusted wine officer, Nehemiah, who is also a Jew, as the governor of Jerusalem, in charge of this matter. As a result, after Nehemiah arrived in Jerusalem, he had a conflict with the governor of Samaria in the east, Samaria, and the conflict continues to this day. Therefore, the weak Jews are unable to stop our army. We can even occupy here. Chalcidius pointed to an icon on the map. The port town of Jaffa in the Jerusalem area, for our fleet to dock. Very good. Devers moved his gaze away from the map, looked around at the crowd, and said solemnly, everyone, I think everyone agrees with Chalcidius's suggestion, so next, I will summon Thurian, Middleades, and Stephakas as soon as possible for another military meeting to discuss the feasibility of attacking Cyprus and annihilating the main force of Persia's fleet. Regardless of the outcome of the next military meeting, the attack on Persia will be launched in a short period of time. I only hope that you will use this time to let the legions learn and adapt to marching, camping, and fighting in the desert as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone responded in unison. The next day, Devers took assistants and High Priest Amenhotep to the temple of Ptah and Osiris to offer sacrifices. He was warmly welcomed by the priests of the temple. He also had intimate contact with the sacred bull, Apis, raised by the temple. The fat bull, whose whole body was black and only had a white star on its forehead, was very friendly to him. It wagged its tail and quickly ate up the fodder that Devers handed over, causing Priest Ptah and Priest Osiris to exclaim loudly. Apis was first regarded as the incarnation of Ptah, and later evolved into the incarnation of Osiris. Devers, the pharaoh is indeed the son of Amon. Even the peaceful sacred bull does not dare to slack off. Then, Devers went to the temple of the goddess of wisdom and war, Night, to offer sacrifices. He even promised Amenhotep that he would find time to go to the Karak temple of the Thebes to worship, but he refused another suggestion from the Egyptian high priest, to go to the Amon temple in the Siwa oasis to obtain the oracle. The Siwa oasis was located in the desert of western Egypt. The Amon temple there was quite old and respected. Its oracle was famous far and wide. Not only did the Egyptians often go to worship, but even the Greeks had many worshippers, especially in Thessaly and Macedonia in northern Greece. The reason why Devers refused was not because it was very difficult to go to the Siwa oasis. Although he remembered that in the history of his previous life, Alexander had gone to the Siwa oasis to worship after conquering Egypt, and encountered great danger on the way, Amenhotep repeatedly explained that although the Siwa oasis was located in the desert, there were often people who went there to worship, so the journey was very safe. The problem that Devers considered was that many Greeks who went to the Siwa oasis to worship saw Amon in the temple as the incarnation of Zeus in Egypt. In history, Alexander claimed that he was the child of Zeus, so of course he had to go to worship, but as a descendant of Hades, it was obviously not suitable for the Devers. At the same time that King Devers arrived in Egypt, the Central Italian Coalition Army, led by Wolsey, Helnicki, and Sabin, also landed in Asia Minor. At this point, the Greek coalition army under the command of Leotychides had all gathered. During the time that the Greek coalition army arrived, he did not wait quietly. Instead, he had been actively attacking. Not only did he continuously force the cities near the Strait of Hellespont to surrender, but he also used the influence of the naval victory of Samos to lead the main force away from the coastline and deep into the interior of Mysia. At the same time, he also sent part of his army south into the territory of Lydia. Because the Persia army was unable to resist, the Greek coalition army was greatly boosted. Not only did the Greek cities along the coast, such as Bosworth and Chios, surrender, but even some of the cities in the interior of Mysia and Lydia surrendered. During this period, something interesting happened. The commander of the 10th Legion, Stephos, made a request to Leotychides. He hoped that he could lead a troop to the other side of the strait and force Byzantium to surrender. 30 years ago, the predecessor of the Dionysian army, the Persia mercenary army, was humiliated by Byzantium, including the king of Devers. Leotychides had heard about this, and he knew that this request was probably not the will of Stephos, but his father, Amyntas. It might even be the collective will of many old generals in the army. Of course, Leotychides would not refuse. Since there was not much military pressure at the moment, he generously approved that Stephos could lead the entire 10th Legion to Byzantium. As soon as Stephos and his troops landed on the beach near Byzantium and set up camp, a messenger from Byzantium arrived. The messenger humbly told Stephos that Byzantium was willing to serve the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. For the Byzantines, what happened decades ago was already forgotten. However, the Byzantines knew that Athens, Sparta, and even all of Greece were now under the feet of Dionia. In the past, Dionia's power hadn't reached the Star Ocean, so the Byzantines could pretend that they didn't know anything. However, now that the Dionia army was right in front of them, the Byzantines, who always knew how to play by ear, immediately gave in. Of course, Stephos would not bring up the embarrassing incident that happened decades ago. Instead, he made some harsh requests, such as providing a lot of food, tribute, fleet, labor, and support for the army. Byzantium accepted all of them. Since the Byzantines were so tactful, Stephos of course wouldn't make trouble for them. Therefore, he led 8,000 fully armed soldiers and marched around Byzantium. In the end, he asked the Byzantine government to build a memorial pillar at the port, and on top of it, the statue of the king of Devers riding a horse and wielding a sword must be mounted. When the new year came, the Persia army gradually gathered in the Phrygia region, and part of the army's vanguard had already pressed forward to the eastern border of Mysia. Leotychides felt some pressure, and he began to gather his scattered troops. At the beginning of February, the Persia's Asia Minor coalition army held an important military conference in the capital of Phrygia. The Western commander, Phanabatzos, presided over the conference, and all the participants were governors of various regions. There was only one exception, and his identity was very special: the former Thessaly, Tarchus, Iazon. 5 years ago, after the army led by Iazon was defeated by the Dionysian army, he fled to Persia alone. Unlike many famous exiled Greeks who preferred to stay in the western part of Asia Minor, he went directly to Syria and sought an audience with the king of Persia. At that time, Artaxerxes was preparing to personally conquer Persia, but unexpectedly, a major rebellion broke out in the Asia Minor region. He had no choice but to return to quell the rebellion. Iazon unified Thessaly, became Tarchus, and became the main force of the Greek coalition army against Dionia, gaining the upper hand in the war. These deeds had long been passed to the ears of the king of Persia through Datis. Considering that there were many Greek mercenaries in the rebel army, Persia lacked heavy infantry, and that Iazon was an excellent Greek general, not only did he warmly receive Iazon, but he also promised that as long as he was willing to serve Persia and be loyal to him, when Persia and Dionia went to war in the future, he would sponsor him to return to Thessaly and reclaim the throne of Tarchus. Of course, Iazon could not have asked for more. He immediately accepted Artaxerxes' appointment and became the commander of the Greek mercenaries under Persia. With sufficient financial support from Persia, Iazon quickly recruited nearly 10,000 Greek soldiers from the western part of Asia Minor, and even the Ionian Islands. He trained and fought at the same time, and in the war to quell the rebellion in Persia, he won Artaxerxes' trust. At the end of the war, the number of mercenaries under Iazon's command had increased to 15,000. Artaxerxes did not ask him to reduce the number of soldiers, but instead asked him to lead the mercenaries to garrison in Cilicia. Cilicia was located in the south-central part of Asia Minor, and it had exceptionally fertile plains. The population was not large, but the people were very rich, and a kingdom was established a long time ago. In the process of King Darius of Persia's conquest to the west, Cilicia was surrounded by mountains as a barrier. It was originally difficult to conquer, but the king of Cilicia took the initiative to surrender, so the throne was preserved. When Artaxerxes first ascended the throne, the king and his wife of Cilicia actively supported Cyrus the Younger to fight for the throne. In the end, Cyrus the Younger was defeated and died. But at that time, Artaxerxes was afraid of causing unrest in Asia Minor, so he did not dare to punish the regional governors and kings who had colluded with Cyrus the Younger. Instead, he quietly weakened their power. Until this time, when the rebellion in Asia Minor was completely quelled, he finally completely wiped out the royal family of Cilicia, and this fertile land was in his hands. Not only did he send his trusted subordinate to be the governor, but he was also afraid that the local people would rebel, so he also sent Iazon, who was good at fighting, to guard Cilicia. Of course, Artaxerxes had a deeper consideration. The wealth of Cilicia was enough to support the Greek mercenaries, which could reduce the financial burden of Persia. And if Iazon led the army to guard Cilicia, once there was a rebellion in other parts of Asia Minor, he could go and rescue them in time. But after a few years, there were no more rebellions, but the invasion of the Greek allied forces came. When Phanabazos was appointed as the military commander of the western part of Asia Minor, he once asked the king of Persia to send the Greek mercenaries to help in the war, because Iazon's army was directly under the command of the king of Persia, and was not under the command of any local governor. Artaxerxes agreed, and Phanabazos quickly sent a conscription order to Iazon. But Iazon, who had lived in Persia for several years, no longer needed to prove himself. He was worried that if he went to Phrygia too early, he would be used as cannon fodder by the Persia and be sent to the front line first. So he found all kinds of reasons to delay, and finally became one of the last troops to arrive at Phrygia, which made Phanabazos a little unhappy. In this military conference, most of the governors had the same opinion, since the number of soldiers on their side was as high as 80,000, which was far greater than the number of Greek allied forces found out by the scouts. They should boldly lead the army to the west, fight the Greeks, and completely defeat them. They could not wait any longer, because more and more Greek soldiers were landing in Asia Minor, and the number of the enemy's army was still increasing. Iazon, on the other hand, raised an objection. He believed that based on his understanding of Dionia and the Greek city-states, this time, they must have sent their best soldiers to invade Asia Minor. Because the infantry of Persia was not strong, they had always been at a disadvantage in previous wars against the Greeks. If they took the initiative to fight the Greek allied forces head-on, there was a great possibility that they would be defeated, and the situation of the entire Asia Minor would become very bad. On the contrary, if they were not in a hurry to fight the Greek allied forces, but let the army take the initiative to retreat, and at the same time move away or burn all the supplies that could be used by the Greeks, luring the Greek allied forces into the interior. Then, they could take advantage of the fact that they were familiar with the terrain and had more cavalry to constantly harass the enemy, and ambush the food supplies from the rear, so as to achieve the goal of exhausting the Greek allied forces. When the Greek allied forces were weakened, they could then find an opportunity to fight them. Iazon's suggestion was strongly opposed by most of the viceroys of Persia. These nobles who came from the heart of Persia had no experience in fighting the Greeks. On the contrary, deep down in their hearts, they still regarded the Greeks as barbarians. The pride in their bones would never allow the Persia army to adopt such cowardly tactics to deal with the Greeks, whom they despised. The viceroys of Mysia, Lydia, and Phrygia also strongly urged for a quick war, because they did not want to see the land under their jurisdiction being ravaged by the Greeks. Some of the viceroys even personally attacked Iazon, accusing him. The king of Persia was generous, and did not despise him because of his identity as a refugee. Instead, he put him in an important position. But instead of repaying the trust of the king of Persia, he only wanted to delay the war at this critical moment. What was he thinking? Some even pointed out that after receiving the conscription order, Iazon did not immediately lead his fully organized Greek mercenaries to Phrygia. Instead, he delayed until the last moment. They were afraid that he had other intentions. To prevent him from suddenly turning to the Greeks during the battle, it was best to strip him of his military power and interrogate him. Although Iazon felt a little guilty, he was hot-tempered and quarreled with the viceroys. Under the atmosphere of the viceroys unanimously demanding that the Greek army be defeated as soon as possible, Phanabazos had no choice but to accept their suggestion and take the initiative to fight the Greek allied forces. After the meeting, he asked Iazon to stay alone and appease him. He clearly expressed his trust in him and promised that as long as Iazon performed well in the upcoming battle, he would report his achievements to the king of Persia and provide him with help when he returned to Thessaly in the future. As a veteran general of Persia in Asia Minor, Phanabazos had not only experienced the humiliation of besieging the Greek expeditionary force, but also the pain of being beaten by Agesilaus and his army. He knew very well how powerful the Greek army was, so he agreed with Iazon. However, when so many viceroys unanimously asked for a quick battle, he had no choice but to agree against his will. Although he was the new military commander of the western part of Asia Minor and the son-in-law of Artaxerxes, his identity as a nobleman in Asia Minor meant that he was not trusted by the king of Persia as much as some of the viceroys of Persia who were present. A secret letter from one of them might increase the suspicion of the king of Persia. Although he was a little fearful of the Greek allied forces, he believed that his army had gathered the elites of the western part of Asia Minor. Not only did they outnumber the Greek allied forces, they also had the support of the Greek mercenaries who were skilled in battle. They had a high chance of winning the battle. Therefore, he led the allied forces of Western Asia Minor out of Phrygia and into Mysia with great confidence. When he heard the news, Leotychides immediately sighed in his heart. That old man was right. As it turned out, after the Greek allied forces had gathered, the commander of the allied forces, Leotychides, held a military meeting with the generals of the allied forces. In the meeting, Epaminondas, Lycomedes, Iphicrates, and the other generals of the allied forces all agreed that the allied forces were strong. They should seize the time and lead the army to the east to seek a decisive battle with the main forces of the Persia army. As long as they won the battle, the entire western part of Asia Minor would no longer be able to stop the Greek allied forces. However, there were also some who were worried. At this time, they had already found out that Phanabazos had been appointed as the military commander of Asia Minor by the king of Persia. He was an experienced general, and it was very likely that he would choose to avoid the battle. On the other hand, the Greek allied forces had been far away from the coast for a long time. The old Agesilaus confidently told the generals, "You don't have to worry about the Persia avoiding the battle. You also don't have to take the initiative to seek a decisive battle with the Persia, because the Persia army will take the initiative to seek a decisive battle with the allied forces." This was because the people in the western part of Asia Minor had always been resistant to the officials from Persia. Based on the recent news, the people in the western part of Asia Minor did not trust the new governors of Persia. If these governors did not fight and instead retreated, allowing the allied forces to destroy the farmlands and villages, then the people here would be filled with resentment for the governors' inaction. This would be very disadvantageous to their future rule. The arrogant people of Persia generally would not make such a choice. As for the military commander of Persia, Phanabazos, I have a deeper understanding of him. He is indeed a capable general of Persia, and he has quite a reputation in the western part of Asia Minor. If he decides to retreat, the soldiers will be able to obey, and the people may be able to accept it. However, this man is tactful, good at making friends, and generous. Therefore, when he was the governor of Asia Minor, his colleagues, his subordinates, and even the local people got along well with him. However, he lacks decisiveness and is too emotional. This is precisely the biggest taboo for a commander. I think it will be very difficult for him to reject the request of the governors to abandon the people of Mysia and Phrygia and retreat. Although Leotychides hated Agesilaus, it did not stop him from agreeing with the old general who had fought in Asia Minor for many years and came up with a new battle plan. In the following days, the Persia army of Asia Minor took the initiative to approach, which also confirmed Agesilaus' judgment. Leotychides was not in a hurry to meet the enemy and fight the Persia army. Instead, he led the army to retreat, but the direction of retreat was not towards Eleon in the west, but towards Chios in the southwest. The Persia army pursued them relentlessly, especially the cavalry that was at the forefront. They fought many times with the cavalry left behind by the Greek coalition army. The Persia, who had the advantage in terms of cavalry, naturally had the upper hand in the battle. The repeated victories also boosted the arrogance of the Persia, and they were eager to fight the Greek coalition army. The Greek coalition army successfully withdrew from the Allesby plain, but the closer they got to the coast, the more uneven the terrain became, and the marching speed of the army naturally slowed down. Finally, on the afternoon of the 12th day, the Persia army of Asia Minor was only 6 to 7 miles away from the Greek coalition army. This time, Leotychides ordered the army to stop advancing early and set up camp on the spot to rest. Half an hour later, the Persia cavalry arrived, but they were shot back by the archers of the Greek coalition army. However, they did not go far, but patrolled in the distance. Leotychides did not send his cavalry to chase them away. Instead, he stood on a high ground with the other generals and looked in the direction where the Persia cavalry came from. When it was close to dusk, a huge cloud of dust slowly moved from the north and stopped 3 miles away, but the noise could clearly be heard by the generals. It seems that the Persia people think that we can't escape anymore. They are going to set up camp and rest there, and come to fight us tomorrow. Epaminondas pointed at the fog in front of them and suggested in a serious tone, "General Prososus, look at the fog. It's still rolling and not dissipating. It's obvious that the Persia army is in a mess after they stopped to rest. They've been pursuing us for a long time, and the soldiers must be very tired. Should we use this opportunity to launch an assault?" Leotychides pondered for a while before shaking his head and saying, "Our soldiers are also tired. Let them have a good rest tonight and recuperate their energy for the decisive battle with Persia tomorrow. Besides, if we attack now, it's very likely that we'll scare away the enemies that we've spent so much effort to lure over." Hearing this, the general smiled knowingly. "Everyone, follow me to the tent for another military meeting. We will discuss and clarify the battle plan for tomorrow." After Leotychides finished speaking, everyone agreed. At the end of the meeting, the generals left one after another. Only Leotychides, the 4 commanders of the Legion of Dionysia, and a special person, Agesilaus, were left in the tent. Seeing that Agesilaus was still in the tent, Leotychides was slightly surprised and was about to ask about it. He was about to ask, but the former king of Sparta spoke first. "Generals, I would like to talk to Commander Leotychides in private." The 4 commanders looked at each other. Seeing that although Leotychides did not speak, he did not refuse either, so they prepared to leave. However, Leotychides said, "Wait outside the tent for a while. It won't take long." After the 4 of them left the tent, Agesilaus came in front of Leotychides and smiled with his wrinkled face. "When I led the Sparta army to battle in Asia Minor, although we achieved some victories, we didn't achieve much after spending so much time. On the contrary, after I led my troops back to Greece, the places that I conquered quickly became the territories of Persia. This is my regret, and also the regret of the Sparta people, but this time, the war launched by Dionia against Persia is obviously different from the previous wars between Greece and Persia. The slogan of revenge against Persia that we've been shouting for decades may really be realized. I'm not the only one who thinks so. Epaminondas, Iphicrates, and the others also think so. That's why they were fighting for their own city-state army to take on the most important attack mission just now. Leotychides, you can be the commander of the Greek coalition army and defeat the Persia army. This will be our Sparta people's." Leotychides frowned and interrupted him impatiently. "I've told you many times, my name is Prosoius. If you call me by my name again, don't enter my tent again. If you have anything to say, hurry up and say it. I'm very busy, don't talk so much nonsense." A gloomy expression flashed across Agesilaus' face. He heaved a sigh of relief and made up his mind. He threw the walking stick in his hand to the side and squatted down shakily. He placed his hands on the ground and slowly knelt down. Bam! His forehead hit the ground. Once, twice, thrice, Leotychides was stunned. He froze for a while before his expression darkened and he shouted in a low voice, "Agesilaus, what do you mean by this?" Agesilaus straightened his body. His forehead was black. The continuous kowtowing just now was a little too fast, causing his breathing to become rapid. He coughed for a while and said weakly, "I let you and your mother down back then. I don't wish for your forgiveness. But I hope that you can promise me one thing on account that you used to be a Sparta." Leotychides looked down at him with a cold expression. Tell me. Agesilaus sighed. I have no complaints about Sparta being conquered by Dionia because Dionia's strength is far stronger than Sparta. They defeated us fair and square. Perhaps this is Zeus' punishment for us being too arrogant in Greece for decades, but even if the noble descendants of Hercules are down and out, it's not the turn for those lowly Periathai and Helios to humiliate them. But not only did they humiliate us, they also wanted us Sparta to gradually die out. No, this is absolutely not allowed. Agesilaus clenched his fists, his skinny body trembling with anger. So this time, I strongly requested the king of Devers to form a team and join the war. This is to find a way for us Sparta to survive. We have to leave Ligonia, where we Sparta have been raised for hundreds of years, and move to a new place. We have no other choice, so I hope that when this war ends, can you please ask the king of Devers for us Sparta to give Sparta a small piece of land in the Allesby plain near the Hellespont Straits, so that we Sparta can continue to survive and multiply. Facing Agesilaus' expectant eyes, Leotychides frowned slightly. He had been in Dionia for so many years. Although he was valued by the king of Devers, he had never asked for anything from the Supreme because he was proud and it was difficult for him to ask for anything. Moreover, ever since he landed in Asia Minor, he had stayed in this land for a few months. He knew the fertility of the Allesby plain and the importance and prosperity of the Hellespont Straits. Not only were the allies coveted, but it was definitely an area that the kingdom would focus on controlling. It would not be easy for Sparta to cut a small piece of meat from the kingdom's hands. He hesitated for a moment, but still said coldly, "Why don't you ask His Majesty?" Agesilaus stood up slowly. His numb legs almost made him fall. He quickly held on to the wooden chair next to him and said while panting, "Of course I will ask the king of Devers. If he agrees, I can even kneel and kowtow to him, but I'm afraid that I'm not strong enough. It's not that I'm greedy, but if the new colony is not fertile enough, the people will not be willing to leave Laconia. And when Dionia defeats Persia, the Hellespont Straits and the Allesby plain will definitely be under the control of the kingdom of Dionia. Sparta now has a small population and is weak. It will be safer for us to live beside the powerful people of Dionia. For the survival of Sparta, this old man really." Leotychides looked at the old man in front of him who could barely stand. After a moment of silence, he used his leg to pick up the crutch on the ground and passed it to Agesilaus. He scolded in a harsh tone, "As a general, you should know how important the upcoming battle is to us. I must focus on this battle. I don't have the time to think about other things." Agesilaus took the crutch and smiled. I understand. Don't worry. In the battle tomorrow, my warriors will not embarrass Sparta." After saying that, he slowly walked out of the tent with the help of his walking stick. Just as he was about to leave the tent, he suddenly stopped and turned around. With an incomparably solemn expression, he said, "To tell you the truth, regarding your mother's death, I truly feel deeply guilty. But as for forcing you to leave Sparta, now I think it's a good thing. Leotychides, from now on, the people of Sparta will be in your hands." The next morning, when Phanabatzos led the governors of Persia to the Greek encampment to investigate, he was hesitant about whether to engage in a battle here. The two armies were in a hilly area, and the Greek encampment was at a high point. Although the slope was gentle, it was not very advantageous for the attacking Persia. The location of the encampment was actually quite flat, but there were higher hills on both sides of the encampment. Although the distance between the two hills was nearly 10 miles, which was not a narrow terrain that was advantageous for defense, according to the previous investigation, the Greek encampment obviously had more than 50,000 soldiers. Once the battle began, the flanks of the encampment would not be far from the hills, and the cavalry would not have enough room to maneuver. Judging from the current situation, the cavalry had the most advantage in the Persia army. Aside from the fact that the Persian nobles despised the arrogance of the Greeks, another important reason was that the two armies were located at the southwestern edge of Mysia, not far from the coast. The Persia army was large in number, and they had consumed a lot of food. Coupled with the continuous pursuit for more than 10 days, the logistical transportation line had been stretched sharply, making it difficult for them to resupply. On the other hand, most of the nearby towns and cities had submitted to the Greek coalition, and the Greek fleet controlled the nearby sea area. If the two sides confronted each other for another day or two, the Persia army would have to retreat due to running out of food. Not only would their previous efforts be in vain, but it would also cause Persia's prestige in this region to plummet. Under their insistence, Phanabotsos finally made up his mind to fight the Greek coalition here. Upon learning that the Persia army was marching towards the camp, Leotychides, who had long been prepared, immediately sent messengers to inform the allied generals to assemble their respective armies and prepare to meet the enemy. When the two armies were about a mile apart, the two armies began to line up. The Persia coalition in Asia Minor consisted of the armies of the western regions of Asia Minor, the Greek mercenaries, the reinforcement of Galaxy Minor, and the reinforcement from the eastern regions of Asia Minor. There were nearly 80,000 soldiers in total. Since there were many Greek city-states in the western regions of Asia Minor and Galaxy Minor, the Persia army was somewhat different from the traditional Persia army. Phanabotsos had learned his lesson from the previous battles with the Greeks, so he specifically emphasized the recruitment of as many Greek infantrymen as possible. Therefore, in addition to the 15,000 Greek mercenaries led by Iazon, the entire army included more than 6,000 Greek heavy infantrymen, Persia cavalry from the eastern regions of Asia Minor, Mesopotamia cavalry, and cavalry from other regions. In total, there were more than 8,000 cavalrymen. In addition, there were more than 40,000 traditional infantrymen and archers. The ratio was about 1:2. Archers and cavalry were Persia's strengths, and their weakness, the infantrymen, had also been strengthened. In addition, they had more soldiers than the other side. Even though they did not have the terrain advantage, Phanabotsos was still very confident about this battle. Therefore, he adopted a relatively balanced formation. The Greek heavy infantrymen were at the forefront of the left, middle, and right infantry formation. Iazon's mercenaries were mainly in the middle, and there were 4,000 cavalrymen on both sides. The archers were at the back of the infantry formation. Leotychides and the allied generals were not in a hurry to get into formation. They stood on the high ground and observed the Persia's formation for a while. When they felt that it was not out of their expectations, they began to arrange the formation according to the plan they had drawn up last night. The Greek coalition consisted of 3 legions of Ionia and nearly 30,000 soldiers, about 27,000 soldiers from Greece and the Ionian Islands, and 7,000 soldiers from the Central Italian Confederation. Altogether, there were about 65,000 soldiers. Among them, there were more than 35,000 heavy infantrymen. In addition, there were more than 2,000 medium infantrymen from the Central Italian Confederation. Obviously, Persia had the upper hand in terms of medium and heavy infantrymen. However, there were only about 3,000 cavalrymen from the Thessaly Cavalry Legion of Ionia, the Macedonian Cavalry Legion, and the other Greek city-states. That was less than half of Persia's cavalry. As for the light infantrymen, there were 3 light infantry battalions from the Legion of Dionysia, more than 1,000 Epirus light shield soldiers recruited by Leotychides in the mountains around Thessaly, 2,000 light infantrymen from the Central Italian Confederation, and nearly 3,000 light infantrymen provided by the Greek city-states. The total number of light infantrymen was actually close to 10,000, but it was still far less than the number of archers from Persia. Moreover, most of them were javelin throwers, so their shooting range was obviously inferior to the Persia army. According to the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy's troops and the difference in numbers, Leotychides listed the formation. The middle was mainly led by Ionia, with a small number of Greek soldiers, the right wing was led by the Greek city-states, the left wing was led by the Ionia soldiers in the front row and the Central Italian Confederation soldiers in the back, and the cavalry was not placed at the 2 ends of the formation, but at the back of the middle. The entire formation of the Dionysian army was not completely parallel to that of the Persia army. Its right wing was slightly forward, and its left wing was slightly backward. It was actually an oblique formation, but it was different from the formation of the Thebes during the Battle of Leuctra. Leotychides did not thicken his right wing, but he placed the Sparta warriors led by Agesilaus, the Thebes led by Epaminondas, and the elite heavy infantrymen of Athens led by Iphicrates at the far right end of the right wing. Looking from afar, the entire right wing of the Greek coalition army was made up of Greek heavy infantrymen. Leotychides even forbade the Sparta warriors from wearing red cloaks. Even the thickness of the formation was the same, so the Persia could not make an accurate judgment. The center of the Greek coalition army's attack was on the right wing. In fact, Leotychides' meticulous arrangement was indeed effective. It took the two armies more than an hour to get into position, and neither immediately launched an attack. During this period of confrontation, the Persia's military commander, Phanabatzos, had a general understanding of the Greek coalition army's formation, but he did not make any adjustments to it. Obviously, he thought that the other side's formation was not unusual, and the Persia army could completely deal with it. But the reason why he did not give the order to attack was because he considered that the Greek coalition army was on high ground, and the Persia army would be at a disadvantage if they attacked from above. Therefore, he did not give the order to advance, because he wanted to see if the other side could attack first. This way, the Greek coalition army would have to walk down the slope and fight on flat ground. But it was obvious that the Greek coalition army was cautious and had good control over the entire army. From afar, the Greek coalition army looked like small trees planted neatly on the slope of the hill. This made Phanabatzos even more cautious. But after the confrontation lasted for half an hour, the Persia generals could not help but rush to question Phanabatzos. It was already noon, and the weather was relatively hot. Standing for a long time was more exhausting for the soldiers. If they continued like this, they might not be able to fight and could only retreat. Even the governor of Mysia, Theopompus, threatened that if Phanabatzos did not give the order to attack, he would lead the Mysian army alone to attack the Greeks. Phanabatzos could not dissuade everyone's insistence, but he did not immediately give the order to attack. Instead, he first told the archers to move to the front of the formation. After completing the formation change, he ordered again, "The main forces do not move, the archers will advance first and attack the Greek coalition army from afar." More than 20,000 Persia archers approached the Greek coalition army in a loose formation that was 6 to 7 miles long. Leotychides, who was informed of the situation, immediately ordered the coalition army's light infantry to move to the front of the formation and get ready to shoot. The distance between the two armies was no more than 500 meters. The Persian archers were faster, and in a few moments they were within 100 meters of each other. The enemy was still out of their shooting range, but for the archers of the Greek light infantry, who were standing on higher ground, it was just within their shooting range. The officers of the Daionia light infantry shouted one after another, "Archers, get ready!" The archers drew their bows and nocked their arrows. Thousands of arrows were thrown into the air and fell on the Persia archers' formation. Screams rang out one after another. With the Daionia light infantry taking the lead, the other archers of the coalition army also began to shoot. Although the Persian archers' soldiers were constantly falling to the ground, for the huge number of archers, it was only a small splash. In order to deal with the Persia archers, the Greek coalition army had stretched their formation to a length of several kilometers. However, they were outnumbered by the Persia archers, and there were even fewer archers among them. Therefore, the long-range attack power of the Greek coalition army was naturally reduced by a lot. It was not enough to deal a devastating blow to the Persia archers in that area. Therefore, the Persia archers resolutely braved the rain of arrows and advanced even faster. When the distance between the Greek coalition army was reduced to 60 to 70 meters, the javelin throwers of the Daionia light infantry roared and threw their heavy javelins at the Persia like lightning. The archers also changed from throwing arrows to shooting straight at them. More Persia archers fell, but at the same time, the Persia archers began to fight back. Both sides were shooting arrows at each other from a distance of tens of meters. Since neither side had much protection, the arrows and javelins that covered the sky caused a sharp increase in casualties on both sides. Persia's archers went from shooting hastily at the start to steadily increasing their output. Gradually, they turned the tables around and started to gain the upper hand. They were indeed one of the most powerful weapons that Persia had used to dominate the Middle East and Asia Minor. Except for the well-trained Daionia light infantry, the light infantry of their allies began to feel a little overwhelmed. The Epirus light shield soldiers even used their leather shields to protect their heads and rushed forward to engage the Persia archers in close combat. The Persia archers were not afraid. They pulled out their specially prepared short blades to fight. Even though the light shield bearers had better equipment, the Persia archers still had a slight advantage. The whole situation of the battle began to be a little unfavorable for the Greek coalition army, but Leotychides, who had been watching the battle from a high position, did not appear to be anxious. He just ordered the entire cavalry to move forward to the rightmost end of the entire formation. Then he calmly ignored the coalition army's light infantry that was struggling to hold on, and did not take any action. In his opinion, although the coalition army's light infantry was at a disadvantage, they could use the advantage of the high terrain to deal with the Persia archers for a longer period of time. Even if all of them were killed, the arrows of the Persia archers would have been almost used up, and they would not pose much of a threat to the coalition army's infantry. Therefore, he would rather continue to confront the coalition army than give up the hard-won geographical advantage and order the whole army to attack. And he firmly believed that the patience of the Persia was probably not as good as his. Literature Hall. As a matter of fact, the plight of the light infantry in the front also affected the allied Greek soldiers in the rear to a certain extent. However, Agesilaus, Epaminondas, Iphicrates, these capable generals shared the same thoughts as Leotychites, so they firmly controlled their troops and didn't move an inch. Although there were some minor disturbances in the allied army of central Italy, they had been dependent on the kingdom of Ionia for more than 10 years. The long period of close contact and military cooperation had made them accustomed to obeying the orders of the commander of Ionia. Without the order to attack, they wouldn't attack easily. On the other hand, some of the Greek city-states, generals, and soldiers, began to grow restless when they saw the light infantry falling one after another. Fortunately, Leotychides dispatched more than 10 messengers to the rear of the entire right flank and shouted his orders to stop them from attacking. Only then did they barely manage to control the entire army. On the other hand, when Phanabazos learned that the enemy's cavalry had suddenly appeared on his right flank, he was worried that the Greek coalition army would use the cavalry to attack the Persian archers who were too far ahead to recover from their current disadvantage. Therefore, he quickly ordered the entire army to advance, hoping to shorten the distance between the main force and the archers and provide support and protection for the archers. Phanabazos had a good plan, but when the army, 7 or 8 miles long and numbering as many as 80,000 men, moved forward, the whole situation was out of his control. Some of the Persia generals in charge of leading the cavalry had long grown impatient of the prolonged confrontation. They ignored Phanabazos' order to advance and directly ordered their cavalry to attack the enemy in front of them. Their unauthorized actions naturally led the other Persia cavalries, so the cavalry on both ends of the Persia army quickly sped up and galloped toward the flanks of the Greek allied army. Phanabazos was furious when he received the news, but he had no choice but to let the buglers blow the bugle to attack. Leotychides, who was standing on a high vantage point on his horse, saw the Persia army rapidly approaching and immediately ordered the buglers to blow the bugle as well. 2 similar bugles with different rhythms reverberated throughout the battlefield one after another. It was easy for the untrained soldiers to distinguish between the two, but it wasn't a problem for the Ionia light infantry. Under the reminders of their officers, the soldiers supported their wounded comrades and quickly retreated through the gaps in the chessboard formation to the rear of the entire army. Before the battle began, the other light infantry had been repeatedly reminded by their generals to follow the footsteps of the Ionia light infantry, so they followed suit. The retreat of the Greek allied light infantry undoubtedly provided a good opportunity for the Persia archers to attack. However, the Persia archers didn't take the opportunity to attack. On the contrary, they retreated earlier than the Persia light infantry because the formation of the Persia infantry was relatively dense. If the Persia archers waited until the Persia infantry arrived at the rear, it would inevitably cause some confusion in the formation. If the Greek allied army suddenly launched an attack at this time, the entire Persia army would be in big trouble. The archers who had retreated to the rear of the Persian army followed closely behind the infantries. Meanwhile, the Dionysian light infantries retreated to the rear of the Persian army and swiftly ran towards the left flank of the entire army. At this time, there was no cavalry at the left end of the left wing of the Greek allied army, but there were 3 Ionia light armored infantry battalions arranged in a loose formation, perpendicular to the left wing to guard the flank. The Epirus light shield-bearers, who numbered less than 1,000, did not follow the light infantry to the left wing. Instead, under the leadership of the Ionia team officer, they went to support the cavalry on the right wing. On the battlefield, facing the approaching Persia infantry formation, the Greek allied army still stood still, but the cavalry on the left wing moved. The Persia infantry was still halfway there, but the Persia cavalry had already rushed to the foot of the hill. At this time, the Greek cavalry on the right end of the right wing was arranged in a square formation. The commander of the Thessaly Cavalry Legion, who was in the front of the center, immediately gave the order to attack. The flag-bearer waved the legion flag embroidered with a Pegasus and finally pointed it forward. The cavalry clamped the abdomen of the horses, shook the reins hard, and the war horse began to run. From the top to the bottom, the speed increased very quickly. First, it was the Thessaly cavalry, followed by the Macedonian cavalry, and finally the cavalry of the Greek city-states. They gathered into a powerful force, like a mountain torrent, making a deafening noise, roaring toward the Persia cavalry at the foot of the hill. Most of the Persia cavalry were light cavalry. Some of them were equipped with javelins, and some were equipped with bows and arrows. Close combat was not their strength. Although the terrain of the Thessaly and Macedonia region was relatively flat, the border area was mostly hilly, and their main opponents were the indigenous people in the surrounding mountains. When the war horse galloped on the hills, the rider could not maintain a stable posture to throw javelins or shoot arrows. On the contrary, it was easier for the indigenous people to catch up with them. Therefore, the cavalry had to improve their close combat ability, so most of the Thessaly and Macedonian cavalry were close combat cavalry. In fact, they were not the only ones. The Gallic and Lusitanian cavalry of the western Mediterranean Sea were the same. Only the Numidians had developed the ability to ride horses, shoot arrows, and throw javelins in the vast, flat interior of Africa. After Dionia incorporated the Thessaly cavalry into the legion, they were equipped with a full set of leather armor, a 3-meter-long spear, and a saber specially made for the cavalry. While enhancing their close combat ability, it did not weaken the balance and flexibility of the cavalry on horseback. The Persia cavalry originally wanted to approach the flanks of the Greek coalition forces and use javelins and arrows to cause damage to the Greek cavalry and infantry, thereby disrupting the enemy's formation. Their formation was loose, and they were very fast. However, when they went up the hill, their speed naturally slowed down. At this moment, the Greek coalition cavalry, which had been motionless all this time, suddenly charged at them. They were as fast as lightning, and in an instant, they were right in front of them. The Persia cavalry could not dodge in time. Relying on the fact that they outnumbered the enemy, they bit the bullet and charged forward. If the entire Greek coalition cavalry was a sharp knife stabbing forward at this time, then the Thessaly cavalry was the sharp edge of the knife. Although the speed at which they were galloping made their hearts palpitate, they still stared straight ahead with their eyes wide open, their left hands holding the neck of the horse, and their right hands gripping the spear. The moment they stabbed the enemy, they would immediately release their right hands to avoid being knocked off their horses by the strong momentum. Although the Thessaly cavalry had gone through countless charging training in the past few years, there were still many who fell off their horses. Of course, there were more Persia cavalry who fell off their horses, and they were either dead or injured. What was more frightening was that due to the strong momentum of the charge, the coalition cavalry could not stop their war horses at all. They could only watch helplessly as the war horse slammed into the Persia cavalry in front of them. Not only did the war horse crash into the Persia cavalry in front of them, but it also caused them serious injuries. The Allied army's cavalry trampled over the wounded soldiers and horses on the ground and quickly broke through the Persian cavalry's formation. The charge of the Greek coalition cavalry not only caused the Persia cavalry to stop advancing, but also caused most of them to huddle together. Horses neighed and men shouted. It was a mess, and it was impossible to quickly restore a unified command. When the Thessaly cavalry who fell off their horses got up from the ground, they immediately pulled out the sabers at their waists and slashed at the enemies and war horses around them, making the situation even more chaotic. The Allied cavaliers who charged through the enemy's formation quickly came back and launched an attack on the disorderly Persian cavaliers once again. The 4,000 cavalrymen on the right flank of the Persia army successfully approached the left flank of the Greek coalition, but the light-armored soldiers of Dionia were guarding the flank and rear. Although the arrows and javelins fired by the cavalrymen caused some casualties to the light-armored soldiers, they did not achieve their goal of disrupting the main formation. Then, the light infantry arrived one after another. Their arrows and javelins had a longer range, and their output was more stable and accurate. They posed a great threat to the Persia cavalry, forcing them to retreat further, thus relieving the pressure on the light-armored soldiers. At the same time, the soldiers of the Persia army had set foot on the gentle slope and began to advance. When the zigzagging Persia army was about 50 to 60 meters away from the main force of the Greek coalition, and the Persia archers at the rear began to knock their arrows, the Dionysius soldiers in the middle and left flank of the Greek coalition suddenly took a big step forward in unison and threw the javelins in their hands. Previously, when the light infantry and the Persia archers were at a disadvantage in the fierce battle, the legionnaires did not go forward to help their comrades under the strict orders of their team officers. They had been waiting for this moment. The Persia army did not know much about the tactics of the Legion of Dionysia. Although Iazon had heard of them before, he had never fought with the Dionysian army before. Coupled with the silence of the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia, the Persia infantrymen and Greek mercenaries let their guard down. As a result, when the javelins covered the sky, they hurriedly defended themselves, but it was already too late. Because the Dionysius soldiers were on high ground, the javelins they threw were more lethal. After a round of javelins, many of them fell to the ground, dead or injured. While the Persia army was still in shock, another round of javelins blew like a gust of wind. The middle and right flank of the Persia army were instantly shattered. Woo! Woo! At this moment, the bugle of the Greek coalition army to attack was blown. Whether it was the Dionysius soldiers, the Greek soldiers, or the Italian soldiers, they all roared in unison and charged one after another. The army formation that was 6 to 7 miles long poured down like an avalanche. The Persia archers desperately pulled their bowstrings, trying to weaken the enemy's charge with arrows that covered the sky. However, most of the arrows fell on the heavily armored infantrymen and did not cause any damage. Therefore, when the two armies collided head-on, it was almost a one-sided situation. The left, middle, and right flank of the Persia army were struggling to deal with the enemy's attacks. Under the strong pressure, the entire army was forced to retreat slowly. Commander, the cavalry on the left wing of Persia has been completely defeated. After receiving the good news from the messenger, Leotychides' expression was still serious. Pass down my order. The cavalry on the right wing and the light shield-bearers of Epirus immediately attacked the flank of the Persia army. He knew very well in his heart, according to what he knew before, although the cavalry on the left wing of the Persia army had lost the upper hand, they performed very bravely in a difficult situation. Although his own cavalry and light shield-bearers worked together to defeat them, they also paid a heavy price. But now was not the time to rest, because judging from the overall situation of the battle, although the Allied forces had the upper hand, they would not be able to defeat the Persia army for a while. And the Persia archers continued to shoot arrows from the rear of their army, which continued to consume a lot of the energy of the soldiers in the rear of their army, affecting their strong support of the soldiers in the front line. What was more troublesome was the thousands of cavalry on the right wing of Persia. Although the light armored and infantry of Dionysia had been mixed together and had their backs to the main force of the Greek allied forces, they were in a relatively loose formation, keeping a close eye on the movement of the Persia cavalry, ready to defend against a surprise attack from the rear of the main force of the allied forces. But the speed of the Persia cavalry was, after all, fast. If they really moved quickly over a large area, the light armored and infantry could only look at them in the dust. And at this critical moment, their desperate surprise attack could bring great trouble to the whole battle, so he hoped to establish a victory as soon as possible. While thinking about the overall situation of the battle, Leotychides also paid attention to the situation in front of him. At this moment, his personal guard captain suddenly shouted, "Commander, the Persia cavalry is rushing towards us." Leotychides hurriedly turned around and saw countless Persia cavalry in the distance galloping in his direction. The light infantry fired arrows and javelins at them, and Persia cavalry kept falling from their horses, but they did not retreat again like before. Instead, they accelerated their advance. Leotychides' expression changed slightly. His fears had come true, but the target of the enemy's surprise attack was himself, the commander of the Greek coalition army. As a former Sparta warrior, he did not lack courage. However, as the commander-in-chief of the allied army, he could not afford to have any accidents during the most crucial moment of the battle. He could not allow the flag of the allied army to be taken away, as it would greatly affect the morale of the soldiers. So, he did not hesitate to lead his escorts and ran towards the place where the light armored soldiers and light infantry were most concentrated. The officers of the mixed troops also sensed the danger and loudly called for the soldiers to gather. This Persia cavalry unit, which was mainly made up of light cavalry, did not choose to dodge like before. Instead, they tightened their grip on their horses' necks, increased their speed, and charged straight at the enemy. This kind of indomitable momentum made many Daionia soldiers' hearts palpitate. The officers shouted the name of Hades to stabilize the morale of the soldiers, and at the same time, ordered the light infantry to immediately launch long-range attacks to hinder the enemy's charge. The war horse that was shot by the arrows fell to the ground with the cavalryman on its back, and then was trampled into meat paste by the Persia cavalry that followed closely behind. Although the long-range attacks of the Daionia light infantry failed to repel the Persia cavalry, they did slow down their charge, giving the light armored soldiers time to hastily form a formation. In the face of the Persia cavalry that was charging forward with an astonishing momentum, the Daionia light armored soldiers still raised their leather shields and formed a dense formation in front of them, despite their pale faces. Bang! 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 Many Daionia soldiers were knocked away, bringing down their comrades around them, but there were also soldiers who rushed to join the interception formation. In the continuous screams, although the Daionia formation was broken, it did not collapse, and the charge of the Persia cavalry was finally stopped. Leotychides had been paying attention to the situation behind him. At this time, not only did he feel relieved, but he also felt happy. He knew very well that once the Persia cavalry lost their speed, if they did not retreat in time, what awaited them would only be destruction. He could finally focus all his attention on the battle ahead. On the right flank of the Greek coalition army, there were two adjacent elite troops, the Sparta warriors and the Thebes. In order to prove that they were stronger than each other, they competed with each other because of their past grievances, causing their enemy to bear a lot of pressure. At this time, the attack from the coalition army's cavalry and light armored soldiers from the flank was the straw that broke the camel's back, and the Persia soldiers began to retreat. Even though it was just a small defeat, it would still take some time for it to affect the 7 to 8 li-long army formation. Perhaps during this period of time, the Persian army might have other opportunities to turn things around. But Phanabotsos, who heard the news, was obviously not so lucky. With the left, middle, and right flanks all at a disadvantage, and no reinforcements available, it was obvious that defeat was inevitable. He decisively issued the order to retreat. When the Persia soldiers heard the horn, they immediately turned and fled, and the coalition army took the opportunity to kill them. The whole battlefield was like a dam bursting, the river flowing in all directions. The tens of thousands of Greek mercenaries in the middle were affected by their thick armor. Not only were their reactions slow, but their speed was also slow. They fell behind and became the best targets for the coalition army. At this moment, Ison couldn't care less about the mercenaries that he had painstakingly nurtured over the years. He threw away his eye-catching helmet and heavy breastplate and rode on his own warhorse. Just like how he escaped from Greece a few years ago, he quickly fled from the battlefield with complicated feelings. At dusk, the coalition army soldiers, who had stopped chasing, were cleaning up the battlefield. They stripped the armor and weapons from the corpses, or searched for valuable items from the captives. They could not help but laugh. The generals of the coalition army gathered in twos and threes, looking happily at the battlefield full of corpses, and excitedly discussing the previous battle. Leotychides sat alone on the hillside with his eyes closed. When he heard footsteps, he asked without opening his eyes, "How's the loss?" The Greek coalition army staff officer, who was also Leotychides' old partner, Mukril, said in a low voice, "According to preliminary statistics, we have more than 6,400 casualties. Among them, 1,300 were cavalry casualties, with a death rate of 60%. There were more than 3,000 light infantry casualties, with a death rate of only 30%. There were also more than 1,000 light armored soldiers, with a death rate of only 30%. The rest of the heavy infantry casualties were mostly the coalition army soldiers, and the most casualties were the Sparta soldiers who lined up separately." Leotychides suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at Mukril. Mukril seemed to have expected this reaction. He continued without a change in his expression, "According to the report of the messenger, the Sparta soldiers performed very bravely in this battle. They were the first to defeat the enemy in front of them, but of course, they paid the price of nearly 100 casualties." Leotychides did not speak, but his right hand silently tore off a blade of grass beside him. "There's one more thing I think you should know." Mughal hesitantly said in a low voice, Agesilaus is dead. Leotychides' eyes widened. Mughal lowered his voice even more. I heard that after the Persia army was defeated, Agesilaus, who was sitting behind the Sparta army and commanding, was so excited that he wanted to chase after the enemy with the soldiers. In the end, he fell and never got up again. That old man is finally dead. The weight that had been weighing on Leotychides' heart suddenly disappeared, but he did not feel relieved. Instead, he felt empty. He looked at the battlefield around him, and finally fixed his gaze on a corner on the left side of the battlefield. There were a few hundred strong, bare-chested men with long braids, bowing their heads and praying solemnly. In front of them was a row of corpses, and Agesilaus' body must be among them. Leotychides thought so, but he did not go over to pay his respects with them. He just sat quietly, and Agesilaus' words before he left last night echoed in his ears. Just as he was lost in thought, Mughal's report continued. The Persia army left nearly 6,000 corpses and wounded soldiers on the battlefield. Most of them were cavalry. We also captured more than 6,000 defeated soldiers, most of them Greek mercenaries. Alataka, a rather prestigious Tyre nobleman, had led the Tyre fleet twice and followed the Persia army to conquer Egypt. He had also made contributions in the war to quell the rebellion in the western part of Asia Minor and was rewarded by the king of Persia. Therefore, after the turmoil in Egypt, the king of Persia, who wanted to take back Egypt, obviously did not forget him. He sent messengers to Phoenicia, asking the cities of Phoenicia to gather all their warships under Alataka's command, and prepare to cooperate with the Persia army to attack Egypt. However, not long after, the Holy Kingdom of Dionia declared war on Persia, followed by the Dionysian army landing in Egypt, quelling the unrest, staying for a long time without leaving, and even stationing their troops in Ramesses, threatening the safety of Gaza. A series of news came one after another in more than 2 months, causing the entire Near East to become nervous. During this period, Persia, who was carrying out a full military mobilization, requested that the coastal regions such as Cyprus, Syria, and Issus gather all their warships at the military ports of Tyre and Sidon to form a unified Persia fleet. They also appointed Alataka as the commander of the Persia fleet, asking him to lead the fleet to guard the Near East Sea and prevent the invasion of the Dionysian fleet. Alataka, who was given this important task for the first time, was naturally very diligent. He sent messengers to urge Cyprus, Syria, and other regions to provide warships as soon as possible. At the same time, he seized the time to regroup and train the warships under his command. Literature Museum. The cautious Arataka even rejected the request of the new military commander of the Western Asia Minor, Phanabatzos, on the grounds of obeying the order of the king of Persia and guarding the Near East Sea. He hoped that the Persia fleet could assist the Asia Minor army and cut off the sea transportation line of the Greek army that landed in Asia Minor. In the end, Phanabatzos had to let the coastal city-states of Western Asia Minor form a new fleet. Arataka rejected Phanabatzos partly out of selfishness. The Phoenicians and the Greeks of Asia Minor had commercial competition, and there was a lot of resentment between the two races in history. The Persia fleet, which was mainly composed of Phoenicians, helped Darius conquer the Greek city-states of Western Asia Minor, so the relationship between the two races was not good. However, when he learned that the newly formed Asia Minor fleet was ambushed and wiped out by the Dionysian fleet, he was glad that he did not agree to Phanabatzos' request. At the same time, he felt very uneasy. After the Dionysian fleet controlled the Western Asia Minor, it was likely that their next target would be the Near East Sea. Therefore, not only did he step up the patrols in the Near East Sea, but he also increased the training of the entire Persia fleet. For this reason, he also severely punished several Cyprus and Syria generals who did not follow his orders, and received the full support of the king of Persia. Not long after, another important news came from the south. The king of Dionia personally led the army to land in Egypt. Both the Jews and the Phoenicians began to panic because they realized that the Dionysian army was really going to invade Persia from Egypt. However, more than a month had passed. There was no movement from the Egyptian Dionysian army. The Persia general stationed in Gaza City sent scouts through the desert several times to spy on the Egyptian border, but there was no news. In order to avoid losses, the Persia general sent messengers to Cyprus many times, asking the Persia fleet to send fast ships to the Egyptian coast to spy on the Dionysian army's movements. Alataka agreed to the request and sent many clippers to the Egyptian sea. However, most of them never returned. The crew that managed to escape reported to him that the Dionia had deployed many warships to patrol the Egyptian sea. It was heavily guarded and it was difficult for clippers to get close to the coast. In order to avoid losses, Alataka no longer sent ships south to scout Egypt, but he also increased the vigilance of the southern sea. During this time, the Phoenicians had been looking forward to the arrival of the Persia army. However, according to the news from Babylon, the Persia army had been stationed near Baghdad, not far from Babylon. They had no intention of going west to help the Near East. Of course, the most popular explanation was that Persia's territory was too large and it took too long for the full mobilization of the military. The king of Persia was still waiting for the Persia elite troops, the Scythians, and the Indians, who had different tactical styles, to the east and were stationed in Persia's polis. Among the many rumors, there was one that caused the Phoenicians to feel uneasy. The king of Persia is afraid of the strength of the Dionysian army, so he needs more time to gather more troops to fight against it. Alataka did not care about these rumors. What he was concerned about was ensuring the safety of the Near East before the king of Persia arrived with his army. Therefore, he would arrive at the fleet headquarters in the largest military port of Cyprus early every day and listen to the reports of the patrol teams to understand if there were any abnormalities in the entire Near East Sea. On the last day of the end of March, Alataka came to the fleet headquarters as usual. Everything was as usual. He thought that today would be another peaceful day. However, when the sky was bright, a patrol ship quickly returned to the military port. The captain hurriedly ran into the headquarters and reported to Alataka that a large Dionia fleet was found in the southern sea of Cyprus. Then, one patrol ship after another rushed back to the military port. Alataka could not help but be shocked by the information he obtained. There were about 100 troop and cargo ships heading towards Cyprus under the escort of a few hundred Dionia warships. The intention of the Dionia was very obvious. They wanted to attack Cyprus. Alataka suddenly became nervous. Of course, he understood that in order to prevent the Dionysian army from landing on Cyprus, or even completely destroy this troop in the sea, they must first defeat the Dionysian fleet that was escorting the troop. This was bound to be a large-scale naval battle. Before he could summon the generals, the Cyprus naval generals who were worried about the safety of their motherland rushed into the headquarters. As the two pillars of the Persia fleet, the Phoenician and Cyprus naval generals quickly reached an agreement and formulated a battle plan. Then, they rushed to the military port where their fleet was anchored at the fastest speed and urgently ordered the crew to board the ship and leave the port. The Dionia troop convoy was escorted by the First and Second Fleets. When they set off from Egypt, the First Fleet guarded the entire fleet on the right while the Second Fleet guarded the left, almost protecting the troop convoy in the middle. They were arranged in a relatively tight mixed formation of more than a mile wide and 3 to 4 miles long. A few hours after the First and Second Fleets set off, the Third Fleet, as the reserve force, escorted the full supply fleet from the port of Naucratis and sailed to Cyprus. However, after a few days of continuous sailing, the First and Second Fleets, as well as the troopships, were no longer as organized as they were when they first set out. Although they did not encounter any storms during the voyage, the strong southerly gale the day before yesterday had caused a dozen of the Raven warships and troopships to capsize. The entire fleet was blown apart, and it took them more than half a day to reassemble. In the early hours of this morning, due to the influence of the sea fog and the ever-changing sea breeze, Sicorian only received news when the sky was bright. The entire formation was once again scattered. The First and Second Fleets of the First Fleet, most of the Third Fleet of the Second Fleet, a part of the Fourth Fleet, and nearly 100 troop convoy were still gathered together. The other ships were nowhere to be found. After drifting at sea for a few days, the usually energetic Sicorian was a little tired. He did not even want to complain. He could only helplessly send out clippers in all directions to search for the other ships and inform them to come closer to him as soon as possible. For this reason, he also ordered the ships to slow down and let the guides determine the approximate position of the fleet as soon as possible. There was no point of reference in the vast sea. Moreover, it was daytime and the constellations in the sky could not be seen. Even the most experienced guides could not determine their position. They could only roughly determine that the fleet was still moving northeast based on the rising sun. But Sicorian's distress did not last long. He received news from the lookout on the clippers at the front of the fleet. A small warship was spotted ahead and it quickly turned around and sailed away. Is it a patrol ship of the Persia fleet? Xianxia was not surprised. Instead, he was delighted. Finding traces of a Persia ship here meant that the Persia's military port was nearby. Perhaps Cyprus Island was not far ahead? He made a prompt decision and sent out 2 clippers to investigate in the direction in which the Persia warship disappeared. While waiting for news, several small Persia warships appeared near the fleet one after another and then quickly sailed away. The situation was already very clear. There must be a Persia military port nearby. After these Persia patrol ships returned to report, it was likely that the Persia fleet would come to intercept them. At this time, more than half of the Dionia warships were gone. If they were to face the enemy head-on, it was likely that they would be at a disadvantage. The situation was somewhat grim. But after a moment of contemplation, Xianxia decisively ordered all ships to raise their sails and speed up toward the northeast. At the same time, he left 2 clippers in place and waited for the clippers that were searching for the remaining fleets to return. Then, he would bring the fleet they found to Cyprus Island. It could be said that this decision of Xianxia was quite risky. But because of his prestige in the navy, none of the admirals and ship owners present dared to object. So, the entire fleet had to speed up north. About 20 minutes later, they encountered the clippers that had gone to explore and returned. When they learned that Cyprus Island was 15 miles ahead, both the crew and the soldiers were immediately in high spirits. With the help of the south wind that was not considered strong, the fleet approached Cyprus Island after 40 minutes. The soldiers on the troop transport ships cheered and began to actively pack up their parcels and weapons. The crew rowed even more energetically. Under the guidance of the guide, the fleet circled around the west side of Cyprus Island and sailed to the beach where they could land. All the warships guarded the outer edge of the troop transport fleet. The lookouts climbed up the mast and opened their eyes wide to observe the movements in the open sea. Knowing that there was no enemy defense on the landing beach and that there was no Persia fleet in the surrounding waters for the time being, Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. He knew that his risk was successful. Although the fleet was discovered by Persia's patrol ships, it happened suddenly and the fleet moved quickly. Whether it was the Persia fleet or the enemy on Cyprus Island, even if they received the news, they obviously did not have enough time to prepare for a counterattack. But Xianxia did not dare to let his guard down. He knew that the Persia fleet could appear at any time. So, he ordered the crew and soldiers of the fleet to seize the time to replenish their food and water and recover their strength. More than 4,000 soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia finally landed on the beach and began to unload the supplies on the ships in batches. Seeing this situation, the flagship captain of the First Fleet immediately asked Xianxia, "Sir, our mission to cover the landing has been completed. Should we first return to rendezvous with the Second and Third Fleets before coming back here to fight the Persia fleet?" Xianxia shook his head gently and said calmly, "The reason why His Majesty asked us to take such a huge risk and travel such a long distance to come here is not to capture Cyprus. The most important reason is to destroy the Persia fleet and control the dominance of the Near Eastern Sea. Now that more than 4,000 heavy infantry have landed, this has already posed a great threat to Cyprus. It has already destroyed the Persia fleet's attempt to intercept us at sea. Under such circumstances, when faced with the threat of our powerful Dionia fleet, it is very likely that they will choose to retreat temporarily. Instead, they will send reinforcements and supplies to Nicosia and other towns on the island so that they cannot be easily captured by our land forces. After all, our fleet has traveled a long distance to come here. The supplies we carry cannot guarantee the consumption of our huge fleet supplies. If the land forces cannot quickly capture Nicosia and other towns, our fleet will have no choice but to retreat first. At that time, the Persia fleet can easily cut off the sea supply line for the landing troops. By then, the land forces will be in big trouble." At this point, Xianxia's expression became very solemn. The land forces' misfortune is secondary. The key is that this time, His Majesty is personally leading the army to obtain the great honor of conquering Persia. Our navy has been entrusted with the heavy responsibility of destroying the Persia fleet and obtaining the dominance of the eastern Mediterranean Sea. If we passively avoid the battle and cause the mission to lure the enemy to fail, or even cause us to lose the first battle and affect the entire war to conquer Persia, I will have let down His Majesty's trust. I will even be speechless when I meet the generals of the land forces that I once mocked. It can't be that serious, the flagship captain muttered. Xianxia glared at him with dissatisfaction and said in a deep voice, I'm the commander of this operation. I must seize all possible opportunities to ensure that the operation can be carried out smoothly. So, we must stay here and not leave. For the Persia fleet, what can be more attractive than destroying a Dionysian fleet that is far fewer in number and completely besieging thousands of Diolian soldiers on the island? Sir, we don't have enough warships. I'm worried that the Persia fleet will really treat us like delicacies and eat us. Before the captain could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xianxia. Even if Persia has 2 or 3 times more warships than us, the fleet led by me, Xianxia, will definitely be a hard rock. We will break the teeth of Persia's fleet. Furthermore, I believe in Middle-Aids. Not only is he experienced in naval warfare, but he also has a good intuition. He will definitely lead the other warships to meet up with us in time and annihilate the Persia fleet together. After Xianxia made up his mind, the captain of the flagship did not dare to dissuade him anymore. Instead, he relayed the order from the fleet commander to all the warships, all Raven warships, load up the drawbridge and prepare for battle. More than an hour had passed, and there was still no sign of the enemy warships. However, a small number of Cypriot cavalry had appeared on the island. They spied on the legion of Dionysia's camp near the beach from afar, but they did not dare to approach. It seemed that the Cypriots did not have the intention to gather their troops and fight the Dionysian army. Of course, the legion of Dionysia did not have the intention to fight the Dionysian army either. What they needed to do now was to defend the landing site and facilitate the arrival of the reinforcements. A yellow flag has been raised on the ships in the south. The lookout on the mast of the flagship suddenly shouted. Xianxia, who was waiting anxiously, did not feel excited. Instead, he muttered to himself doubtfully, there are fewer Persia warships than us. Seeing the dissatisfied expression on Xianxia's face, the captain of the flagship sighed and asked, Sir, should we inform the warships to prepare for battle? Xianxia paced back and forth on the deck and pondered for a moment. Then, he said in a deep voice, wait a little longer. Let all the clippers be divided into 2 groups. One group will bypass the Persia warships and continue to explore the south, while the other group will explore the north. The captain of the flagship's heart skipped a beat. Sir, do you suspect that the Persia fleet has split up? Xianxia replied calmly, I don't think the Persia are so bold as to lead a small number of warships to attack us. What's more, I believe that our fleet does not need to make too many preparations. We can easily defeat this number of enemy ships. Just when the crew on the warships furthest south of the Dionysian fleet could see the silhouette of the enemy ships in the distance, the Dionia clippers that were rushing south passed the information back to the fleet by changing the flags on the mast. 2 yellow flags. The lookout's shout made Xianxia remain silent. On the contrary, when the captain of the flagship heard another report from the lookout, he clenched his fists nervously. The Persia warships are less than 4 miles away from us. He looked at Xianxia, who was sitting on the deck like a clay statue. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. At this moment, the lookout's voice was heard again. 3 yellow flags. The clippers in the south have raised 3 yellow flags. There are no changes in the north. Xianxia immediately leapt to his feet. 3 yellow flags. The number of Persia warships is greater than ours. This means that their main force is here. The Persia have taken the bait. Xianxia was so excited that he danced with joy. He immediately revealed the battle plan that he had already thought of. Blow the bugle. Let all the warships form a circular formation and carry out defensive operations. Circular formation? The captain of the flagship was slightly stunned. What? Do you think that I only know how to attack and not defend? Xianxia said with a faint smile. I'll convey the message immediately. The worry in the captain of the flagship's heart was alleviated. It was obvious that the fleet commander whom he respected did not lose his cool because of the arrival of the fighter planes. By the way, arrange all the iron ships at the forefront of the circular formation. Face the direction of the Persia fleet. Yes. This Persia fleet, led by Phoenicia and Cyprus, had nearly 1,000 warships stationed at various military ports in the east of Cyprus. After receiving Elataka's order, the Cyprus crew was the most proactive. They boarded their warships as fast as they could and rushed out of the military port. Then, without waiting for the warships behind them to line up, they set off along the coast of Myrtis Island towards the west. When Elataka's flagship sailed out of the military port, he realized that many warships, led by the Cypriots, did not stop after leaving the port. They sailed westward like a swarm of bees. As the fleet commander, Elataka stomped his feet in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only curse the Cypriots for their stupidity. At the same time, he hoped that when the entire fleet reached the west coast of Myrtis Island, the Dionysian fleet would not arrive yet. He would then have time to reorganize his fleet. After leaving the port, the Persia fleet had formed a long column. During the course of sailing, due to the different degrees of participation of the crews belonging to different regions of Persia, the long column gradually began to disconnect. The Cyprus warships were at the front, the Phoenicians were in the middle, and the Syrians and other warships were at the back. The Cyprus warships at the front were also disconnected. The warships that came from the westernmost military port of Larnaca were at the front. After sailing for more than 3 hours, the Cyprus warship circled the westernmost cape of the island from the south. With the help of the south wind, the speed increased again. After only 20 minutes, the lookouts on the Cyprus warships saw the Dionysian fleet in the bay, the numerous Dionia cargo ships docked on the beach, and the Dionia soldiers continuously walking from the cargo ships to the beach. In fact, it was the Dionia soldiers moving the cargo ships back and forth. Due to the distance and psychological effects, the lookouts on the Cyprus lookouts had an illusion. The Diorians were landing. This news made all the Cypriot crew members nervous. The belief of protecting their homeland made them forget about their fatigue and made them feel the urgency of the situation. According to the military order, after discovering the Dionysian fleet, they should stop moving forward. After rendezvous with the other warships, they would listen to the command of the fleet commander and launch an attack. But at this moment, under the command of the Cyprus admiral, they only slowed down in the process of changing formation. After completing the change, they continued to accelerate, charging towards the Dionysian fleet in a 2-column formation. During the Greco-Persian War, the warships of the city-states in the Near East were famous for their large and heavy hulls and large number of crew members. In the end, they lost to the small and agile Greek warships in the Battle of Salamis. After that, during the expansion of Athens to the eastern Mediterranean, they were repeatedly defeated by the Athens navy. This forced the city-states in the Near East to abandon their unsuitable warships and rebuild their fleets with triple-oared warships. Even the Phoenician city-states were the same. Therefore, in the end, only Carthage and the western Mediterranean still used the double-headed dragon warships, quadruple-oared warships, and 5-oared warships. The main naval force of the Persia fleet, with the city-states in the Near East as the main naval force, was completely the same as the Athens fleet. At this time, although the Cyprus warships had lowered their sails, the sailors rowed with all their might. The speed of the warships was increasing. Soon, the Dionysian warships were close at hand. The Cyprus crew on the deck even looked at the towering and swaying suspension bridge in front of them. Although they had not fought with the Dionysian fleet before, they had also heard of the strange warships of the Dionysian navy, so they were more or less on guard. As the Dionysian warships were turning almost on the same spot, the two warships were always bow to bow. At this time, the Cyprus warships did not want to perish together with the enemy, so the helmsman turned the rudder slightly, and the captain shouted to the bottom cabin at the same time, "Retract the oars." The sailors quickly retracted the oars, and the enemy's warship also retracted the oars in a well-trained manner. The two warships almost brushed past each other, and the Cyprus sailors could clearly see the enemy's sailors through the narrow hatch. Their expressions were cold and confident, and many of them even had a mocking smile on their faces. "What's there to be proud of when we're about to die?" the Cypriot sailors thought indignantly. Bam! A 12-meter-long drawbridge crashed down and nailed itself onto the deck of the Cyprus battleship. The Cyprus battleship was suddenly burdened with a heavy burden. Soon, the ship came to a halt. 40 infantries of the Dionysian fleet quickly crossed the drawbridge and charged towards the enemy's battleship. At this moment, the other Cyprus battleship in the 2-column formation had already made a small turn, and was charging towards the immobile Corvus battleship. Facing such a dangerous situation, the Dionia sailors remained calm. Under the command of their captain, they used the fixed drawbridge as a fulcrum to deflect the entire battleship slightly, so that the hull of the battleship was not perpendicular to the collision angle of the enemy's battleship, but at a certain angle. It seemed that their efforts were in vain, because according to past experience, such a violent collision could still cause considerable damage to the battleship, but, bam! After a loud bang, the three battleships shook violently at the same time. However, the Cyprus sailors on the deck widened their eyes in surprise. The part of the Dionia Corvus battleship that was rammed by their battleship was only dented inwards into a small pit, and did not shatter into a large hole. So the Corvus battleship was an iron ship. Over the years, through the full cooperation of the Dionia Academy, the Turii shipyard, and the Ironworks workshop, the Corvus battleship had been fitted with a special iron sheet, which not only greatly enhanced the battleship's resistance to collisions, but also allowed the battleship to maintain its balance in the sea, albeit at a slower speed. As the entire battleship was painted black, those who did not know the inside story would not know the uniqueness of this battleship. That was why the Cyprus sailors were very surprised to see that the Dionia battleship was unscathed after such a violent collision. The Dionia sailors, on the other hand, heaved a long sigh of relief. Although the iron ship had been tested many times during the usual training, this was the first time it was used in actual combat. Obviously, it did not disappoint them. At this moment, the Corvus battleship that was hiding behind the iron ship charged forward like a ghost, and swiftly rammed into the enemy ship that was still squeezed together with the Corvus battleship. The Cyprus sailors who could not dodge in time could only hope for a miracle like the Corvus battleship earlier. But there was nothing. At the same time, after the infantries rushed onto the other Cyprus warship, they did not kill their way into the cabin. Instead, they killed the crew and helmsman on the deck and destroyed the rudder completely. Then, they quickly returned to the Raven warship and pulled out the drawbridge. Instead, they killed the crew and helmsman on the deck. After completely destroying the rudder, they quickly returned to the Corvus battleship and pulled out the drawbridge. When Elataka led the main Persia fleet to the vicinity of the battlefield, he was surprised to find that the Corvus battleships were gathered together, waiting for his arrival. Soon, he found out the reason. The Dionysian fleet in the bay not only had sturdy warships, but also unique tactics and strong defensive capabilities. Not only did the Cyprus fleet not gain the upper hand in the attack, but after destroying more than a dozen of their warships, they also did not achieve much in the battle. The morale of the crew was affected, and they had to retreat temporarily to wait for reinforcements. Although the combat strength of the Dionysian fleet was shocking, as the commander of the Persia fleet, Alataka was secretly happy that the Cyprus fleet, who did not listen to his orders, suffered a small setback. He thought that it was a great opportunity to improve his prestige in the fleet. After listening to the Cyprus fleet's battle in detail, he still decided to adopt the attack formation of 2 columns, but he gave up the tactic of concentrating on one side. Instead, he used the huge advantage of having more than twice the number of warships to launch an attack from all directions, intending to overwhelm the Dionysian fleet's defense. The soldiers of the Dionysian army on the beach watched as the countless Persian warships spread out like a huge fishing net on the distant surface of the sea, menacingly assuming the posture of trapping the Dionysian fleet that had shrunk into a ball. Every single one of them broke out in cold sweat for the fleet's safety. Sicarion, who was in the center of the storm, laughed calmly. The Persia fleet is finally here. Great! These timid servants of Persia will soon know the power of the Dionysian fleet. Woo! 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 Accompanied by the loud sound of the bugle, 3 red flags were raised on the main mast of the Dionia flagship, fluttering in the air. Fight to the death! Every crew member who received the captain's message looked at the enemy ships in front of them and began to calmly hum the song of the Hades in a low voice. When the thick fog on the sea dissipated and the sky was bright, Middleades immediately found that something was wrong. Although he could not know the specific location of the fleet, the sun that should have appeared on the right diagonally ahead of the fleet had appeared on the right diagonally behind the fleet. Obviously, the fleet had greatly deviated from its course. After much difficulty, he gathered the scattered warships and cargo ships, then sent out the clippers to search in the direction of the sun. At the same time, the entire fleet sailed in the direction of the sun. During the voyage, he also gathered some of the scattered warships and troop ships. Gradually, the fleet under his command had the Second Fleet's 1st B Squadron, 2nd B Squadron, 5th B Squadron, and part of the 4th B Squadron's warships. At the same time, there were also the 1st Fleet's 3rd B Squadron, 4th B Squadron, 5th B Squadron, and part of the 6th B Squadron's warships. In total, there were more than 700 ships, including nearly 400 troop ships. For such a large mixed fleet, Middleades had even widened the distance between the ships, causing the entire fleet to expand outwards. It was his move that finally allowed the clippers sent out by Xianxia to discover them. A few hours later, the fleet led by Middleades arrived at the bay where the Dionysian army had landed. He saw countless Persia warships stacked on top of each other somewhere in the coastal waters, charging and circling, like vultures that covered the sky and sun, sharing their food. There was almost no sign of the Dionia warships. Although Middleades was burning with anxiety, he did not impulsively launch an attack immediately. He ordered the troop ships to temporarily move away and let all the warships face the Persia fleet in a fan-shaped formation. Then, with the fast warships in front and the Crow warships at the back, he launched an attack in a starry sky formation. The flagship that Arataka was on had been coordinating and commanding the battle from the rear. After a difficult battle, the Persia fleet finally broke through the defense of the Dionysian fleet, dispersing their formation. Just as he was about to completely crush them, he received an urgent report from the clippers. A larger Dionysian fleet was rapidly approaching. This news immediately extinguished Arataka's enthusiasm for victory and glory. His only thought at this time was to order the fleet to retreat immediately. However, the warships that were scattered in the vast coastal waters and engaged in battle could not quickly receive his order. The newly arrived Dionysian fleet was like a giant eagle spreading its wings amid the loud bugle call, swiftly pouncing on its prey. After a long and arduous battle, the Persia fleet's warships were damaged, the sailors were tired, and their strength was scattered. On the other hand, although the Dionysian fleet led by Middleades had traveled a long distance and the crew was relatively tired, their belief in saving their comrades and defeating the enemy boosted their morale. The ever-victorious starry sky formation doubled their strength. Therefore, the Persia fleet was almost defeated and scattered in all directions. The Dionia warships took advantage of the victory and chased after them. What was even more unfortunate was that the Persia fleet encountered the 3rd fleet of Dionia in the process of escaping to the south. As a result, under the pincer attack from the front and back, the Persia fleet suffered even more heavy losses. Middleades jumped off the warship, waded through the seawater, and walked on the beach. At this time, the beach was full of disembarking Dionia soldiers. Under the command of the team officer, they gathered in small groups and began to march toward the camp that the Dionia soldiers were building. Middleades' destination was the same as theirs. Due to his conspicuous commander-style helmet, the soldiers who met him, whether they knew him or not, would respectfully salute him when they saw him. Usually, he would smile and greet them, but now he was anxious and quickly walked into the temporary medical camp tent as if he did not see them. No one saluted him here. The doctors and nurses were busy rescuing the wounded. The disembarking legion of Dionysia soldiers did not fight with the Cypriots. These wounded soldiers were from the Dionysian fleet that had just finished fighting. Middleades stopped a soldier who was helping to clean up the mess and asked in a deep voice, "Where is Sicolian?" The soldier glanced at him, hurriedly pointed to the front and said, in the innermost part." Although it was said to be the innermost part, it was actually on the other side of the tent. In order to ensure the circulation of air, the convenience of rescue, and the recovery of the patients, there were multiple tents in this kind of tent dedicated to the medical camp. Xianxia's bed was next to one of the tents. There was a small opening in the tent, and sunlight shone in, shining on Sicolian's body. With the light, 2 nurses were carefully cleaning his wounds. There were a few bloody wounds on Xianxia's broad back. What caught Middleades' attention the most was that his tanned skin, which had been exposed to the sun and wind all year round, was now so pale that it was frightening. "How is he?" Middleades asked the doctor who was dispensing medicine next to him worriedly. The doctor looked up at him, hesitated for a moment, and said in a low voice with a serious expression, "Not too good. He's been shot many times, and he's lost a lot of blood. He's been soaking in the sea for too long." Middleades was shocked. He wanted to ask again, but he heard a weak voice next to his ear. "Middleades. You're here. How's the situation?" Middle-aged looked towards the source of the voice and saw Securian, who had been motionless, turning his head to look at him with his lifeless eyes. "Doctor, he's awake," Middle-aged said happily. "He woke up not long after he was sent here, and he kept asking about the situation of the naval battle." The doctor sighed and said, "Hurry up and tell him, lest he keeps worrying about it and affects his recovery." Middle-aged walked to the bed and squatted down. He thought for a moment, and then half knelt on the ground. This way, he and Securian could talk more easily. Before he could say anything, Securian smiled first. "It's not easy to make the arrogant commander of the Second Fleet kneel. It seems that I'll have to get more injuries in the future." Middle-aged looked at his unusually dry lips and said in a low voice, "If I were you, I'd calm down and listen to you now. That way, your body will recover faster." Securian rolled his eyes and did not say anything. Middle-aged then said in a low voice, "According to the rough statistics after the war, we sank more than 160 warships and captured nearly 350. The Persia fleet suffered heavy losses. Of course, we also paid a heavy price. A total of 218 warships were sunk. It's all thanks to you leading a small number of warships to defend the coastal waters, which bought us time and also weakened the enemy's stamina and morale. That's why we won so easily. Now that the Persia fleet has been completely defeated, we will be in control of the entire Near East Sea. We didn't let His Majesty down. Speaking of which, it's a pity that I didn't get to witness the outcome of this great naval battle. Sigh, I've always been used to attacking. The first time I fought a defensive battle, I suffered a defeat. I'm still not as good as you in this aspect," Middle-aged said in a serious tone. "I've said it before. It's because you chose to stand your ground against the Persia fleet that was several times larger than yours that we won this great victory. This glorious victory was accomplished under your command. As a result of this victory, the mighty Dionysian fleet will no longer have the opportunity to engage in defensive battles." Securian stared blankly at his comrade. After a while, a trace of fear appeared on his pale face. "Mito, am I getting old? Back in the war with the Syracuse Navy, my warship was also sunk. I fell into the sea and was also hit in the shoulder by an arrow. I only rested for 10 days and recovered. But now, I can only move my neck. I can't feel my hands and feet at all." When Middle-aged heard this, he wanted to comfort him, but he did not know what to say. The doctor behind him reminded him, "General, I'm going to apply medicine to the patient. In order not to affect the treatment, please go back first. You can visit him later. Rest well, you'll get better." Middle-aged had no choice but to stand up and grab Securian's hand. He wanted to give him some encouragement, but the coldness of Securian's hand shocked him. Securian could not raise his head to look at him. He could only say softly, "Mito, I'll leave the fleet to you. Take care of our brothers, don't worry, I will." Middle-aged replied solemnly. When he left the bed and saw the doctors and nurses surrounding Securian, he could not help but feel an indescribable sadness in his heart. Most of the Dionysian army that had landed in Egypt had moved to the territories of Peiramses and Defini. Only the 1st Legion was still stationed in Memphis, because the king of Devers was still there. As the commander-in-chief of the army, the Devers were supposed to stay with the main army. He had always done so, but this time was different. The kingdom of Dionia had just annexed Egypt. Although the assists had been appointed to govern Egypt, the presence of the king of Dionia would undoubtedly make the handling of government affairs smoother, which would be more conducive to the smooth transition of Egypt. Therefore, the Devers seized this period of time to help the assists solve some problems. At the same time, he appointed Alexis to go to Defini to temporarily take charge of the army on his behalf. He also asked Felicius, Epiphanes, and the others to help him manage the military affairs, plan, and prepare for the raid on Cyprus. This group of old people who had already retired and had originally followed him to Persia were once again entrusted with important tasks. After the military raid on Cyprus began, waiting for the result was a difficult process, especially for such a major military operation. Therefore, the Devers did not sleep well these days. On this day, at the strong request of Henipolis, the Devers went for a walk in the garden to relax after dinner. The garden of the pharaoh of Tereb Palace was vast, and there was a large artificial lake in the middle. Water from the Nile River was brought in, and various aquatic plants such as lotus flowers were planted in the lake. There were also all kinds of wild ducks with their wings clipped, wild geese, and even the rare hippopotamus. All kinds of rare trees and flowers were planted around the artificial lake, and there were even some ostriches. At this time it was spring, and the garden was in full bloom. The birds were singing, and the insects were chirping. It was exceptionally lively. Strolling on the flat road beside the lake, breathing in the moist air with the fragrance of plants, it was relaxing, and all worries were gone. The Devers could not help but sigh, this is really a good place. We should let Crystal, Stoya, and Agnes stay here for a while. Your Majesty, didn't General Persosus lead the Greek coalition to completely defeat the Persia's Asia Minor army? I believe that they will soon be able to force Miletus to surrender. You can let the 2 concubines stay in Memphis for a while before going to Miletus. As the court clerk of the Devers and the biographer personally authorized by him, Henipolis was more familiar with the Devers family affairs. The Devers shook their heads, we have not yet defeated the Persia fleet, and we have not completely taken control of the eastern Mediterranean. They cannot come for the time being, it is not safe. Henipolis secretly hated himself for talking too much. He had inadvertently reminded His Majesty of the ongoing war. He was thinking of ways to divert the king's attention when he heard the Devers shout, "Don't stop it, let it come." It turned out that an ostrich, perhaps out of curiosity, actually walked boldly towards the Devers. The guards went forward to chase it away, but were stopped by the Devers. The ostrich was only a young bird, but it was already as tall as an adult. It walked straight to the Devers with its long, slender legs. Its pair of big eyes blinked as it curiously looked at the new king of Upper and Lower Egypt. It looked very cute, but it made the guards and attendants around it nervous. The great Devers could not help but reach out to it, and it immediately retreated in alarm. The Devers smiled and said softly, "Don't be afraid." The ostrich seemed to understand. It stopped retreating, blinked its big eyes, and tilted its head to the left, then to the right. Then, it carefully walked up and gently pecked the Dever's palm with its long beak. Seeing that the Devers did not respond, it pecked a few more times. The guards immediately shouted loudly, and the ostrich felt afraid. It immediately turned around and ran away. "It's just a bird. What's there to worry about?" "It just made my hand itch," the Devers complained. "Your Majesty, do you want the guards to catch an ostrich for you?" Henoboris asked hurriedly. The Devers waved his hand. "Don't do that. It's more interesting to watch them play and run freely in this garden. Thanks to your suggestion, it's really interesting to walk around this garden." As the Devers spoke, the smile on his face suddenly froze. He saw guards rushing from the direction of the palace. "Your Majesty, an urgent battle report from Naucrates." The Devers immediately took the papyrus scroll tied with a black rope and could not wait to open it. After reading it, his face was gloomy. "Your Majesty, this is..." Henoboris felt nervous. "Our fleet defeated the Persia fleet, and the army successfully landed in Cyprus. This is a joyous occasion. But, Your Majesty, you don't seem too happy." The battle report said that Sicurian was severely injured and paralyzed. "He can't move," the Devers said in a low voice. The soldiers and attendants who were cheering for the victory immediately fell silent. They quietly followed the Devers on the path beside the lake. After a long time, the Devers stopped and said, "Herney, prepare the records." "Yes, Your Majesty." The attendants immediately gave Henoboris a pen and paper, and brought over a wooden bench. The guards then retreated with the attendants and set up a perimeter. "Inform the Middleades. After Sicurian's condition stabilizes, send him back to Turis as soon as possible. Let all the doctors in Turis do their best to treat him. I hope he can recover." The Devers sighed. "At the same time, write a letter to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Let Olivers and Printos discuss the possibility of erecting a statue of Sicurian in front of the Ministry of Military Affairs building and naming the first fleet the Sicurian fleet. Since the establishment of Dionia, only Merces had this honor, and it was erected after his death. The reason why Dionia was able to rise rapidly in the past few decades was mainly due to its powerful military. The star-studded generals were the pillars that supported this powerful force. However, naming a legion or fleet after a person had never happened before. If the first fleet could be named successfully, Sicurian would undoubtedly be the first person in the Dionysian army. Even if he had to die immediately, perhaps he would gladly accept it. While Henoboris was distracted, the Devers continued, appoint Mytilades as the temporary commander of the first fleet. Stephacas as the commander of the second fleet. Lamarcas, the commander of the first fleet, has made outstanding contributions. This time, he has assisted Sicurian in tenaciously defending against the attack of the Persia fleet. I hereby appoint him as the commander of the third fleet. Mytilades will command the three fleets and continue to suppress the Persia fleet. He will completely control the sea in the eastern Mediterranean, ensure the safety of the fleet's transportation, and provide assistance to the army's attack on Persia. Henoboris's hand did not stop writing, but in his heart, he was thinking, although I said I'm taking over temporarily, it's just to make Sicurian and the crew of the first fleet feel better. I'm afraid His Majesty doesn't think that Sicurian can recover at all. Fortunately, Lamarcas of the first fleet has been promoted. This should make the crew of the first fleet feel better. Write to Alexis and ask her to inform the troops to prepare for attack. Write to the administrator of Naucrates and ask him to arrange for the transport fleet to be ready to set off east at any time. The Devers stared at the ostriches running through the trees in front of them. After a moment, he turned back to look at Henoboris and said in a clear voice, Henny, are you ready? We're going to Persia. Henoboris immediately said excitedly, Your Majesty, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. The most glorious chapter in my biography will be written there. His left hand pointed to the east. In March, after the news that the Greek allied forces had defeated the Persia army in Asia Minor and Mysia spread, it caused a great shock to the people in the western part of Asia Minor. Many cities and towns that were previously in a wait-and-see state started to riot, driving away the local Persia garrison and publicly declaring their support for Dionia. On one hand, Leotychides accepted their surrender, but on the other hand, he requested them to provide him with provisions. At the same time, he ordered his troops to rest and reorganize for a while before advancing towards the Persia army's headquarters, Phrygia. Persia's Asia Minor army was just a temporary army. After suffering a crushing defeat, some of the demoralized regional armies refused to continue fighting. Some of them did not even ask for permission from Phanabatzos and directly led their remaining troops back to their respective regions. Phanabatzos, whose forces had been drastically reduced, did not try his best to defend himself against the rapid approach of the Greek allied forces. Instead, after a series of conspiracies with his colleagues, he arrested Iazon for being a traitor. Iazon, who had managed to escape back to Phrygia, was executed before he could even defend himself. In his war report to the king of Persia, Phanabatzos argued that during the battle with the Greek allied forces, the Greek mercenaries, who had been entrusted with the important task, suddenly turned against him, which was the main reason for the defeat. The Persia commanders and generals used Iazon as a scapegoat, trying to escape the blame of the defeat. However, this caused the defeated Greek mercenaries to panic. Several mercenary officers launched a rebellion under the banner of revenge for General Iazon. Although it further proved that the Greek mercenaries were unreliable, it caused the situation in Phrygia to completely go out of control. As a result, Phanabatzos had no choice but to lead the remaining troops to continue to retreat in panic. The Greek allied forces successfully occupied Gedium, the center of Phrygia. Leotychides did not continue to the east and deep into the interior. Instead, after gathering a lot of supplies, he left a troop to guard the place. His main force turned south and headed straight for Lydia. Along the way, they did not encounter any effective resistance. By the end of May, the Greek allied forces had quickly entered the area around the important town of Sardes in Lydia. Leotychides' rapid march had thwarted the Persia garrison's attempt to transfer the wealth of the area. The powerful military strength of the Greek allied forces had also frightened the garrison of Sardes, who had voluntarily surrendered the city. After the Greek allied forces occupied Sardes, they did not continue to attack. Instead, they reorganized in the area. At the same time, Leotychides was also waiting for the arrival of the manpower he had requested from the king of Devers. At the beginning of June, Leotychides led the allied generals and some former officials of Lydia out of the city to welcome the envoy of Dioria. There was not one envoy of Dionia, but a group of people. The one in the lead was an old man. Even though he had a head full of white hair and an aged face, his expression was resolute and his every movement was dignified. "Sir Persosus, I'm really sorry, I'm a little late." As he knew Leotychides's unsociable personality, the old man took the initiative to say after seeing him, 2 months ago, "I received the order from His Majesty to come to Asia Minor to take over the area you have conquered. However, because I had to wait for a group of officials selected by the palace's administrative office to be sent here, it took some time. Originally, we were going to land in Ilion, but we heard that you have captured Geldium and are marching south, so we changed our route and landed in Eritrea, a Greek city-state to the east of Chios, which had surrendered to Dionia after the Greek allied forces defeated the Persia army. We rushed all the way, and although we encountered a little trouble, we finally met you in time." After listening, Leotychides just said dryly, "You've worked hard. Asia Minor is indeed vast. Marching and fighting here is far more time-consuming than in Italy or Greece." The chief of staff, Mukalou, quickly said, "Sir Capys, we have been looking forward to your arrival for a long time. With you at the rear, the Greek allied forces will have no worries at all. We can continue to march eastward without worry." Capys was originally a person who did not like to talk much, but after serving as the regional governor for many years, he had changed a lot. Coupled with his old age, his mentality was much calmer, and he was able to handle the situation with ease. He said humbly, "I've just arrived, and I'm completely unfamiliar with everything here. I need some time to familiarize myself with this place, and I also need your help and support. But I can assure you that the officials behind me and I didn't come here from thousands of miles away to enjoy ourselves, but to follow His Majesty's order to do our best to ensure the stability of the conquered areas, and to ensure your logistical supplies, so that you can attack Persia with all your might. Because defeating Persia is our common wish, don't you think so?" The last question was asked by Capys as he turned around to face the officials who followed him. "Sir Capys is right. Defeating Persia is the common wish of the Dionia and our allies," the officials replied in unison. Leotychides showed a rare smile and said, "Sir Capys, please allow me to introduce you. This is the military chief of the Pyotia alliance, Epaminonda. Is he the General Epaminonda who commanded the Thebes to defeat Sparta in the Battle of Leuctra? Oh, it's an honor to meet you. I heard that Sir Capys was the hero of the Persia expedition. The reason why we dare to attack Persia today is also because of your heroic deeds. Shame. Shame. I was just a soldier who followed His Majesty. If not for His Majesty's superb command, I'm afraid I would have been buried in this foreign land. This is General Iphicrates of the Athens Alliance. General Iphicrates of the Athens Alliance who created light infantry tactics in Greece and defeated Sparta many times in the War of Corinth. It's an honor to meet you. Sir Capys, you're too kind. I heard that as early as the Persia expedition, you had already begun to use light infantry tactics to fight against the Persia. I also learned from the tactics of the Dionysian army. At that time, His Majesty forced us to start practicing light infantry tactics. We were not willing at first, but after we became familiar with it, we found that it was very effective. You can abandon the inherent Greek military tradition and take the initiative to learn, and according to the actual situation in Greece, you can create light infantry tactics that are unique to the Athens Alliance. Amazing. I know him, I don't need to introduce him. He's the chief general of the Arcadia Alliance, Lycomedes. For years ago, when I returned to the Senate to report, he happened to be visiting Thurii, and we even attended His Majesty's banquet together. Sir Capys, I happened to sit in on your report in the Senate at that time, and I was very surprised. A large number of fierce and barbaric Gauls live in northern Italy. Sir Capys has been the governor there for many years. Not only did he keep those areas stable, but he also made the backward Gauls take the initiative to learn the Greek civilization and actively integrate into Dionia. This shows the ability of Sir Capys. Sir Lycomedes, you praise me too much. In Dionia, there are many regional governors like me who can integrate the indigenous people into Dionia. For example, Sir Helos in Thessaly and Sir Assists in Egypt are outstanding in this regard. I hope that with the blessing of Hades, the people here can cooperate well with us to overthrow the tyranny of Persia and create a better future together. After everyone introduced themselves, Mukra led them back to the city, with Leotychides and Capys walking in front. At this time, Capys whispered to him, "Are you going to lead the army eastward along the coast?" "Yes, because this can ensure the safety and convenience of the logistical transportation line, reduce the threat of Persia to the coalition army's flank, and ensure that the army conquers Asia Minor faster." When I returned to Turiai from the Periver region and was waiting to leave, Princess Kristoya summoned me. She asked me to bring you a message, hoping that you can conquer or surrender Miletus as soon as possible. Miletus? You don't know? Capys saw that Leotychides was a little puzzled and reminded him, Princess Kristoya is from Miletus, but since she followed His Majesty, she has not been able to return to Miletus for decades. I heard that this time, His Majesty promised the princess that after Miletus has surrendered to the kingdom, she will be allowed to return to her hometown and visit her relatives. Hearing this, Leotychides stopped and fell into deep thought. Capys did not urge him to move forward, and stopped as well to look at the towering Sardes city gate in front of him. Even though he had weathered countless storms and waves, he could not help but feel a little agitated at this moment. More than 30 years ago, he had also been here under Menon's lead, but the people of Sardes had strictly forbidden them from entering the city. Furthermore, they had designated a narrow area 5 miles away from the city so that the mercenaries could only build camps in this area, and were not allowed to move around, guarding against them like thieves. But today, not only could he enter the city with his head held high, he would also become the master of this land and its people, with Capys leading the administrative officials to manage the rear of the conquest. Leotychides could focus all his energy on the military. At the end of June, the coalition army advanced east to the coast of Ephesus. The people of the city had already broken out in a riot. They overthrew the oligarchs who were pro-Persia and went more than 10 miles out of the city to welcome the arrival of the Greek coalition army. In mid-July, the Greek coalition army arrived at Miletus. The oligarch government of Miletus sent an envoy to meet Leotychides, claiming that Miletus would remain neutral and would not participate in the war between Daionia and Persia. Leotychides refused without hesitation and strongly demanded that Miletus surrender unconditionally. Just as the oligarch government of Miletus was debating about this, the Greek coalition army surrounded the entire city. The Fourth Fleet of Daionia also rushed over to blockade the port, causing the people of Miletus to panic. At the same time, the Daionia Intelligence Department personnel lurking in the city of Miletus began to spread rumors. The people were surprised to learn that in the Holy Kingdom of Daionia, there was a Princess Kristoya who was deeply loved by the king of Daionia. She was from Miletus and had always been looking forward to returning to her hometown. The oligarch government of Miletus actually knew about this situation, but they refused to surrender because most of them were the culprits who persecuted the Kristoya family. As long as they were captured, offered to the Dionysian army, and surrendered to the Dionysian army, Princess Kristoya would definitely protect the city from the flames of war out of gratitude and nostalgia for their hometown. This rumor was so convincing that the people were skeptical. Some people specially investigated the people and things mentioned in the rumor and found that it was actually true. It immediately set off a great wave among the people. Therefore, people who were dissatisfied with the oligarchs of Miletus began to link up and incite the people to overthrow them and submit to Daionia. The government of Miletus felt that the situation was not good and was preparing to send troops to suppress it. Who knew that the Dionysian army outside the city would launch an attack at this time? Although the walls of Miletus were tall and strong, it was obviously not enough to defend the entire city with only the military strength of Miletus. Not to mention that it was completely surrounded and there could not be any reinforcements. Therefore, under the restraint of the Dionysian army, the oligarchs could not transfer more troops to suppress the instability in the city. On the other hand, the patrols they sent in the city quickly aroused the anger of the people. In the end, the people launched a riot and helped the Dionysian army easily break through the city of Miletus. This resulted in very few casualties on both sides, thus achieving Leotychides' goal, to give a good explanation to Princess Kristoya, who was respected by the people of Daionia. After the surrender of Miletus, the Greek coalition forces did not encounter any more battles. All the towns along the way opened their gates and surrendered until they arrived at the city of Halicarnassus, the capital of the Caria region. The coastal city-states of the Caria region, like most of the coastal city-states in Western Asia Minor, were once colonized by the Greeks. Not only did it maintain close ties with the Greek city-states, but it also gradually civilized and integrated the indigenous people of the Korea region over a period of hundreds of years. Not only did most of the towns in the region look the same as the Greek cities, but Greek had also become the common language of the region. Although Korea was eventually conquered by the Persia Empire and became its province, the region was still relatively independent like other regions in Western Asia Minor. Most of the towns in the region were even united around a close neighbor alliance centered around the Temple of Zeus in Lagina. Of course, it was only a religious group, not a political entity. After Agesilaus led his army into chaos in the western part of Asia Minor and Teusaphres was sentenced to death by the Persian queen mother, Hecatomnus, a noble of Korea, took advantage of the turbulent situation to establish his rule in the Korea region. At this time, because the king of Persia not only negotiated peace with Sparta, but also supported Sparta's hegemony in Greece, this caused great dissatisfaction among the nobles and people in Western Asia Minor. In order to appease them, Artaxerxes married a daughter to the son of Phanabazos and temporarily appointed Hecatomnus as the governor of Korea. Hecatomnus was a very shrewd man, and so was his son, Mausolus. They had always paid tribute to the treasury of Persia on time and expressed their allegiance to the king of Persia. 5 years ago, when almost all the governors in Western Asia Minor rebelled, Mausolus, who took over his father's position as the governor of Korea, also wavered. At first, he remained neutral, but when the rebels were at a disadvantage, he sided with the king of Persia and helped the Persia army to completely wipe out the rebels. Therefore, after the war ended, he was able to retain his position as the governor. During this period of turmoil, his power in Korea was further strengthened. Not only was he officially appointed as the governor of Korea by Persia, but he was also the co-owner of many cities in the Korea region. Mausolus also moved the governor's residence from Mylasa to Halicarnassus. Not only did he spend a huge amount of money to rebuild the city, but he also expanded the port. He built a strong castle and 2 military ports on a small island outside the city, Zephion. He also spent a huge amount of money to build a fleet. The ambitious Mausolus obviously wanted to develop Korea into a maritime power. As he was worried that the landing of the Greek allied forces would disrupt his ongoing plans, he actively supported Phanabazos this time. Not only did he provide a large number of troops, but he also became one of the main advocates of building the Asia Minor fleet. He generously provided 1/4 of the warships. Of course, he was also planning to take control of the command of the Asia Minor fleet after the war ended. Unfortunately, the Asia Minor fleet was completely wiped out by the Dionysian fleet in Samos, which dealt a heavy blow to him. Then, the Greek allied forces defeated the Persia army, which made him extremely uneasy. He immediately mobilized the military in the Korea region and strengthened the defense of Halicarnassus. His prediction was not wrong. After that, the Greek allied forces advanced eastward along the coast and entered the Korea region. Mausolus immediately used the same trick and sent an envoy to meet Leotychides. He proposed to him that Korea was willing to remain neutral in this war, and was even willing to provide some resources for the Greek allied forces to pass through the Korea region, as long as the Greek allied forces no longer saw Korea as an enemy. Mausolus's idea was good, but Leotychides had studied some information about Korea in detail, and he was not at ease with the cunning Mausolus. Moreover, the Korea region was not weak, and he was not at ease to leave such a hidden danger in the rear of the army without dealing with it. So, he did not accept Mausolus's request, but proposed that the Korea region must surrender to Dionia. Of course, this was unacceptable to the ambitious Mausolus, so the negotiation failed, and the war began. Mausolus knew that the morale of the Greek allied forces was high, and they were strong. Fighting them in the field would only result in a crushing defeat. So, he withdrew his forces into the city and focused on defense to buy time and wait for the situation to change. The father and son, Hecatomnus and Mausolus, had been in charge of the Korea region for more than 20 years. The opposition had been suppressed for a long time, and their influence was minimal. The people basically agreed with the rule of this family, so it was impossible for there to be unrest and riots when the army was pressing on the border like Ephesus and Miletus. So, the Greek allied forces had no other choice but to attack. However, under the high and thick walls of Halicarnassus, the Greek allied forces had failed several times. This caused the Greek allied generals to be careless because of the previous successful attack. They had no choice but to patiently fight with Mausolus. At the end of April, the Devers led the army eastward from Defini. The huge fleet of supplies traveled side by side along the coast. After a long journey of 6 days, they crossed the desert, bypassed Gaza City, and entered the Canaan region. Then, they easily captured the port of Jaffa, making it an important supply port for the army. Before the Dionysian army completely surrounded Jerusalem, the high priest took the initiative to go to the Dionia camp and humbly expressed to the king of Devers that the Jews were willing to surrender to the kingdom of Dionia. The Devers were more cautious about this special race in the Mediterranean world who believed in one God. He quickly accepted the surrender of the Jews, and made a promise and warning: as long as the Jews are loyal to the holy kingdom of Dionia, they can have the right to live according to their own laws and religion, but at the same time, they can't affect the living rights of other races under the rule of the holy kingdom of Dionia because of their own customs. Otherwise, Dionia will intervene. The next day, the king of Devers was greeted at the gate of Jerusalem by the high priest in a purple robe and thousands of Jerusalemites led by him. The Devers followed the example of Cyrus and once again read out his promise and warning in public. The people cheered. At the same time, the Jewish priests also tied up the governor of Canaan appointed by Artaxerxes, Nehemiah, who had worked hard for the reconstruction of the Canaan region, and his subordinates. They pushed him to the Devers and handed him over to them. The Devers did not punish the governor of Persia, who was also a Jew, in public. Instead, after bringing him back to the camp, they asked Nehemiah kindly, if he was willing to serve the kingdom of Dionia, he would be sent to govern the Canaan region after he was familiar with Dionia's political system and legal system. The Jews were flexible, not conservative and stubborn. Nehemiah obviously inherited this characteristic. Surrendering to Dionia would not only allow him to live, but also allow him to fulfill his long-cherished wish of rebuilding Jerusalem and take revenge on the Jewish priests who betrayed him. So, he knelt in front of the Devers happily. With Nehemiah as a guide, the Dionysian army quickly conquered the entire Canaan region. Then, under Nehemiah's leadership, they successfully invaded the Samaria region to the east of Jerusalem. They quickly captured many towns, and even captured the governor of the region, Samara. This was a great relief to Nehemiah. Canaan and Samaria were conquered by Dionia one after another, making Gaza an isolated enclave of Persia. The Dionia defenders panicked. They were eager to leave this dangerous place and return to their homeland. Under the strong request of the soldiers, the commander of the defending army had no choice but to let the soldiers bring enough food and water and quietly leave Gaza City. They marched towards the northeast, attempting to bypass the area occupied by the Dionysian army and go to Damascus through the trade route at the edge of the desert in the east. Unexpectedly, the Dionysian army had been keeping a close eye on the movements of Gaza City. They soon discovered the intentions of the Persia defenders. On the second day, the 4 Dionic cavalry legions and the Numidian light cavalry legion caught up with the marching Persian garrison. The light cavalry legion attacked with arrows and javelins, while the heavy cavalry legion launched an attack and quickly defeated the Gaza garrison. Gaza City also fell into the hands of the Dionic army. After completely stabilizing the rear, the Devers led the army north and soon entered the Phoenician region. It could be said that the Phoenicians were the earliest enemies of Dionia in these regions affiliated to Persia. When the Phoenicians made the decision to send a fleet to support Carthage, they probably never imagined that one day the army of Dionia would arrive at their city. Moreover, the first city that the Dionysian army was going to attack was Tyre, the initiator. After the Phoenicians surrendered to Persia, the successive kings of Persia promised that as long as the Phoenicians paid a certain amount of gold and silver every year, and their fleet was always at their disposal, they would allow the Phoenicians to live in their original way. For hundreds of years, the kings of Persia rarely interfered in the administrative affairs of the Phoenicians. One of the main reasons was that the mountains of Lebanon separated Phoenicia from the inland Persia. Land transportation was very inconvenient, and this terrain also had a great impact on the Phoenicians. They did not have vast and fertile farmland to support a larger population. They could only devote all their efforts to developing their economy on the sea, thereby becoming rich and prosperous because of maritime trade. However, due to certain conflicts of commercial interests between the city-states of Phoenicia, although they had established a Phoenician city-state alliance very early on, they had never been able to form a unified country. Therefore, the king of Persia was more satisfied with the state of the Phoenician city-states. The Phoenician city-states had also taken advantage of the preferential treatment that Persia had given them and made a lot of profits from trade with the inland. Therefore, they were still relatively loyal to Persia. Tyre was the most powerful of the Phoenician city-states, and its city was built on a small island about 8 miles from the coast. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. In the history of the previous life, King Alexander of Macedonia, who had attacked Persia smoothly, encountered a setback here and spent a full half a year. It was precisely because of this memory that the Devers were very cautious when he led his army to Tyre. He planned to lead the generals on a warship to carefully inspect the defense of Tyre before considering whether to directly attack the city or force it to surrender through a long-term siege. However, before he could set off, Tyre's messenger arrived first. Tyre's messenger was also an acquaintance, the former Carthage Sophie Tepenrako. After seeing the Devers, not only did he not show the arrogance and hostility towards Dionia that he used to have, he even showed some flattery. Therefore, the atmosphere of the whole meeting was relatively relaxed. The Devers asked about the recent situation of Hanno and the others, and Tepenrako's expression became a little gloomy. It turned out that after Dionia forced Carthage to expel the Hanoverian faction, most of them chose to settle in their former motherland, Tyre. Tyre also accepted them, but not only could Hanno and the others not reproduce their power in Carthage, but the higher-ups of Tyre also deliberately suppressed them, making it difficult for them to gain some power. The people of Tyre used to be extremely envious of Carthage's wealth and power, but now they often despised these stray dogs. Although they did not have to worry about food and clothing, Ocherdon, who joined Dionia, persuaded the Carthage council to allow them to take away part of their property out of guilt. Their lives were relatively depressed, especially Hanno. He, who used to have hundreds of followers, could not bear such loneliness and passed away after a few years. However, since Dionia declared war on Persia, the higher-ups of Tyre began to pay attention to Tepenrako and the others. Not only did they often ask them about the situation of Dionia, but they also elected Tepenrako and a few others as counselors to discuss how to deal with the attack of the Dionysian army. The reason why Tepenrako was sent as an envoy was also because he was familiar with the people of Dionia, so it was easier for him to be accepted by the people of Dionia. The purpose of Tepenrako's visit was to represent Tyre to surrender to Dionia. Regarding this good news, the Devers did not seem happy. Instead, he was a little cautious. In his memory, when Alexander led his army to Tyre, the people of Tyre also took the initiative to surrender. However, when Alexander proposed to go to the Mercian temple in Tyre to worship Hercules, Tyre immediately expressed their refusal. It turned out that they had only chosen to feign surrender in the face of military pressure. They wanted to wait for the final battle between Alexander's army and the army of Persia before making the final decision. Therefore, the Devers made the same request. Tepenrako said that he could not make a decision and needed to ask for the opinion of the Tyre council before replying. After he left by ship, the Devers immediately reminded the generals to prepare for battle and not be fooled by the surrender of the people of Tyre. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon, Tepenrako once again came to the camp of Dionia and sincerely expressed to the Devers that the Tyre council was ready to welcome the visit of the king of Devers at any time. The Devers did not refuse. The next day, they led a group of elite soldiers to the island, and the people of Tyre welcomed them respectfully. In the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, Hercules was one of the most popular gods. Therefore, the Devers solemnly worshipped his statue here. Throughout the worship process, the people of Tyre were always obedient, which made the Devers believe in their sincerity. Based on the situation they observed in the city of Tyre, the Devers analyzed the reason why the people of Tyre made a choice that was completely opposite to the history of his previous life. It was because in the history of his previous life, although Alexander won many battles on land, his navy was very weak. At one point, he even disbanded his already weak fleet, causing the Persia fleet to harass the rear of his conquest many times, causing him a lot of trouble. Alexander could only take over the Mediterranean Sea by capturing the towns belonging to the Persia along the coast one by one. This was the only way. Because of this, the people of Tyre bullied him because he did not have a navy, making it difficult to capture their cities in the middle of the sea. Therefore, they dared to pretend to surrender to buy time. In fact, because of the lack of a navy, Alexander did encounter great difficulties when he attacked Tyre. Even after the surrender of Cyprus provided him with a fleet, it took him more than 7 long months to capture Tyre, which was time-consuming and laborious. However, the Holy Kingdom of Ionia was different. It had a strong navy, and it defeated the Persia fleet twice in Samos and Cyprus. Not only did it establish an absolute advantage in the sea, but it also completely controlled the Eastern Sea. Not long ago, the army that landed on Cyprus had conquered the entire island. The first and second fleets had been stationed in the military port of Cyprus, which was very close to Tyre. They could blockade and attack Tyre at any time, which posed a great threat to the city of Tyre. In addition, although the Macedonian army in his previous life was very strong, it only had 40,000 to 50,000 people. Compared with the army of Persia, there was a huge gap. Therefore, the people of Tyre were not confident that Macedonia could eventually defeat Persia. At the same time, the Tyre people also found out that the king of the Devers had personally led more than 100,000 troops. There was also a Greek coalition army of 60,000 to 70,000 people in Asia Minor. In total, the powerful army of more than 200,000 people had defeated the Persia army many times. They were mighty and unstoppable. The Persia army might be more numerous, but in terms of combat effectiveness, it seemed that they were no match for the mighty and unified Dionysian army. This was the feeling of the Tyre generals who had fought with the Persia army many times. More importantly, many of the Tyre people became prisoners of Ionia during the Battle of Cyprus and were still imprisoned in Cyprus. The Devers were overjoyed by the surrender of Tyre. He immediately sent messengers to the 3 legions that had landed in Cyprus and the first and second fleets of Ionia to discuss a military plan to land in the Syrian Gulf and capture the city of Miliandros as soon as possible. At the same time, the surrender of Tyre also had a huge impact on the other Phoenician city-states. They were not as strong as Tyre, and they did not have cities built in the sea to defend themselves. They did not dare to confront Ionia, so the city-states of Sidon, Aduras, and other city-states quickly surrendered, and the Dionysian army successfully conquered the Phoenician region. The Devers did not immediately lead the army north. He waited for the army of Cyprus to successfully land in the Syrian Gulf before he issued the order to go north. However, the route of the march was no longer along the coast, because the Libanese mountains formed a barrier from the north to the south of the northern Near East coast. The further north they went, the more difficult it was to travel, especially for a large army like Ionia. The Devers did not choose to go around the Libanese mountains and go to the edge of the desert in the east. Firstly, the distance was longer, and secondly, the climate was hot. There were few people along the way, and it was difficult to supply food and water. There were no large towns, except for Damascus, which was at the southern end and very close to the Phoenician region. Perhaps in the future, Damascus would become a battleground in the Near East, but at this time, the Devers did not really care about it. Although it was still a large town, it had no Persia garrison, and it did not show hostility to the Dionysian army. Instead, it sent messengers to express its willingness to be neutral to the Devers. Therefore, the Devers did not spend time to capture Damascus. They only asked the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade to closely monitor the movements in Damascus while they led the army out of the Phoenician region and east into the Libanese mountains. In the Amanus Mountains of northern Syria, the snows converged into a single river, the Orontes, which flowed from north to south through Mount Libanus and finally into the northern part of Phoenicia. Thus, in the middle of the mountains, a relatively wide and narrow plain, the plain of Amycus, was formed. This was the route of the Dionysian army to the north. Fearing that the Dionysian army would be heavily intercepted in the north, the Devers specifically ordered the army in Cyprus to land in Syria first to ensure the smooth movement of the main force north. But in fact, the Devers were too worried. Not long ago, part of the garrison in the Syrian region had been transferred by the king of Persia to Phanabatsos in Asia Minor, leaving the troops here empty. There was no way to intercept the main force of the Dionia, and they could not even provide enough defense for the region. The Cypriot army easily landed on the coast of Syria and quickly captured the city of Miliandros. Then they quickly moved east and surrounded the town of Sochi at the northern entrance of the Amanus Plains. By the time the main force of the Dionia arrived near Sochi, the town had already been captured. After leading the army through Sochi and into the Syrian region, the Devers stopped and began to rest and recuperate. The camp that was being built stretched from the foot of the Amanus Mountains in the north to the foothills of the Libanese Mountains in the south. It was close to the Urance River in the east and the bay in the west, occupying a good defensive position. The Devers also sent a large number of scouts to cross the Urance River and explore the movements of the Persia army eastward. At the same time, he sent part of the army to attack the coastal pass in the northwest, the Syrian Pass. Once they occupied it, they would continue to attack the west and attack the towns of Issus, Castablum, Philotas, and other cities in order to open up the coastal passage to Asia Minor. Then, they would receive the Greek coalition army as soon as possible. When the two armies met up, they would attack the east together. This was the next step of the Devers' plan. But what the Devers did not know was that the Greek coalition army, which had attacked quickly before, had now encountered some trouble. After the Greek coalition army suffered a setback in their attack on Halicarnassus, in order to not waste time and reduce the number of troops, Leotychides decided to leave some troops to surround the city, while the main force of the army continued to advance eastward. However, after passing through Curia and entering the region of Lycia, the Greek coalition army could no longer advance along the coast. This was because Lycia and the neighboring region of Pisidia were both mountainous areas. The roads were difficult to traverse. The Greek coalition army could only bypass Lycia and Pisidia to the north, then pass through the pass of the Taurus Mountains in the region of Cappadocia and enter the fertile region of Cilicia. Most of the road they had to trek was a straight road that the Persia court built to govern the empire. Although this road was easier to traverse, they had to enter the interior of Asia Minor. During this period of time, the military commander of Persia's Asia Minor, Phanabazos, had reorganized part of his defeated army and received some reinforcements from the court. After Phanabazos's report to Artaxerxes, the king of Persia believed that the reason why the battle failed was due to the sudden betrayal of the Persia mercenaries. Therefore, he did not dismiss Phanabazos from his post. Instead, he sent more reinforcements and ordered Phanabazos to do his best to stop the Greek coalition army within the borders of Asia Minor. Ironically, this time, Phanabazos did not dare to face the Greek coalition army head-on. Instead, he decided to carry out the suggestion of Iazon, whom he had killed, to strengthen the defense and clear the wilderness. At the same time, he sent a small group of troops to harass the Greek coalition army's transportation lines. The governors-general of Asia Minor, who had tasted the strength of the Greek coalition army, did not oppose it firmly this time, allowing the strategy to be implemented. As the Greek coalition army failed to capture Halicarnassus, a strategic town with a large port, most of the Greek coalition army's grain convoys had to disembark at the port of Miletus. The supply line was stretched, and Phanabazos's defensive tactics posed a great threat to the long supply line. The Greek coalition army that entered the interior of Halicarnassus could not collect grain on the spot, and they had to send a large number of troops to protect the supply line, which seriously slowed down their eastward advance. In September, the reinforcements sent by the Devers captured Issus, took Castablum, and even advanced west to Maris. They were only separated by the Elaine plain from the rich Cilicia. But the Greek coalition army had not even passed through Pisidia and reached the Cappadocia region. The two sides were still far apart. During this time, the scouts sent to the east reported that they had found a large Persia camp near the city of Thabasakis, which was located on the bank of the Euphrates River, more than 200 miles from the Urance River, and Persia's army was constantly coming from the east. The Persia's army was finally coming. Both the Devers and the generals under them suddenly became alert. Not only did they order the soldiers to reinforce the camp and strengthen the defense, but the Devers also sent messengers to the Elaine plain to inform the troops that were preparing to receive the Greek coalition army there to return immediately. Not long after, many Persia cavalry appeared on the east bank of the Urance River, trying to cross the river to spy on the Daionia camp. The Daionia cavalry drove them away, and there were many small-scale battles. But the main forces of both sides stayed in Syria, and the main forces of both sides were stationed near Thabasakis. Both sides did not move, and the confrontation lasted for more than a month. At dusk, the Devers' tent welcomed a guest. "Xianxia, you're finally back. I haven't heard from you for so long. I thought you missed home and didn't want to go back to Daionia, ha ha ha." Although the Devers were joking, they were very excited. They stepped forward and gave Xianxia a strong hug. "Your Majesty, to be honest, when I return to Dukia and see my brothers speaking the same language, wearing the same clothes, and eating the same food, I always feel scared. Xianxia said with a relieved expression, I'm scared that my experience in Dionia is just a dream. Now that I've seen your majesty, I can finally be at ease. Then he said with slight guilt, I found that I can't leave the prosperous life of Dionia, and I can't get used to the poverty of Dukia. The Devers comforted him, when the conditions are right, people are willing to enjoy happiness, and they won't take the initiative to suffer. But the poverty of Dukia is mainly caused by the cruel oppression of the Persia. As long as we defeat Persia, I believe that this terrible situation of the Dukia people will gradually improve. Oh, by the way, you haven't eaten on the way back, right? Your Majesty, I went to see Sir Marigi before I came to see you, and I've eaten a little at his place. This time, if it wasn't for Sir Marigi who found a Persia caravan to cover my movements, I wouldn't have been able to reach Dukia so smoothly. The Devers looked at Marigi, who had a calm expression next to Xianxia, and smiled. I'm afraid you don't know, but Marigi used to be the royal merchant of Prince Cyrus, and he has a lot of connections among the merchants in the west of Persia. After defeating Carthage 10 years ago, he thought that Persia would become the biggest enemy of the kingdom, so he secretly supported a few trustworthy friends in Persia with the help of the intelligence department. These friends of the kingdom even secretly sold weapons and food to Dukia several times, which were banned by Persia. I've heard about it from my tribesmen. My eldest brother even said gratefully that without their help, his tribe would not have become the largest tribe in Dukia. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Sir Marigi. Xianxia sincerely bowed to both of them. Marigi quickly moved away and said in a calm tone, It's nothing. It's all for the kingdom. Xianxia, you've gone to Dukia. Why are you so different now? The Devers joked, Don't thank me anymore. I want to hear the details of your adventure in Dukia. Come, sit down. Let's talk. The guards brought over wooden chairs. After everyone sat down, Xianxia began to narrate. After I arrived in Egypt with Chalcidus's vanguard, I boarded an Egyptian merchant ship arranged by Sir Marigi at Naucratis that actually belonged to his friend in Persia. I boarded it and entered the port of Issus. After that, I followed a merchant team arranged by this Persia merchant to the Mesopotamian plains. Your Majesty, this Persia merchant is the Messias that I've mentioned to you before, Marigi interrupted. After we arrived here, did you send someone to contact him? The Devers asked with interest. Your Majesty, I sent someone to Issus to look for him. Unfortunately, he was not at home. I heard from his servants that he was still doing business near Babylon and had not returned yet. The Devers noticed Marigi's hesitation when he answered, so he said in a gentle tone. After all, Persia is his mother country. It's understandable that he does not want to completely side with us, but we cannot forget the help he has provided. After we win, we will definitely reward him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Marigi heaved a sigh of relief and immediately expressed his gratitude. Xianxia, please continue. I followed Messiah's caravan to the east along the north bank of the Euphrates River. At first, it was relatively smooth, but later, it was said that the news of our army entering Egypt and part of the Greek army landing in Asia Minor had reached Babylon. The king of Persia had issued an order to mobilize the army, and the order in the towns along the Euphrates River became a little chaotic. My caravan was intercepted several times by the checkpoints in the towns. The temporarily formed army wanted to seize the caravan's goods for various reasons. Although Messias had some tricks up his sleeve, he was able to get them to let us go in the end. However, after discussing with me, we decided to go north in advance after we had enough food and water in Chalcodie. Unexpectedly, the order in the Mesopotamian plains became even more chaotic. Not only was my caravan robbed, but there were also a few casualties. I had to pretend that I was a messenger sent by the Dukia people, claiming that the goods the caravan was carrying were used by Dukia to form reinforcements. Perhaps it was because we, the Dukia people, had defeated the army of the king of Persia, and established our reputation. After that, the caravan was no longer harassed by the garrisons in the towns, and we smoothly passed through Gain, Lalitha, Mespira. We smoothly arrived at the Dukia mountains. Speaking up to this point, Xianxia seemed to be rather proud of himself. Then, his tone became gloomy again. When I met my people, I found out that my father had passed away 10 years ago. My eldest brother and a few other brothers had died in the war against the Persia. My second brother, Remy, was in charge of the tribe now. Although he was surprised by my sudden appearance, he was not too surprised. According to him, his tribe had been in close contact with Maziah's and a few other caravans. Through them, he learned some things about Dionia. He even knew that I was not dead, and had even become a high-ranking official in the kingdom. Since Sir Marigi had these caravans provide assistance to the tribe, my second brother had a very good impression of the kingdom. He was very happy that I was able to arrive in time, otherwise, he would not know what to do next. Because the king of Persia had already sent messengers to Dukia, requesting for all the tribes to send their warriors to participate in the war against the kingdom, more than half of the tribes had expressed their agreement. Only a few tribes led by our tribe did not express their opinion because of my second brother's objection. This caused the Dukia tribe to not make a final decision for a few days. Wasn't Dukia and Persia victorious in the war? How can the Persia command Dukia so casually? The Devers were a little puzzled. Izam hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, I heard from Remy that although Dukia won that war, Dukia also suffered great losses. After that, the Persia made some concessions, such as reducing the annual tribute, and giving some disputed areas to the Dukia tribe. So the various tribes of Dukia were still willing to attach themselves to Persia. Moreover, due to the fact that the Persia's oppression of Dukia had lessened in the following years, the tense relationship between both sides had improved by a lot. This time, in order to get Dukia to participate in the war, the Persia had even promised some benefits, so many tribes were tempted. However, because the Zoskant tribe was now the strongest tribe in the Dukia mountains, my second brother had expressed his objection, and the entire Dukia alliance was unable to reach a consensus. The Persia messenger had pulled several tribal leaders to persuade Remy for a few days, and in the end, he even threatened, even if the Zoskant tribe refuses to participate in the war, the other tribes will participate, but after the war, Persia will treat the Zoskant tribe differently. This put a lot of pressure on Remy. I told Remy about Your Majesty's plan. Although he was a little tempted by Your Majesty's promise to allow Dukia to become independent after the war, and even to fully support him to become the king of Dukia, he was still a little worried. I gave him a detailed analysis of the military strength of Dionia and Persia, as well as the current situation in the Mediterranean Sea, and he reluctantly agreed to the request of the Persia messenger to lead the army to participate in the war. Did your second brother persuade the other Dukia tribes to participate in this plan? Marigi interrupted. I also raised this question to him, but he was very cautious. He told me that there were two big tribes that had a bad relationship with the Zoskant tribe. If he were to contact the other tribes in secret, it would be hard to guarantee that the news would not leak out. Once the Persia knew about this, the Zoskant tribe would be in a dangerous situation, so he didn't want to take this risk. However, he had already gathered all the young and strong people in his tribe, more than 5,000 people, to participate in this war. This force plays an important role in the Dukia tribes. When the time comes, he only needs to secretly persuade the tribes that have a good relationship with the Zoskant tribe to act together, and I believe that it will have a great impact on the war. Izam said confidently. Devers smiled and praised, Very good, your second brother is calm and thoughtful. He made me believe that our cooperation with the Zoskant tribe will succeed. Izam, did you follow your tribesmen to Tabasakus? Your Majesty, after the General Assembly of the Dukia tribe reached an agreement, the various tribes formed their armies and set off for Mesopotamia. Although Remy commanded the largest number of warriors, he was the first to set off. I disguised myself as a warrior of the Zokant tribe and followed beside my second brother. We left the Dukia mountains and went south along the Tigris River. The towns along the way received orders to provide us with a certain amount of food supplies. After we reached Olympus, the Persia did not allow us to go further south, so we set up camp near Olympus and waited for the rest of the Dukia army to come and join us. During this period, every day, the towns along the Tigris River would gather their armies and head to Sitak, which is further south from Olympus. When Izam said this, Devers suddenly sighed and said, Olympus. Sitak. We have been there before, Your Majesty, this time, you have enough time to tour these familiar towns in Persia, Marigi immediately said. Marigi, when I first met you, it was in the Medes region, right? Devers looked at him and said with a nostalgic tone. Your Majesty, it has been more than 30 years, and you still remember it so clearly. Thanks to the blessing of Hades, I was able to meet you when I was in danger, and my life has changed dramatically since then. I only hate that I didn't meet you earlier and serve you earlier. Hearing Marigi's sincere words mixed with compliments, Devers nodded slowly and said softly, "It is my greatest fortune to be able to receive help from you and Mirzas. You must take care of yourself. I am still waiting for the war to end, so that you can take me around Persia." "Yes. Yes. Your Majesty, I will be a good guide." Marigi's trembling voice was slightly choked with sobs. Devers suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and asked, "Izam, how long did you stay in Olympus?" "All the troops of the Dukia tribe stayed there for more than 2 months. The reason why they did not take action for such a long time was that the king of Persia wanted to wait for the Persia army and the Indians to come from the distant eastern region. During this period, I also saw troops from Emiria, Toria, and even the Kardon." Speaking of this, Izam's expression became a little solemn. In the end, the nearest large area between the two rivers was filled with barracks and soldiers everywhere. There were countless troops. Because of this, my relatives also wavered on whether to continue supporting Dionia. Fortunately, during this period, the Greek coalition army defeated the Persia army in Asia Minor, and our fleet defeated the Persia fleet. Your Majesty, you personally led the army to conquer Canaan. These news came one after another, and with my persuasion, their confidence was once again strengthened. In July, the king of Persia ordered us to move west. Because the army was too large, it took us 2 months to reach Tapasakis. At that time, Your Majesty had already led the army to conquer Syria, so the Persia ordered us to set up camp near Tapasakis. In order to make it easier for me to leave quietly and contact them in the future, the Kesikant army chose the northern outskirts of Tapasakis as their base, which was not far from Mount Amanus. So one evening half a month ago, I secretly left the camp and went north into the mountains. I was not discovered along the way, and then I took a big detour before returning here. Izam, this time you risked your life to go deep into the heart of Persia and successfully contacted the Kesikant tribe. You persuaded them to support Dionia and made a great contribution to the kingdom. I thank you on behalf of the entire army." The Devers solemnly bowed to him. Izam quickly stood up and waved his hands, not daring to accept the salute. "Your Majesty, as a citizen of Dionia and a senior member of the Senate, this is my duty. Even though I've already retired, as a former member of the Mountain Ridge Reconnaissance Team, this is my duty. I am not worthy of Your Majesty and the gratitude of the entire army." These words were very appropriate, and Marigi blinked. When Izam first began to follow the Devers, he was a barbarian who did not understand the etiquette of seniority. After decades in Dionia, especially after his retirement, his temperament had completely changed. "Well, since you still regard yourself as a Dionia soldier, then according to the military's reward and punishment system, I will give you a big contribution first, and reward you after the war is over." The Devers were satisfied with Izam's performance and smiled. "You have been there for so long. Do you know how many soldiers Persia has? What is the composition of their army? How is their combat strength?" As the former leader of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, Izam was the best at investigating the enemy. So he thought for a while and immediately replied, "Your Majesty, according to my observation, the Persians have about 350,000 soldiers stationed in Tapasakis. Among them, there are about 200,000 soldiers. As for the rest, there are about 30,000 soldiers in Dukia's army, 10,000 soldiers in Turkiya's army, 30,000 soldiers in Emiria's army, 10,000 soldiers in Arabia's army, 5,000 soldiers in Scythia's army, 10,000 soldiers in Khaldan's army, 10,000 soldiers in Hindustan's army. Oh, they also have about 20,000 Greek mercenaries. Among so many troops, the 50,000 to 60,000 Persia troops guarding the king should be the most powerful. Among them, except for the Persia troops stationed in Babylon, the rest are from Susa and Persia in the east. Artaxerxes personally led the army to battle?" Daves interrupted him and asked in surprise. Izam quickly replied, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I forgot to mention that the king of Persia led the undead army to Tapasakis at the end of last month. After arriving, he has been staying in the city and has not shown himself." The Devers nodded. Continue. "In addition to the 50,000 to 60,000 Persia troops, the Persia army has an advantage over us. They have a huge cavalry force, about 30,000 soldiers including the cavalry in the affiliated areas. In addition, they have more than 50,000 archers. But they do not have powerful heavy infantry. This is the biggest weakness of the Persia army, but the Dikya troops, the Chaldan troops, the Greek mercenaries, these troops have decent combat strength, and they are likely to be deployed by the Persia in the first line of battle against our legions. In addition, there are some special units in the Persia army that we need to pay attention to. One is the scythe chariot. It is said that the reason Artaxerxes arrived at Tapasakis so late was to prepare these 200 chariots. I have seen this thing from afar. Its axle is equipped with a long and sharp double-sided blade. When the chariot is moving, the blade will rotate along with the wheels. It is very scary to use it to charge into enemy lines. In addition, there are more than 50 war elephants. They were brought by the Indians. Although I have seen elephants many times in the Turkestan Zoo, this is the first time I have seen someone use them in battle. The Indians put a small wooden tower on the back of the elephant. The tower can seat 2 people, one for the elephant driver, and the other for the archer. The elephant's body is huge, and using it to charge into enemy lines should be a threat to our infantry formation. The other one is the Arabian camel soldiers. The camels are big but slow. At first, the Arabian camp was very close to the Amirians, but the Amrian war horse was restless because of the camels. The Persia made the Arabians stay away from the main army and built their own camp. But they do not have many camels, only about 500. Yizam paused for a moment. Seeing that the Devers were silent, he said in a more serious tone, "Your Majesty, although the Persia army is huge, its origins are too complicated. Apart from the tens of thousands of main troops, I found that most of the other troops are lax in discipline, lack fighting spirit, and lack effective organization. There is even a language barrier between the troops, making it difficult for them to cooperate well. When I followed the Dukya tribe's army from Opis to Tapasakis, I deeply felt this. The troops followed the marching route set by the Persia and lost control in less than an hour. They were mixed together and scattered all over the plains. So every afternoon, the entire Persia army had to stop advancing and regroup. This took at least 2 hours, including the Dukya tribe's army. They often clashed with other troops because of this. A Persia army with no fighting spirit, no discipline, and no unity is unable to fight against our army, even if we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. However, the Persians were also aware of this. When the majority of the troops arrived at Tapasakis, they began to reorganize their troops. How did the Persia reorganize? The Devers asked seriously. For some of the smaller troops, such as the Chaldans and the Arabs, they merged them into the Persia army. As for the larger troops, such as the Dukya and the Armenians, they stationed some Persia generals in their army. On one hand, they were responsible for conveying the orders of the king of Persia. On the other hand, they were responsible for supervising the execution of the orders. At the same time, these generals were also responsible for training the troops to cooperate with the Persia army. So these days, the Persia army has been training on the plains near Tapasakis. Before I left, I felt that the condition of the Persia army was better than when they first arrived at Tapasakis. Your Majesty, if we allow the Persians to continue like this, even if we can win in the end, we will have to pay a heavy price. So, Izam solemnly requested, Your Majesty, we should take advantage of the fact that this Persian army is still relatively loose and has not gathered together to launch an attack as soon as possible. The Devers pondered and did not immediately express their opinion. Seeing this situation, Mariki immediately changed the topic. Yizam, you have been in the plains of Mesopotamia for so long, what do you think of the attitude of the people there towards the Persia army? Of course it is not good. Yizam replied with a look of disdain, the Persia army is not our Dionysian army, we have strict military rules. Their affiliated forces come from different regions and different races. Not only are their military discipline lax, some of them even have grudges with the Persia. For example, the Dukya tribe came to such a rich place like Mesopotamia and looted, destroyed, raped, and even killed people every day. The Persia even formed a large military team to deal with these violations and even had a few minor conflicts with their affiliated forces. But even the Persia soldiers themselves are doing these disgusting things, so when the towns along the way hear of the arrival of the army, they will close their gates and refuse to let the soldiers in, even to the Persia army. I heard some rumors that some Mesopotamian nobles have intercepted the carriage of the Persia king several times on the way and complained about the Persia army, but the Persia king did not seem to punish them. Hearing this, the Devers asked Marigi with interest. The residents of the plains of Mesopotamia seem to be dissatisfied with the rule of the Persia? Your Majesty. Marigi replied with slight excitement, although Persia has ruled the plains of Mesopotamia for more than 100 years and has been operating it as a core area, Persia residents still do not make up the majority in the plains of Mesopotamia. The main ethnic groups in the plains are still Babylonians and Medes, but they have always been submissive to the Persia, and the Persia also treats them as equals. Outsiders also see them as part of the real Persia. But in fact, there is still a difference between the two. Especially the Babylonians, because they have been ruled by many foreign races for hundreds of years, they are used to being indifferent to the war between countries. As long as it does not infringe on their interests, they can accept whoever rules the plains of Mesopotamia. Therefore, when little Cyrus led the army from Asia Minor into the plains of Mesopotamia, he was almost close to Babylon and did not encounter any obstacles along the way. This may be an important reason. I do not know if Artaxerxes was angry about this, but the information obtained from Messiah shows that he trusted the Persian nobles of Susa and Persia who gave him a lot of support during that turbulent period. Later on, he gave them more power and preferential treatment, and even rewarded them with some land in the plains of Mesopotamia. These Persian nobles wantonly expanded their territory in Mesopotamia, causing tension between the nobles and the residents of Mesopotamia and the Persia. Although Artaxerxes later realized this problem and mediated, the dissatisfaction of the Mesopotamians towards the Persia will not disappear. Your Majesty, as long as our army does not offend the Mesopotamian people after defeating the Persia army and also promises them some benefits, they will definitely see us as the masters of this land and open their gates to welcome us. The Devers were listening attentively and feeling happy. Suddenly, Marigi knelt down and said with a guilty face, Your Majesty. I'm actually a Babylonian. I just wanted to make myself look noble, so I always called myself a Persia. Later, I wanted to confess, but I felt that if the people of the kingdom knew that I had lied, it would damage the prestige of the Ministry of Commerce. So, Your Majesty, please forgive me for hiding this for a long time. The Devers laughed and pulled him up. He said in a clear voice, You're not a Persia. That's great. I was worried that if Persia was defeated and Persia lost too badly, it would hurt you. Now, I'm relieved. This means that after the decisive battle with the Persia army, I will appoint you as the messenger of Dionia. You will go and persuade your compatriots to surrender to the kingdom and share the fruits of victory together. Thank you, Your Majesty. Marigi bowed deeply to the Devers with a joyful face. The next day, the king of the Devers called for a military conference. Not only did he require all the generals to attend, but he also invited Alexis, Felicius, Tormid, Amyntas, Epthenus, and other retired mercenary generals to attend the conference. After listening to Wizam's detailed report on the Persia army, they discussed whether to change the current defensive posture and attack the Persia army. Almost at the same time, the king of Persia, Artaxerxes, also called for a military conference in the city of Thabasaku. Although his army was larger than Dionia's, there were only a few people attending the conference. Tarabasis, the king of Persia's trusted advisor, Halpergus, the governor of Susa, Mardonios, the general of Persia's polis, both of them were descendants of the 6 allies of the great king Darius, who rebuilt Persia, so their status was extremely high. Orontas, the governor of Armenia, who was also the son-in-law of the king of Persia, and Terteos, the general of the undead army, who was also of high status. He was born in the Achaemenid royal family. Although he was a distant branch, he married a daughter of Artaxerxes and had a close relationship with the king of Persia. The last one was Marktonos, the head of the royal secret service. He was narrating the information about the Dionysian army aloud. From the turmoil in Egypt last September, the Dionysian army landed in Egypt one after another, to the arrival of the king of Dionia in Egypt in January of this year. Then they invaded Canaan, captured Phoenicia, and occupied Syria. During this period of time, the flags of the so-called Legion of Dionysia that we could detect are the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, mainly Gauls in the Per region, and 21st, mainly Phoenicians and Namibians in the Affila region. Based on the fixed combat strength of each legion of Dionia, there are 144,000 soldiers in total. In addition, there are also flags of 5 Daionia cavalry legions in the Dionysian army, with more than 10,000 soldiers. This army, led by the king of Daionia himself, has a total of more than 150,000 soldiers. This is consistent with the judgment of the total number of Dionysian army made by our spies in Syria. Martonos spoke with fervor and assurance. He knew the situation of the Dionysian army like the back of his hand. He was able to obtain such accurate information thanks to the department he was in charge of, the Royal Secret Service of Persia. Cyrus founded Persia, but Darius made Persia truly an empire. He perfected the political system of Persia, established a complete administrative and bureaucratic hierarchy, reformed the financial and monetary system of Persia, and established Ahura Mazda as the leader of the people's faith. He also built a huge road system within the country, making the communication between the central and the regions more convenient. Of course, Persia had such a vast territory, and even some regions were still autonomous. In order to rule the subjects more effectively and prevent the Great Rebellion during the Cambyses period, it was necessary to have a more detailed and accurate understanding of the situation of the officials and people in each region in order to be able to respond in time. Therefore, Darius established the Royal Secret Service to serve the king, which was more than 100 years earlier than the intelligence department of the Kingdom of Daionia. Although more than 100 years had passed, this intelligence department had become bloated and inefficient. It was still the most trusted eyes and ears of the king of Persia. Not only did it monitor the movements of the subjects in the country, but it also paid attention to the situation in neighboring regions like Egypt and Greece. Therefore, when the Dionysian army appeared in Egypt and Asia Minor, it immediately became the focus of its attention. After such a long time and in their own country, with the ability of the Royal Secret Service, it was natural that they had a clearer understanding of the situation of the Dionysian army. The Dionysian army only has 150,000 soldiers. Our army has twice the number of soldiers. With such a huge advantage, I don't understand why they don't take the initiative to attack the Daionia. Instead, they cowardly hide in Thapsacus. Maldonio said loudly. His tone was obviously dissatisfied with Artaxerxes, but he had no scruples. Not only because his ancestor, Gobryas, was the closest of the 6 conspirators of Darius who usurped the throne of Persia, but his family had always been trusted by the royal family. Moreover, during the rebellion of Cyrus the Younger, he was the first top noble in Persia to support Artaxerxes. Thus, he helped the king of Persia gain the support of the native nobles of Persia and overcome the crisis when he first ascended the throne. Because of this, he was also trusted by Artaxerxes, who allowed him to command a large army and guard the real capital of Persia, the Susa region. Faced with Maldonio's accusation, Artaxerxes was a little embarrassed. Although he had expressed his contempt for the barbarian country of Daionia on many public occasions, in fact, the military performance of the king of Persia had almost become a joke among the nobles of Persia. The only thing he was proud of was the rebellion of Cyrus the Younger, who was quite prestigious among the nobles of Persia when he first ascended the throne. But in fact, he knew very well that in that decisive battle, he led more troops than his opponent, but he was at a disadvantage in the battle. If Cyrus the Younger had not been stupid and personally led the troops to charge and died in the battle, the result would have been completely different. Therefore, when the aggressive kingdom of Daionia, which had almost never suffered a defeat in the western Mediterranean, launched an attack on Persia, he felt a little guilty. So for more than half a year, he stayed in Babylon and watched as Canaan and Phoenicia were captured one after another. It was not until the armies of all regions had gathered that he dared to take action. But when he was about to face the Dionysian army, he could not help but feel a little flustered. His experience of repeated defeats in the past came to mind, and he did not dare to make a rash decision. As the most noble king of kings, of course, Artaxerxes would not show his timidity in front of his ministers. He glanced at Tarabasus next to him. Tarabasus immediately understood and said, "Your Majesty actually wanted to launch an attack on the Dionysian army for a long time, but I dissuaded you. Lord Maldonios, although our army is large in number, you should have a lot of experience in terms of combat power after staying here for so long. The natives and barbarians, who make up more than half of the army, look fierce, but they only know how to fight. They do not know how to line up, obey orders, or cooperate with our Persia army. If we attack the Dionysian army in such a state, they will only become a burden to us. So we need to spend some time training them and make them our help as soon as possible. Lord Maldonios, you have also commanded such training several times, so you should have felt their progress. I believe that it will not be long before they can cooperate with our army and launch an effective attack on the Dionysian army. Maldonios snorted and could not think of how to refute. Halpergos sneered and interrupted first. It is said that Lord Tarabasis is wise, but I think he is only SOSO. It turns out that we are wasting time here just to make those barbarians a little more obedient. But don't forget that the Greek coalition army in Asia Minor is coming here. Once they meet with the Dionysian army in Syria, the strength of the Dionysian army will increase greatly, and it will not be easy to defeat them. So we cannot waste any more time. We must defeat the Dionysian army in front of us as soon as possible. Phanabatsos is doing his best to stop the advance of the Greek coalition army, and he has achieved good results. According to the news we have received, the Greek coalition army has not entered Cilicia, so we still have enough time to deal with the Dionysian army in Syria. Artaxerxes frowned when he heard Tarabasis mention Phanabatsos. In fact, through the intelligence of the spy, he already knew the real situation of the battle in the western part of Asia Minor. Although he was angry at Phanabatsos for lying about the military situation, he did not punish Phanabatsos. He even gave him more support because he knew very well that in such a terrible situation in Asia Minor, only Phanabatsos could support the overall situation. Iazon, the scapegoat, only gave both sides a way out. Of course, after the war, he would punish Phanabatsos for deceiving the emperor. At the same time, because he knew that Phanabatsos' claim that the Greek mercenaries led by Iazon had defected to the enemy was a lie, he rejected the proposal of some Persia officials. He did not vent his anger on the Greek soldiers he hired. Instead, he gained the gratitude of the Greek mercenaries. Enough time? Orontes also said coldly, I don't think so. Didn't the previous news say that the Dionia had sent part of their army to the west to capture the cities of Issus, Castablum, and other cities, opening up the road from Cilicia to Syria? Phanabatsos was only harassing them. He didn't dare to block the Dionysian army head-on. As long as the Greek army passes through the Taurus Mountains, they can smoothly reach Syria and join forces with the Dionysian army. This will undoubtedly greatly increase the enemy's strength. At this point, Orontes turned around and bowed respectfully to the king of Persia. He then said solemnly, Your Majesty, the Greek soldiers are very strong in close combat. This time, the Dionia has also gathered the most powerful armies of Sparta, Athens, and Thebes. Although according to Phanabatsos' report, it was the betrayal of the Greek mercenaries that led to the defeat of the entire battle, it may also be that the Greek army led by the soldiers of Sparta, Athens, and Thebes first defeated the left wing guarded by our army, which led to the sudden change in the situation of the battle. Therefore, we must defeat the Dionysian army in Syria as soon as possible before the Greek army arrives. Only then can we secure the final victory of this war. Back then, Orontes was ordered to stop the Greek expeditionary army and suffered a crushing defeat. The terrifying impact of the Sparta soldiers left a deep impression on him. Therefore, the governor of Emeria for decades, who was like a local tyrant, could temporarily abandon the arrogance of the nobles of Persia and give a warning. His words immediately made Artaxerxes' face turn ugly, because he also had the same memory. In the battle with Cyrus the Younger, he witnessed with his own eyes the charge of tens of thousands of Greek heavy infantry to defeat his left wing. At that time, he almost fell into despair. For the other generals present, the fact that the Greek army was able to defeat King Darius and King Xerxes twice and maintain the upper hand in the battles with the Persia army for decades was obviously more worthy of their attention than the Dionysian army, which had yet to achieve a brilliant victory against the Persia army. The crushing defeat of the Persia fleet in the Battle of Cyprus did not cause a shock to the nobles of Persia, because Persia was not good at naval battles. Almost no Persia participated in the entire Persia fleet. As for the battle in the western part of Asia Minor, Artaxerxes did not announce the real situation, so Phanabatsos' report made them misjudge the situation. The defeat of the Persia army was mainly due to the betrayal of the Greek mercenaries. Seeing that everyone in the room had their eyes on him, Tarabasis' heart tightened. He knew very well that at the beginning of today's meeting, Maldonios, Halpergos, and Orontes had questioned the strategy adopted by the Persia army. In fact, they were expressing their dissatisfaction with him. The conflict between Tarabasis and these top nobles of Persia had been going on for a long time, and the root cause was jealousy. The king of Persia regarded Tarabasis as his confidant and obeyed him. This was obviously incomparable to the ministers of the kingdom who were far away from the royal court. Of course, this also involved the conflict between the old nobles of Persia and the new nobles. Since the meeting of the army, they had repeatedly expressed their dissatisfaction with Tarabasis, but with the protection of the king of Persia, the matter was eventually left unsettled. But today, their joint attack made Tarabasis feel a little uneasy from the way Artaxerxes looked at him. The king, who had a mediocre performance in military affairs, was wavering on whether to continue implementing the strategy he proposed. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance. He calmly took out something from his pocket and said softly, "This is the map of the Dionysian army that Lord Mactonos had sent out after many investigations and a lot of time. I have specially made a copy of it. Have a look." As he spoke, he unfolded the white cloth in his hand and placed it on the open space in the middle of the room. Mactonos, who had been watching from the side, walked over first. He looked down at the cloth on the ground and said, "This is indeed the map of the Dionia camp drawn by my men." Maldonios, Orontes, and Halpergos walked over slowly and looked at it casually. But soon, they looked surprised and bent down to take a closer look. Seeing this, Artaxerxes asked the eunuchs to bring a table and put the map on it. While the three of them were looking at the map, Tarabasis said in a deep voice, 5 years ago, the Dionysian army invaded Greece. The Greek city-states united and formed an army of nearly 100,000 men. They had a chance to repel the Dionysian army, but the Dionia built a complex defensive camp to lure the Greek army to attack. The number of Greek soldiers was 2 or 3 times that of the Dionia soldiers defending the camp. But after more than 2 months of siege, they did not achieve much. Instead, the Dionia took advantage of the Greeks' lack of defense and sent troops to land on Thessaly. In the end, Greece sided with Dionia. This sigh seemed to twist Artaxerxes' heart, making him lean back in his chair. If it were not for the rebellion of Asia Minor, Persia would have been recaptured by him. Even with the support of Asia Minor, Greece would not have surrendered so quickly. This time, the Dionysian army is trying to repeat the same trick. Look, both sides of their camp are against the mountains, and the back is a bay. We can only attack from the front, and the width of this front is narrow, which is obviously not conducive for us to take advantage of our numbers. Tarabasis gestured on the map and said earnestly, "Look again, the camp they built has 2 layers of wooden walls. The wooden fence in front is very low, only about 1 meter high, and the wooden wall behind is 4 meters high. The distance between the 2 walls is 30 meters, and there is a trench in the middle. Although our spies are unable to explore the depth of the trench, according to the situation of the Dionysian army defending Peloponnesus, it is very difficult to cross. It will be more difficult for our soldiers to reach the wooden wall at the back, and it will take a lot of time. And look, the wooden wall at the back is densely packed with towers. The Dionia will definitely place a large number of archers on it to launch a fierce long-range attack on our troops." In addition, Lord Halpergus's men also mentioned a piece of information that needs our attention. In this period of time, the Dionysian army has sent out a large number of soldiers to set up traps in front of the camp. According to what we know, the Dionia camp is very well defended. Our troops will have to pay a lot of casualties just to attack the real wooden wall of the camp. Not to mention besieging them for a long time, just 1 or 2 failed attacks will cause the subsidiary troops to lose their fighting spirit. Once the rested Dionia launches a full-scale counterattack, our troops will be in a very dangerous situation. The 3 great nobles of Persia had been commanding troops for a long time, and were all proficient in military affairs. Looking at the map, they naturally understood that Tarabasis was not exaggerating. Although they hated this person, they did not refute him. Instead, they stared at the map and thought hard, hoping to find a solution to the problem. After a brief silence, Orontes asked reluctantly, "Are we going to stay here and do nothing? Are we just going to watch as the Dionysian army and the Greek army converge?" Tarabasis was waiting for the question. He calmly replied, "The Dionysian army has invaded our borders aggressively, capturing Canaan, Phalli, and Syria. At first, we thought that they would continue eastward into Mesopotamia, so the king personally led the army to Thebasakis. But the Dionia slyly stopped advancing, trying to exhaust us through defense while waiting for the Greek coalition army to meet. Of course, we can't let the Dionia get what they want, so we have to force them to leave their camp and take the initiative to attack us. Only then will the overall situation be more favorable to us. Halpergus sneered and said, since the Dionysian army can suddenly change from an offensive posture to a defensive one, it shows that their king is very cautious. Unless he is a fool, it is impossible for him to give up his camp and lead an army that is much smaller than ours to take the initiative to attack us. Tarabasis replied confidently, I have studied the king of Dionia in detail. He is a very confident and bold Greek. He has led an army that is smaller than the enemy many times, and he has taken the initiative to attack us. This is also one of the reasons why the Dionia has rapidly expanded in just a few decades and become our opponent. It shows that he is not someone who does not dare to take the initiative to attack just because his army is small. On the contrary, he likes to take risks. It is only because the king arrived in time with his army that he temporarily took a defensive position and waited for reinforcements. But as long as we pay a price, I believe that he will have to give up his defense and take the initiative to fight us. What price? Artaxerxes asked eagerly. Tarabasis looked at the king of Persia with a very serious expression and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, the reason why Phatabatzos was able to stall the Greek coalition army was mainly because he burned and evacuated the villages and towns along the Greek coalition army's route, so that the Greek coalition army could not collect any food and supplies, making it difficult for them to transport. Now, we can adopt a similar tactic, evacuate all the people in the area around Thabasakis, burn the villages and supplies that cannot be taken away, and turn the area between Thabasakis and Syria into a barren land. That's ridiculous. Maldonios interrupted Tarabasis and rebuked him angrily, It's shameful enough to retreat without a fight and allow the enemy to occupy our land. You want us to drive the people away and destroy their property? Do you think they don't hate the army enough? Are you trying to provoke them into a riot? Your Majesty, the army of Dionia has invaded our territory, and the situation is tense. Tarabasis's ridiculous scheme will only disturb the kingdom and affect the army's performance in battle. I request that he be severely punished. Halpergos also rebuked Artaxerxes. Artaxerxes was also displeased, but when he remembered that Tarabasis had always been quite resourceful and was also his favorite subject, he suppressed the displeasure in his heart and asked coldly, Tarabasis, why are you doing this? Tarabasis ignored Maldonio's rebuke and said calmly, Your Majesty, the king of Dionia is a greedy man. Over the past few decades, he has annexed one city-state after another and controlled the entire western Mediterranean Sea. This time, his invasion of our kingdom is not just to occupy Asia Minor, Syria, Phoenicia, and Canaan. His target must be our entire kingdom. That's why he has transported nearly 200,000 soldiers from thousands of miles away. However, these 200,000 soldiers consume a lot of resources every day. It is far from enough to rely on the few areas that he has occupied to provide supplies. Furthermore, transporting food and supplies from the western Mediterranean Sea thousands of miles away is too long, and it will consume a lot of time and manpower. Furthermore, once the Dionysian army continues to advance eastward from Syria, it will be even more difficult to transport supplies. For the Dionysian army, the best solution is to loot food and supplies on the spot. Mesopotamia is the wealthiest country in the world, and the people have just completed a harvest of food. It is more than enough to satisfy the needs of the Dionysian army, but Tarabasis said in a serious tone, once we take the measures I mentioned and assume that we are going to defend Babylon, the king of Dionia will be very anxious. He will be worried that his army will not be able to obtain supplies on the spot after they enter Mesopotamia. Babylon is famous for its strong defense, and it is not something that they can conquer in a short period of time. Therefore, in order to avoid such a terrible situation, he will definitely take the initiative and seek a decisive battle with us. Haha, it sounds so simple, but what if the Dionysian army doesn't fall for it and remains in their camp? Orontes sneered and questioned. Lord Orontes, do you still not understand what I mean? Tarabasis also sneered. The king of Dionia has traveled thousands of miles to conquer our huge kingdom. He can only win quickly. Maintaining such a large force in Syria for a long time without taking any action will only greatly deplete Dionia's national strength. The king of Dionia will not be so stupid. Perhaps he will wait for the Greek coalition to meet up before attacking east, Halpergus continued to question. Then we will have enough time to evacuate all the people west of Babylon, leaving not a single grain of food for the Dionysian army. In that case, the larger Dionysian army will have to march more than 1,000 miles to Babylon, and they will not be able to obtain supplies on the way. Our powerful cavalry can also bypass the main force of the Dionysian army and continuously attack their supply convoys. In this way, I am afraid that the Dionysian army will collapse before it reaches Babylon. The ambitious king of Dionia will definitely not want to see this happen, so I believe that he will definitely lead his army to pursue us. Halpergus sneered. You think they will come after us? Tarabasis, the people of Dionia are not your subordinates. They will not listen to you like this. What you said is just speculation, and the kingdom has to pay such a huge price based on your speculation. It is not worth it. Tarabasis did not back down. Lord Halpergus has actually begun to care about the people of Mesopotamia. This is really rare. I remember that the army you lead is the one that has the most disputes with the people of this area. Even after the king issued a new military order, they still refuse to mend their ways. Halpergus flew into a rage and cursed, "Who do you think you are? How dare you? Enough!" Artaxerxes slammed the seat and shouted, "This is not a place for you to scold each other and show your personal grudges. Tarabasis, are you sure that the Dionysian army will leave their camp and take the initiative to fight us?" After the argument just now, and seeing Maldonios and the other two sneering at him, Tarabasis had no way of backing down. He took a deep breath and said resolutely, "As long as we carry out the plan I just mentioned, the Dionysian army will definitely come out. We will pay a huge price, but as long as we can defeat the Dionysian army, not only will you be able to recover Syria, Phoenicia, Canaan, Western Asia Minor, and Cyprus, but you will also be able to take back Egypt, regain control of Greece, and once again threaten the mainland of Dionia. So it will all be worth it. Defeating Dionia, taking back Egypt, controlling Greece, and regaining the hegemony of the eastern Mediterranean." Artaxerxes was moved by Tarabasis' words. The old king longed for a glorious victory to wash away his past failures. But after all, this decision was of great importance. He was still a little hesitant. So he turned his eyes to his trusted aide who had been silent all this while, Pisididae. "What do you think?" Pisididae knew his place. Although he was a prominent figure, he was still far from being compared to these important ministers of the kingdom. So he did not intend to participate in the quarrel between these important figures. But now, when faced with the question from the king of Persia, considering that he and Tarabasis were both close ministers of the king, and that Tarabasis had taken good care of him, he considered his words and said tactfully, "Your Majesty, the advantage of our army lies in our cavalry and archers. If we attack the camp of Dionia, the cavalry will not be able to play a role at all, and the power of the archers will be greatly reduced. If we can lure the Dionysian army to engage in a battle in Mesopotamia, the vast plains will allow the cavalry to gallop freely, and the arrows will be able to hit the enemy without any hindrance. We will have a better chance of winning." Artaxerxes nodded. After pondering for a moment, he finally made up his mind. He looked around at the people and suddenly raised his voice, making it a little hoarse. "I have decided to adopt Tarabasis' suggestion. We will evacuate all the people around Tapasakis and west of it. We will burn all the villages and destroy the city of Tapasakis. At the same time, we will retreat all the troops to Nisophonia." Seeing that Maldonios and the other two were about to speak, he immediately waved his hand to stop them. At the same time, he looked at Tarabasis and said sternly, "If the Dionysian army does not come after us like you said, and continues to hide in their camp, I will not continue with this measure, and you? I will not let you go easily." Artaxerxes only accepted half of Tarabasis' suggestion. In the past few years, the failure of the attack on Egypt, the rebellion in Asia Minor, the loss of control over Greece, and a series of failures had caused Artaxerxes' prestige to plummet. Therefore, this time, he only dared to make a small attempt. He did not dare to let more than half of the people on the plains of Mesopotamia become homeless, lest he completely fell into a passive position. Although Tarabasis was a little disappointed, he also knew the reason why the king of Persia did this, so he could only pretend to accept it calmly. As for Maldonios and the others, it was as if they had seen the tragic end of their political enemy. they no longer questioned Artaxerxes. Just like that, the higher-ups of the Persia army reached an agreement. After listening to Isam's detailed introduction of the situation of the Persia army, all the commanders of the Legion of Dionysia strongly requested for a decisive battle with the Persia army as soon as possible. Among the retired generals, except for Felicius and Georges, who were more cautious and hoped to wait for the Greek coalition before taking action, Alexis, Amyntas, and the others also suggested that they should take advantage of the fact that their army's morale was still high, and that the Persia army was still relatively disorganized, and lead the army eastward as soon as possible to find an opportunity. The generals were full of fighting spirit, and this also strengthened the Dever's determination. On the second day, after he gave the order to prepare to move eastward, the soldiers of the legions began to pack their luggage, the supply camps began to load their supplies, and the engineering camp inspected all kinds of equipment and prepared some wood. At the same time, the Devers also informed the commander of the Dionia coalition fleet, Mytilades, to lead the fleet to the camp as soon as possible, and after the Dionysian army left, all the fleet's infantrymen would immediately take over the camp to ensure the safety of the rear base. Although the Dionysian army was well trained, such a large army needed to go to an unfamiliar battlefield and launch an attack on the Persia army, which required detailed planning and strict operational organization. Therefore, it took a full 3 to 4 days before the entire Dionia army was ready to move eastward. When the main force of the army set off on the 5th day, the cavalry hurriedly rushed back to report. The Persia army entrenched near Tabasakus was driving the local people to retreat eastward, and at the same time, they were burning the fields and villages, and even destroying the city of Tabasakus. This news came as a shock to the Devers, but he did not stop the entire army's action, nor did he reconvene a military meeting to discuss the intentions of the Persia army. In his view, whether the Persia army chose to strengthen the defense, retreat, or use a false retreat to lure the Dionysian army into a rash advance, not only would it not change the Dionysian army's action plan, but it would also strengthen their determination to fight. End of chapter 1308. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.